Welcome to a new episode of the Marvel and DC Retrospective Podcast. A funny thing, this isn't the first time I've tried recording today. I tried recording earlier in the morning, after I'd read the two issues I'm about to talk about, and one of them was so confusing that I just couldn't wrap my head around it. I just read it, and I couldn't wrap my head around it, and I needed the day to think about it, and kind of like figure out what it meant before I could talk about it. Because it was so confusing. It was a tie-in. And the last thing a tie-in should be is confusing, because usually it should be like a self-contained story, but this one wasn't. It barely has anything to do with the event, but it has something important in it, which is why I'm going to talk about it. But anyway, today we're going to start talking, I'm going to start talking about Millennium. Because, as I said on this podcast, I'm going to be going through, a character's run, which at the moment we're going through The Flash. And in between, some episodes will be about DC events, when they happen. And, at the moment, taking place in the timeline is Millennium. Two of the Flash issues actually tie into Millennium, which is why we're doing Millennium now, because the next two issues that we're supposed to cover are in this event. So Millennium came a couple of years after Legends. It's 1988. It's written by Steve Englehart, with art by Joe Staton. And it was basically, they'd been leading up to it for a while. As you know, in the past, I've talked about these robots, like these androids called the Manhunters. They were created by the Guardians, who in turn created the Green Lantern Corps. They created the Manhunters, but then realized that they would rather have something that actually has emotions and that they can trust to make the right decisions. So they scrapped the Manhunters and they just kind of left them to do whatever they wanted, and they just abandoned them, and then they created the Green Lantern Corps. And so this event is kind of like the Manhunters getting their revenge and attacking Earth and trying to take over Earth. So that's what Millennium is. So before I start talking about the first issue of Millennium, I just want to explain some things. There's a few things I got to explain before we get straight into it. They explain it in the issue anyway, but I'll just explain it now. So the Manhunters were created by the Guardians, and there are two types of beings in the universe related to the Green Lantern Corps. There's the Guardians who created them, and the Zamorans, who are the female equivalent of Guardians. They were created together. So originally there was one Guardian and one Zamoran, and then they created more Guardians and more Zamorans. And because they were all immortal, they decided that they didn't need to procreate anymore. And so the Guardians and the Zamorans went their separate ways. The Guardians pursued science, created the Manhunters, created the Green Lantern Corps, and the Zamorans pursued strength. And, they became warriors, and they became an entire empire of warriors. And eventually they created this crystal called the Ruby Sapphire, I think it's called, or something like that. And whoever possesses it becomes the Scarlet Sapphire, who is the queen of the Zamorans. Current Star Sapphire is Carol Ferris, the girlfriend of Hal Jordan. That's not important, but just thought I'd mention it. And so, most recently in Green Lantern, because this is set up for this event, in Green Lantern, there was a massive battle that ended up happening, and at the end of the battle, a bunch of the Guardians were killed. Like, a bunch of villains attacked Oa, and a bunch of the Guardians were killed because of it. And it's at that point that the Guardians and the Zamarons realized that they can start procreating again. And so they decide to leave together and procreate. And have sex. And make new Guardians. That's what their current goal is. And because of that, the Green Lantern Corps are left to govern themselves. And so Hal Jordan, like, a group of Green Lanterns decide to, like, are ordered to join together into a small group so that they can all protect Earth together. So there's Hal Jordan, John Stewart, Guy Gardner, Arisia, Katmatui, Salak, and what's his name? I can't believe I'm blanking on his name. How am I blanking on his name? He's one of my favorite Green Lanterns. Kilowog. God damn it. How could I forget Kilowog's name? So yeah, they are currently a group of Green Lanterns protecting Earth together, and they specifically call themselves the Green Lantern Corps as a team. So the Guardians and the Zamarons have gone off to have sex. The Green Lantern Corps are on Earth, protecting Earth together. And that's where our story starts. So now that we've gotten that all the way out of the way, that's all the setup that we need. Pretty sure I covered everything. We can now get straight into Millennium. So, as I mentioned the Manhunters before, planet Earth is just kind of like, people are just living. You know, it's normal right now. Everyone's just living their lives. Superheroes are being superheroes. Government is being the government. While the Manhunters are secretly having a meeting. And at this point in time, the Manhunters are actually disguising themselves as people from different comic books, like side characters and stuff. So they've already infiltrated the lives of, like, Green Lantern and the Flash, stuff like that. So they all meet up. They have a meeting, and their leader, the Grandmaster, shows up. And the Grandmaster is this old-looking guy with this golden armor, and he's basically like, my fellow Manhunters, my children, now is our time. They won't see it coming. We've infiltrated society. Now is the time for us to strike. But we're still going to do it secretly. We're not going to just, like, reveal ourselves and attack everyone. We're going to continue to weave our way into the lives of all these heroes and take care of them one by one, get all the big players out of the way, and then we'll attack Earth and take over everything. And a character named Thomas Kalmaku is watching this meeting happen. Now, Thomas Kalmaku is the best friend of Hal Jordan. He used to be called Pieface because it was, you know, racism was normal back then, which is awful. But, like, he's not called Pieface anymore. He's just Thomas Kalmaku. And so he's watching the meeting, and he's like, ah, shit. This isn't good. I should probably tell someone. And, you know, the Grandmaster is like, everyone must die. Like, we will eradicate all humans on Earth. And when Thomas turns around, he notices that there are 3 Manhunters surrounding him. And he's like, one of the Manhunters is like, spying, eh? And Thomas is like, yeah, what are you going to do about it? He tries hitting it, and he can't do anything because it's an android. And so they all beat the shit out of him. They just beat the crap out of him. And so meanwhile, the Green Lantern Corps, the members that I mentioned before, are all in a pool together. Like, they're all just bathing, they're having a good time, And then all of a sudden, a Guardian and a Zamaron appear to them. And obviously they're like, what are you doing here? Like, you all flew away to go have sex. Like, why are you here? And this Guardian reveals himself to be... This Guardian eventually reveals his name, if I remember correctly. Where does he say his name? I thought he said it like right away. He like introduces himself. He's like, I am Hapa Aliapso, whatever his name is. Oh, well, he shows up. I don't remember his name. It's a weird name. It starts with a H. But he shows up with Zamaron. And, there we are. His name is Harupa Hando Hu. So you can't blame me for not remembering his name. And the Zamaron is named Nadia Sophia. And so they show up because they're like, hey, remember how I told you about those Manhunters? Remember them? Well, they're coming back. They're coming. And Earth is in danger and we need your help. We want you to gather all of the heroes or anyone you can find so that we can explain to them what's going on. It's so dangerous that, you know, me and this Zamaron, we had to stop having sex and come and help everyone. And so meanwhile, the three manhunters that beat the shit out of Thomas have taken him to an airfield and they plan on leaving Thomas, because they've broken his legs, to be ran over by an airplane, killing him, so that it can't get pinned on them. They're like, well, we can't... Like, if somebody finds his body on a roof, they're going to get suspicious, so let's have him die on an airfield. So they leave him there, and the plane comes in, and Thomas tries to get out of the way, like, just as the plane comes in, and he manages to just escape it as it flies by. He's like, "Argh!" He, like, flips over, and, like, it barely, like, misses him. And so, we actually cut to the Harbinger. Now, if you remember the Harbinger, she's from Crisis on Infinite Earths. The Monitor is her mentor. And ever since Crisis ended, she's been documenting this new Earth and, like, all the heroes and stuff. And she's finished documenting it, and she puts it in, like, a little orb and sends it away as, like, a momentum to her mentor, like a memorial to the Monitor. And then she's just kind of like, alright, what do I do now? And she flies away. She's like, okay, what now? Like, what should I do? Like, she's not really sure of, like, what she's supposed to do now. She's not got any goal anymore. So heroes start showing up at the Green Lantern Corps' base, or, like, their little, like, resort house that they have. The Justice League International show up. Members are Booster Gold, Black Canary, Martian Manhunter, Batman, Guy Gardner is a member. I think Dr. Fate is currently a member, or maybe he's not. He shows up as well. And then you got a character called Mr. Miracle. Now, Mr. Miracle is a new god. I've explained what new gods are. It's basically Darkseid's race. They come from Apocalypse or, like, New Genesis. Which is... There's New Genesis and then there's Apocalypse, which are two places in the fourth world, which is a dimension outside of our world. And the new gods, like, that's where they come from. And Mr. Miracle has the ability to escape from anything. He's practically unkillable. And so that's who Mr. Miracle is. He's the master escapist. And so, the Justice League International show up. The Outsiders show up. And then another group called Infinity Inc. show up, who were a bunch of characters from Crisis on Infinite Earths that all joined together, including the new Wildcat. Remember when I mentioned her? So they all show up. They all join together. You got everyone there. You got like Green Arrow, the Flash, like all these heroes have all joined together. Firestorm is there. And they kind of notice that Firestorm's acting a little bit different. Everyone's like, hey, isn't Firestorm acting a little bit different? He's not as like jovial as he usually is. He's not as like much of a delinquent as he usually is. They've also noticed that Guy Gardner is different as well, and that's because in Justice League International, Guy Gardner got punched in the face by Batman, and he hit his head. And when he hit his head, he got punched by Batman and knocked him out, and then he got up, and then he tried to crawl through like an air duct, and then he hit his head again, and now his personality has changed and he's much nicer. So everyone's like, wow, why is Guy Gardner so nice? He's like apologizing to everyone for how he's been acting recently. And so, Nadia Sophia shows up, and Harupa and Dohu show up. I'll just refer to him as the Guardian. And they explain to everyone what's going on. They explain to them how the Manhunters were created, and, the difference between the Guardians and the Zamorons, and what they ended up doing together, which was leaving to have sex. And the reason why they're having sex is because they're trying to create new Guardians, and they've chosen Earth as the place for the new Guardians to be born. And one of the superheroes is like, why did you pick Earth? And the Guardian is like, because Earth has all the resources, has the best resources for these Guardians to be born on, and that's why we picked Earth. It's the best place. And so, they're explaining everything, and then Superman's like, look, I get what you're saying, but, what I don't see is how it has anything to do with us. And that's when Harupa explains that he's going to choose 10 people from planet Earth to protect these new Guardians when they are born. Their job will be to protect the new Guardians, because the Manhunters' goal is to kill them, because the Manhunters want to ruin the Guardians. And the best way to do that is to kill their new Guardians. And so, Harupa, Wally mentions the Teen Titans. He says, by the way, why aren't the Teen Titans here? Where are they in all this? And Harupa says, actually, one of the 10 warriors I was going to pick to protect the new Guardians was Terra. Terra is a member of the Teen Titans, or at least she was, because she's dead. And Geoforce, who is the brother of Terra, points that out. He's like, my sister's dead. And so Harupa is like, what? I did not calculate that. Okay, so, change of plan? There is no plan. Our plan has kind of been ruined now that we've learnt that Terra is dead. So, me and my Lady Zamoron are going to go away, come up with a new plan, and while we're coming up with a new plan, you can just go back to your regular business, and we'll let you know when we need your help. I'm not kidding, that's literally what happens. They're like, shit, the plan's been screwed up, we gotta go create a new plan, and they leave. And so all the superheroes are like, what the hell? If they don't even know what's going on, then how are we supposed to know what to do? And Superman is like, we gotta stop, we gotta believe in ourselves, and I know exactly what we gotta do. We are superheroes, so what we're gonna do is, while we wait for the Guardian to come back and tell us what to do, we'll just keep doing what we normally do. We're gonna be superheroes. If the Manhunters show up, we fight them. We save people. That's all we're gonna do. That's literally what Superman says. He's like, yeah, we're just gonna keep being superheroes and, wait for them to tell us what to do next. So all of the heroes leave the meeting, and they go all in their separate directions, They all go to their, like, different bases and stuff. And, it's kind of, like, foreshadowed that some of these heroes are going back to family members and friends, and those friends aren't who they think they are, and that they may actually be Manhunters. And that's something that we're going to be discovering in the tie-ins. So that's actually the end of issue 1 of Millennium. And so now I'm going to talk a bit about the first tie-in, which is the Firestorm tie-in. Oh, boy. The Firestorm tie-in, I'm just going to straight up say, it sucks. It's not good. It's important, kinda, but only the very end of it, which is why it sucks. It does tie into Millennium, but the problem is that, like, John Ostrander just doesn't try at all. It's written by John Ostrander with art by Sam De La Rosa. And, like, the art is good, but the story is just not good. Like, John Ostrander didn't try at all. Most of the issue is literally what we've just seen. It's Firestorm goes to the meeting, listens to the Guardian and the Zamoran, and, like, that's most of the issue. And then he heads back to, like, and then, like, that's most of the Millennium stuff that happens. He goes to the interview, he listens to the Guardian and Zamoran. Other than that, the only stuff that happens in this issue is stuff that somebody reading Firestorm, like, that only somebody reading Firestorm at the time would understand. And that's why I don't like this tie-in. Because John Ostrander doesn't bother at all to catch up any new readers. You know, he doesn't bother explaining anything to someone who might just be reading this tie-in to get the full Millennium story. No, we're chucked right in the middle of it. I'm going to quickly summarize exactly what's going on in Firestorm at the moment, because it's probably going to be important later. But right now, during Crisis on Infinite Earths, Firestorm was Ronnie Raymond and Martin Stein fused together. That's not the case anymore. It's no longer... Martin Stein's dead. And Ronnie Raymond is now sharing the body of Firestorm with this Russian guy. He mentions his name. What's his name? Mikhail Denisovich. So Mikhail is this Russian guy who is now... His mind has now formed with Ronnie's. And so now he and Ronnie are in the body of Firestorm. Because a massive explosion happened in the middle of a desert that Ronnie got caught in. And that fused the two of them together. Another thing that I was really confused about, and it was another reason I had to think about this issue a lot, is that Ronnie has a third person... There's another personality within Firestorm now. And it took me... It was so hard for me to understand what was going on, because John Ostrander just not explain it at all. But essentially, Firestorm itself has its own personality now. So there's Ronnie and Mikhail, and neither of them are in control. Instead, Firestorm, the being that they transform into, is in control of itself, and it has no memories. It's like a newborn child. It has no memories. And, so that has happened. So, like, he goes to the meeting, and then he leaves the meeting, and Ronnie and Mikhail find that they have ended up in Martin Stein's lab, because Firestorm decided that he wanted to go to Martin Stein's lab himself. So they're like, what are we doing at Martin Stein's lab? And when Firestorm shows up there, he runs into Dr. Ferguson, who is a Firestorm character. He is a Firestorm side character. Again, I need to rephrase. Neither Ronnie or Mikhail are in control of Firestorm. Firestorm is in control of himself. Are you with me? So Firestorm meets up with Ferguson. Firestorm themselves doesn't actually know who Ferguson is. But Ferguson basically explains that he is a Manhunter. He's been taken over by a Manhunter. And he lies to Firestorm by telling Firestorm that he was created by the Manhunters and that he needs to join the Manhunters and help fight against the Manhunters' enemies. And Ronnie and Mikhail are like, no, don't listen to him, Firestorm. He's lying to you. And Firestorm doesn't listen to them. And Ferguson, like, basically says to Firestorm, like, you need to look at me in my eyes. Because, like, trust me, look me in the eyes. And they're like, no, don't do it, Firestorm, don't. Like, don't look him in the eyes, don't do it. Don't look. And Firestorm looks in the eyes of Ferguson. And, Ronnie and Mikhail are fighting to, like, separate from each other. But Firestorm is making it really hard for them to separate. Because he has his own conscience now. And they almost manage to separate. But then all of a sudden, like, this beam hits them. And they become entangled together in this weird energy. Which has come from Ferguson. He's, like, shot these lasers into, like, Firestorm's eyes. And he has essentially taken over Firestorm's mind. And Firestorm is now under the bidding of Dr. Ferguson. And so Dr. Ferguson is like, now Firestorm, I'm going to take you to our secret base down in Louisiana. We'll complete your reindoctrination and you can take your role as our champion, just like you always used to be. And so Firestorm carries him away and flies off with him. And that's literally the only thing in this issue that is important to Millennium, is that Firestorm is now under the control of the Manhunters. God, when I read this, I didn't understand it at all. It was so messed up. Like, it really, like, I was just like, what the heck is going on? You know? And, yeah, so that was the Firestorm tie-in. That was everything that happened in that tie-in that was important. You know, I could have gone through it page by page, but it really didn't matter. I had explained everything, you know. Still can't wrap my head around over the whole thing about Firestorm having its own conscience. But let's move on to a tie-in that I'm a little bit more looking forward to reading, because it's actually from a series that I am reading. And that's The Flash issue 7, or issue 8, which is a tie-in to Millennium. So let's get started. So, we start off the first Flash tie-in, which is issue 8, Purple Haze, where we left off in issue 7. So the Blue Trinity has shown up. They are the opposites of the Red Trinity, basically an evil Red Trinity, and they've shown up to because they want the Red Trinity and they want the Flash. For purposes that we don't really know yet, it's assumed that they just want to, like, destroy them, or just, like, take the Flash so that the Russians can finish their experiments on him and create even better soldiers. And so the Blue Trinity are like, you will come with us, you know, and if you refuse, we'll kill you. Because, you know, we might as well. Like, if you're refusing to come with us, then we'll kill you. And obviously, Flash and Red Trinity and Dr. Bortz and Tina McGee are all like, no, we're not coming with you. And so Blue Trinity is just like, okay, I guess we're gonna kill you. And so Blue Trinity, Red Trinity, and the Flash all get into a massive fight. And while Flash is fighting one of the members of Blue Trinity... Oh yeah, by the way, the members of Blue Trinity are Boslaw Uminsky, Christina, and Gregor Gregorovic. Oh, and it's obviously written by Mike Baron with art by Jackson Geiss. They're still working together on The Flash. But yeah, they fight Red Trinity, and while Flash is fighting one of the members of Blue Trinity, Cassiopeia gets distracted by the Flash, and he gets like knocked out by one of the members of Blue Trinity, like it catches him off guard. And eventually, like, Blue Trinity is about to shoot the Flash, and so one of the members of Red Trinity decides to shoot at them, and it causes the Blue Trinity to run away. And Flash is like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "They were gonna try and shoot at you." He's like, "We gotta get moving unless we want a major international incident, because, like, you're shooting on the borders of Finland. Like, we are in Finland territory right now, so, like, if the Finland army hears that, they're gonna come and we're gonna be in a ton of trouble." It was an argument that they had against the Blue Trinity, where, like, because they were in Finland, Blue Trinity has no jurisdiction to, like, kidnap them. Like, they're breaking the law, like, you know, because they're outside Russia, so they have no jurisdiction. And so the Finland army shows up, and the Flash kind of explains to them what's going on, but then they all pass out because they've been in a massive battle. So Flash and Red Trinity just all pass out, and so Dr. Bortz and Tina McGee take them to safety alongside Dr. Orloff, who was the guy that they picked up in order to help Jerry. And so they all head back to the airport. And the idea is that they're going to go to Syracuse while Wally receives a note from the Green Lantern Corps to go to the meeting that the Guardian and Zamaron are holding. So while Flash is going to that meeting that we've seen in the other issues, Dr. Bortz and Tina McGee and Dr. Orloff are going to go see Jerry, because Dr. Orloff has the cure for his condition. And so hopefully he should survive. And Tina McGee plans on hopefully meeting Wally if things with Jerry are sorted out. So yeah, they go off to do that. So Wally wakes up in the JL Corps' like base. He's in like the little hospital because he'd still passed out, and Black Canary's there, and Wally's like, "Whoa, where am I?" And she's like, "You're in the Green Lantern Citadel. Like, everyone else is here. We're still waiting on a few people, like the Justice League International, but they should be here soon. They don't scrimp on room service, I'll say that for them." And Wally's like, "So this is big, huh?" She's like, "Yeah. Like, this is, from what we've heard, shit's going down." And Blue Beetle shows up and he's like, "Hey guys, Justice League International are here. Like, the Guardian and Zamaron are like about to hold their meeting. Come on." And so Wally goes and listens to the Guardian and Zamaron, and they explain everything that was in the last few issues. And we basically live through the events of the first issue, where Superman's giving like his little speech and stuff like that. So after all that's over, Wally decides to head home. And when he gets home, his dad's there. He's like, "Wow, Dad, it's great to see you. Like, what happened? You went missing." And his dad's like, "I need to talk to you, Wally." And Wally's like, "Look, I'd love to talk, but I've got some world-ending shit going on right now, so we can't talk right now." And his dad is like, "But Wally, this concerns you. You've just come back from the GLC Citadel, correct? They fed you some cock and bull about this so-called Millennium, correct?" Wally's like, "How do you know about that?" And that's when he's like, "I'm a Manhunter, Wally." And Wally's like, What? And he says, like, the joke's on both of us. Like, I was asked to marry your mother. I had no idea that my son would someday become the famous Kid Flash. And Wally's like, I'm the Flash. I'm the Flash now. He's like, of course, son. Like, still can't get used to the idea that Barry's gone. But be that as it may, I must ask you, as your father, not to get involved in this Millennium business. It's like, Dad, I'm calling Mom. You need help. And he's like, your mom is unavailable. And Wally's like, what do you mean, unavailable? And his dad is like, she went missing on a trip to the Caribbean. The boat sunk. I warned her about those small boats. And Wally's like, are you out of your mind? He's like, no, I told you, I'm a manhunter. Now sit down, listen to me for once. You never listened to me in your whole life. Now you can listen. And Wally's like, Mom is dead. He's like, and his dad is like, what could I do? I got the call. Sever all ties, fake an accident, move into place. I'm doing this for you, Wally. And if you went after the so-called immortal, you would almost certainly die. I've devoted my entire life to helping you achieve the greatness for which you are destined. And Wally's like, you killed Mom. Like, and you don't give a shit about my destiny. You hated the Flash. You hated the fact that I was Kid Flash. You treated me like crap. So don't tell me about any of this bullshit. And he's like, yeah, you're right, Wally. I think I overreact. Like, I think you're overreacting. And so, like, Wally's like, so she's really dead? And his dad is like, I believe so. Please listen, Wally. You need to listen to me. These Millennium people are up to no good. They're planning humanity's downfall. And Wally's like, how did you get in here? Where's Gomez? And his dad is like, I just missed your stuff. I thought we should have some privacy. Some time together, son. I admit I haven't always been there when you needed me, but that's all going to change. And Wally's just like, you kill her. It's like, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I want us to be closer as a family. And Wally's like, no, I'm getting the police right now. And his dad is like, young man, you're past overdue for a good hiding. Alright, come out, kids. And that's when Blue Trinity show up and they beat the shit out of Wally. He's like, I'm glad that these kids are obedient, unlike my own son. So Wally gets the shit beaten out of him by Blue Trinity. And then his dad is like, now, Wally, we're going back to Siberia where the Manhunters have a very nice facility and you'll all learn to be good friends. And he says, I told you the boat sank. It's just the way things worked out. Because Wally's like, did you really kill her? And he's like, yeah, like, I told you, it sank. It's just the way things worked out. And Wally's like, you crazy bastard, you're not my father. And that's when, like, his dad just smacks him across the head. And his dad's like, do you think it's been easy for me? I bet everything on the Manhunters. They promised me everything through my son, my fabulous son. A great hero, they told me. How proud I would be. But you were vain and thankless. We hardly knew you. Home was just a place where you dumped your laundry. Other great heroes honored their parents. Look at Superman. And then the Blue Trinity are like, we should get out of here. Like, let's go, Mr. West. And Wally's dad is like, no, we're staying here. I say we stay till nightfall and then we'll go. Blue Trinity is like, we're not, like, following your orders anymore. We don't want to do that. We're going now. And Wally's dad is like, you would defy the orders of the Manhunters? And, like, Blue Trinity is like, all we care about is Wally. That's all we want. And the Red Trinity. So, yeah, we'll defy orders if we get what we want. If it means we get what we want. And then the Red Trinity show up to save Wally. They blast in through the wall and they fight Blue Trinity. And then they run and then so Blue Trinity are forced to retreat with Wally's dad. And Red Trinity are like, you okay? And he's like, and they're like, who was that man? Like, do you want us to find him? Wally's like, my father. He said my mother was dead. He said he was a manhunter. He said a lot of things. I need time to sort it out. And so, Wally is like, let's move on to a different subject. How's Tina? And they explain to Wally that, like, Tina's good, Jerry is getting better, and Tina's hoping to come and see Wally as soon as possible. And Wally's like, yeah, of course. But right now I gotta restore communications and, like, let the Lanterns know, like, the Manhunters are everywhere and that my dad is one of them. And so, one of the members of Red Trinity offers to, it's Bebek, she offers to go to Walmart because she loves all-night Walmart, apparently. And so she says that she's going to go there and get a shortwave for him. And Wally agrees, and she's like, give me money. Like, you are rich, give me money for the shortwave. And he's like, okay, and he gives her $500. And she heads out to Walmart. And while they're waiting for her, Wally and Cassiopeia and I can't remember the name of the other Red Trinity member. They all have food together. They all eat together. I think his name was Grigorovic. I know one of them was Grigorovic. That's the problem with these characters, is that, like, they all have, like, complicated names that are hard for me to remember. But yeah, they all eat together. And then the police show up, and they're like, whoa, what happened here? Like, Mr. West, do you know your mother has been trying to reach out? And Wally's like, my mother? She's alive? And, like, the police are like, yeah, did you know that she was involved in a boating accident? And Wally was like, I only just found out. There's a lot more to it, officer. And the officers are like, I'm sure you guys are up to something, so I don't want to know. There's still no word about your father. I'm sorry. You would call your mother at this number. And he hands, like, Wally her number, and he's like, thank you, officer. And he picks up the phone, and he's like, Mom, I'm so glad you're alive. I love you so much. I'm coming down to Miami tonight. And that's when, on the phone, Wally's mom is like, Wally, your father is dead. And that's where we leave off on the issue, on the of the first Flash tie-in to the event. And so now we move on to the Justice League International tie-in, which, unlike the Firestorm tie-in, I enjoyed this one. And also, I'm not being biased because I'm reading The Flash at the moment, but I think the Flash tie-in was a lot better than the Firestorm one as well, because in the tie-in, I didn't mention it because it wasn't necessary, but in the tie-in, Mike Baron explains everything to new readers. He says literally everything that has happened in the last few issues. He catches everyone up. He says, like, you know, Jerry injected himself with steroids, became a crazy dude, fought Wally, ended up having, like, heart failure, and then Wally had to go to Russia, Like, he explains everything, while, you know, John Ostrander didn't explain anything when, during that issue of Firestorm. And this Justice League International tie-in is great because it's pretty much just a self-contained story directly connected to the event. And that's the best way to do these kind of tie-ins. So, it's written by Keith Giffen. It's written by Keith Giffen and J.M. DeMatteis, and art by Kevin Maguire. So, Justice League International are all traveling through the sky. You know, they've just been to the meeting that the Guardians have held. You know, we've got Guy Gardner, Booster Gold, Martian Manhunter flying on the outside, and then on the inside we've got Blue Beetle, Miracle Man, Rocket Red, Black Canary, and Batman. And then at the base, the Justice League International base, we've got Oberon, who is Mr. Miracle's manager, and Captain Atom, who is like he's just a superhero. Who I think he's a superhero who normally like has like political ties, so he's normally like more tied to the government than Superman is. You know, he follows orders from the government. In fact, I think that's one of the reasons why he's on the Justice League International, because he was ordered to be stationed there or something like that. Either that or I'm just getting him mixed up with the cartoon. It doesn't matter. Like, Captain Atom is a member. He's got radioactive power. Like, he's got, like, radiation powers and stuff. So, They're flying through the sky, and then Rocket Red is like, my fellow members, I need to tell you something. And Blue Beetle is like, hey, that's weird, the board's dead. We've shifted into autopilot. You have anything to do with this, Miracle? Mr. Miracle is like, nope. Probably a minor malfunction. Let me have a look in the back. And Rocket Red is like, gentlemen and lady, I think it is time you learn the truth about me. And, Black Canary is like, don't tell us, you're sexist. He's like, I am a manhunter. Say what? It's like, I have seen you all in action, studied you. You are a most formidable group and one that would be worthy addition to the Manhunter cause. I ask you to join us. And then Batman's just like, join you? After all we've just heard. And so Oberon and Captain Atom realize that, like, the ship is going off course. He mentions that they're headed straight for Europe, the Paris embassy. Or at least that's where they were originally heading, and now they're heading towards the Middle East. And so he's like, I'd better get on the radio and see if somebody can help us. And Captain Atom's like, I'd better check this out, too. And so Oberon picks up the phone, he's like, calling in backup. And we go back to the ship, and Rocket Red is explaining his case, and he's like, I don't want to battle you, like, I just want you to help the Manhunters, I want you to understand, like, what's going on. And then Batman's like, okay, then suppose you enlighten us to the truth. And he's like, it's as simple as, like, the Guardians were lying to you, and that the Manhunters, like, we're not evil, we just want to bring proper natural balance to the universe. The Guardians see themselves as these gods that can do whatever they want, and that the universe in their image is the right way, and we don't think that's the case, and we think that that's actually a bad thing. And we think that you should side with us, because, like, we mean well. And so he's like, I ask you again to join us. And Batman's like, and if we refuse? And then Rocket Red is just like, well, you must die. And meanwhile, Blue Beetle, like, blows on the glass and he writes help into the glass. He's like, come on, fellas, look this way. Like, so that, like, Guy Gardner and the others on the outside of the ship can see it. And so Rocket Red is like, I don't take any great pleasure in this, but I am a manhunter, and like, I'm not a fool either, you know. So while he's giving his little speech, Mr. Miracle is actually trying to, like, tap into the back of Rocket Red's suit to, like, shut him down, and Rocket Red, like, zaps him because he's got, like, a self-protection, like, it's like a automatic defense system in his backpack, so it zaps Mr. Miracle. So Batman's like, Scott! And, there's a little funny moment where Rocket Red is like, we cannot be easily stopped. Mr. Miracle's like, you can say that again. And then Rocket Red is like, we cannot be so easily stopped. Miracle Man is like, no sense of humor either. And then, so Rocket Red is like, so what is your answer? And Black Canary's obviously like, the answer's no. It's like, so be it, I'll destroy you all. And so Rocket Red fights all the members that are inside the ship. He goes straight for Blue Beetle, and he's, like, beating the crap out of Blue Beetle. And Guy Gardner looks through the window, and he sees the help that's written on the mirror, and he sees Rocket Red holding Blue Beetle down, and he's just like, that's what I love about those guys. They're such a great bunch of jokers. Like, he doesn't even know that, like, Blue Beetle is in distress. I love it. Like, the joke's definitely hit and miss in Justice League International because of, like, the time period, but, like, when they hit, I feel like they really hit. It's just my kind of sense of humor. So they all fight Rocket Red, and Batman takes Blue Beetle to safety. It's like, how would I end up on the floor? And Batman's like, a left turn at the Manhunter's fist. And so the Manhunter actually starts choking Black Canary. And he's just like, it's funny because the Manhunter's like, I don't care about gender. I'll kill a woman. Like, that's pretty much what he says. And so Batman comes in. He's like, got him. Beat him into the ground. He's like, now that you have bats, what do you intend to do with him? Oh yeah, and that's when Batman's like, beat him into the ground. And he's like, it's him. The Rocket Reds and Miona Empaths. They can join with Control. Virtually any known technology. And so Blue Beetle's like, you mean he's been controlling our flight path? And Batman's like, exactly, Beetle. But if I keep him distracted, his control will weaken and will plummet to Earth and I'll be killed? And that's when Batman's like, I was hoping that we would gain control of the ship first. So, everyone on the outside finally realizes what's going on when they see that the ship is, like, starting to lose control and starts heading straight for a mountain. Batman gets punched in the face by the Manhunter, which knocks him out for a little bit. Or, like, at least deters him. And then, so Rocket Red leaves the ship, and then the door slams behind him, and now the JLI is stuck inside the ship as it's crashing. And so Batman's just like, get it open! And Mr. Miracle's like, I can! He's like, why? The reason we hired you in the first place is because you have the ability to escape from anything, so do it! And then Blue Beetle's like, it gets worse! Batman's like, now what? Blue Beetle's like, Control still don't respond. And Batman's like, terrific. We can't get out. He's still in control. And Blue Beetle's like, and on top of that, your ears are drooping. And Batman's like, Beetle. And so they work on they try to work on getting the controls back. And on the outside, Rocket Red is fighting Martian Manhunter, Green Lantern, and Booster Gold. And he starts steering the ship directly towards an oil refinery. And they're like, man, if it hits that place, thousands of people are going to die. And the Manhunter is like, yeah, and they're all going to blame it on you. Like, it's going to be the fault of the JLI. Like, it's going to be your fault. And, so, because they're about to crash land into an oil refinery and possibly kill thousands of people, Green Lantern, Martian Manhunter, and Booster Gold leave the ship to go and save as many people as they possibly can. And then they crash straight into the oil refinery. Or they don't. Rocket, I forgot. They're supposed to. Rocket Red, like, the ship stops, and Rocket Red gets thrown off of the ship and explodes, saving the ship, but destroying the oil refinery. And it's revealed that the ship was stopped by more Rocket Reds that were sent from Russia. And it's revealed that Oberon was the one who called for them. That's who he was calling on the radio. There's a cute little moment where Blue Beetle gives a thumbs up to one of the Rocket Reds, and Rocket Red thumbs him up back, gives him a thumbs up back. So Captain Atom shows up and he's like, I guess we're a little bit late, huh? And Blue Beetle's like, that all depends. Did you bring anything to eat? And Captain Atom's like, nope. And Blue Beetle's like, well, then you're late. And so Guy Gardner uses his Green Lantern powers to keep the flames at bay from the oil refinery. And that's when they talk about how, the Soviet Union sent the Rocket Reds for them because Oberon called them. And then a leader shows up with his army. And it's Rumen Hajavti. And he's the leader of he's a dictator of Bialia, which is the place that the oil refinery is in. So he shows up and he's like, Justice League International are declaring war on my country. You know, you'll pay for this. And then that's when one of the Rocket Reds is like, your Soviet allies were responsible for the unintentional incursion, Colonel Havjadi. And that's when he's just like, oh, well then I guess that's it. I guess we're not going to declare war. I'm sorry. He's doing like a little ooh-woo. He's like, oh, I'm sorry. Alright. I guess it's over then. And, but the Manhunter's not dead. He, comes out, and he's like, I'm not done, it's not over. You know, I've got this gun, I'm gonna kill you all right now. I'm gonna blow up that tank that's right behind you and destroy you all. And as he goes to use it, as he goes to shoot it, a force field appears and just completely obliterates him. Like, it appears around him, and he gets destroyed. I assume that, like, he shot the laser and the force field appeared as he shot it, and so he was killed by his own laser blast. That's, I think, what you're supposed to assume happened. And they're like, oh, what? What happened? And Batman's like, nice job, my boy. Couldn't have done better myself. And it's revealed that it was Booster Gold. And that he set off his force field projector, and he's like, on second thought, you can thank me. He's like, no need to thank me. Actually, you know what? Yeah, you can. And, so, that's when at the end they're just like, well, I guess we saved the day, but I don't think it's over. You know, since one of us was a Manhunter, it really shows us just how grave the situation is, and that there's probably more people out there that are also Manhunters. And so meanwhile at the Lord building, which is where Maxwell Lord is essentially the leader of the JLI. He was the one that, like, brought them all together. He's just a really rich businessman. He is, he's got, like, a bunch of computer screens, and he's basically looking at all this different evidence of, like, all the Manhunters. So he's looking at, like, the Flash's life and, like, Wonder Woman and stuff, and realizing that there are people close to all of the superheroes that have all been revealed to be Manhunters. He's like, even Superman, like, wasn't safe from this, and, like, even his personal life has been infiltrated by a Manhunter. And then he's like, and now we've lost contact with the League. Like, damn it. You know, I gotta know what's going on. And he's talking to, like, this computer, like, this somebody else who, we don't really get an idea on, like, what this thing is, but it's talking to him, and it's like, working. I will have an answer presently. Be patient. And that's when Maxwell's like, I'm not a patient man. And then somebody comes up to him. He's like, Mr. Lord? And it's Miss Wutenhofer, who is, like, one of Maxwell Lord's, like, assistants. So she shows up to give him an important memo. She's like, it's an important memo, sir. And he's like, not now. Like, now's not the time. Like, I don't care. And then that's when she's like, you'll care about this one. And she just brings out a gun and shoots Maxwell Lord in the chest multiple times. And then is like, ready for that memo, Mr. Lord? And he's just up against the wall. Blood all over the wall. And she's got, like, bubblegum in her mouth, and she, like, pops it, and is like, no man escapes the Manhunters. Will there be anything else, Mr. And then she hears, like, a wiring noise behind her, and she's like, oh no, and there's, like, a shadow of, like, a weird-looking metal claw on the wall, and she's like, no! And the thing that was talking to Maxwell Lord before is like, you've been a very bad girl, Miss Wutenhofer, and it's assumed that this Manhunter is then killed off-screen by whatever this computer or, like, being is. I'm really looking forward to, like, I'm sure that we'll see what it is later on. I'm guessing that this is very important. Either that or I'll have to read Justice League International to know what this thing is. It's been on my reading list to, like, read that series. Who knows? Maybe we'll cover it on this podcast someday once we've gotten through The Flash. You know, either that or I'll read it in my own time. But yeah, that's how we end off the Justice League International tie-in. And I really enjoyed both of those tie-ins, you know? And it kind of just goes to show that, like, you can do a good tie-in to an event even if, like, that somebody can enjoy even if they don't read the series. You know, like, I feel like that was a great example of a tie-in where, like, it's a pretty self-contained story that is tied into the event and is important to the event while still retaining the original series, like, charm. Like, it still feels like an issue from the series that it came from. Textbook example of how you should do a tie-in. I really enjoyed that one. And the next tie-in that we're going to be covering is the Outsiders tie-in, which is one I'm also excited to read because I've never read Outsiders before, so it'll be interesting to read this and kind of see how this tie-in works. So let's get started. So the next tie-ins that we're going to be covering now are Outsiders and Wonder Woman. And one of them is heavily tied to the event, and that is the Outsiders one. A lot of it is about the event. They do find a sneaky way to kind of like do their own story, but they still tie it to the event as well. It's good writing. And then the Wonder Woman one is a great story, but only the ending is tied to the event. But because the story is so good, I'll still kind of go through it and explain it, summarize it, let y'all know what happens in it because it's a good story. So let's start with the Outsiders tie-in. It's written by Mike W. Barr with art by Eric Larson. And it starts off with, first of all, the Outsiders are a team of superheroes who I think were brought together by Batman and now they're on their own. I think that's canonically what happened. Or they were brought together shortly before Crisis on Infinite Earths. The members currently consist of Atomic Knight, Black Lightning, Geoforce, Halo, Katana, Looker, Metamorpho, and Windfall. Some of those names you probably recognize, some you don't. Like, you probably know by name, some you probably don't. And then another member of their team is Dr. Helga Jace. She's kind of like their mentor. And the way we start off this issue is that the Outsiders have returned to like their base, and Helga is working with the Manhunters. She's not a Manhunter. They kind of go back and forth on, like, I don't know if all of the writers were in on whether or not, like how the Manhunters were controlling people, because some of them it's like, no, the people are Manhunters in disguise, and then sometimes it's like, but with Dr. Helga, it's they talk as if, like, she's just under their control. But I don't think that's the case. I think she is supposed to be a Manhunter, but Mike W. Barr just misunderstood or wasn't in the loop and thought that she would just be under their control or something. Either that or she's like the one person that was under their control but isn't a Manhunter. So anyway, she reveals herself to the Outsiders and she's like, you've got two choices. You either join the Manhunters and help us, or die. And then Geoforce is like, well, there's actually another choice, Dr. Jace. You know, we might find out how these Manhunters have control of you and then find a way to free you. And that's when Helga is like, you don't understand, like, Brian, like, I wasn't corrupted in any way. I gladly serve the Manhunters. Haven't you ever wished that you just didn't have any emotion? You know, because moments of emotion have been to blame for, like, things being ruined in your life. Like how you've treated your children, things that you regret. You know, and you just wish that you just didn't care, and you didn't have feelings or anything. You know, I did, and that's why I've given them control of me. You know, I willingly serve them. And that's when they're kind of just like, well, if you're not going to stand down, Helga, we don't really have much of a choice but to fight you. You know? Like, we've pledged to oppose the Manhunters, and if you're gonna work with them, then we're gonna have to take you down, Helga. And that's when Helga is, and Geoforce is also like, and also we outnumber you. And Dr. Helga is like, well, that's what it appears like, but appearances can be deceiving. Hey Metamorpho, could you please subdue everyone here? And he's just kind of like, what are you talking about? And then all of a sudden, Metamorpho switches, and he's just like, yes, Helga, I'll fight the outsiders for you. And he turns against his allies and he starts fighting them because Helga had recently upgraded Metamorpho. So previously, Metamorpho, his name's Rex Mason. He worked for Simon Stagg. He was in love with his daughter. I think he was the janitor at Stagg Industries. Simon Stagg is like this evil businessman. And he ended up falling in a vat of chemicals or being put in an experiment by Simon Stagg. It tends to change over the years. But anyway, he ended up in an accident because of Simon, and he turned into this hideous creature known as Metamorpho. So, like, he is all, like, made out of different elements, and he can change his body parts and stuff into any shape he wants, and he can become any element that he wants. And, Simon Stagg's daughter was like, you're a monster, I don't want to look at you. And so he kind of, like, is depressed because he doesn't look human anymore. But Dr. James has done some experiments on him, and while he doesn't look entirely human yet, he looks a lot closer to a human than he used to. He's still got, like, shiny skin, but, like, his skin is more human color, and he is no longer a hodgepodge of different elements. He's now just, like, he can have his whole body just be, like, one color now. So he blends in a lot more. But while she experimented on him, she also instilled something in him that would take control of him. Because when she did it, she was already serving the Manhunters. So that's how he is under her control. So he fights the outsiders. He fights Halo and Katana and, like, pretty much all the members. And Dr. Jace also tries to take care of them. She's got, like, this gas that she tries to use on Windfall. And Windfall's like, I can blow it away from you because I got wind powers. But it doesn't work because this gas sticks to you. So it starts choking Windfall. And Halo is like, I gotta back away from this gas. And she ends up knocking herself out because she backs into a wall. And so Katana is like, the only way I'm gonna stop you, Metamorpho, is by chopping off your limbs. Because that's usually how it works. So, like, it doesn't hurt him. It will just immobilize him by cutting off all his limbs. But she soon realizes that it doesn't work because Metamorpho's upgraded body allows him to control his limbs even if they've been cut off. So he can control them separately. So he knocks Katana out with his separated arm. And so Geoforce uses his gravity powers to kind of keep Metamorpho in place. But Metamorpho turns into gas and gets out anyway. So Looker, who has the ability to do different things with her eyes, like create force fields and stuff, she shoots a force field through her eyes to keep Metamorpho's gas form together. And but then Dr. Jace shoots, like, a laser at Metamorpho in his gas form, and Metamorpho explodes, because he's made out of hydrogen gas. So he blows up, and it knocks everyone out, except for himself and Dr. Jace. And so they take the prone members of the Outsiders to start experiment, like, to go to the second phase of their experiment. So they have the Outsiders under their captive. Like, they are now captive. And so, after that, we find that we go to the year 1992 in the headquarters of the famed Atomic Knights. Now, the Atomic Knights were characters created by John Broome. And it's not just John Broome, somebody else as well. What's his name? Gotta look this up. John Broome and Murphy Anderson. And so they're like a group of characters that were created by them. They're basically like just these knights. Like, that's literally what they are. They're just a group of knights. Group of cool knights who fight robots and stuff. They're knights in like the modern day. And one of the Atomic Knights is a member of the Outsiders, but he was like separated from his group. I think they're all dead or something, or they're just all been separated or whatever. Well, at least they're supposed to be. So we find that the Atomic Knights are having a meeting, and so yeah, the Outsiders like end up waking up in 1992. Best way to summarize it is that the Outsiders wake up in 1992, and they find themselves in the company of the Atomic Knights. Like, the Atomic Knights find them knocked out, including their Atomic Knight, Gardner. But Gardner doesn't remember who they are. And also, Metamorpho isn't there. So it's kind of like, you can tell that, like, something's going on, and that this might actually be related to the previous event that we've seen. So, Gardner finds them, but he doesn't recognize them. And so they're kind of like, where are we? The Atomic Knights explain to them exactly where they are, and the Outsiders decide to help the Atomic Knights fight the wait, what's the name? Blue Belts. So there's this like evil group called the Blue Belts who are like the enemies of the Atomic Knights. And so the Outsiders agree to help the Atomic Knights fight the Blue Belts, and they're like robot army. And so they do that. They fight the Blue Belts and the robots, and they beat them. And then Gardner has the option to save either Windfall, one of the members of the Outsiders, or another character who is like his friend. Like, it's like his like love interest. I can't remember her name. It doesn't matter. He's got like a girlfriend in the Atomic Knights, but he chooses to save Windfall because somehow he feels like he remembers her. And it's when he points out the fact that like he recognizes her but he doesn't quite remember, that Looker is like, hold that thought, concentrate with a metal point of focus, I may be able to find out what's going on here. And that's when Windfall is like, do it, Gardner. And then Gardner's girlfriend from the past is like, no, stay with me, please. And that's when Looker is like, that's good, Gardner, keep it up. And she imagines she's able to like awaken, and it turns out that the remaining members of the Outsiders are all on these like operating like chairs, or like these operating beds. They're hooked up to these machines, and they've been in a dream world the whole time. So the Atomic Knights adventure that they've been having is a dream world, created by Dr. Jace. And so they wake up, and Dr. Jace is like, Metamorpho, stop them! And he attacks the machine, which allows them all to escape. And Geoforce is like, there's no way you can beat me, Metamorpho. And Metamorpho's like, I don't need to, I just need to delay you. Because once Doc Jace gets her mitts on one of the Manhunters' sci-fi weapons, your fanny's a grass. And so Looker is like, this calls for drastic measures then. Rex, darling, look at me. And she uses her powers to make Rex think that he's looking at Dr. Jace. She's like, you can't attack me, I'm your friend. And then she makes Rex think that Dr. Jace looks like Looker. And so he goes to attack Jace, and so she shoots him in self-defense, and the laser blows both of them up. Massive explosion. Metamorpho gets blown to pieces, and Jace is just completely killed in the rubble of Metamorpho. So she's dead, and they assume that Metamorpho is probably dead too. Like, he's come back from this before, but for now, they just got to assume that he's dead. And so they're like, man, we should hold a funeral for Dr. Jace. Like, I can't believe she's dead. And Geoforce is like, no, fuck her. She chose to do this. She chose to betray us. So you know what? We'll give her a grave. A nameless one. And then he storms off. And that's when Windfall and Gardner, like the rest of the Outsider members, decide to leave because they give Gardner and Windfall a little bit of a moment. And Windfall basically just confirms with Gardner about, like, you know, his feelings about the dream world that he was in. And he was like, you know, that dream world was where I wished I was. You know, and it's got the people that I miss. But I'm happy to be here. And I'd rather be here with you guys. Because I like being on this team. And Windfall has kind of a thing for him, but he just sees her as a kid. He's like, you're just a kid. And she's like, yeah, I'm a kid, but I've been through a lot. I don't know how young she actually is in comparison to him. I just know that she's younger. But yeah, she's like, I may look like a kid to you, but I've been through a lot. And that's when Gardner is like, okay, we'll see. And that's when Wendy, who is Windfall, is like, I'm sorry I had to live through all that again. Like, if it was painful. And that's when Gardner was like, it was only a dream, Wendy, but like many dreams, it held a valuable lesson. The world is basically a good one and worth fighting for. And as long as people continue to struggle against oppression, the spirit of the Atomic Knight should not be lost. And so there's like an image of Gardner and Windfall, and then there's like the Atomic Knights behind them, and it's kind of like a bit of a memoir to like John Broome and Murphy Anderson. It credits them at the end of being like, to John Broome and Murphy Anderson for creating the Atomic Knights. And so that's the end of the Outsiders tie-in. And so now we move on to the Wonder Woman tie-in. The Wonder Woman tie-in has nothing to do with Millennium until the very end, but it's really good. So up until this point, that's been happening in the Wonder Woman series is that Wonder Woman is currently going through the Challenge of the Gods. She's up to like her second to last trial, I'm pretty sure it is. And she's being followed by Hippolyta, who is just kind of watching out for her. And so Diana has like entered the like bowels of Paradise Island, which is essentially like their version of, like, it's supposed to be like the underworld. And so she's been traveling through there to get to the end of her, like, to get to her next trial. And so Hippolyta is following after her, and she gets like attacked by a bunch of demons. So she tries to fight them, and she deduces that like the demons would be afraid of fire, most likely because they are of the darkness. So she has like some oil with her because she was going to make some like lanterns out of it, and she decides to pour it into her shield and then use a stone and flint to set the flames alight on her shield, which she then uses to scare the demons away. The demons just like little bats, but they call them demons even though they look like bats. So they're like not massive demons or anything. They're just like these little tiny demons. And so she scares them all away. And meanwhile, Steve Trevor, who is tied to Diana. She's like his love interest, or like one of his like allies at least. His dad has just died. His dad was also called Steve Trevor, if I remember correctly. So this is like Steve Trevor Jr., and then there's another Steve Trevor, who is his dad. So he's died, and, so they're kind of like, so Steve's just like reminiscing about his dad and just being like, I'm sorry I couldn't be here in your final moments, and, meanwhile, Diana, Wonder Woman, has come to her trial, and she's come face to face with another woman called Diana, who is a warrior woman, and this Diana reveals that she is the Diana that Wonder Woman was named after, and that she is the mother of the Steve Trevor that Wonder Woman knows, that Diana knows. Diana. And so she explains to Wonder Woman, how she met Steve Trevor. She was a pilot, and eventually through that she met Steve Trevor, and they got married, and then they had a son. That's when Diana realizes that the son is Steve Trevor, and she also gets told that it is Steve Trevor. And so she then explains that, because she's like a member of the army, so she was basically that's how Steve Trevor ended up becoming like a pilot and stuff, and becoming like a part of the Air Force, because like both of his parents were in the Air Force. She kind of explains all that kind of stuff to Wonder Woman. And meanwhile, while that's going down, and Diana is learning all this stuff about this guy that she knows, and how they're tied together, like there's some bigger ties between them than she realized. This I think he's a god. If he's not a god, he's just a mythical being. His name's Pan, and he's like half goat, half man. And essentially, he's been the one that's been like creating the trials for Diana to face. Her previous trial was that she had to fight Hydra, which she killed. So Pan comes and finds like the skeleton of the Hydra and takes its like teeth. And then he's following Hippolyta because he's trying to keep Hippolyta at bay, because I guess he doesn't want her to catch up to Diana or whatever. Like, he doesn't want her to get in the way of Diana's trials or whatever, and to help her. So he like plants the bones in the ground so that when Hippolyta comes across them, he like plays his music on his little flute, and then the bones erupt from under the ground and create these skeleton soldiers for Hippolyta to fight. So they all come out of the ground and they fight her. And it's at this point that we go back to Steve Trevor. How like Steve is talking about his mum, and how like he remembers the last time that he saw her, and his mother Diana is talking about how like the last time he saw Steve, he didn't talk to her, he like didn't even kiss her when she kissed him. And so she was kind of like, it's almost like he knew what was going to happen. And so it's then revealed that his mother Diana was flying a plane, and the plane got hit by lightning. She fell into the ocean, and she felt like the waters had come to life. She said at that point that like her life was in the hands of the gods. And while she's explaining this, Hippolyta is fighting the skeletal warriors, and she ends up overcoming them. There's a really cool moment of like the last skeletal warrior comes charging at her, and she just smashes into it and smashes it to pieces. And then there are like these two portals that she has to choose between. She has to pick the right one. And there's this vulture that has been like helping her this whole time, like kind of leading her. And she noticed that the vulture had flown through one of the portals, so she decides that's the one that she should go through. She follows it in there, and it's the right way. When she ends up in there, she finds like this giant pillar. It's called the Pillar of Pala, the moaning like Pillar of Pala. It's just this giant weird looking creature with like tons of faces that just moans horrifically, and it's moaning like really hurts Hippolyta's ears, so she can't focus. And then the vulture comes in and just kind of like looks at it, and it calms the pillar down, and it stops moaning. And so Hippolyta's like, oh, the vulture helped me again. That's awesome. And so the vulture then like heads off, and Hippolyta follows it. Because that's what it was. She got to the portal, she had to pick the right one, and then she saw the pillar, and then the vulture came and settled it down, and then it flew through the portal, and that's how she knew what portal to go through. I knew that that's what happened. I forgot which moment happened first. But yeah, so the vulture flies through one of the portals, and she figures that's the right one to go through, and so she goes through it. And Pan's there the whole time, being like, damn, like, she's making all the right choices. Like, she's proceeding better than, like, she's doing better than I thought she would. Like, she's getting past all my traps and stuff. And so Steve's mother, Diana, ends up washing, like, she's talking about how, like, in the past she ended up washing on the up on the shores of Paradise Island. She still had a gun with her, like, she's got like a pistol, and she's got like her regular clothes on, and she finds that the Amazons are fighting this weird monster with like a ton of arms, and they're not doing so well. They're like dying and just having the shit beaten out of them. And so she shoots at the monster and saves them. She helps fight them. She almost dies as well. Like, the monster like gets a hold of her and almost kills her, but she manages to she manages to take a shot, and that's the last thing she sees is like a blinding flash of light when she takes the shot, and then that's it. And it's revealed that she died during the final confrontation. So when she shot the gun, there was like a massive flash that like killed her, but also saved the Amazons, like the Amazonians. And it's revealed that this entire time, Wonder Woman was talking to Diana's like spirit that hasn't moved on yet. And Hades shows up, and he's like, "Hey, it's me. I'm Hades. I'm not a bad guy, and I don't punish those who like don't deserve to be punished." He kind of comes in and he's like, "Hey, I'm cool. Like, I'm a cool guy. I'm not who you think I am. Like, I'm not how I'm often depicted. I'm just here to tell Diana that it's time for her to move on to the afterlife and follow me." And that's when he explains that like Steve's mother, Diana, had died that time, like had died back when she arrived on Paradise Island. And because she died a warrior's death, they gave her an Amazonian funeral. And they kept her gun as like this sacred like gift, like this like sacred like trophy, or like what would you call it? Yeah, like a trophy or whatever to to honor her. And then they said, like, and the weapon would eventually be used to determine one worthy to wear Diana's mantle. And that's when he says, "And that mantle is worn by you, Wonder Woman, Princess Diana." and they hear the gunfires of they hear the firing of the guns at Steve Trevor's dad's funeral, and that's when Hades is like, "It's time for you to move on, Diana. You're going to," I'm talking about Steve's mom. You're going to reunite with your husband, and that's when Diana is like, "I guess I'm going to have to leave you now, my child. I've left my name to you in hopes that you will carry on my legacy." And so she leaves. She moves on to the afterlife. And yeah, there's a really nice moment where it ends with Steve Trevor at the gravestones of his mum and dad, and they've been buried together. And so after that, Wonder Woman decides to head off to her next trial, where she comes across Pan, who tells her that her next trial is to go to the Green Lantern Citadel because they got a meeting about something that's going on. What? That's crazy. That's crazy that just happens to be her final trial, right? This entire time, this has had nothing to do with Millennium, and at the very end, they're just like, "Oh, and your final trial it just happens to be the Millennium event." So Pan tells her to go there, and so she goes, "Yeah, sure, if that's my next trial, off I go." And Pan's just like, "Ah, you fool." So it's hinted that he is working for the Manhunters. And meanwhile, Hippolyta comes across and is attacked by a group of harpies. And they shove her off the cliff, and she falls down but manages to grab a hold of the side of the cliff with her axe. And that's when she notices that she's found Heracles himself, who is this towering statue-like being. She's like, "Oh shit, it's Heracles." And that's where it ends. And who knows, maybe the next issue also ties into Millennium and we'll actually be able to see what happens after this. But sadly, I'm not covering Wonder Woman on the podcast, so we won't be able to see what happens next. Who knows, maybe I'll cover Wonder Woman in the future, once we've gotten through the Flash. But if you want to see what happens next, go and read George Perez's Wonder Woman run from the 80s, and you probably should start from the beginning. you should probably start from the beginning. He does a good job of at least it's not hard to read this issue without knowing what's happened before, because they kind of subtly tell you what happened through the story. There's no exposition, it's just kind of a character mentioning what Diana had previously done, naturally. But I enjoyed both of these tie-ins, both for different reasons. I enjoyed the Outsiders one because not only was it a fun story, but it was also tied heavily to the event, and that's always a good thing. The Wonder Woman one was just a good story. It was really interesting learning about where Diana's name came from, and the history of Steve Trevor's parents. So yeah, the next issue that we're going to be covering is not a tie-in, it's Millennium issue 2. So we're going to be doing Millennium issue 2 next, and then after that we'll be doing more tie-ins probably. So yeah, let's get started on Millennium issue 2. So we start off Millennium week 2 with Clark Kent, who is talking to Lana Lang, who is his childhood friend and love interest back when he was a teenager, and sometimes she's a love interest for him whenever he's not dating Lois Lane, or whenever he and Lois Lane aren't married and stuff, or at least in his early times in his career. And he discovers that Lana is a Manhunter. And Lana essentially says, like, or at least it's posed as if she's just under their control. But later on, in another tie-in, there is a character who is straight up a Manhunter in disguise. So it's like they're doing both, and they can't pick one or the other. They're just like, sometimes they are a Manhunter in disguise, and sometimes they're just a regular person under the control of the Manhunters. But she gives Clark an ultimatum, because she knows that he's Superman, and she basically says, like, either you help the Manhunters by reporting against the Guardians and this whole Millennium thing, or I will reveal your secret to the entire world. Maybe that's why she's not a Manhunter in disguise, because they needed the real Lana Lang, because she knew his secret. So, yeah, she gives him that ultimatum. And Clark refuses it and is just like, Lana, like, there's no way that, like, you gotta think. Like, I know you. Like, there's no way that you're gonna just, like, do what the Manhunters want. Like, you gotta remember who you are. And Lana kind of, like, starts to remember a little bit, and then she just, like, attacks Clark. And she, like, grabs him and picks him up and, like, smashes him against a bin in anger. So she's got, like, super strength. Like, she's got super strength, I guess, because she managed to catch Clark off guard. And so meanwhile, we've got, like, the Guardian and the Zamaron from earlier. What were their names? Oh yeah, Harupa Hando and Nadia Sophia, two names that are kind of hard to remember. They're going around the world finding each of the chosen ones, like the new Guardians that they are trying to find, like that they need to, like, recruit to stop the Manhunters. So they go to Australia, where they find this Aborigine lady named Betty Clawman. And then they head to Japan, where they find Takeo Yakata, and they leave him a note, and he has to go and tell his assistant that he's got someplace to go, so he's agreed to come with them. And then meanwhile in Gotham City, Batman's talking to Commissioner Gordon about what's going on. And he's just like, Rocket Red was a mole in the... Rocket Red was a mole in the Justice League. Nearly destroyed half the team. Now we hear from Superman that he's been hit by his oldest friend. And then Gordon's just like, that's what I don't understand. Infiltration is one thing, but how do they know where to infiltrate? Batman's like, I'm getting a picture on that from various things the infiltrators have said. Apparently the Manhunters have access to a document that details our darkest secrets. They were only waiting for something big, like the Millennium Project, to use it. And that's when Gordon is like, my boys on the street have been hearing a word named Harbinger. And Batman's like, the Harbinger? Like, sorry. He's like, the Harbinger, like, she helped us during the crisis. Why would she betray us? And Gordon's like, don't ask me, but if you did, you're in a pretty pickle. All you costumed heroes have something to hide. Secret identity, friends, and loved ones in that life. And Batman's just like, yes, I would lose a great deal if my secrets were brought to light. So would all the others. And yet most of us, I wish I could say with certainty, all of us, most of us would refuse to knuckle under to blackmail. And that's when, as he's saying this, like, Batman goes to a window and says it, like Batman would, because he's declaring, like, a speech. And while his back is turned, he gets hit on the back of the head by Gordon's gun, because Gordon is a Manhunter. But he's not under control of the Manhunters like Lana is, apparently. No, this Gordon is actually a Manhunter. It's not the real Gordon. I'll just say that now. It is a later reveal, but, like, it's not the real Gordon. So he hits Batman on the back of the head with a gun, and Batman falls out the window to his death. He doesn't die, but we don't see him die yet. but he falls out the window. And so meanwhile, the Guardian and Zemaron are, going to their next location to find the next Guardian, and the Harbinger appears to them. And Harbinger explains that after she recorded all the data and she couldn't think of what else to do, she split herself into 20 pieces and was searching around the world for things to do. And that's when she sensed that they had gone and recruited someone from, like, that guy from Japan. And she used, she listened to, the microwaves and followed it to find the Lady Zamaron and Lady Sophia and Haru. Was that his name? I don't remember. The Guardian. He's just a Guardian. It's not even you have to remember his name. They all look the same, and they're all the same character. Not only do they all look exactly the same, but they all have the same personality, and they all do the same shit. There's only one that's actually unique, and that's Aparali Upsa, because he's a villain. But anyway, she offers to help them find the new Guardians, and the Guardian is like, no, because you're the reason this happened in the first place. And Harbinger's like, what are you talking about? And the Guardian's like, that information that you put into that, orb, send it up into the air, that's how the Manhunters got all the information about, all the heroes and stuff. Because the route that you sent it on went right past their world. And she's like, how is that possible? And he's like, because their world is invisible, so you can't see it. So you just gave them that information. And Harbinger's like, oh my god, how could I have been so stupid? I need to go to the Manhunters' world and stop them. And so she flies off to their world. And then the Lady Zamaron is like, you did it. You were just faking being angry at her so that you would kind of guilt trip her into helping us. Even though she was going to help us anyway. But I guess they needed her to go to the planet, and she was planning on just helping them search Earth. So they kind of tricked her into going after the Manhunters planet. Would have been easier just to tell her, but whatever. They go to China, where they find Zhang Po, and they ask her to join them, because she's one of the new Guardians. And Zhang Po says that she has to talk to her parents, and also the leadership as well, because China is depicted as being very democratic, like it is in real life. I don't want to say that this is exactly how China is, because I've never been there, so I can't really talk on that, but that's how it's depicted in this. So she has to, literally talk to the leaders in order to see if they're going to let her go. And the Guardian says, if the leaders have any questions, they can contact us. And she's like, how? And he's like, don't know. And so they leave, and they go to Russia to find Nikolai Lafikov, to ask him to join them. And he says, he's like, I don't believe in superior beings. This is a provocation. And so he basically just tells them to, go away, and that he'll figure things out himself. He kind of gets a little bit pompous about it, and he's just like, this, if this is my test, that this might be my test, they're expecting me to go to my superiors first and then join them or whatever bullshit. Meanwhile, in Chicago, Blue Beetle goes to visit his friend Fisher, and because he believes that Fisher is a manhunter, because he's like, people in in the personal lives of other heroes are manhunters, so I'm guessing that Fisher is one of my closest allies. He's probably my manhunter, and he literally threatens to beat the shit out of his friend. His friend's literally like, what the heck are you doing, Beetle? Get your hands off me. Why are you trying to beat me up? And Blue Beetle goes to as far as to Fisher ends up almost shooting Blue Beetle. They don't trust each other. And but Blue Beetle knocks the gun out of his hand, kicks him over, and then leaves. like, do your worst, Lieutenant. I'm free. And he's like, but that means I still don't know who my Manhunter is. That's when this character called Overthrow shows up. And he's like, I think you're looking for me. So it's kind of revealed that Overthrow is going to be the Manhunter that is in Blue Beetle's life. I don't really know who Overthrow is. I'm just guessing that he's a Blue Beetle side character or something. But, like, yeah, he is the man. He's a Manhunter. So the Guardian and Zamaron go to Birmingham, where they recruit a Jamaican woman named Celia Winwood. And then they go to Iran to meet Salima Baranazar. And the way that she's depicted in this is that she's fully covered. And she thinks it's, like, blasphemous for a woman to be able to be a hero. You know, so she's just not okay with it, because she's like, it's not okay for a woman like me to be a hero or to do any of this stuff. And the Lady Zamaron is like, you know, women, we should be allowed to, you know, to stand on our own and do something for the world and stuff like that. So kind of like ideals pushing towards each other. And as they leave, Salima is like, she whispers like, blasphemous. But then it kind of hints that she kind of likes the idea of blasphemy. So she kind of likes the idea of going against her own culture. Like, rebelling is essentially what it's hinting at her doing. Meanwhile, in Ohio, this guy named Dan Richards, he talks about how, like, he was a Manhunter, and he knows how, like, the Manhunters are behind the attacks on the heroes. He talks about it in the past tense, so it's assumed that he's no longer under their control. And he walks past a character named Laura Kent, who is a member of the Legion of Superheroes. She has no relation to Clark Kent. She pretended to be his descendant at one point. But yeah, she's just a hero from the future. And they cross paths. And she is a Manhunter. So, like, they cross paths with one another, and they're both thinking to themselves about, like, the Manhunters and stuff. And so the Guardian and Lady Zamaron go to South Africa, where they find this man named Jan Willem Crowth, and he's just this really racist guy who is like, you know, I'm gonna show that, like, the world needs a white man to run it. And, like, he's just a asshole who's like, I'll join you because I'm white and I deserve to be a hero. And they head to Peru, where they ask this, sorry if I mispronounce this wrong, Gregorio de la Vega. And so they ask him to recruit, and, like, he thinks he's, like, they asked to recruit him, like, if he'll come with them, and he thinks that he's drunk because he's drinking. Like, he thinks that he's drunk, so he just tells them to go away because he thinks that they're just a hallucination. And his friends are trying to, like, tell him, like, no, they're really there. And he's like, I don't care, like, I'm busy drinking. And so we go back to California, where Thomas Kalmaku is waking up inside the Green Lantern Citadel after having the shit beat out of him by the Manhunters. He's been saved by Hal Jordan and friends, Jon Stewart and Narecia and Kat Matui and Kilowog. And he wakes up and kind of explains, like, what happened, and they all talk about, like, what's going on. And then the Guardian and Lady Zamaron show up, and they tell them that Thomas Kalmaku is the 9th hero that they need to join them. And he's kind of like, but I'm a regular guy. And the Guardian is like, it doesn't matter. You are chosen. You're one of the chosen ones. And then we're kind of left wondering, who is the 10th hero? We go to Arkham Asylum. The Joker is talking about fishes. He's literally, like, in his cell, like, laughing, going like, fish. And we find the Floronic Man. And the Floronic Man, Jason Woodrue, he's kind of been connected to, like, he's mostly connected to, like, he's a Swamp Thing villain. He's partly responsible for the creation of the Swamp Thing, usually in most continuities. He's like Swamp Thing's arch enemy. He's this guy that turned himself into a plant guy, and his goal is to basically just turn the entire world into plants. It's like Poison Ivy's goal, except he's much more malicious about it, where, like, he's literally like, no, I want to turn the entire world into plants and kill all humans. I don't like any humans. While Poison Ivy is like, I like a few humans, you know, I'll probably leave a couple of humans alive, like, you know, now it'd probably be like, I'd leave Harley Quinn alive or something. Like, Jason Woodrue is like, nah, everyone dies, only plants, and me. And so he's the 10th hero that the Guardians are referring to. But obviously he's a villain, so, like, he's like, I'm gonna get set free, and then I'm gonna take over the world. Like, he's, like, declaring that. And we lead on, and so that's the end of issue 2 of Millennium. And we get straight into the Batman tie-in, which leads off right where we left Batman off, hanging out from a window. Fake Jim is about to shoot him, and Batman lets go and then, like, saves himself, and he's thinking to himself about the Manhunters. He's basically giving the reader a summary of what's happened so far and how the Guardians are, you know, looking for, you know, recruits, the new Guardians. And so he heads to the police station because he's like, gotta go look for this fake Jim Gordon, this Manhunter Jim Gordon, because he got away. And so he, like, goes to Jim Gordon's office and he kicks the door down, and the security guard is like, what the heck are you doing? Like, Batman kicks the door down, and Commissioner Gordon's gone already. The guard is like, Commissioner Gordon left already. And so, everyone's asking Batman questions. Batman's just ignoring him. He's like, what's going on here? And Batman's just like, and, like, leaves. And as he's about to leave, he overhears some guys talking about Floronic Man, yapping on about how he's a chosen one and that he's a Guardian. And Batman knows about the new Guardian, so he's like, well, I guess my new goal is to go to Arkham Asylum and free Floronic Man, because he's very important to the Millennium, and I need to help the Guardians. So he decides to go to Arkham Asylum to free the Floronic Man. And meanwhile, doing the Batman voice hurts my throat. Meanwhile, Jason Todd, Robin, I think it's Jason Todd at the moment still, he's not dead yet. He's gonna die soon. I think he dies this year, like after this event, he then dies. But he's not dead yet. He's going after the Scarecrow, because Batman's busy. So the Scarecrow is planning on creating a bunch of fear gas. He's created like 6 canisters that he's going to set off in Gotham City so that everyone becomes really afraid and, like, is just full of fear so he can steal money or whatever. He doesn't say why he's doing it. He just wants to cause mass hysteria. And Jason Todd puts on a little gas mask, and then he throws a barrel at the table that has all of the fear gas on it, and smashes all the bottles, and then Scarecrow just breathes in all this fear gas. And he's like, ah, my mask, I wasn't wearing my mask, and, like, freaks out and essentially just ends up in a catatonic state from breathing in all of his fear gas. And meanwhile, Batman shows up to Arkham Asylum, and he's like, alright, how am I gonna get Floronic Man out of there? I mean, there's only 30 guards, so I could just rush in and beat the shit out of everyone, but there's a good chance that a lot of people could die, so I should probably think of a better way to get in. I'll head back to the Batcave and talk to Alfred. And so he heads back to the Batcave, and Jason's there, and that's when Jason tells Batman, he's like, I kinda accidentally, like, put Scarecrow in a catatonic state and almost killed him, you know? And Batman's just like, well, lucky to you, that actually suits me well. I need to break into Arkham Asylum, so what I'm gonna do
is I'm going to disguise myself as the Scarecrow, and you're going to disguise yourself as the Scarecrow's doctor, so that we can infiltrate Arkham Asylum. Alfred, get me my latex mask.
And so they do just that. They head to Arkham Asylum. Robin disguises himself as this guy called Dr. Marula, while Batman disguises himself as the Scarecrow. They make it all the way in, and then Robin uses like a gas canister to put a guy to sleep, to like knock him out, and then they take off their disguises and get straight to work. They start knocking out a bunch of guards to make their way to the where Floronic Man is, but in order to get to Floronic Man, they have to go through the yard, and it turns out that because Jim Gordon is control of everything and he's a manhunter, like this one is, he's set free all of like the criminals. Like they're all in the yard. Like they're not all set free, but they're like in the yard just chilling. So Batman's like,
oh shit, it's all my worst enemies, like out in the courtyard. Like, how are we gonna get past all this? You know, there's the Joker, there's Two-Face, the Riddler, Mr. Freeze.
And then you're just kind of thinking, like, why is Batman afraid of Mr. Freeze being in the courtyard? Like, this was before 1992, so, like, the Batman animated series version hadn't existed yet to retcon Mr. Freeze's history. So this version of Mr. Freeze doesn't need to live with a suit on, so he would just be a regular guy in the courtyard without any freeze tech. Like, he'd literally just be a normal dude, you know? And same with Two-Face. It's like, what is Two-Face gonna do? What, flip his coin and so that it flips into Batman's mouth and he chokes on it? So Batman, of course, throws like some fear gas in a can that he has. Fear gas in a can. Fear gas in a can. Buy it from a local proprietor near you. He throws it out in the yard and causes all of his villains to get nightmares. And the Joker thinks that he sees Batman, but I think he also thinks that, like, the fear gas is making him see Batman, so he's, like, really scared. And so that allows them to get through. Batman cross-chops a guard that is, like, one of the last guards that they have to get past. And Robin knocks out all the other guards by throwing, like, these darts at them. And that's when fake Jim Gordon shows up, and he's like,
you finally arrived.
And Batman kicks the gun that this fake Jim Gordon has, and then he punches fake Jim Gordon in the face and, like, hurts his hand. He's like, ah, because, like, obviously this Jim Gordon is made out of metal, and so he just beats the crap out of Batman. And then Robin comes in and tries to kick him and breaks his foot because he's a robot. And but because he's broken his foot and he falls over, it actually allows him to, like, move out of the way of a guard who's going to try and shoot at Robin because he thinks that Robin is just attacking the regular commissioner. But he hits the fake commissioner, and that actually destroys part of his disguise and reveals that he is a robot. That is the official reveal that this Jim Gordon is a robot, even though we already knew. And that's when Robin kicks the guard in the face and knocks him out. And then Batman kicks fake Jim Gordon. Like, they have a big fight. Meanwhile, Robin picks up a gun and shoots at a bunch of guards. Batman's just like,
that's my boy. Like, I taught him how to use that gun. Yeah, you go, Robin. Shoot the shit out of him. Kill him.
He doesn't kill anyone, obviously, but he just shoots the gun to, like... He doesn't actually hit anyone. He just shoots the gun around them to, like, cause them to fall over. But Batman's like,
yeah, use that gun, boy. Like, yeah, just like I taught ya.
And, it's funny. Jim Gordon picks up Batman in a way that Bane does, and, like, this is before Bane was created. So, like, Jim Gordon was the first person to, like, pick up Batman and almost do, like, the backbreaking technique. Which is funny. I don't know if this was, like, a hint at, like, you know, that later story. I don't know who created Bane. Was it Jim Starlin? I don't think it was. I think it was Chuck Dixon. But anyway, Batman puts like a little plastic charge on the fake Jim, and then basically holds fake Jim off long enough for the bomb to explode. He kicks fake Jim into another room and it explodes, destroying him. And then he picks up the head and says like,
I might be able to figure out where the real Jim is. Because this Jim would have like the whereabouts of the real Jim, probably. So I gotta make a choice. I've helped the Millennium by freeing Floronic Man, or I go and find Jim. And he's like, yeah, I'm gonna go find Jim. That was an easy choice.
So he just deserts, like, he just goes like, fuck the Guardians, I'm not gonna save Floronic Man. So Floronic Man gets left in Arkham Asylum. Batman heads back to the Batcave with Robin, and he finds that Jim Gordon is being held in Louisiana. And then he tells Alfred to destroy the head. Because Alfred's like, what are we going to do with this, sir? And Batman's just like,
get rid of that thing. I don't want to look at it. Throw it in the garbage where it belongs.
And then he leaves to go find Jim Gordon. And meanwhile, Floronic Man is in his cell, and he's like,
yeah, like Batman didn't save me like I thought he would. But my time will come, and soon I'll be free.
And that's where we end that tie-in. And I think the next tie-in is the Blue Beetle tie-in. So, yeah, I really enjoyed that Batman tie-in. That was good. But yeah, let's get straight into the Blue Beetle one. Before we get straight into the Blue Beetle tie-in, I forgot to mention that the Batman tie-in was written by Jim Starlin. But yeah, let's get into the Blue Beetle tie-in. This is the final tie-in that we're going to be covering for this episode. And the first part of Millennium will be done. The Blue Beetle tie-in is okay. There is a specific plot thread that happens in it that's really interesting to somebody who is reading Millennium, and then there's another plot thread that I think is only interesting if you're reading all of Blue Beetle, and because I'm not reading Blue Beetle, I'm not interested in that stuff, but there is quite a bit of Millennium connection that I think this tie-in may actually end up being the most important one of all of them, you know, behind the Batman one. So we start off with Ted Kord. We start off where we left off in Millennium 2. Ted Kord has come across Overthrow, and Overthrow reveals himself to be the Manhunter that is in Ted Kord's life. And so he's just like, I'm a Manhunter, and now I'm going to kill you. And so he starts throwing bombs at Blue Beetle, because that's what Overthrow does. Blue Beetle tries to, like, send the bombs back at him, but it doesn't do anything. And so he then instead tries to call the Beetle, which he does, which is like his big ship, and shoot Overthrow with a bunch of lasers. And Overthrow manages to dodge them, but the solar blasts melt his shoes to the ground, so he can't chase after Blue Beetle, who has decided to go and see the Justice League, because they've called him to come to their aid, to come and meet them. Meanwhile, in Iran, they're kind of dealing with, they're a war-torn country, so they're dealing with a lot of that kind of stuff. And we see Salima, who, if you don't remember, she was in Millennium 2, or Millennium Issue 2. She was the woman in Iran, the Guardian, and Lady Zamoran, and the Zamaronian, however you want to pronounce it, went to visit. Is it Sophia? Is that her name? I think so. They went to visit her, and obviously she said, I'm a woman, so, there's no way that they're not, they're gonna let me do this. But the idea of doing it really intrigues me, so I'm gonna try anyway. And she's been followed by this, she's being followed by this journalist whose name is Hemming Anderson. And I'm pretty sure he's the same journalist that we saw earlier who bumped into that Legion character, Kent. Her last name's Kent. Can't remember her first name because she appeared in like 2 panels. But he's following Selima because he's trying to, help. He's trying to help the Guardians stop the Manhunters. So he's investigating like the new Guardians and like whoever the Manhunters are. And he works for this group called Bifrost, who are essentially, they're like a British agency that are all named after different like Norse gods. Like he talks to this guy called Heimdall to report, and then Heimdall reports the information that Anderson has gathered to their Paris headquarters, which is called the Dome. And then that data is then passed on to the Justice League International. So that's how the Justice League International know what's going on. So, yeah, Anderson has sent them the reports about Selima, and then they've sent those reports to the Justice League International, and the Justice League International are like, we gotta go to Iran to save this woman Selima because she's in danger. She's probably gonna, the authorities there are probably gonna try and kill her as soon as they find out that she's supposed to be this hero, because that's frowned upon over there. And Blue Beetle suggests that he go, because he's been to Iran before. He used to have Accord Industries building there. Not anymore, but he's familiar with the streets of Iran. And so he asked him to send him there. And so they do. They agree. And so Ted Kord decides to go to Iran and to find Selima. Meanwhile, Selima is talking to the one that she calls the Wise One. She tells him how she has a greater purpose, and how the Guardian and the Zemronian came to her and explained to her what her purpose is. And he just says you are you're crazy, woman. There's no way you, a woman, would ever be picked for something as grand as this. And because of your delusions and, guards, take her away to put her in a prison cell. She deserves it, for speaking such blasphemy. So she gets taken away by a couple of guards. And one of the guards is an informant for Anderson. So he, lets Anderson know that she's been put into a prison. And so that Anderson can tell, Blue Beetle. So Ted Kord is disguising himself as this guy named Edgar Hemp, a software salesman. He's on a plane on his way to Iran, and on the same plane is a man who calls himself the Catalyst, living pharmacopoeia, or pharmacopoeia. We'll find out what that means later. And Ted Kord arrives. He's all evil. He's got his little book. He's yes, you have no idea that I'm on this plane, Blue Beetle. And so he heads to Iran and meets up with Anderson, and that's when Anderson tells him that she's been arrested for blasphemy. And then Anderson says we got all sorts of resources if you need help finding her. And Ted Kord's nah, that won't be necessary. And to himself, he's I've got my own resources, because he's obviously Blue Beetle. So he gets changed into his Blue Beetle costume, and he heads to the prison to find Selima. And he manages to avoid the guards there, and then the guards are knocked out by some mysterious person who touches them on the neck, and just, it's an anesthetic touch, and they get knocked out. And meanwhile, Selima is being tortured in prison. She's telling him, the guards exactly what she told the Wise One, which is that, she is supposed to be, a hero, and that she's, destined to do great things, and they torture her for it, which is really sad. And, as Blue Beetle is watching, the, guard patterns of the prison to figure out when to infiltrate it, he gets attacked by the Catalyst, the guy that we saw on the plane. Basically, the Catalyst is this guy who I'm pretty sure made his debut in this comic, but he is a guy who was basically just given the abilities of like pharmaceuticals. So he can touch someone and like render them useless with anesthetic and stuff like that. And he's there to stop Blue Beetle. He's been hired to try and stop Blue Beetle from saving Selima. And meanwhile, the Dome are dealing with a situation that involves this man named Cornelius. He has his own industries, and he is creating these weird creatures disguised as humans. It doesn't say that they're Manhunters. They might be, but I think this is just part of like Blue Beetle's ongoing story. They got their own. They got their own heroes. One of them is Fluidalis, who is like a superhero that works for Paris, like the Dome. And then another guy is called the Legionary, who works for he's like an Italian hero that works for like their Italian subdivision, because I think Bifrost is like a worldwide thing, or at least like that's not their entire name, but like they're this organization that have like different sub like bases in like different parts of the world, and they all work together. And so these are two heroes that work for them in different locations. So they're trying to like infiltrate Cornelius's lab, and Fleur, the hero I mentioned earlier, goes back to the Dome and explains to one of her like one of the workers that works at the Dome. I think, what's her name? Mamzelle. She's the director. And I think I pronounced it right. It's like Mamzelle. She's the director of the Dome, and so she's explaining to her like what she found when she infiltrated the building. All she does is explain that like they were these things that were once human. I don't think it matters overall to Millennium. So yeah, that happens. They just explain about like what Cornelius is up to. And meanwhile, Blue Beetle fights the Catalyst. He tries hitting him with like blinding lights, but the Catalyst reveals that he can shift the chemicals in his body so that the light doesn't affect him and it doesn't blind him. And so they continue fighting. Obviously, a lot of stuff happens in the fight, but it's not important to say exactly what they do. They just have a massive fight. Catalyst tries to render Blue Beetle unconscious with his anesthetic touch, but Blue Beetle manages to escape his grasp. He basically does that a bunch of times. He grabs Blue Beetle a bunch of times, and Blue Beetle manages to escape his grasp. And eventually Blue Beetle is able to kick him into a wall, which gives Blue Beetle enough time to escape out a window. And as he jumps out the window, Catalyst grabs onto his legs, but Blue Beetle knocks him off, and Catalyst falls to the ground and basically is like, I'll get my revenge. Like, it's not over, Blue Beetle. I'll come after you. So Blue Beetle manages to get to where Selima's holding cell is, and he sets Selima free. But the guards come and they try to shoot at them, and so he helps Selima escape by throwing a couple of like frag grenades at the guards to get them to go away. And he uses a zip line to carry Selima out of the building, and they both escape. And then that's when Selima says that she's going to help Blue Beetle get back to America. And she wants to announce to everyone in Iran, like the people on the streets and stuff, that she's going to be leaving to go to America, and that she is like, she has like a greater purpose. She wants to tell everyone that she's going to be like one of these new guardians. And so she does. She goes and tells everyone. And they all have the reaction that she was not expecting. She was hoping that they were all going to be supportive of her, but everyone starts yelling at her that she's like a cow, and that like she speaks blasphemy, and she's like, and they're like, such sin cannot go unpunished. And so all of the townspeople pick up, like everyone in Iran that she's like been speaking to, they pick up a bunch of rocks and Selima gets stoned to death by these people. Which is really sad, because, like, not only is this character who we were building up to be quite important to this event, because she was one of the new Guardians, like, she's dead now. And, man, the plan is not going well at all. Terra's dead. She was supposed to be one of the people that, like, she was supposed to be one of the chosen ones. Now Selima's dead. One of them is still in prison because Batman decided not to free him when he was supposed to. Like, things are not going good. And, so Blue Beetle, Ted Korb, decides to head back home because he's got to tell everyone what happened. And he's feeling really shitty right now because he wasn't able to save Selima. And so he's kind of like, what's going to happen now? Like, how is this going to affect the Guardian's plan? Like, did I ruin everything? Like, are we all doomed because of me? And that's where we leave the tie-in, and that's it for the first part of Millennium. Just a quick wrap up before I go. I'll just talk a little bit about, like, what we've just been through, my thoughts on everything. I enjoyed most of these tie-ins. I was very vocal about my disliking of the Firestorm tie-in, and my opinion on that tie-in hasn't changed. I think it was just a really bad tie-in. It wasn't the only tie-in that didn't tie into the event until the very end. The Wonder Woman one did that too. But unlike the Wonder Woman one, like, the main story of the Firestorm one just wasn't even interesting at all. Like, at least the Wonder Woman one was like this cool story that you don't even have to read the rest of the series to fully understand. Like, they tell you what happened in, like, the issue before it, you know? So you're not left not knowing what's going on. But the Firestorm one is like, if you didn't read what came before it, you have no idea what's freaking going on in that issue with, like, the three personalities. Firestorm has its own personality. Like, my favorite tie-in so far would probably be, I really liked the Batman one, just because I like Batman. And it was just a fun tie-in. The Justice League International one was pretty good too. And I can't help but be a little bit biased towards the Flash one, because I did enjoy it. I especially enjoyed, I think the reason why I hold the Flash tie-in so high in regard is because the interactions between Wally and his father, when he finds out that his father is a Manhunter and that his mum was supposedly dead, was very heart-wrenching and was very well done. Like, there was a lot of emotion there. You know, Wally just straight up, like, rages at his dad, and it's very satisfying, especially because his dad is now, you know, he's been retconned as being a bit of a douche. And even before the Crisis, he was a bit of a douche in the 2 appearances that he made. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed this part of the Millennium event. And next week, next Sunday, I will be uploading the next episode of Millennium. It's going to be a 5-part event that we're going to be covering over 5 weeks, because I found the complete, like, tie-ins, like, because I'm reading these from, like, these fan-made volumes. So a fan went online and, like, created, or, like, some fans, like, collaborated together and created 5 volumes of Millennium with the tie-ins all in order, so you can read them like they are, like, a trade paperback, because there are no trade paperbacks of Millennium that exist that include the tie-ins. Just the initial event is available as trade paperback. And even that is like $500 now if you want it, because they haven't reprinted it in so long. So yeah, I had to outsource. They don't even have this event on DC Universe, like on the DC Universe app. which is like it's mind-boggling. They got some of the issues on there. They got a lot of the issues and the tie-ins, but you have to go looking for them, and that is a nightmare. So I'm glad that this exists. But yeah, check out Millennium if you get a chance. I'm enjoying it so far. The tie-ins do help add a little bit of context, but you don't have to read all of them. But yeah, I'll see you guys next Sunday for the next part of this event. So have a good one and see you then. Hey everyone, and welcome to a new episode of the Marvel and DC Retrospective Podcast. This is another episode of Midlife Crisis specifically, in which we continue with Millennium. This is the second part of my Millennium series that I'm doing, where I cover the entirety of the Millennium event. This is part 2, so if you haven't listened to part 1, go back and listen to that one, because a lot of important stuff happens in that, and if you listen to this one first, you're going to be lost, because we're starting off with some tie-ins right away. And the first tie-in we're going to be starting with is the Legion of Superheroes. And so, the Legion of Superheroes, just got to get to the tie-in so that I have it ready. I usually use the actual comic book as a reference, because obviously I can't remember everything off the top of my head, just in case I forget things. So yeah, Legion of Superheroes, it's written by Paul Levitz, and with art, so it's written by Paul Levitz, and the artists are Greg LaRocque and Mike DiCarlo. The way they read out the who did what was kind of weird in this one. But yeah, the Legion of Superheroes tie-in, it's pretty important. It starts off with, before I get into it, this one focuses heavily on, is it Laurel Kent? Yeah, Laurel Kent, who was a character that showed up in an earlier Millennium tie-in, or a Millennium, I think she was in Millennium 2. She's a member of the Legion of Superheroes, and she states that she is the descendant of Clark Kent, but they don't really know if she's telling the truth or not, but they just believe her because she's an ally of the Legion of Superheroes. And in Millennium issue 2, it was revealed that she is a Manhunter to the audience, but the Legion of Superheroes don't know that she is a Manhunter yet. So Polar Boy, who is a member of the Legion of Superheroes, is talking to another member of the Legion, Tellus, who is this alien dude who has psychic powers. I don't know what Polar Boy does, but as far as I know, Polar Boy just knows where all the Legion members are, and is the one that sends people out on missions and stuff. That's everything he does in this issue, so I assume that that's just his role. He's talking to Tellus about their recent adventures, which isn't important to Millennium. They've been dealing with this guy called Starfingers, who is now dead, and Starfingers has put another character called Colossal Boy, who you may remember from Crisis on Infinite Earths, he can grow really big, in the hospital. He put him in the hospital. He broke his legs or something. I'm pretty sure he broke his legs or something like that. But Colossal Boy is out of commission, and so they're talking about how they're gonna help him get back, get well again. But they've also lost complete trace of Starfinger's body, because apparently after they killed him, they can't find his body. And this is confirmed by Chief Zendak of the Earth Science Police, because obviously we're in the future. Because the Legion of Superheroes are a team of superheroes who were inspired by Superman that live in the future. But I think post-Crisis they have no ties to Superman anymore. Or they do, but not John Byrne. John Byrne doesn't consider them canon to his Superman, but whoever's writing Legion of Superheroes is no, they're still connected to Superman. They're just like ignoring this new status quo, I think. Yeah, so Polar Boy is talking to the chief, and Tellus decides to leave and just take a wander around the Legion base, see what everyone's doing. He first comes across Sunboy and Laurel Kent, who are, in a relationship with each other. And he's like, oh, sorry for prying. And they're all like, no, it's all good. Tell us. Like, we're just going to go off and do our own thing. And so they head off together and they have a very passionate kiss. And then Sunboy leaves Laurel to go to sleep. And Laurel is like, I'm not going to bed. I've got my own plans to do tonight. I've got some plans. I've been waiting for this night my entire existence. And so meanwhile, Tellus heads to like the Legion swimming pool, where he comes across 3 characters. There's Shadow Lass, Invisible Kid, who is currently just swimming, and then Violet, shrinking Violet, who is like doing some running. They're all training. And then Chameleon Boy comes in, who is another Legion character, and he's basically come to pick up some training equipment for Colossal Boy because he wants to take it to him so that Colossal Boy can at least do some working out while he's in the hospital bed, like work out his arms and stuff, because Colossal Boy misses working out. And meanwhile, Laurel Kent has entered Brainiac 5's laboratory to connect to like go through his computers and get all the data that she needs, or like that the Manhunters need, because we already know that she's a Manhunter. This comic treats it like it's a secret because it is a secret to the Legionnaires, but we know she's a Manhunter, so it's easy for me to just say that. She's getting data for the Manhunters, and while she's doing that, not only is she wearing an incredibly revealing costume, I really hate her costume because it's like not even really a costume. It's probably the worst. It's probably the worst female costume of all time. It barely covers anything. Like, it's so bad. It's worse than like Sue Storm's 90s costume. Like, it's so fucking awful. She might as well just be naked. Like, that's how bad it is. But Brainiac 5 comes in and he's like, hey Laurel, what are you doing in here? Like, this isn't your lab. Like, why are you in my laboratory? And Laurel's just like, that Brainiac 5 you cannot know. And meanwhile, Chameleon Boy is heading off, and Element Lad is like, hey, you going somewhere? Like, Dream Girl, who is another character in the Legion who has like premonitions through dreams, told me that she had a dream about like your mission, something might happen. Do you want me to like come with you just in case? Chameleon Boy's like, nah, I'm all good. Like, I'll be fine. See ya. And he leaves. And meanwhile, Laurel is going insane on Brainiac 5. She's throwing shit at him. Brainiac 5 is like staying really calm. He's like, Laurel, what are you doing? Like, why are you throwing stuff at me? Can you please calm down? Like, and just tell me what's going on? And she's like, no! And like throws this giant like piece of machinery at him, which knocks him out. She's like, even your force field couldn't protect you from that. And just as she's about to go back to using the computer, she's stopped by Tellus's psychic telekinetic powers. And Laurel kind of puts on an act where she's like, I would prefer not to harm you. And that's when they're just like, harm? Like, how dare you? Like, you would like, you hurt like our friend. So we're gonna beat the shit out of you. And so they fight Laurel Kent. Well, Laurel actually fights them first. She attacks them because Violet grabs onto her And then Laurel was like, you shouldn't do that. Like, I've got more powers than just invulnerability. And she, like, shoves her really, really hard. The Brainiac manages to get up where he sees the Legionnaires fighting Laurel Kent. And he's, like, telling them to, like, stop. And, like, he uses his force field to protect them from Laurel's attacks. And then Shade uses her abilities to make the entire room pitch black, so that Laurel can't see. But Laurel ends up just stealing the data because of this. It like allows her to just take the data, and then she just leaves, and she smashes through the roof of the Legion headquarters and flies away. And so the Legion are just like, shit, well that sucks. This place is a mess. I guess we're gonna have to clean it up. I'm gonna have to wake up Timberwolf, and he's not gonna be happy that I woke him up. Who's Timberwolf? He's a member of the Legion of Superheroes, and he's basically the Legion of Superheroes. Like, he's the Wolverine of the Legion of Superheroes. He doesn't have, like, metal claws, but, like, he has the same kind of personality, and he kind of looks similar, at least at this point in time he does. Meanwhile, Laurel Kent is flying over Metropolis, where Chameleon Boy sees her. She's just like, why is she flying over Metropolis? That's weird. And Timberwolf and Tellus are helping clean up the Legion base. Sunboy blames himself for what's happened. He's like, it's all my fault. And Chameleon Boy's like, no, it's nobody's fault. Like, we had no idea what Laurel Kent was planning on doing. We don't even know if, like, who she is anymore. Like, so, they've got to figure out what kind of data Laurel stole. So Brainiac 5 hooks himself up to his computers and decides to investigate himself by putting himself into the system. And he does. And he figures out where, like, he goes inside and he figures out what data is missing. And then he lets the others know that, like, there is another place where they can go and get this data, because it's this place where all the data is kept. So they decide to go there. And meanwhile, Chameleon Boy is visiting Colossal Boy, and he hands him his workout equipment. And, they're talking about how, like, Starfinger, like, really burned you badly. And, that's when Colossal Boy is like, I'm glad he's dead, and not on my conscience. And Chameleon Boy is like, if he is dead, my friend, if he really is. And so Brainiac 5 decides to head off with Element Lad to go to go to this place where all this supposed data is being stored. And they were supposed to go by themselves, but they ended up bringing a bunch of Legion with them because they wanted to come. So they brought, like, Sunboy, Tellus, Violet, and Shade. And they all head to this Buddhist temple, which apparently all of the universe's data is stored here. And one of the Buddhist monks is like, of course you can come in and have a look at the data. Like, come in. And Tellus tells everyone that he's read the mind of the monk and has determined that this monk is not human. He doesn't think the way that humans do. And then all of a sudden the monks turn against them and start attacking the Legion, but Brainiac protects them with his force field, and Tellus beats the crap out of the monks, and the monks are all knocked out. And then Shade uses her powers to allow them to sneak into a back room that reveals another temple, and in that temple is where Laurel Kent has gone. And she's got this new look now. She looks way more like a Manhunter. She reveals to them that she is a Manhunter, and attacks everyone with her powers, because she can shoot, like, green beams now, because she's a Manhunter. She can shoot, like, green energy. And Element Lad, thinking that Laurel Kent is a descendant of Superman, tries to change the chair that she's sitting on into kryptonite, but it doesn't do anything. And that's when it's revealed that, like, Laurel was lying the whole time. She was always a Manhunter. For thousands of years, she was a Manhunter. She'd been waiting for this moment. She was pretending to be a descendant of Superman the entire time. and then she says, "And now I'm going to destroy all of you." And she blows up the entire building that the Legion of Superheroes are in, and we are left on a cliffhanger there. A cliffhanger that we're not going to be resolving for a while, probably in the next issue of Millennium, or I think there might be another Legion of Superheroes tie-in later on, but for now, that's where we leave off with Legion of Superheroes. Not in a good spot. And the next tie-in that we cover is actually Secret Origins 22. We get to learn a little bit more about the Manhunters and how they came to be, and how this new cult that we're currently dealing with came to exist. It's written by Roy and Dan Thomas with art by Howard Simpson. Basically they just they explain that everything we already know. I'll go over it now. This is the perfect time to explain it again for those that just might have missed it or don't know. Krona, who was an evil guardian, created this race of aliens to attack the universe, and so the Guardians decided to create the Manhunters as a way to stop Krona and anything else that is a force of evil. So they created the Manhunters, they sent them out to go and do that, and they did. The Manhunters fully worked off of taking down evil, and they did their job really well. But eventually they turned against the Guardians because they realized that the Guardians weren't doing anything themselves. And they were like, we're out here saving people and the Guardians aren't doing anything. So screw them. We should take them down and get the revenge. They got the battery, the battery on Oa is their source of power. So we should steal their source of power and kill all of them. So they attack Oa and they try to attack the battery. And they are defeated by the Guardians. And then the Guardians banish them. The Guardians are just too strong. So, by attacking the battery, I think, they accidentally, destroy themselves. Yeah, the power overload of the battery destroyed most of the Manhunters and caused them to, lose the fight. And then the Guardians banished them to another planet to be regular people. And it's on that planet that they decided that they would one day attack again and destroy the Green Lantern Corps. So they plan on building up enough forces to eventually take over again. So a couple of Manhunters are sent to Earth and to scout humans because they decide that the best way to take over and defeat the Guardians and the Green Lantern Corps would be to weed their way into planet Earth. And to do that, they would turn humans over to their cause. And try and take control of a bunch of humans so that they can have the power of the Earth, With the help of one of their, their leader, who they call the Grand Master. He's made to look human because it would be easier to recruit humans if they were being recruited by somebody else who looked human. The Grand Master is not a human. He is an android. He just looks like a human wearing a bunch of armor. So he tries to recruit this guy called Dan Richards, who is the first character known as the Manhunter. He's just a regular policeman who is asked to help the Manhunters, and he agrees, and he goes out to do the Manhunters' bidding as this vigilante called the Manhunter. But the Grandmaster decides that he's got too much goodwill, and so he's not going to be a good fit for them in the future. He's just too good of a person. So they try again with somebody else, a man named Paul Kirk. They recruit him, and they make him the second Manhunter, and he looks a lot more like an actual Manhunter. His costume looks exactly like your average Manhunter. And they also decide that he, too, is too good of a person, and that he is not worthy of being a part of their cult. So they abandon him as well. Because he's just too good of a guy. And then eventually they try again with this man named Mark Shaw. Um, and he ends up like he gets like really old and then dies, but then he gets like made really young again. Like it's pretty dumb. And he fights the Justice League. And so, yeah. So I'm sorry. I'm trying to wrap my head around this because it's a lot's going on. So, um, yeah, this Mark Shaw guy, who is the third Manhunter, fights the Justice League, but then ends up getting convinced to turn on the Grandmaster because they convince him that the Grandmaster was lying to him. So he teams up with the Justice League, and they fight the Grandmaster, and they destroy the Grandmaster, and that's when they realize that the Grandmaster is actually an android. And then that was the end of the Manhunters for a long time. And then in the future, the Manhunters were revealed to have actually, like, some of them escaped from that situation and had, like, created an entire army of Manhunters. And these Manhunters are the ones that grabbed, like, the orb that Harbinger had sent off into space to learn of the data. And with that data, they then started the plan that is currently going on in Millennium, where, like, they started bringing different people from Earth into their cause by using the data to take control of their minds and convince them to join them. And that's how they became the cult in Millennium right now. So that's the entire origin of the Manhunters up until this point. And yeah, that's it for Secret Origins 22. That's basically everything that happened in that. Obviously, there were more details to it, but most of it was just like flashbacks to things that had happened in other issues. You know, that was as quick as I was able to explain it. Like, it was 38 pages long. Like, that's a lot of stuff. So it was easier for me to just, like, say, like, yeah, like, try and simplify everything that is going on. Manhunters tried a bunch of times to take over Earth. They failed, and now they're trying again, and this time they are succeeding a lot better than they did the other previous times. That's basically how you can summarize it. And the next tie-in that we're going to be covering next is Superman issue 13. So let's get straight into that. So we get to the Superman tie-in. It's written by John Byrne with art by John Byrne because he did both of that himself during this series. This tie-in doesn't dive heavily into the Millennium event until the very end, like some of the other tie-ins, but I'd say it's a good issue. I like it. It's actually the debut of post-crisis Toyman, so it's actually a pretty good issue to start off on. And the great thing about, like, Superman is that the status quo for Superman doesn't change very often. So you can pick up any issue from any era, and most of the time you're going to know what's going on because a lot of the characters stay the same. You know who Lex Luthor is, you know who Superman is, you know Jimmy and Lois and all them. So it's kind of, like, very easy to just jump straight in. This is a good issue. I like it. It's good. Because it's just a classic Superman story. Love or hate John Byrne's run, he made some good stories. Like, there are some good classic Superman stories in here that were clear inspirations for Superman the Animated Series and Smallville and later shows. You know, even now. So we start off this tie-in issue with a security van that is going down the road, and they come across what looks like a tank. And they think it's like a toy tank, and the way that the art makes it makes it look like this toy tank is the size of the van or larger. But it isn't. It's just a tiny little van. Security guards are like, oh my god, it's a tiny little toy tank. Toy tank. Oh, look at it. Look how cute it is. And one of the guards, like, picks it up. And then the tank just blows up in his face and destroys the entire van, killing the guard and leaving the other one scarred. He's just like, oh, Mickey! Like, what the fuck? And then, like, out of nowhere, like, these toy soldiers start coming down from the sky with these little parachutes, and they land on the ground and start picking up all the money. And he's just like, what in the name of... Like, what the... And so, we go to another building. I assume it's probably the Daily Planet. It's just a room, like, it's just a office room. And Superman has gone there. He's been called there to meet with MI7. Specifically, Captain Sawyer is the name of the police officer that's come to speak to Superman. To speak with Superman. I think it's Maggie Sawyer, right? Yeah, she's a prolific. It took me a second. I only just realized. Yeah, Maggie Sawyer is like a reoccurring Superman character throughout Superman history. But they've come to ask Superman for help with finding this man named William Percival Schott, who goes by the allegory the Toy Man. And they basically explain, like, his past to Superman, because Superman's just like, okay, give me all the details, like, tell me exactly what's going on. And so they tell the story of Schott. He's British in this version. I don't know if he's always British, but I think he's British in this one, because he worked for a British toy company. And so he gets fired from his job. He makes, like, teddy bears and stuff, but his boss is like, oh, sorry, old chap, but kids just aren't interested in the teddy bears and the dolls anymore. They're more interested in the fire trucks and the toy soldiers and the tanks. So we're going to have to let you go. And William Schott's just like, no, like, you're ruining my life. Like, like, you're going to pay for this. Like, you can't just throw me out. I'll get my revenge. And so his boss, whose name is Walter Dunhill, by the way, returns to his house, where he finds a gift for him, and he opens it up, and there's a toy bear inside. And he's like, oh, a teddy. How cute. Do you hear that ticking noise? And then the teddy bear just blows up and kills him and his butler, which is a bit nasty. That, like, because his gripe was with Walter, but the teddy bear killed his butler, and I feel so bad for him, because in the panel they're so happy. He's got, like, this little teddy bear, and Walter wasn't, like, an awful person. Like, he was just doing what he felt was best for the business. I feel like it's understandable to be upset if you lose your job, but at least Walter was kind of, like, a good guy about it and was honest. But his butler's all there just smiling. He's like, and he just freaking dies. And then one by one, everyone that has worked for Walter's company starts getting killed in mysterious ways, usually involving toys, or always involving toys. This one lady who's in a park, and she gets mauled by toy dogs. She's walking her dog, and then a bunch of toy dogs come in and just maul her to death. Like, it's pretty messed up. And MI7 also talks about the fact that, like, they had one of their British superheroes try and track down Toyman, and her name is Godiva, and the best way to explain her is that she is literally a copy of Marvel's Medusa. She has superpower hair, and her hair doesn't do anything to Toyman, so she can't beat him. Like, her hair doesn't protect her. It's assumed maybe she died, because it shows, like, a panel of her, like, getting shot by Toyman's, like, artillery. So I think she might be... Oh, no, it says she disappeared. So we don't know if she's dead, but she's missing. And Superman's like, wait a minute, if you knew that it was shot the entire time, then why didn't you just... Like, why are you waiting... Like, why did you let all those murders happen before you decided to go after him? And the MI7 are basically like, well, the reason we didn't go after Shot right away is because we've dealt with so many of these these mysteries where, like, we think it's one person, and then it turns out not to be that person, but then this is the one time where it turned out to actually be that person, so that's on us. Like, we are stupid for doing that, and we're sorry, but we need your help. And they also explain to Superman that they have an idea on who Shot's next target is, because there is one directly in Metropolis, and Superman cuts him off and he's like, don't tell me. It's LexCorp. He's gonna go and try and kill Lex. And so we go to Lex Luthor, we go to LexCorp. Lex Luthor's there. He's talking to, I would assume that it's Mercy Graves, I imagine. He's talking to his assistant. I don't think he ever... Oh, no, he's talking to Dr. Kelly, sorry. I think Mercy Graves comes in, because another character comes in to hand him a package. He doesn't say her name. I don't read John Byrne's Superman. I'm assuming it's Mercy Graves, or I'm assuming it's the inspiration for Mercy Graves. I don't know. He's talking to Dr. Kelly about how, like, his hand hurts. So it's kind of like, because he's been wearing the kryptonite ring. I don't think it's been confirmed yet that he has cancer in his hand, but, like, we're getting there. Either that or it's just been revealed that, like, he's got cancer in his hand from wearing the kryptonite ring for so long. But he receives a gift from possibly Mercy. I don't know, his assistant. I think it might be Mercy, because I'm pretty sure Mercy is British in the comics, or at least in John Byrne's run or something, or the characters she's inspired by, and this character is British. She has a British accent. She's just like, here's your parcel, Mr. Luthor. And then Luthor grabs it and is like, what is this? A paper, like a toy airplane? It's a model of the Lex-Wing. Oh, the invention that founded my financial empire. And then Superman comes up and he's like, Luthor, you're going to have to give me that plane because it was sent by somebody who's trying to kill you. And Lex is like, do you think I'm an idiot? Like, how stupid could you possibly think how stupid do you possibly think I could be? Why would you even come here to help me anyway? Like, I'm not an idiot. Like, why would you come here and save me? Like, you have the perfect opportunity to eliminate me. And Superman's like, why? Like, because it's just further proof that I'm a better man than you. Like, he literally says that. He's like, why not, Lex? Just further proof that I'm a better man than you. And Lex Luthor's just like, oh, you insolent, and, like, throws the plane at him, and Superman just catches it. He's like, thank you. And then he leaves. And he's like, I knew that pissing off Lex would make him hot-tempered enough that he would try and throw anything at me, including the plane. So it was easy for me to just do that so that I could get the plane off of him, and, you know, we got evidence now. So, he, like, flies away with the plane, and then the plane explodes. And Lex Luthor sees the explosion, and his assistant is like, oh my god, like, he was right about the plane exploding. And Lex Luthor is just like, oh, that all must have just been part of Superman's plan to try and make me one of his allies and make me like him. You know, he was obviously, made the plane himself and took it away and tried to prove to me that it was, like, it's all a ploy for him to get me on his side. Like, that's basically what looks like Luthor's reaction is to it. And so after Superman has done this really pisses off Toyman. Because he knows what has happened, because he's probably got, like, a camera in the airplane. It's, like, recording everything. So he's back at his base, and he's like, no. No, you ruined everything, Superman. I'm going to try and kill you. You will suffer for this. And he opens up, like, a chest with a bunch of action figures in it. And he sends them after Superman. So Superman gets attacked by all these tiny action figures that are moving at super speeds. They're all hitting him with, like, lasers and stuff. And Superman tries to destroy them with his heat vision, but there's so many of them that he's still overwhelmed, and some of them are getting through his heat visions, and he can't shoot them enough to, or like shoot in a wide enough area to take care of all of them. So instead, he decides to leave Earth's atmosphere and travel across the entire globe in the opposite direction of the toys, because he's much faster than them. And he eventually loses them by doing that. And so, he assumes that, like, so once they lose sight of me, they're going to go back to the Toyman. So what I'll do is I can trace, with my X-ray vision, their heat trails that they've been leaving and figure out where the Toyman is. And so he follows the heat trails, and he finds the Toyman's base, and it's been ransacked, and the Toyman's been taken away by someone. And Superman's like, it didn't look like Toyman left of his own free will, which means somebody took him. But I have a feeling it might not be the MI7 that took him. So who could it have been? And Toyman wakes up in a jail cell. He's like, oh, my head. What is this place? Who's there? Show yourselves. I demand to know what's going on. And then he hears a voice that's like, calm down, Mr. Shot. You and I, we have one thing in common. We both hate Superman. So, let's make a deal. How about you work for me? And we know, they don't reveal it, but we know it's Lex Luthor. Because there's a little shine coming from his hand. It's assumed that he's got the ring on again, the kryptonite ring. Or another kryptonite ring on. And so Superman decides that he wants to go back to the Daily Planet because, like, the Toyman has, like, gone missing and they don't have any leads on him yet. He goes back to the Daily Planet to live some normal life as Kent. And that's where we cross over. This is where we cross over with Millennium issue 2, where if you remember in that issue, Clark Kent is in the Daily Planet, and then he gets cornered by Lana, who reveals that she's a Manhunter. So that's happening right now. And we finally see what Lana actually does to Clark. We didn't get to see it in the original issue, but this issue reveals that she grabs him and rips open his shirt to show everyone that he's Superman. But he was like, oh, in his own head, he's like, good thing I took off my costume so that Lana didn't reveal everyone that I'm Superman. And so Lana's like, this can't be. Like, this is not how it was supposed to go. And she goes out of the, she crashes through the window and flies away. And Clark's like, well, Lana shouldn't be able to do that. And flies after her. And then, he's just like, could that really be Lana? The Manhunters are pretty proficient at creating great amazing replicas. And, so he continues following Lana and sees that she's landed in Smallville. And so Superman's like, oh shit, she's landed in my hometown, which means everyone I love is in danger. And that's where we leave off with the Superman tie-in. And the other tie-in, the next issue that is going to be in this is The Adventures of Superman, which is a separate series. And that is also a tie-in to Millennium. So we got that to look forward to. So So that's it for the Superman tie-in, which I really enjoyed, even though it wasn't connected to the Millennium event too much. I just really enjoyed the Toyman story, and I already planned on reading John Byrne's run in the future because I plan on reading a lot of Superman in the future. So I am looking forward to seeing the continuation of that Toyman plot, which may very well continue in the Adventures of Superman issue that's coming up next. But enough of Superman, because now we got to talk about Young All-Stars, which is another tie-in to Millennium. And let's just say that this Young All-Stars tie-in ain't great. Maybe if you're reading Young All-Stars, you'd enjoy it, but I'm not reading Young All-Stars, and I don't give a shit about Young All-Stars. They're basically the young versions of the is it the Seven Soldiers of Victory? Is that the name of the team? Or maybe they're just called it might be the All-Star Squadron. Yeah, the All-Star Squadron was an old team from like the 40s, consisting of like the original Green Lantern, like Alan Scott Green Lantern. I think Wildcat was maybe a member. It was like before the JSA. And so these are like the young All-Stars are basically like the Teen Titans of the All-Stars, except not as cool as the Teen Titans, because the members are people that like you would probably have no idea who they are. Like, because they're like these characters. I'd never even heard of them before I read this. But this issue follows... Remember how in the Secret Origins issue I talked about those 2 Manhunter characters? Actually, I talked about like 4 different Manhunter characters, but 2 of them appear in this issue. They're actually important to this issue. The Paul Kirk one, who was the one that looks a lot like a Manhunter. He wears like a red costume. And then the original Manhunter, Dan Richards, who was the policeman. I forgot to mention that he has a dog with him. That's just like his thing, is that like he's a regular dude with a dog who dresses up in a blue costume. So I really can't go deep into this issue because it's just not that interesting, but I'll try to explain exactly what happens. Basically, the Paul Kirk and Dan Richards version of Manhunters are doing their own thing, and then they get teleported to the Grandmaster's base again. The Grandmaster's like, "Welcome back, Manhunters, it's been some time." And the 2 Manhunters are just arguing to each other and just being total dicks to one another. What is he doing here? Oh, what are you doing here? I'm a way better Manhunter than you. No, I'm a better Manhunter than you. That's basically what they do. And they talk like that for like 3 pages. It's literally just them arguing and the Grandmaster being like, guys, calm down. Like, let me tell you that, like, I've got a cool plan for you. Like, you're gonna help the Manhunters again. What I want you to do is I want you to go and get the Green Lantern. Because he's a threat. Because the Grandmaster is still lying to them. So they think that they're being good guys, but they're being tricked into being bad guys by working for the Grandmaster. So they're tasked with going and finding the original Green Lantern, Alan Scott, and defeating him because apparently Alan Scott is evil. And we all know that he isn't. So we go to 2 of the members of the Young All-Stars. We got Iron, I'm pretty sure is his name, and Fox, who is basically just Batman, except he can fly. So he's like Batman, but he's got Superman's flying ability. And Iron, as far as I know, is just a really athletic dude who can jump really far. And probably has durability and stuff. But they're going through the city together. Just bounding around, talking about their personal lives. It doesn't matter. Iron talks about, like, his dad. Like, how he never knew who his dad was. And how lonely he is. So they head back to the All-Stars base, where they meet up with 2 other members. Might and Fury. 2 characters whose abilities I don't know about, because they don't use them in this issue very much. And Might is teaching Fury how to use the Radcom screen, which tells him like what's going on, like what kind of crimes are going on in the city, and then they're just like, "Hey, Tsunami's here. Let's go talk to him." He's probably like in his giant pool. And so they go and find another member of the All Stars. His name is Tsunami. It's basically just them being like to the reader, like, these are all the members. We're going to take up half the issue just introducing everyone, which I appreciate, but at the same time, like, it's just so, like, boring. So they go and find Tsunami, and he's swimming in his giant pool with this woman named Maya. And he's just like, guys, can you not, like, interrupt me and Maya, like, we're having a moment. And all of a sudden Iron is like, everyone get up here, we got a problem. We got a problem that only the young All-Stars can deal with, your favorite DC team. So they all go to see Iron, and the two Manhunters have showed up with Doiby Dickles. Now, Doiby Dickles is the sidekick of Alan Scott Green Lantern, and is the only character other than Alan in this issue that I knew about before and had read stories of before this. Like, I know who Doiby is because I've read like Silver Age Green Lantern, like Hal Jordan Green Lantern. Doiby appears in a couple of issues of that alongside Alan. He gets married to like an alien princess or like a princess from the future or something. It's pretty great. It's actually I really enjoyed those issues. But basically he explains to them how he's like, oh, well, my friend Alan Scott, he's become evil. He's attacked his own people. Like, he was out with he was supposed to be out helping the army fight like the Japanese. But then like, he turned on his own guys, and now he's attacking all of our people, and that's a problem, so we gotta go stop him. They're like, oh my god, how could Alan be doing this? How could he betray his own country? And so, and we actually get to see Alan doing this. And you would first think like, oh, is he a Manhunter? This isn't actually Alan. But he's using the Green Lantern ring, so you would assume it is the real Alan Scott, because I don't think anyone else would be able to use his ring. It's not one specifically made by the Guardians. Because the Alan Scott Green Lantern ring didn't come from the Guardians. Or it did, but not in the same way the other ones did. Originally, it came from, like, just I think it was a meteor hit a train that he was in. And he found, like, some, green energy inside it. And fashioned a ring out of it and became the Green Lantern. I think that's what happened. And he made a lantern out of it too. Because he's like an engineer or something. But then that was retconned to be like the Guardians threw a bunch of their old energy together that they didn't want anymore. It was like leftover energy that they didn't need. And it was like basically their trash. They put it all together, and that's what became the meteor that landed and, became Alan Scott's Green Lantern and ring. So he's like adjacent to the Guardians. So the All-Stars go to stop Alan Scott, and at this point we already know that Doiby is actually a Manhunter. This Doiby is, because his eye kind of glints a metallic shine as he's crying. And he's doing a weird kind of smile. So we know it's a Manhunter that's telling them this. So the Manhunters are tricking the All-Stars to go and fight Green Lantern. So they go to Russia. And they go to, like, the snowy mountains. And Alan Scott is attacking all of these people. It's not Russia. It's, wait a minute. I thought it was Russia. It says on the map that it's like big USSR. It's not Russia. It's actually a place called Atu, which is near the USSR, but it's like just off the coast of it. I don't know if it's a real place or not. Might be, but as far as I know, it might just be a fictional island that they created. But they go there to help the people that are there. They kind of got like I think these people are supposed to be inspired by like the Inuits. But they're getting attacked by Green Lantern, Alan Scott, and the All Stars come in to fight him, and Alan Scott beats the shit out of all of them and wins really quickly. But he took a beating as well, and it was enough to kind of like shake him out of this, like, because he's obviously under control, and he shakes his head. He's like, "Oh my god, what happened? Like, what am I doing? Like, like, who's making me do that? Like, what is happening in my brain? It hurts." And then all of a sudden, like, he's like, and he like loses control again. He's like, "Now I remember, I have a triple mission to carry out. Must get on with it, and no one must stand in the way of its total success, no matter who gets hurt." And he leaves the All-Stars beaten near to death and flies away to go do whatever this is, because that's the end of the All-Stars tie-in. And the next issue that we're going to be dealing with isn't a tie-in. It's Millennium Week 3. Issue 3 of Millennium. So, let's get straight into that, shall we? That All-Stars issue was so bad, though. But enough of that. Millennium issue 3. Let's go. So, we go straight into Millennium issue 3. Where the Manhunters cult is doing what they usually do, which is announcing the fact that no world escapes the Manhunters. No man escapes the Manhunters. Our foes will die. They talk about different things that have recently happened, like Salima dying and Blue Beetle not being able to save her, and the JLI being like attacked by their own, like, and just the different heroes being betrayed by people around them and stuff, just basically chronicling things that have been happening in Millennium so far, and they're just chanting over and over again, like, "No man escapes the Manhunters. We are everywhere." And this is all being broadcast on the news. The news is broadcasting everything, talking about the fact that there are different people all around the world that have been visited by a little blue man and a woman, which is Nadira and Hepa, I think his name was, the Guardian. And this news reporter is being watched by another reporter named Miss Young. And so this guy called Mr. Niederman comes, and he basically asks her to report on everything that she hears about the Manhunters, and then he'll like give her a raise, like he'll give her a really good job that she's going to get plenty of money for. And so she agrees to do this kind of reporting for him, and he kind of has a bit of a sinister smile, so you know he's probably a Manhunter, or he's working for the Manhunters. So meanwhile, Nikolai, one of the chosen new Guardians, the one that like the Guardians visited, and he said that he, like, the Russian guy that said he had to go and like speak to his higher powers because he didn't believe the Guardians, and then he also believed that like if they really were recruiting him, that this would be his test. He's basically being interrogated right now by the guys that he went to report to. They're like beating the shit out of him. And Nikolai is like, they asked me to join them, and I said I'm happier here. And his leader is like, "Are you telling the truth?" And he's like, yes. "So you enjoy being here, getting hit like this?" And gets hit across the head, and he's like, yes, of course. And that's when his leader is like, "Well then, I know how to settle this." And he shoots Nikolai in the head. Because they're like, "We don't have any control over this guy. Let's settle this." and Nikolai just gets shot. So we're down another new Guardian. So 2 new Guardians have died so far. So the Green Lantern Corps have Thomas Kalmaku and his family, because he's got a couple of kids and a wife, and they've taken him to the Green Lantern Corps base so that he can meet up with the other Guardians. And that's when Blue Beetle shows up and is like, Nadia is dead, so we're down another Guardian. And Nadira also points out that Nikolai Latikov has also been murdered. So everyone's kind of like, oh, that's shit. And Tom is like, what are we going to do now? Like, doesn't that ruin your plans? We were supposed to have 10 heroes. And that's when the Guardian kind of reveals that he's a bit of a dick. And same with, like, the Zamaron. Because they're kind of like, well, we allowed for attrition. And Tom is pissed when he hears about this. When he hears that, like, they don't really value the lives of these people very much, it seems. And then Jon Stewart comes in and is like, hey guys, President's on the TV right now. We should listen to this. And the President on the TV is like, after what happened with J-Gog and Godfrey last year, I feel that we should probably believe the heroes about what's going on. But we still don't know for sure if what they're saying is true about these Manhunters. So what we're going to do is we're just going to let them do their thing, have their little meeting, and then hopefully everything will go back to normal. And they're all kind of like, yeah, the President's an idiot. Maybe he's a Manhunter. And Hal's just like, nah, I don't think he's I don't think he's a Manhunter. I think he's just doing his job and, looking after the people, and caring about the people. So we'll just do what we can. President's not going to be able to help us. So the Outsiders, who have recently lost their member Metamorpho and their ally Dr. Jace, are visiting Japan to go and see Takeo Yakata, who is one of the Guardians. So they've gone there to go and get him. And Takeo was like, wow, why have you brought so many people? Like, the Guardian didn't tell me that so many superheroes were going to come and pick me up. And that's when Geoforce is like, oh, we thought it would be better to, like, increase our chances. And that's when the Manhunters show up and are like, yeah, because you're going to need all the chance, like, to war with the Manhunters is to take the gravest chance of all. And so, they're like, they're everywhere, and they're surrounded by the Manhunters. And so the Outsiders get into a massive fight with the Manhunters. They destroy a couple of them, but they get overwhelmed, and the Geoforce is like, fighting the Manhunters is not the goal. The goal is to save Takeo, and so let's grab him and go. And so they grab Takeo, and they all fly off together to obviously take him to the Green Lantern Corps base. Infinity Inc. goes to Outback Australia, where they go and pick up the Guardian that's there. So they do that. And Infinity Inc. is a superhero group. And the JLI are currently in Colombia because they're dealing with, like, the crowds of people. Because they're kind of... The people are rioting a little bit. They're not getting angry. They're just kind of wondering what's going on. And they're a little less hostile this time around because of what happened in Legends. So, some of them mentioned the fact that, like, they were the last time they were there, they were chatting about how much they hate heroes, but now they're rallying to support the heroes. Martian Manhunter feels like it's just not, like, it's a waste of time dealing with this crowd of people, and that they should be going back to the Green Lantern Corps' base. Or, like, going and finding other new Guardians. And Booster Gold says that he could probably talk to the President, get him to listen, because he considers the President to be one of his friends. So they go off to find one of the new Guardians, and Booster Gold stays behind to talk to the President. And while he's waiting... He hears a captain talking about how, like, it's one of Captain Adam's friends. He talks about how, like, he is the Manhunter in Captain Adam's life. So Booster Gold hears about this, grabs him by the coat, flies up into the sky with him, and is basically like, listen, Hadley, Captain Adam's a friend of mine. You leave him strictly alone or you'll answer to me. And Hadley's just like, are you crazy? Like, you wouldn't drop me, would you? You would never hear the end of it. And Booster Gold's like, I'm not going to kill you. I'm just sending you a warning. If you do anything to Captain Adam, you'll be hearing from me. And he drops him onto the ground. That's when Captain Hadley reveals that Captain Adam was tasked by the government. He's a mole for the government. He's a member of the JLI, but he's just there to get information for the government. So I was right. Like, Captain Adam is like a government hero. I thought so. But he also is a Manhunter. This guy's a Manhunter. Captain Adam isn't a Manhunter. He's just a mole for the government. General Eiling, who is he's a villain of like a bunch of different characters in DC. He's kind of like General Lane, except a bit more ruthless. And Amanda Waller, they're kind of arguing over like what either of them are doing about the situation. He's kind of like, what is Task Force X doing? And Amanda Waller's like, we're staying out of this. It's none of our business. But they're both lying to each other. And they separate and they're like, man, I gotta get my team involved in this. You know, prove them, like, they're trying to prove each other wrong. They're trying to best one another. Got a bit of a rivalry going on. And so we go to Arkham Asylum, where Floronic Man is. This doctor named Dr. Weston shows up to visit him. He's all acting crazy. He's just like, ooh, moving meat. Come to give me more medicine, like medication meat? Shows up, and he's like, no. Like, I know what you know, Mr. Woodrew. And that's when Floronic Man is like, you must be one of the members of the Guardians who have come to recruit me for these new Guardians. And she's like, no, I'm actually here for the Manhunters, and I want to recruit you to the Manhunters cause. And she shoots, like, the guards outside, and then Floronic Man is like, to hell with heroes. Like, I love being a villain. I'll join the Manhunters. That sounds like fun. And so he leaves with her. And meanwhile, some of the members of the JLI, basically all the other members, except for not all the other members actually. It's Guy Gardner, Batman, and Mr. Miracle. They've all gone to Birmingham to recruit Celia Winwood, who was another one of the new Guardians. And while they're recruiting her, a bunch of regular citizens start attacking them, so it's assumed that they are Manhunters. One of the guys has got like an umbrella, and the other guy's just got a straight up laser gun. The umbrella shoots bullets out of it, kind of like Penguin's umbrella, which is kind of funny. Green Lantern saves them all by creating like a little Green Lantern like plane, like a little construct plane for them to fly away in. And then we go to South Africa, where Wonder Woman has gone to... I'm assuming she's gone to recruit somebody. We don't actually get to see why she's in South Africa yet. But she goes to... Oh, yeah! Now I remember right. She goes to South Africa to recruit Croth, the racist, misogynistic dude. No wonder I forgot about him, because he sucks. She goes to get him, and he's like, oh, I was expecting Superman, not a woman. Oh, whatever. You're white, so I trust you. Like, he literally says that. He's like, now that I meet you in person, I see you're every bit as white as he. And she recruits him, but she's really pissed off. She hates the fact that she has to recruit this guy. She's just like, shut up and come with me before I fucking punch you in the face. So they leave together to go to the Green Lantern Corps base. And meanwhile, in Peru, another one of the new Guardians is about to kill himself. I can't remember his name. They don't mention his name at this point, and I can't be bothered going back to find out what his name is because I don't even think he becomes a recurring character in DC Comics. He's the guy that was in Peru that refused to join them. He is really drunk at the moment, and he jumps off and tries to kill himself, and he gets saved by by Wally West, the Flash. And Wally West just talks about like what's happened recently with his dad and stuff. Like that's literally all that happens. Stuff that we've already seen. Or we've read The Flash, so we don't need to recount what happened with his dad. So the Green Lantern Corps, like Jon Stewart, Kilowog, and Katmatui all go to China because they've got to find a new Guardian that is in China. And everyone in China welcomes them, which is surprising to them. They like part ways for them. But then Katmatui attacks one of them and says like, that guy is he's either a malcontent or a manhunter. So your little civilization isn't as united as you may think. And that's when they realize that they're surrounded by what's possibly a cult of androids. So they're in a bit of a sticky situation. And I guess we'll see that get resolved in a later issue because we've got to go and see the Harbinger. And she says what she was going to... She does what she says she was going to do. She arrives at the Manhunters planet and she starts attacking it. She splits into 20 different forms. Like, she splits into, 20 different selves. And then they all start attacking... Because she can split into different copies. So she splits into 20 copies. And she starts attacking the planet. And she gets attacked by Manhunters. And she's like, you can't beat me. There's 20 of me. And the Manhunters are like, yes, but you run out of energy while we're robots. So we never run out of energy. So eventually you're going to get tired. And then we'll defeat you. And that's exactly what happens. She gets tired to the point where her copies all join back together, and she falls prey to the Manhunters. She gets the shit beat out of her. And they take her away to what they call the energy depletion chamber. She actually gets to meet the Grandmaster himself. He's like, where we'll make you wish you'd stayed a simple Earth woman. You should have known, my dear. No man or woman escapes the Manhunters. And so the new Guardians are all waiting at the Green Lantern Corps base. And they're all waiting just for what's going to happen next. They're all kind of dreading what the future holds for them. And Hal shows up and he's like, hey, where's Tom? Tom Kamoku and his family are gone. And that's the cliffhanger that we're left on. So after that, we got to tie in The Adventures of Superman, which takes place right after the Superman tie-in that we read previously. At the end of that, Lana Lang was revealed to be working for the Manhunters. She flew all the way back to Smallville, and Superman followed her because he's worried for his hometown. So he flies to Smallville. He lands in Smallville. He checks Lana's house. He's like, the wallpaper on her wall isn't finished, so she must have left. And he looks at his Ma and Pa Kent's house, and he notices that they're missing as well. And so he realizes that if he's going to investigate what's going on, he needs to become Clark Kent again. So he puts his regular clothes on, but he also has to come up with an excuse as to why he's in Smallville. So he makes it look like he's been in a car crash. He says that he's he puts some water under his arms to make it look like he's been sweating under his armpits, so it looks like he's walked into town. And then he heads into Smallville. And while he's walking through Smallville, he realizes that everything's really peaceful. He's like, it's really peaceful here, but that seems wrong since Lana Lang came back here and she's a manhunter, so you would think that she'd be attacking the town, but it's all peaceful. And he heads to the local barber where I think it's the barber. Or he heads to like a shop and it's owned by Pete Ross. And Pete Ross is a guy who Clark Kent went to high school with. They grew up together. And he realizes that Pete Ross is acting pretty weird. And he knows it from he uses like his super hearing. And he's like, man, Pete's heart is racing really fast. Like I can sense it. Which means he's lying to me. And then Superman also notes that, like, with his super smell, he can smell Lana's perfume, which means that Lana Lang has been here recently and has been speaking to Pete Ross, which means he's lying to me about having seen Lana Lang, because Pete Ross says he hasn't seen her. Superman now knows he's lying. And there's a little girl outside, and this is basically when it's revealed that the people in town are under the control of the Manhunters. Little girl outside is like, I must go tell the master, because Superman is here. So she runs off. And as Pete and Clark are talking, another character walks in, Dr. Whitney. He's the doctor that, like, he basically helped, he helped deliver all the kids in Smallville. So he and Clark have a talk. He talks about how, like, Clark is the only baby that he didn't deliver, and Clark is like, yeah, that's because I'm from, like, in his own head, he's like, yeah, because I'm from an alien planet. And as they're talking, Pete Ross grabs a gun out from his desk and shoots Clark Kent in the back and sends him flying out the window, which tears apart his clothes and reveals that he's got a Superman costume underneath. And then all the townsfolk carry Superman away because they're all working for the Manhunters. So Superman's taken back to the Manhunters ship and he's hung upside down by them. He's got like an inhibitor attached to his head that stops him from using his super strength. And Dr. Whitney reveals to him that the Manhunters knew about Krypton before its destruction, and that they were monitoring Krypton days before it was destroyed. They saw Jor-El and his mother, is it Lara, or whatever her name was, preparing to send their kid off to Earth, and actually tried to intercept Clark's ship so that they could grab Clark and gain control of him. But the Guardians saw them and knew that they had to stop him. So they sent a bunch of Green Lanterns to go and stop the Manhunters from intercepting Superman's ship. Also, I forgot to mention, I think I forgot to mention before, it's late, sorry. This is written by Jerry Ordway and with art by John Beatty. Just before I forget, I wanna just shout out the writer and artist of this story. It's like, what time am I recording this? It's almost 12 o'clock at night. So the Guardians fight the Manhunters and stop them from intercepting Clark's ship. And they still try to like send a tracking beam to Clark's ship as it lands on Earth so that they can at least know where it landed. But the Kents picked up Clark before the Manhunters could get to him. So the Manhunters decided to let the Kents have Clark, and instead decided to take control of Dr. Whitney all those years ago and have Dr. Whitney deliver all the children in the town. And because he was a Manhunter, he was able to put like a little thing in their brain that would activate at some point so that they would all become Manhunters. So all the kids in Smallville had this chip in their brain that would make them Manhunter slaves in the future. This entire time, Lana Lang has had this in her brain her entire life. All of the kids have. And Dr. Whitney has been a Manhunter for over 30 years. Everyone that Clark has known has been a traitor, and he didn't even know it. Clark is, like, he can't get out. Like, Superman can't get out of his, like, predicament because the inhibitor is sapping his strength. But he realizes that he can still use his X-ray vision. In fact, he can use all of his visions because they're not connected to his physical strength, and it's only sapping his physical strength, not the other powers that he has. Using his X-ray vision, he actually sees that all of the adults in Smallville, like his parents and everyone else, they're all being kept in stasis. He tries to use his heat vision to free himself, but it doesn't work. And then he realizes, well, since I can't use my physical strength, but I can use my other powers, maybe I should try using my flight powers. So he starts using his flight powers while he's hooked up to this machine, and his flying powers are so powerful that he manages to lift up the entire Manhunter ship while shackled up. So he's essentially flying the ship using his own flight strength. And he just flies the ship, like, over Smallville. And in order to stop him, because the Manhunters are like, what's happening to the ship? Something's going on. We're being attacked. They actually turn off the power to stop Superman from moving the ship further. But by doing so, this allows the inhibitor to turn off and allows Superman to escape from the inhibitor. So he goes to attack Dr. Whitney, and Dr. Whitney is like, Superman, no, no! And he blows himself up. He's like, I'd rather die than Superman attack me. And that's when Superman, as he's looking over the remains of Dr. Whitney, it's like, Dr. Whitney's death free them of, like, did Dr. Whitney's death free them of his control? Or, oh no, and he looks around and something has happened that we haven't seen. But something has happened that Superman has seen. And I guess we'll find out what that is in the next issue, which is Action Comics, like the next Superman tie-in, which is Action Comics, which isn't next, but it's what will continue the story. The next tie-in that we actually have to talk about is the Booster Gold tie-in. So we got that to look forward to. I'm definitely looking forward to reading that. I love Booster Gold. So the Booster Gold tie-in is written by Dan Jurgens with art by it's written and the art is done by Dan Jurgens at the same time. Kind of like how John Byrne does the art and writing for Superman. So Booster Gold has, like, just done what he did in Millennium 2, which was when he it was Millennium 2, right? No, it was Millennium 3, where he was with the JLI and then, like, stopped Captain Adam's Manhunter by picking him up to the sky and dropping him. So he's boasting about that. He's like, man, I can't believe I've already taken down Captain Adam's Manhunter. Maybe I should get the Silver Skin to thank me. Maybe he'll pay me. I'll flip him the bill. So he heads back to his mansion, because Booster Gold has a mansion. He actually has a company. It's called Booster Gold Inc., like Booster Gold Incorporated, I'm pretty sure. And so he's really rich. He's got, like, a company, and he heads back to his mansion, which has its own defense system, and the defense system turns on when he shows up and zaps him. He's like, what the heck? Like, why is the defense system attacking me? Like, what's going on? I'm gonna have to tell Jack about this and get it all sorted out. And meanwhile, from the security systems, a mysterious person is like, "Oh, you are smug indeed, Booster Gold, but today is the day you suffer and die." And as Booster goes to open up the door comes rocketing off. He's like, "Oh, not the rocket-powered door." And it smacks him and sends him flying, and he's like, "Yep, it's the rocket-powered door, alright." So the lasers of the house are attacking him, and then all of a sudden a hatch opens up underneath his feet, and he's like, "Whoa, I didn't know that was there," and he falls into it. But he decides to go with it. He tries to fly out of the hatch, but then these weird tentacles come out and grab him. So he decides to just go with it because he thinks that they're going to take him to whoever is doing this. So he gets pulled all the way down, then he's just kind of like, "Alright, whoever's doing this, the jig is up, stop it." Wait a minute, what the heck? What is all this technological stuff like? Why is there this underground base under the mansion? I didn't build this. When did this get built? And then some giant metal clamps try to crush him, but it doesn't work. Mr. Gold manages to pull them apart. So the mysterious voice is talking to him and is like, "Let me assure you, it isn't over yet." So Booster is like, "Come and face me, you wimp. Show your face." And Booster then gets attacked by a giant magnet, which pulls him in and attaches him to it, and it starts draining his power, and he can't get out. And meanwhile, two other characters, who are Booster Gold characters, their names are Trixie and Dirk, and they work for Booster Gold Incorporated. And they've noticed that Booster Gold... Oh, it's International, I mean. Booster Gold International has gone completely bankrupt. Booster Gold is officially poor again. Because if you don't know Booster Gold's origin, he's basically just a thief from the future who stole a bunch of high-tech stuff and teleported back to the past so that he could be a superhero, become famous, get lots of money. He's scum. He's often pictured as that, character who is just a really shitty person, and he goes through a lot of character development, but it takes a long time for him to change as a human being, a really long time. He's a shitty person for years. So as they're talking about this, the power goes off, and so Skeets shows up and says that there was an incredible power drain that has caused the blackout. Now, if you don't know who Skeets is Booster Gold's little robot pal who has his own personality, and he's kind of like the Alfred to Booster Gold. He's got that same kind of wit and charm and sarcasm that Alfred has. So Trixie and Dirk decide that they're going to explore and figure out why the power's been turned off. And they reckon that it's possible that it could be responsible, the person responsible could be Mackenzie Garrison. And because they're talking about how the Manhunters are known to be a thing now, and they believe that Mackenzie Garrison could be a Manhunter. Mackenzie Garrison is another character who has recently joined Booster Gold International. She's basically the IT woman, so it would make sense if she was the one that was able to turn off the power, because she knows how to do that. So they go to explore and see if they can find her. And Booster Gold is trying to escape from the magnet, but then he decides to attack it instead. Instead of escaping, he decides to attack it, and by doing so, he blows up the machine, and it sets him free. And so Booster Gold is kind of thinking to himself, and he's like, somebody is, whoever did this knows who I am. They know my weaknesses. Somebody's betrayed me. I got a Manhunter to deal with. There's a Manhunter in the midst. But who could it be? Could it be Jack Soo? Could it be Matt Garrison? Rip Hunter? maybe even Dirk or Trixie. Like, who would be twisted enough to stab me in the back? He almost gets killed by a spear, and he's like, whoever it is isn't actually trying to kill me. And that's when a Manhunter's face pops up and is like, yeah, I'm not trying to kill you. The reason why I'm not trying to kill you is because I want you to join our cause, Booster Gold. Join us. And Booster, obviously does not agree and doesn't want to join the Manhunters, because he doesn't believe in what they believe in. And he's trying to be a hero, you know? So Trixie and Skeets are like investigating, and as they're investigating, Booster comes surging through the floor. And, you know, Trixie's like, Booster, like, man, you scared me. Like, I gotta tell you something. Booster's like, actually, I think I have a pretty good idea on what you're gonna say. And Trixie's like, what, you know that your flat broke? And he's like, broke? What are you talking about? And she's like, BGI's bank accounts have been drained. You know, the corporation has even sold some subsidiaries without any trace of cash received. And, so, Trixie says that Dirk blames it all on the computer error, saying that they're all fine and stuff, but Booster's like, I don't think Dirk's wrong. I think somebody's actually stealing it from us. And I have an idea on who it might be. I have a feeling that it's Mackenzie Garrison, because like she only recently joined us, and maybe she's betraying us. Maybe that's why she joined us to begin with. So they crash into the security system, and they find Mackenzie working on the computers, and she's like, "Oh, Booster, like I was just fixing the computers," and it turns out that it wasn't Mackenzie. It was Dirk who was the Manhunter the whole time. And, you know, Booster tells them who the Manhunters are. Basically says, like, they're trying to prevent Earth's future. Manhunters are like, no, we are the salvation of Earth. The Guardians are the bad guys. They basically do that little number over on Booster, trying to tell him what's going on. And Dirk explains that, like, you know, there's nothing Booster's going to be able to do because he has no money left. You know, and Booster's just like, well, I'll just make more money. And the Manhunter's like, how are you going to make more money if I tell everyone who you really are? Like, what if I tell everyone that you're a thief from the future who is just a piece of scum? And Booster's like, oh shit. What if he does do that? My life is going to be ruined. No one's ever going to want to hire me again. The JLI is going to kick me out. And, you know, what the Manhunter is saying actually pisses Booster Gold off so much that he decides to start fighting the Manhunter. And so they start fighting. And, the whole time, the Manhunter is trying to convince Booster to join his side, and Booster is, like, not giving in. He, like, asks the Manhunter, like, when he built the base underneath, and the Manhunter explains that it was when Booster Gold went to the future, which happened in a couple of issues of Booster Gold. So while Booster was in the future, the Manhunter built that, like, hidden base underneath. And Booster starts talking about how, like, the fact that he's lost all of his money again is the last straw. And that he's sick of being dealt the small end of the stick. Because he's lost all his money, his mum is dead, his sister recently died. Like, he's losing everything, and he's sick of it. So basically he says, like, you know, I've been trying to be a hero and all it's done is ruin my life. So you know what? Yeah. I'll join you. I'll join the Manhunters. What else have I got to lose? You know, there's no proof that the Guardians are the salvation of the future. because Booster Gold tells Skeets to check if the Guardians have affected the future in any way, and Skeets said that there's no record of the Millennium event at all. So Booster decides that, like, since there's no proof that the Guardians are salvation, there's also no proof that the Manhunters are the bad guys. So I'll join them because I believe that there's a possibility that they could be the good guys. So he joins the Manhunters. She's like, how could you? I guess you really did sell out. Like, I guess you're just a massive sellout. And Booster's like, yep, I guess you're right. Like, I'm a piece of shit and I don't care. All I care about is myself. You know? I don't want to be poor again. I don't want to be a loser. I want to be on the right side for once. I want to be on the right side of the fence. I'm always on the wrong side. You know, this time, like, I'm going to have the good life. And so Booster goes to Los Angeles. He sets up an interview because he wants to talk about the Millennium. And on live television, he talks about how he believes that the JLI are wrong, that the Manhunters are right, and that the JLI needs to be stopped and disbanded. And he's not under mind control as far as we know. Maybe later on it'll be revealed, but for right now, I don't know, because I haven't read that far. But for right now, Booster Gold has switched sides of his own choice. And I'm kind of looking forward to what happens. I'm expecting a confrontation between Blue Beetle and Booster Gold, because they're best friends. And it would be really interesting to see the two of them butt heads. Like, I kind of want to see Blue Beetle just beat the crap out of Booster Gold for the way that he's acting and the choice that he's just made. He'll just be like, Booster, how could you? How could you betray me? How could you betray your friends? Like, how could you betray everyone? Like, I'm really looking forward. I'm hoping that they follow up on this in that way, because it'd be really interesting. And that's where we end the Booster Gold tie-in. He's joined the Manhunters. I really enjoyed this issue. It was really good. Very compelling. And I really hope that they pay it off well. I really hope that there is a confrontation between Blue Beetle and Booster Gold. If there isn't, I will be so disappointed, because it would be a massive missed opportunity. But I feel like they are going to go towards that way, because Blue Beetle has recently failed at saving one of the Guardians, and Booster Gold has recently joined the Manhunters, so that would fuel Blue Beetle's, like, hatred, and, like you know he's just gonna blow up when you see, when he learns about what Booster's done, you know? But that's enough of the Booster Gold tie-in, because now we're going to be talking about the Green Lantern Corps tie-in, which I had read previously because I was reading Green Lantern, right? I'm reading Green Lantern anyway, but I actually skipped this issue because I wasn't reading Millennium yet. So this is my first time reading it. I'm actually further ahead in Green Lantern. I'm currently reading the 90s stuff. But we continue from where we left off in Millennium 3, where the Green Lantern Corps have recruited, like, they're all at the Green Lantern Corps Citadel. They got all the Guardians that they were able to recruit there, and they're talking about how, like, Thomas Kalmaku is missing, and they gotta go looking for him. And, nobody even saw them go anywhere. You know, and fucking Crow, the racist guy, doesn't care that Tom's gone, because he's like, the less people of color that isn't white, the better for me, because I'm a piece of shit. I hope he dies. Like, I really don't care if he gets killed off. Cecilia Winwood, who is, like, the British Jamaican woman, she talks about the fact that she believes that they should just leave Tom alone, because this is the choice that he made, and, like, he should be allowed to just, like, do whatever he wants. And Hal is like, you don't understand, Cecilia, like, it isn't just about what Tom wants. It's about the doing the right thing, and that this is what Tom should do because he's chosen. And if he doesn't do this, we're probably all gonna die. But Cecilia is like, hey, I'm a free thinker. I'm all about people's rights. Tom has the right to not do this, and I stand with his decision. And Hal's like, you know what, Cecilia? Why don't you come with me and we'll go look for Tom? So that, because Cecilia believes that, the world ain't all that good. And that, there isn't a lot of good things about it to save anyway. So why even bother? And Hal is kind of like, why don't you come with me and we'll go find Tom and I'll show you, what this world is like. Some things about it that, maybe will change your mind, and help me convince Tom to join us again. So Hal takes Cecilia away and they go to find Tom. And meanwhile, Kilowog he's reeling right now because Sinestro recently destroyed the galaxy that Kilowog was, he destroyed his home galaxy. So Kilowog's, all of his race is dead. And everyone in his galaxy is dead. And he's pissed. He wants to kill Sinestro. And Elysia is trying to talk him out of doing it. Elysia is another Green Lantern. And Kilowog, tells her that he won't. That he promises that he won't go and visit Sinestro on the moon, because Sinestro is currently being held captured on the moon for what he's done. But he's lying to her. He's going to go and see Sinestro because he wants to kill him. So, Hal and Cecilia go to Tom's home and nobody's there. They go to Ferris Aircraft and they find that his office has been ransacked, which means they deduced that, Tom must have taken his stuff really fast and then gone. And then Mr. Smith shows up, who is the asshole who owns Ferris Aircraft right now. He's literally Agent Smith before Agent Smith even existed. This is Agent Smith from The Matrix. I could swear that, the Wachowskis read Green Lantern, they saw Mr. Smith and they were like, him, but that's the villain that we want. He has no personality. He's just a guy with black hair and glasses and a suit. And, he's just a dick. That's literally all Mr. Smith is. He's a dick. And he's a villain. I've read Green Lantern, and that's as much as I can explain about Mr. Smith. He's a dick, he owns Ferris Aircraft, and he's a bad guy behind the scenes. He's just really schemy and you never know what he's up to. But he shows up and has a massive argument with Hal over the Manhunters. He's like, Hal, can you stop spouting all of this nonsense and just well, he doesn't know it's Hal. It's Green Lantern, obviously. But he's like, Green Lantern, can you stop spouting all this nonsense and just leave? Leave, please. Take this Green Lantern fantasy and take it away from Ferris Aircraft. I have work to do. So, Hal's just like, whatever, fuck you. Do any of you know where Tom is? And there's one guy, his name doesn't matter because he's only going to be alive for a couple more panels. He tells Hal that he saw Tom leave in the solar jet with his family. And the solar jet it's a plot point in Green Lantern where they built this solar powered jet and they got Jon Stewart to help them build it. And Thomas has taken that away with his family. And so when Hal and Elysia decide to go after the solar powered jet, Hal uses like air traffic control communications to figure out where the jet is going. And that guy that they just spoke to gets strangled to death by Mr. Smith. Literally right after Green Lantern and Cecilia leave, he gets strangled to death. And then Agent Smith tells like the radio comms to tap into Hal's comms. And through Hal's comms, Hal figures out that the solar powered jet has been seen flying over Alaska, which is where Thomas came from. Like, it was where he was born and grew up. So they decide to go to Alaska. And meanwhile, Kilowog travels to the moon, where he finds Sinestro. Sinestro's like, "Oh, so the brute from Bullivac's Fic." Kilowog's like, "Shut up, you piece of shit, I'm here to kill you." And Hal and Cecilia go to Alaska, where they ask the people in Alaska if they've seen Tom, and the people there are like, "We have no idea who you're talking about. We don't know who this Tom is. I'm sorry." And so they go to find the solar powered jet, which they do find, and using his powers, Hal figures out that the like solar powered jet hasn't been there for very long. And through investigation, he manages to find like some tire tracks. So they decide to follow the tire tracks because they believe that it will lead them to Thomas and his family. Sinestro is being a big piece of shit. He's basically like really grinding on Kilowog's gears. He's like, you don't have the balls to kill me. You Green Lanterns, you all live by an oath. And that oath is why you don't have the balls to kill me. Maybe you would have back when I destroyed your galaxy, but like back when I destroyed your galaxy and you went insane, but your sanity is returned mostly to that of the everyday, the average person, so I don't think you have it in you to kill me. And Kilowog's just like, "Nobody'd ever know." And as he's about to kill Sinestro, Arisia shows up and she's like, "I will, Kilowog." And Kilowog's like, "Arisia, you gotta leave. I gotta do this. And you can't stop me." And they have a big fight. Which, Arisia gets very quickly overpowered by Kilowog because Kilowog just has much stronger willpower. He's one of the strongest Green Lanterns at the moment. And so he wraps her up and he's basically just like, "Arisia, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to watch me kill Sinestro because I'm going to kill him. And there's no way you can stop me." Now, Hal and Cecilia find Tom and his family in their little car. And Green Lantern is basically like, "Tom, please. You got to join us. Why are you running away? Can you, why won't you join and help us?" Tom's just like, "The other new Guardians probably don't understand because, as far as I know, none of them have their own family. They don't have kids. They don't have a wife. I don't want to lose my kids. I don't want to lose my wife. I want to protect them. And in order to do that, I have to be with them." And as they're trying to convince Tom to join them, Mr. Smith shows up. But this time he's sporting, the Manhunter body. So he's got, Mr. Smith head, but a Manhunter body. And he's just like, yes, Thomas. I've come to kill you because the Manhunter... no man escapes the Manhunters. And Hal and Mr. Smith have a big fight. And while they're fighting... Kilowog is preparing to kill Sinestro. He's powering up his power ring to blast Sinestro. So Hal and Mr. Smith fight to the point where they leave Earth's atmosphere. It's like a Dragon Ball fight. They end up in space fighting each other. Mr. Smith is basically just making fun of the fact that the Green Lantern's oath is stupid because every single Green Lantern has their own version of the oath, which is why the Manhunters believe that the Green Lantern oath is stupid like the Manhunters oath is the same. Like all the Manhunters live by the same oath, which is why the Manhunters are better and why they're more organized. Green Lantern's like, you just don't understand what the Green Lantern oath really means. It's the power of friendship. Like, he doesn't say that, but that's essentially what he's saying. We're always going to be stronger together than the Manhunters. And so, eventually, Hal wins. He overpowers Mr. Smith. And, in fact, the way he wins is that Mr. Smith gets hit by a snowball. Cecilia throws a snowball at him, which catches him off guard, and he gets a massive blast from Hal Jordan. Kilowog is still charging up his blast to blast Sinestro. It's happening as we read this fight. And Mr. Smith just gets blasted to death by Green Lantern to the point where he just like falls over and dies. And then it looks like Kilowog has blasted Sinestro. Like a big blast comes out of his ring. Hal and Thomas and Cecilia, like after Mr. Smith has attacked them, this is what has finally opened up Cecilia's eyes to like how dangerous the Manhunters really are and like what's really at stake. And so she decides that she's going to fully commit to this cause. And after that situation with Agent Smith, Thomas kind of realizes that no matter where he goes, the Manhunters will find him. And so he decides that he's going to go with Hal and Cecilia. He hasn't fully decided if he's actually going to join these new Guardians, but we're closer to him deciding to join them. You know, I guess we're going to find out if Thomas truly does want to join them or not, but he's definitely more open now. And so they all fly away together. I think they bring Thomas's family with him because that's something that he wants, is that he wants his family to be there with him. So they all fly away to go to the Green Lantern Citadel and reunite Tom with all the other Guardians. And meanwhile, Kilowog decided not to kill Sinestro. And Arisia is really happy that he didn't kill him. Kilowog's like, I just can't kill him. I can't do it. It's not in me. I'm not a murderer. And Sinestro's just like, ha 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 ha, it's because you're a Green Lantern. To think you had your own ideals. What an imbecile. You can't think for yourself. Ha 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 ha. And they just ditch him. Like, Kilowog and Arisia just leave Sinestro to be captured all by himself. And Arisia's like, he's going to get the trial that he deserves. He's going to be punished and sentenced the right way. Like, and then she's like, "You're a good poos, Kilowog." And poos is the name that like Kilowog calls people. He's like, "Oh, you poos." It's kind of like his endearing. He uses it as like a term for endearment, but he also uses it as a term of like calling somebody an idiot. He calls Guy Gardner a poos a lot. But Kilowog's like, nah, I'm a jerk. As they fly back to Earth. And that's the end of the tie-in. And, yeah, I didn't enjoy that as much as the Booster Gold one. But, it's still enjoyable. I enjoyed it. It's definitely one of the more important ones to Millennium. Also, I forgot to mention, it's written by Steve Englehart with art by Joe Staton, just like Millennium. Like, the two of them worked on Millennium, but they were also working on Green Lantern Corps at the same time as well. But yeah, now that the Green Lantern Corps tie-in is over, the next tie-in that we're going to be covering is Infinity Inc., a team that I've never read before, a team that's very new because they were birthed out of Crisis on Infinite Earths. So yeah, let's get straight into Infinity Inc. and see if it's good or not. So, Infinity Inc. This tie-in's like it's not bad. I think it's just because like I'm not reading Infinity Inc., so I'm not super invested in the characters. But Infinity Inc. are basically a team of like they are the next generation of the Justice Society of America. So like they're all like next gen versions of them. So you got like a new Wildcat. You got a character called Jade, who is essentially their version of the Alan Scott Green Lantern. There's a guy called Mr. Bones, doesn't really have any relationship to any of the, like he's just a member of Infinity Inc. And then you got characters like Solomon Grundy. Like Solomon Grundy is a member of Infinity Inc. And he can only be controlled by Jade. And then there's also Obsidian, who we know about from Crisis on Infinite Earths, and that is the character that we start off this story with. So, so Todd, the real name of Obsidian, is spending time with his girlfriend Marcy, who is the granddaughter of the original Harley Quinn. Because before Bruce Timm's Harley Quinn from Batman the Animated Series, there were a couple of other Harley Quinns. First Harley Quinn was from the she was an enemy of Alan Scott Green Lantern, and she was from those old days. So she's really old now, she's not Harley Quinn anymore. And then the second Harley Quinn was a completely separate character called Joella Dent, who is the daughter of Harvey Dent, or at least she was pre-Crisis. I don't think she exists anymore, at least not yet. They haven't rebooted her yet. But her whole thing was that she was pretending to be different villains' daughters. So at first she said she was the Joker's daughter, and then she said she was like Catwoman's, and then it turned out that she was actually Two-Face's. So anyway, Todd and Marcy are talking about the Manhunters and everything that's going on. Apparently Solomon Grundy has gone missing. So they're kind of wondering where he is. And while they're talking, they sort of start to get to a point of like, they're probably going to have sex. You know? They like kiss each other, and then Marcy leaves, and Todd assumes that she's going to like get undressed or something. But when she comes back, she's wearing a Harley Quinn costume, and she reveals to Todd that she's decided to become the new Harley Quinn and take over the role from her grandma. And Todd's like, "What are you doing? Like, why are you doing this?" And oh yeah, and she also brings up the fact that like she believes that like Obsidian should just leave Infinity Inc. and go and do his own thing, and that he'd be better off on his own than in a team. And Todd's just like, "What are you talking about? Like, what's getting into you? First you're saying that, now you're saying that you're going to become the new Harley Quinn." And that's when she reveals that she's a Manhunter, and that her goal is to get Todd to join her side, or join like the Manhunter side. Originally, she was going to start off with another character, Northwind, but he took off, and so she switched over to trying to recruit Obsidian instead, and he refuses. Like, even the fact that she's like a beautiful girl who is pretending to be interested in him, that's not enough to make him betray his friends. And so he transforms into Obsidian, and then he leaves. Obsidian has like shadow powers; he can turn into a shadow. So he just turns into a shadow and goes through the wall and flies away from her, and decides that he's going to head back to Infinity Inc. And this whole kind of encounter with Harley Quinn has kind of messed him up, you know, because he wasn't expecting his girlfriend to turn out to be evil, you know, and that's not sitting right with him at the moment. So meanwhile, Marcy's mother, Mrs. Scott, she's actually the wife of Alan Scott. She goes to visit Dan Richards. And if you remember, Dan Richards was the original Manhunter. He has like a pet dog called Thor. He's an old man now, he's much older now. He isn't a superhero anymore. And so she visits him, and while they're talking to each other and talking about the old days, Jade shows up. And Jade shows up with her her name's Jenny Lynn. Her superhero name is Jade. Jade shows up with her, I'm assuming that he's her boyfriend. They don't state it, but it's assumed. But yeah, she shows up to the house with him. He's a member of he's a member of Infinity Inc. I just don't know his name. Or I just don't really care, in all honesty. It doesn't matter. They show up, and she's just not in the mood to talk to Marcy's grandma, to Mrs. Scott. And so Mrs. Scott just gets back to her conversation with Dan, and that's when Dan brings up the fact that he knows that Harley Quinn, her Harley Quinn, worked for the Manhunters years ago. Which is, I guess, a retcon that they're doing right now. So yeah, apparently years ago she worked for the Manhunters, the Grandmaster recruited her, but obviously those times are behind her. And all of a sudden, the door rings, the door buzzes, and they open it and they find that it's Alan Scott Green Lantern. And they're like, what are you doing here? This is impossible. Because Alan Scott, at the moment, is supposed to be dead. Which is weird because, it's kind of adding to this mystery of when we read Young All-Stars, and Alan Scott was in that. So the question is kind of tying those two together where, Alan Scott is back, and he's working for the Manhunters, or he's, under their control. But the mystery is, how is he alive again? And Harley Quinn shows up with him, the new Harley Quinn, and she reveals that she's, a Manhunter, and that she's going to do the Manhunter's bidding, and reveals, the fact that she's evil and all that kind of stuff, and Dan decides to try and stop her. He tries to pull her mask off because they're like, what are you doing, you lunatic? Why are you wearing that stupid costume? And he tries to pull the glasses off, and that's when Mrs. Scott is like, no, those glasses, they have a protection system. So when Dan touches them, it zaps him, which really hurts his hand. And so he orders Thor, his pet dog, to attack Harley Quinn. And as Thor goes to attack her, Harley Quinn is like, stop. I'm not the one you should be attacking. It's him. I order you to attack him. And Thor turns his head to Dan and jumps at Dan. And that's when Mrs. Scott goes to grab a knife. And she stabs Thor, the dog, and cuts him open. And it's revealed that Thor is an agent for the Manhunters. That's right, we got a robot dog here. He's an android dog. This isn't the real Thor. I think it's assumed that, Thor was never a real dog. Ever. Or the real Thor is dead. We don't know. They don't really explain. It's either the case of, the Thor that Dan has known his entire career was always an android working for the Manhunters, or his real Thor died and was replaced by the Manhunters. But anyway, like, Mrs. Scott and Dan decide that they need to get the heck out of there, because, otherwise they're gonna die. So they quickly run to the car, and they get in, and Thor is trying to attack them, and they straight up drive over him and destroy Thor. Like, he just gets crushed by the car, and, like, his eyeball comes out and shit, and all these robotics come out of him. It's pretty messed up. He's all mangled and shit. And then as they're driving away, suddenly this really weird fucking looking creature, it's like a big pink alien looking creature on the road, just appears out of nowhere, and they go screeching off the road, and they crash, and it's assumed that they died, because Harley Quinn comes over and is like, at last, from here on, I'm not just the new Harley Quinn, now I'm the only Harley Quinn. So it's assumed that, like, did they just die? Like, you would assume so. It's like, wow, okay. They're both dead. Dan Richards and Mrs. Scott, Alan Scott's wife, are both dead, as far as we know. So, we head back to, Infinity Inc., where we have we head to the Infinity Inc. headquarters, where we have a bunch of the members of Infinity Inc. all sitting around having a yarn. And Jade gets called by by her master to go, like, have a meeting with him. And so she goes off to have a meeting with him. And Obsidian comes back to the headquarters. He's all pissed. He's like all depressed. And it's Brainwave. Brainwave is a character. Of course it's Brainwave. I know who Brainwave is. The only reason I know who Brainwave is because I've read Stargirl. I've watched the Stargirl series. Brainwave is there when Obsidian he sees Brainwave. And he's like, oh shit, it's Brainwave. And then he, like, looks at Brainwave and he's like, God damn it. I can tell in his eyes that Brainwave is reading my mind right now and is invading my own, is invading my brain. And I hate that. And it pisses me off. Like, that's what Obsidian is, like, thinking to himself. So when Brainwave goes to talk to him, Obsidian's like, cut the shit, Brainwave. I know what you're doing. And Brainwave's like, what are you talking about? And Obsidian's like, stay the fuck out of my brain. And stay the fuck out of my friends' brains. I know what you do. I know your powers. Allow me to have my privacy. Leave me alone. Like, don't read my thoughts. And Brainwave is like, I didn't go in your brain at all. I don't do that to my friends. I know about privacy. I can just tell that something's wrong because you look like shit. You look depressed, you look sad. That's how I knew something was wrong with you. Not because I went poking around I didn't go poking around in your brain. Like, Obsidian gets so mad. He, like, grabs him by the shirt and he's like, stay the fuck out of my brain. And, Obsidian starts to calm down after Brainwave explains that, like, he isn't invading his privacy. And that's when Jade shows up. And, she's talking about how, she's like, why can't you send, like, Johnny... Because she's being talked to about finding Solomon Grundy. And so she's like, why can't you just send Johnny Thunder to go find Solomon Grundy? So we can deal with the Manhunters. And they're kind of just like, look, Solomon Grundy is dangerous all by himself. You're the only person who can control him. So unless we find him, he's going to cause all sorts of trouble. End the discussion. And they all sit down to talk about how they're going to find Solomon Grundy. And they have, like, a big meeting about it. And then all of a sudden, Nadia and Harupa, the Zamaron and Guardian, show up, like, appear towards them. And they tell Infinity Inc. that they need to go find Floronic Man. because Floronic Man has escaped from Arkham Asylum and is currently in Louisiana, and so they need to go to Louisiana and get Floronic Man because he's supposed to be the 10th hero, and at the moment, the Manhunters, like, he's in the hands of the Manhunters, so they gotta go there and they gotta get him. And so eventually they agree. Some of them are kind of just like, really? Do we really have to do this? And they're like, yes. You know, this is your job. And so they go to Louisiana. They find Floronic Man and the woman, the doctor who, like, helped him escape from Arkham Asylum. Her name doesn't matter. She's just a Manhunter crony. They find the two of them. She's got, like, a minigun. She's, like, shooting at them. And so a big fight starts between Floronic Man and Infinity Inc. Jade is the one who is mostly fighting Floronic Man. She uses her, like, Green Lantern powers. Like, she doesn't have a lantern. I don't know how her powers work because I don't read Infinity Inc. But she's essentially got Green Lantern powers without the power ring or the lantern. I'm assuming that she's powered by the magic that Alan Scott's lantern was powered by. But it's, like, in her, probably. I don't know. But she's fighting Floronic Man. And the other members are fighting the woman with the machine gun. Or the Gatling gun. And Jade actually tries to trick Floronic Man into thinking that she has control of the green. Because Floronic Man is powered by the green. And which the green is like another realm that's like all of the world's like plants. It's like the source of all plants, as far as I know. I'm pretty sure that's kind of like what it is. Obviously it's deeper than that, like there's a lot to it, but to summarize it, it's like the source of all plants and plant life itself and stuff like that. All the green stuff. So Jade tries to trick Floronic Man into thinking that she's powered by the green as well, because she's got green powers. And he doesn't fall for it, but at the same time he also isn't like... It's not like he doesn't believe her. He's kind of confused by it. He's like, what are you talking about? Like, how are you powered by the green? Are you lying to me? The new Wildcat, Yelena, tries to fight the Doctor with the Gatling gun. I don't even know her name. I don't care. I don't give a shit. She's just a nameless character. She ends up getting, like, hit into, like, the Louisiana swamps where she gets attacked by alligators, and then Mr. Bones comes along and helps her escape from the alligators by biting into one with, like, he uses, like, a cyanide bite to kill the alligator. He, like, bites it and uses his, like, cyanide powers to kill the alligator. And Jade is helpless at the hands of Floronic Man. He has her, like, tangled up in vines. She can't get out. And then out of nowhere, Solomon Grundy just comes charging through. And he's just like, Grundy, smash! And he just, like, he rips apart the vines. And, like, Floronic Man tries to, like, throw vines at him. And Grundy's just like, Grundy will kill! And he, like, cuts all the vines and then starts beating the shit out of Floronic Man. And it gets to the point where, like, Jade is, like, telling him to stop because they need to bring Grundy back, they need to bring Floronic Man back alive, and Grundy is currently killing him, and so Jade is forced to knock Grundy out with her powers. He's like, you left me no choice! And, like, punches him in the face with her Green Lantern fist, like, with her green power fist. And knocks him out. He knocks him so hard that he, like, hits a tree, and that's what knocks him out. And so they tie both Grundy and Floronic Man up, take him into their little ship, and set off to take them both to the Citadel, I would assume, where the Guardians are. Sorry, where the Green Lantern Corps are and where the New Guardians are. And while they're flying back, Jade also says, like, maybe maybe we should have left Solomon Grundy, like, in Louisiana. Like, I can't help feeling he'd be better off if we just left him there. And Owlman is just like, don't be silly, Jenny. Who could possibly be better off living in a swamp? And as he says that, Swamp Thing is just there. It's like a funny little cameo. Swamp Thing is at the end. He's just like chilling. He's like, hey, I heard that. I live in the swamp. And that's it. That's the end of the Infinity Inc. tie-in, and that's the end of this episode of the Marvel DC Retrospective Podcast. Yeah, that's the end of part 2 of Millennium, which is crazy. This is honestly, like, for how big this event is, I feel like it feels like it's flying by. There's still a long way to go, you know? I've still got like 3 more parts to this to go through and a lot of tie-ins to go through. But we're almost halfway through. And this one, I feel like, definitely had more solid tie-ins than the last one. I really enjoyed the Booster Gold one. Green Lantern Corps one was fine. Infinity Inc. one was pretty fun. Even though I didn't know who most of the characters were. The Adventures of Superman one was probably my favourite one. Worst one was probably the Young All-Stars one. Actually, no. The Superman one was probably my favourite one just because I really liked Toyman and I just liked the story of that issue. The Digital Superhero one was fine. It was alright. But yeah, again, like, if you feel like checking out Millennium, I highly recommend checking it out, reading it. It's a fun event. I'm enjoying it so far. And if you haven't listened to any of the other episodes of this podcast, I highly recommend going back and listening to some of the episodes where I cover some issues from The Flash and like Crisis on Infinite Earths and Legends and all sorts of events, and there's going to be plenty of events coming in the future, so definitely feel free to follow my podcast channel so that you will get my podcast shows so that you will get constant updates on when new episodes drop. New episodes drop every Sunday, 10 a.m. West Australian time. But yeah, that's going to be it for this episode, and I hope to see all of you next time to do another part of Millennium, where we're going to be reading more tie-ins, we're going to be doing more issues of Millennium, and seeing how this event progresses. Have a good night, or a good morning, whatever time you're listening to this, and see you next time. Hello, welcome to another episode of the Marvel and DC Retrospective Podcast. This is another episode of Midlife Crisis because we are continuing the Millennium event today. This is part 3 of the Millennium event, of a 5-part event. And so if you haven't seen part 1 and part 2 and listened to them, go listen to them now before listening to this podcast, because a lot has happened and you're going to be confused as to like what's going on, because we are in the middle of it now. So let's just get straight to it. We're going to start with Millennium issue 4 today. We're covering 2 issues. Well, we're going to be covering like a bunch of issues, but right now we are covering 2 separate issues. We got Millennium issue 4, and then we've got the Teen Titans Spotlight, which stars Aqualad and Aquaman, which is a tie-in. So yeah, let's start with Millennium issue 4. Obviously, it's written by Steve Englehart still, with art by Joe Staton. We leave off right where the Infinity Inc. tie-in left off, which in that, Infinity Inc. went and captured Floronic Man in swamps of Louisiana. So they've brought Floronic Man back to the Green Lantern Citadel, and Thomas Carmichael has also been brought back by Green Lantern. So the 8 remaining surviving New Guardians are finally united. And Batman is kind of watching this happen, and he's like,
I don't like this.
And they're all kind of like just having a bit of a yarn, just talking to each other. Floronic Man is talking about how like he's the chosen one. He's like, I'm the chosen one. I am part of the green, and with the green, I will eventually take over the world with my power, and just saying shit like that. And they're all kind of ignoring him, or just being like, why are you being such a weirdo, dude? Like, shut up. And you know, all of the New Guardians are talking to each other, and that one guy, the one New Guardian, the racist one, is like, I'm amazed that I'm the only white man in this scheme. You there, you look normal enough under that mask. The Blue Dwarf can't really be settling for these lunatics, mongrels, and degenerates, can he? And he's like talking to the Flash, and the Flash is like, to be honest, I don't even understand why they picked you. And Kilowog's just like, like laughing. And he's like, no, you're all corrupted in the West, I had hoped. Well, you'll never corrupt South Africa long after you've been swept by communist mongrels. We'll be strong. And Wally's just like, I rest my case. And so yeah, that guy is just being a massive douche. And I sincerely hope he dies. I think he does. I don't know yet, obviously, because I haven't read the whole thing, but I wouldn't be surprised if he dies. So Batman's continually thinking to himself about how he just doesn't like the situation. He's just like,
I don't like anything that's going on right now. Not only do we have to team up with Floronic Man, who I really hate, but Firestorm and Booster Gold are currently working for the Manhunters. Superman has been tied up with some problems. Tony Young and Regan are pushing us back, and Jim Gordon was replaced by a Manhunter robot. What we need is a strike at their heads, not their minds. They use the shadows, but so do I. The difference is, I'm not a detective. I should be able to find what's hidden. Wait, Green Lantern, I need your computer.
And so Green Lantern tells Batman, like, where the computer is, and Batman goes to log into the computer, and he's like,
and Floronic Man was just captured in the bayou.
And so he decides to head off to find a way to... he decides to fly off somewhere. Oh yeah, he decides to head to to fly off to Belle Reve Federal Prison in Louisiana, because he wants to go there and investigate on where the Manhunters could possibly be. So he heads off to Belle Reve. And meanwhile, the Manhunters are having like a little meeting, doing their Manhunter thing, just being like, nobody escapes the Manhunters. And Firestorm shows up with Ferguson. It took them, I don't know how much time has passed, but it took them a long time for Firestorm to fly from Ferguson's lab, because they're just arriving now. If you remember, that happened in the tie-in. Meanwhile, Booster Gold is getting ready to... I think he's getting ready to have, like, a meeting. Eventually, they're going to have him, like, broadcast and speak on behalf of on behalf of the Manhunters, because the public will listen to a superhero. But he has a meeting with Manhunter, and the Manhunter basically tells him that, like, Captain Hadley, who was the Manhunter that was going to go and kill Captain Atom, that Booster Gold stopped, is going to be given the go-ahead to go after Captain Atom again, and the Manhunter is just like, I'm telling you this now, because if you want to stop him and save your superhero friend, this is your choice, but depending on the choice you make, it really shows if you're going to be on our side. And Booster Gold's like, yeah, I'm not, like, you go ahead, like, I'm not going to stop him from killing Captain Atom, like, I am on your side. I don't care what happens to this time, because I come from, like, I come from centuries from now, so, like, it doesn't even matter to me what happens, you know? So, Captain Atom is, flying through, like, his base. He's talking about how, like, his son won't talk to him, and he's depressed about that. And while he's on his way there, he sees he sees General Ailing, who, if you know, is a Superman character. Not a Superman character. He's not a Superman character. He's like a character. He's like he's just a DC character. Like he's not like specific to any character's cast. He's just he shows up in everything, and he's kind of just he causes trouble for superheroes because he doesn't trust all superheroes. But Captain Ailing basically tells Captain Atom that Firestorm is on the side of the Manhunters, and that he's been seen in Louisiana, like the swamps of Louisiana, and so he tells Captain Atom to go after Firestorm and fight him. And Captain Atom's just like, can't we just get the like, I know that you put me on the GL as like a mole, but can't we just get the GL? Like, I could just ask the GL to help me. And Eileen's just like, no, we need you to do it alone. We don't want the GL getting involved. And so Captain Atom reluctantly agrees and heads off to Louisiana to find Firestorm. And that's when Captain Hadley shows up, and he's just like, hey, where's Captain Atom? I was just going to talk to him. And Aileen's like, I already sent him off to Louisiana. And Hadley's just like, shit. Well, that's kind of screwed up my plan. I guess I better talk to the Manhunters and see how we're going to get around this little hiccup. And so we head back to the Green Lantern Citadel, where Harupa and is it Neruda or Nadura, the Zamron, they show up and they basically ask the New Guardians, this is the last time we're going to ask you this. Are you with us? Now's your chance to back out if you want to. Do you want to back out, or are you going to be a New Guardian? And they all agree. And the racist guy is like thinking to himself, I'm not turning back until I have the power they're offering. Then I'll decide. Because basically the Guardians are saying like, we're going to give you superpowers now, but only if you agree to help us. So they all agree, including Floronic Man. And the racist guy kind of takes the leadership. He's like, oh, alright everyone, follow me. And Nadira just kind of like has a weird like, oh, Nadia, that's it. Not Nadira. Nadia has like a weird pain in her head, and then it passes. And what's his name? I'm blanking on his name. So you got Martian Manhunter, and then you've got what's his name? I'll just call him Scott, because for some reason I am blanking on his name. There are so many characters in DC, it's really, every now and then you just blank, even if it's a character that you know, that you usually know the name of. I've gotta think for it. I want to remember the name of this character. I don't know why I'm blanking. I've talked about them so much, you would think I would remember their name. What's his name? Mr. Miracle. God damn it. Mr. Miracle and Martian Manhunter are talking about how Nadia's been acting weird. And then Mr. Miracle is kind of like, wait a minute, your last name's Manhunter. And Martian Manhunter's, hey, the Terrans are the ones who gave me that name. Like, I'm not a Manhunter. And so we go to Belle Reve, where the Suicide Squad are all gathered. We got different members. We got like Slipknot, Bronze Tiger, Deadshot, Captain Boomerang, Rick Flag, and then we got the Privateer. Yeah, the Privateer, who is Mark Shaw. And as you know, Mark Shaw used to be a vigilante called the Manhunter, and he used to work for the Manhunters, but right now he is the Privateer. So John Economos is talking about how, like, he believes that there is a Manhunter base in Louisiana, so he's going to send the Suicide Squad to Louisiana so they can take the Manhunters head on. He also mentions the fact that, like, they have a bomb that they're going to set off at the base, but it's big enough that it could probably end in the Suicide Squad being killed by it as well. And and he's just like, Flag is just like, Waller at least used to give us some odds, Economos. It just sounds like we're being sent into there to die this time. And Deadshot's just like, maybe she saw that I was getting bored. Slipknot and Captain Boomerang don't like the idea of going into the Manhunter base, especially with this bomb that could possibly kill them. And John Economos is like, I thought you wouldn't agree, so you two are wearing the explosive bracelets. And so they're forced to put the bracelets on. And Captain Boomerang is 100% sure that Mark Shaw is still working for the Manhunters, so he doesn't trust him. Mark Shaw is just like, I'm not a Manhunter. You know, I swear, I'm not a Manhunter. So Captain Boomerang and Slipknot get the bracelets put on, and then the Suicide Squad head off to Louisiana to find the Manhunter base. And then Batman shows up to talk to John, and he manages to get John to tell him where Floronic Man is, or like where Floronic Man was. He was supposed to lie to Batman and tell him that Floronic Man, like, wasn't in Louisiana when the man wasn't taken to Louisiana where the Manhunters were, but he kind of fumbles and tells Batman the truth, and he's like, shit, I'm gonna be working overtime for this. And so Batman heads off to find a boat, because he needs to get, the only way he's gonna get to Louisiana is by boat, like to the swamps. I mean, is he's in Louisiana. He needs a boat in order to get to the swamps, so he heads off to find one. Meanwhile, there's this character named Madame Xanadu, who is like a tarot card reader. She has a Manhunter mask that she's fascinated by, and she's like collected it. And then this guy shows up, and he wants to get a tarot reading. So she gives him a tarot reading, and he asks her about like what she thinks about the Manhunters. And she's like, oh, the Manhunters, like, I have one of their masks. You want to see it? And she goes and grabs the mask. And as she's talking about it and, like, grabbing the mask, he comes up from behind her and hits her across the head, knocks her out, and takes the mask. And then just outside, like, Jim Corrigan, who is usually possessed by the Spectre, because he's normally dead. But at this point in time, Jim Corrigan is not dead, and instead he works alongside the Spectre, and so the Spectre isn't always possessing him. I think the Spectre can still possess him if it wants to, but right now they're kind of working side by side. So Jim Corrigan shows up to Madame Xanadu's place and finds her knocked out, and that's when she tells him that a Manhunter is in his office. So he runs up to find the Manhunter, and he's like, hold her right there! And the Manhunter kind of like throws some shit at him and reveals that he's looking for the Spectre because he knows that Jim Corrigan is the Spectre. And so like eventually Jim manages to get the like he tries to go after the Manhunter, but he jumps out of his office window and to the floors down below. And upon leaving his office, Jim runs into the Spectre, and the Spectre reveals that he's going to go after the Manhunters because the Manhunters, like, it's his goal to deal with, like, he's an angel of vengeance, and the Manhunters are, like, evil, so he has to hunt them down and deal with them. So he decides to help Jim find the Manhunters, and so Jim and the Spectre go to a, like, tarot reading, and Madame Xanadu just can't figure out where the Manhunters are with her tarot cards, and so Spectre decides to help her by touching the tarot cards and, like, her globe at the same time, and using, like, his mystical energy, he figures out that the Manhunters base is in Louisiana, and so Jim and the Spectre decide to go to the swamps together to find the Manhunter base. Meanwhile, Harbinger is caught in the Manhunter's base, and the Grandmaster comes in. She's hooked to like a power dampening machine. Grandmaster comes in and basically mocks at her, saying that like the Earth's heroes are going to die and all that kind of shit. And he notices that he's got a key on his side, and it kind of like falls out of his back pocket. And so when he leaves, she tries to get out of the machine by grabbing the key, which she successfully does with her like leg. And she manages to get out, but a Manhunter, like as she's trying to escape, a Manhunter appears and is like, "You're not getting out of here." She's like, "Ah, shit." So she jumps into an air vent and comes across the Grandmaster again. And the Grandmaster is like, "You'll never leave us alive. Like, there's no way you can escape from the Manhunters. We are everywhere." And so, like, she basically just had an unsuccessful escape attempt. Floronic Man is complaining about... meanwhile, Floronic Man is complaining about the meeting that he just had. He doesn't like having long talks with these other heroes. He just wants to take over the world. And so he comes across a Manhunter, and... Floronic Man is like, "I'm the one who can use the aliens to bring the world completely into the green." And the Manhunter's like, "Yes, but not yet. You must contain yourself among the chosen until we are ready to make maximum use of your infiltration. Then you can strike at will." And then meanwhile, there's a lot of shit happening right now. Meanwhile, this is panel by panel. This is literally... one page is about Harbinger, and then we're right on to Floronic Man. And now we're at Batman, where he's gone to a dock. He's talking to a boat owner, and the guy lets Batman use his boat. He's like, "Hey, are you really the Batman?" And Batman's like, "I am, and now I must fly." And so he jumps into the boat and heads off into the swamp to chase after the Suicide Squad. And meanwhile, the Suicide Squad are also in the swamps. Captain Atom has also showed up in the swamps, and the Spectre and Jim Corrigan have also showed up in the swamps. And so it's assumed that these four parties are going to collide with one another. So we're going to see Batman collide with the Suicide Squad, Captain Atom, Spectre, and Jim. They're all going to have a big fight or something, or they're all going to team up against the Manhunters, against Firestorm and the Manhunters and shit. So that sounds really interesting. And that's where issue 4 ends. We end on that cliffhanger, which will probably be continued in... I think it's continued in tie-ins. So after that, now that issue 4 of Millennium is over, we move on to Teen Titans Spotlight, which is connected to the Manhunters, quite heavily in fact. Teen Titans Spotlight is a spin-off series of Teen Titans, where it focuses on a single member of the team and an adventure that they have. This issue focuses on Aqualad and guest stars Aquaman. It's written by Dan Mishkin and Gary Cohn, and the artist is Art Thibet. So we start off how I'm guessing most Aquaman comics start off. Aqualad is fighting an evil octopus. I wonder how many Aquaman stories have started off with them fighting some kind of giant fish. But they're fighting a giant octopus, and Aqualad is in trouble. But then Aquaman comes up and uses his telekinesis to get the not telekinesis. I'd say it's fish telepathy to help free Aqualad from the grasp of the octopus, to tell the octopus to let him go. And so yeah, he saves Aqualad, and Aqualad really hates the fact that Aquaman saved him, because he's like, I had powers, like I had telepathy powers. My powers were enough to fight Mento, which happened in another issue. You know, I don't like the fact that you're saving me, Aquaman, but lately my telepathic powers just haven't been as good as they used to be. You know, and then the fish start acting weird. They're like, wait a minute, what's wrong with the fish? And then a giant explosion happens, which sends Aqualad and Aquaman smashing into a wall. So they decide to go and look for what the explosion was caused by. Aquaman already senses that it was caused by, like, possibly human intervention or something. And they find these giant jellyfishes that are being piloted by Manhunters. And when they go up to the jellyfishes, they get, like, zapped by the tentacles. And they're like, ah, damn, like, it zaps them so hard that they get knocked out for a sec. Because they were, like, trying to go up to the jellyfish to see, like, what's going on. And then one of the jellyfishes, like, came from behind them and zapped them and knocked them out. And so we find that the Manhunters are underwater because they're trying to set a ship, like a alien vessel, free from, like, a cliff underwater. Like, underwater terrain. And they took care of Aquaman and Aqualad because they don't want them getting in the way of their scheme. And they knew that Aquaman and Aqualad were going to get in the way. And so far they've been dealt with, so they're not worried about them anymore. But obviously Aqualad and Aquaman are still alive, so they plan on stopping them. They find the Manhunters working on the ship, and they start fighting them. They summon a bunch of fish to help them fight the Manhunters. But the Manhunters straight up just kill the fish really easily. It's kind of sad. You see them, like, shooting beams through sharks and hammerheads, just straight up killing them. There's a dolphin, I think, that gets killed. But Aquaman and Aqualad go in and they start just beating the shit out of Manhunters, and because they're really strong, they're able to smash the Manhunters' faces just by punching them. Aqua literally knocks the head off of a Manhunter. This is all underwater, so it just goes even more against, like, just how strong Aquaman and Aqualad are, that, like, they can punch a robot's head off underwater. And then these new Manhunters show up, and they have, like, augments and upgrades that allow them to fight better underwater. And so Aqualad and Aquaman start fighting them, and you would think that these ones would beat them, but Aquaman and Aqualad still beat these Manhunter variations as well. Not as easily as the other ones, but, like, it's not that much harder for them to beat them. And so they beat them, and Aquaman almost gets tangled up in the tentacles of another jellyfish, but Aqualad manages to save him. And Aquaman decides to try and use his telepathy to take control of the jellyfishes because they are fish. But when he uses it, he gets a knockback shock from them that zaps his brain and knocks him out. And so Aqualad is like, alright, it's up to me. Maybe... Okay, I've got a plan. It's pretty crazy, but it's my only chance. If I don't succeed in this, I'm going to die anyway. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the jellyfish shock me, and maybe it'll act kind of like shock therapy, and it will unlock my telepathy powers again, like my fish telepathy powers. You know, it's worth a shot. And so he does that. He grabs onto the tentacles, gets electrocuted by them, and it works. It brings back his telepathic powers, his fish telepathy, and he uses it to call a bunch of, like, whales and sharks and shit to come and help him. And then he uses his powers against the jellyfish to take control of their minds, which fucks up the Manhunters that are currently in control of them and causes them to explode, which then sets the, like, I think he uses his telepathy to cause the jellyfish to then electrocute the Manhunters that are controlling them, causing them to explode and then setting them free. And then the jellyfish start, like, herding the Manhunters away to a cave. And then the Manhunters all self-destruct and destroy themselves. and it's assumed that they also destroy the jellyfish as well, or like a bunch of them. And so Aquaman and Aqualad are like, shit, the Manhunters just killed themselves. But hey, at least we stopped them from doing whatever they were doing, like from getting this alien ship. And so it ends with Aquaman being like, you know, Garth, like, you got your powers back. You saved the day. Like, I'm really proud of you. And Aqualad's like, yeah, you know what? I'm proud of me too. And so that's the end of that tie-in. Just a fun little side story, and it might even become really important later. Like, we always find that events in these tie-ins do get brought up in the main story. Probably if Aquaman ever shows up in the main story, they will mention that. But the next tie-in after Aquaman is the Action Comics tie-in, which I think at this point in time, Spectre didn't have his own comic series, or like his comics were cancelled, or it was just before he got his own series. So his stories were currently being told in Action Comics. So essentially the next one is a Spectre tie-in, but it's also in Action Comics. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the Spectre does when it comes to fighting the Manhunters. So, let's check this out. So, we get the Action Comics tie-in, which, after reading it, I discovered it stars both Spectre and Superman, which makes sense, because it's Action Comics. This actually takes place out of order. It was released after Millennium Week 4, but it takes place during, or like right after the Superman, like the Adventures of Superman issue, where he went to Smallville and discovered Dr. Whitney being a Manhunter and just, you know, stopped him. So Spectre isn't in the swamp, he's above Smallville. So the way we start off the comic, it's written by John Byrne, by the way. And with art by John Byrne. So we start off with the Spectre. He jumps out of a plane. That's literally the style of the comic. He jumps out of a plane into Smallville. And when he arrives in Smallville, he realizes that it's a lot quieter than he expected. He goes on to explain everything that's happened with the Manhunters and all that, their origin, all that kind of stuff. And as he flies through Smallville, he finds what he's looking for, which is the Manhunter ship from Adventures of Superman, the one that Superman crashed into the ground. And alongside it, he finds a lot of people, and then a lot of a lot of alive people, and then a lot of dead people. The dead people are all of the children in Smallville, because they were all controlled by the Manhunters, and upon the death of Dr. Whitney, who was the one that transferred all of their minds to Manhunter minds, him dying killed all of the children. They were all dead. And Superman is like so pissed. He's like, like, what have I done? Like, this is all my fault. And like my parents, like my foster parents know that it's also partly their fault, because them finding me in my ship is the reason this happened in the first place. This is probably the darkest day in my life. And then Spectre's like, hey, don't worry, Superman. You see, the thing is that, like, they're not dead. The children aren't dead. In fact, I know that their souls, I can sense that their souls are still alive somewhere else. And I can take you to that place. But you're going to have to sacrifice your powers in order to do so, because I'm going to send you to another realm where these children probably are. And while you're there, you're not going to have any powers. You're going to be vulnerable. So are you ready for that? And Superman's like, of course, I'll do anything to save these people. You know, I'd give up my life to save the people that I love. And so Spectre sends Superman to this other realm, to this like limbo, because he explained that like the children's souls are currently in limbo, which is between life and death. So they're not dead, but they're not alive. And so he ends up in this other realm. He comes across Lana Lang, and Lana doesn't realize that she's technically dead at the moment. She also refers to Superman as Clark, and Clark is like, man, she doesn't realize that she's talking to Superman, and nobody around us realizes that Lana and I are talking to each other. And then the Spectre shows up, and he's like, don't worry, Superman, like, Lana can't see me, you know, I'm just in my spectral form. And that's when he explains about the fact that they're in limbo. And then a Manhunter shows up, and it's Dr. Whitney. And Superman is the only one who can see him as a Manhunter, like in his Manhunter form. Everyone else, including Lana, just sees him as, you know, nice guy Dr. Whitney. And he explains that, like, this is his realm that he created upon destroying himself. And that because he has control over it, he can do whatever he wants, and nobody else will be any the wiser. He's like, and I can do this, and he hits Superman across the face, and nobody sees him do it except for Superman. So he's beating the shit out of Superman, and then the Spectre comes in. He's like, all right, that's enough, and he goes really massive, and he grabs Dr. Whitney, and then he like throws him into the ground. And he's like, now that you're out of commission, I'm gonna possess your body. And so Spectre uses his powers to possess the body of Dr. Whitney, and then uses the possession to cause Dr. Whitney to pull his own body apart so that he explodes. He causes Dr. Whitney to like pull his body apart, and Dr. Whitney explodes, which pulls everybody out of the limbo, and all of the children wake up and they're all alive again. And that's when Spectre, Superman's like, how? Like, how are they alive? And Spectre's like, they were never truly dead, Superman. But come, let us depart this place before the joy these people feel is replaced by a curiosity we will not wish to satisfy. And it's really funny, because in the next page, there's like a couple of children, because this is taking place on Halloween. There are 3 children that are trick-or-treating. One of them is dressed as Darth Vader, one of them's a witch, and the other one's dressed as Batman. But it's like 60s Batman. And they're trick-or-treating, and they're like sneaking around the house. And then the Spectre's right there, and he's like towering over them. He's like, and they're all like, ah! And they run away. And Spectre kind of smiles at them running away. He's got like a little shit-eating grin. Superman's like, Spectre, you didn't explain, like, you were in the middle of explaining to us what happened. And that's when the Spectre explains exactly what went on with the children in Smallville. So the way to lay it out, quick and simple, is that the Manhunters found a way to create another personality for the children of Smallville. So they had 2 personalities. Their real one and their Manhunter one. And the Manhunter one personality took over. And the Manhunter personality had its own memories and everything. It was like a separate person. And the Manhunter personality is what died. So that died, but they didn't. Their actual personality did not die, which is why killing Dr. Whitney didn't kill them. It only killed their Manhunter personas, which is why they're still alive. So that's what he explains. There's way more text than that, but like it's summarized like that. It's as simple as I can make it. And then Spectre's just like, now that I've explained everything, we've got to go because we have stuff to do for the Millennium. You know, we gotta help with the Millennium now. So let's go. And so Spectre and Superman fly off to go and help be a part of the event. And that's the end of the tie-in. It's not bad, but it's not like amazing. It's pretty fun seeing Spectre and Superman team up. and seeing Spectre like use some of his like power. But I will say that like this issue is a bit of a drag because like I skipped a lot of pages while I was recounting it, because a lot of pages in this are just them going over stuff that we've already learned, or flashbacks. There's a lot of flashbacks in it, a lot of filler. But other than that, the stuff that isn't filler, pretty enjoyable. I liked it. It was a good conclusion to like what we had previously seen. And the next tie-in that we're going to be talking about is the Captain Atom tie-in, which guest stars Firestorm the Nuclear Man. It's written by Cary Bates, best known for his being the writer of The Flash for a really long time, for like 150 issues. He wrote Barry Allen all the way up until Crisis. And it's also co-written by Greg Weisman. And you would probably know him from like a lot of... like he's written probably most of your favorite childhood shows. Like Gargoyles, Spectacular Spider-Man, Young Justice, like so much stuff. So as we've learnt from the previous Millennium issue, Captain Atom is currently going after Nuclear Man. He's been sent by General Erling to go to the Louisiana swamps to find Firestorm. Because Firestorm is under the control of the Manhunters. So he finds Firestorm, and Captain Atom, he doesn't really like Firestorm. He has kind of like a rivalry with him. They've already fought 2 times before, but he realizes that Firestorm is acting differently than he remembers. Like, he has amnesia. He even brings up the fact that he thinks that this Firestorm might actually be brain damaged, which... that didn't age well. Yeah, that's one of the things that he brings up as like a possibility of like what Firestorm... like the reason why Firestorm is acting different is because he ended up in a giant nuclear explosion and maybe he's brain damaged. But in another page, he comes to the conclusion, he's just like, maybe he's not brain damaged. Maybe he is just like under the control of the Manhunters. So Firestorm traps Captain Atom in a bubble sphere. And they make it pretty clear in this issue that, like, I think it's made pretty clear that Firestorm is supposed to be depicted as being... he's just more powerful than Captain Atom. Like, Captain Atom cannot beat Firestorm in a fight. The most he can do is try and just talk some sense into him. And that's exactly what this issue is all about. So Captain Atom gets trapped inside this sphere, and he tries to talk Firestorm down. And Firestorm reveals that he knows everything about Captain Atom. And that the reason he's not going to listen to him is because Captain Atom is a big liar. And that, like, he knows that he's like, I know that you're working for the government and that they have you as a mole in the Justice League. So I'm not going to listen to a word you say. And Captain Atom's just like, shit, like, he knows everything. That's going to set me back. Like, that's going to make this a lot harder than it should be. So Captain Atom comes up with the idea of just trying to appeal to Firestorm's human side by giving him some, like, life lessons of, like, by telling him some stories that could possibly help Firestorm understand Captain Atom's point of view, that he shouldn't be following the orders of the Manhunters. So he's just like, let me tell you a story about a little boy. And this little boy loved planes, but he had a fear of flying. Like a massive fear of flying. Loves planes, hates heights, hates flying. And one day his mum took him to see his dad, and like they drove to an airfield, and that's when his dad revealed that he's a pilot. And he has a surprise for him, for his son. And so this dad and his son get in the plane and they fly off, and it helps the son overcome his fear of flying. And so his fear of flying is cured, He still loves planes, and he decides to become a member of the Air Force and become a pilot. And then a mysterious accident happens, and that boy becomes Captain Atom, because that boy was me. I was that boy. So Firestorm's like, so you're telling me that your story has made me realize it would be bad if anyone, even the Manhunters, wanted to prevent mankind from reaching its true potential. It's like, I think I made some headway, but not enough. And then Firestorm's like, but the Manhunters are my creators. They have given me no reason not to trust them. And so Captain Atom is like, okay, let me tell you another story. So back earlier in my career, when I had a completely different costume that was like yellow and red, and I had white hair, and I wasn't silver, I got sent on a mission to find these two guys that had apparently stolen some technology from an army base. And the army had sent a helicopter after them, and I had overheard the general ordering them to shoot them on sight, to shoot these two guys. And I disagreed with the decision that the general had decided to make. So I decided I gotta find these guys before the guys in the helicopter can find them and kill them. So I did that. I flew really fast. I just went really fast. And I flew and I found the van really fast. And like, I found the guys inside it really fast. And then I discovered... I'm sorry, I can't take it seriously. I'm half taking this seriously and I'm not. It's good. So I found the two guys. I'm still talking from Captain Atom's point of view. I found the two guys, and it turns out that they both had radiation poisoning, because it turns out that they were two of the last people to be forced to watch like a nuclear bomb explode during a test, and it was back before they realized what radiation does to people, and so they have radiation sickness. And they stole this technology so that they could broadcast themselves and reveal their dilemma and force the government to help them. And basically, show that the government is like dirty and schemy and they're just awful people, and get what they deserve. So Captain Atom is like, you know what, I'm on their side. So I gotta stop those people from killing them. And so the helicopters try to shoot a missile at the two dudes, and Captain Atom stops the missile from hitting them and allows the guys to broadcast their story. And the general was so pissed with me with the decision that I made. But you know what? I made the choice that I wanted to make, and it was the right one. And that is why you shouldn't follow orders if you don't believe in them, Firestorm. That is the lesson of the story. And Firestorm is like, you're wasting your time telling me all of these stories, Captain Atom. I'm never going to believe you, even if what you say is true. I know everything about you. I know how much of a liar you are. I know all of your lies. They told me everything about your past. And so he creates a bunch of toxic gas to, cause Captain Atom to pass out. He, traps him inside the field with all this gas. Captain Atom passes out. He was supposed to show up at a broadcasting studio for an interview, but because he's busy with Firestorm, they are planning on, General Hadley, who we know as a Manhunter, is planning to go on broadcast in Captain Atom's place, and in doing so, he plans to reveal Captain Atom's identity and, all of his like lies and stuff on television to get revenge against him. Like to you know, ruin his life, because that's what the Manhunters are trying to do. And Hadley is like, while he's waiting to have his interview, he's outside having a smoke, and General Eiling comes over to him, and Hadley's like, here we are, just you and me. And you've been a thorn in the side of the Manhunters for a while now, so I think it's only thing that the Manhunters try to kill you. And he like pulls out this device. It's like a Manhunter gun. He goes to shoot Eiling, who's just like having a smoke, and it's kind of hard to see what happens, but I'm assuming that General Hadley gets shot. You don't see Eiling pull out a gun. I think it's supposed to be a moment of like, I think the cigarette that. I think it's a moment of like General Eiling pulled out a gun, shot Hadley, and then put it back in his pocket so fast that like you don't even see him pull it out. Like it's like one panel, Hadley gets shot. Next panel, Eiling is there with his hand still in his pocket. Oh wait, no. Oh, you can see. So he shot. All right, he shot it through the pocket. Sorry, the first time I read this, it was really confusing. So General Eiling shot Hadley through his coat pocket while his hand was in his pocket, which is fucking awesome. The reason why I didn't know that is because the gun, like the smoke from the gun is the same color as his coat. So it's just like red smoke on a red coat. So I couldn't even see it. I just assumed that he like shot him and we just didn't get to see it. Or like he put the gun away really fast or something. But nah, he shot through the coat. So Hadley is dead. Eiling's just like, yeah, fuck you. And so Firestorm just decides to lecture Captain Atom, because he's like, you spent this whole time lecturing me, I'm going to lecture you. These are all the lies that you've told. This is all of the things that you've lied about. Like, you know, I don't trust you. You're a massive liar. Like, I hate you. Like, I'm never going to trust you. I'm always only going to trust the Manhunters, because at least they've been telling me, like, what I would consider to be the truth. Like, you know, I believe them over you, you know, you big liar. And Captain Atom's just like, well, you know what? I'm going to be completely honest with you. I will tell you literally everything about myself. No more lies. And so Captain Atom tells Firestorm everything. You know, he tells him about how he went on nationwide TV to tell the to tell the fake true story about Captain Atom, like how it was all lies. He talks about the fact that he was actually convicted for murder and that the government used that against him to force him to work with him. And he explains to Firestorm that like he decided to work with the government because he was doing it for his children, because he didn't want them to lose their father, because if he didn't work for the government he would be jailed for life because he was, you know, convicted for murder that happened back in like 1968. And it's when he mentions his kids that Firestorm pulls him out of the sphere. He's like, I don't understand, like, why are you, like, what changed your mind? And Firestorm is like, you know, while you were telling all of these things, you know, I could have just, none of that stuff phased my choice, like, phased me in the slightest, or made me reconsider. But it was when you mentioned your children that I decided I would change my mind, because I could sense how much you really cared about your you really care about your children. And that's convinced me. Your love for your children has convinced me to join you against the Manhunters. And so Firestorm has agreed to not work for the Manhunters anymore. And he teams up with Captain Atom. And Captain Atom is like, cool, glad you're on my side. We got 10 minutes before the Suicide Squad's bomb blows up in Louisiana swamps and kills possibly a lot of people, including us. So we should go and stop it. Because as you know, Suicide Squad decided to go to Louisiana swamps to set off a bomb at the Manhunters base so that they could try and destroy the Manhunters, or to just try and destroy Firestorm, I guess is what they were trying to do. I think it's both. So they go off, and the bomb explodes, and together Captain Atom and Firestorm absorb the power of the bomb. And Firestorm turns a load of the bomb's like radiation into snow. And that's where the tie-in ends. He turns it into snow, and they have a little bit of a heart-to-heart. And Firestorm basically says, like, I got a lot to learn from you about, compassion, being, like, human, and all that kind of stuff. Can you teach me more about being a compassionate hero? Being a true hero? And Captain Atom is like, yeah, school's open. And he decides to take Firestorm on as his student again. And they head off together to, be student and mentor. It's a really nice ending. And a pretty good tie-in issue. A lot of talking. If you don't like wordy... If you don't like wordy comics, like, with not a lot of action, you're not going to like this. I'm just going to be straight up, you're not going to like this. But if you like characters having, like, deep conversation and just talking to one another, and that's the conflict, then you would probably enjoy this a lot. I just think that the relationship between Firestorm and Captain Atom is really interesting. Especially this version of Firestorm, who is not Ronnie Raymond at all. This is Firestorm without a separate personality and control. It's Firestorm in control of itself, And it's interesting. So yeah, that's the end of the Captain Atom tie-in. And the next tie-in that we're going to be talking about is Detective Comics, which continues on from Millennium Week 4. And I think we're going to discover about what happened to Commissioner Gordon, and possibly see Batman find Commissioner Gordon and help him escape from wherever he's been taken to, because he was kidnapped. So we move on to Detective Comics. Now, this issue of Detective Comics can be a bit confusing timeline-wise, so I'll explain exactly what point in time we are in. So it takes place, most of it takes place after Millennium 4. But some of it takes place before. And there's a couple of things that are mentioned that we actually skip. But, Batman mentions that he did it already, but we just didn't get to see it. So, we start off before Millennium has started with Commissioner Gordon. And Commissioner Gordon, this is before he's been fully replaced with a Manhunter, and before he's actually left, because it turns out he wasn't actually kidnapped. He went to Louisiana on his own. So it turns out that Commissioner Gordon used to be a member of the Navy. He had a Navy unit that he was in. He even went by his own code name, which was Nugent. There were other members: Garibaldi, Rosenfeld, Lilly, Hanna, and Madigan. Hanna and Madigan most recently died. So now there's only Lou, Rosenfeld, and Garibaldi left. And apparently, Garibaldi and Rosenfeld and Lou have all, Lou's contacted Commissioner Gordon because there's been some trouble going on, and Rosenfeld is in trouble. And Garibaldi went to search for him, and apparently he was sent falling to his death from a rooftop. He went searching for Rosenfeld, and he walked straight off a rooftop and killed himself. So Lou needs Commissioner Gordon's help to go and find Rosenfeld and help him and figure out what's going on. So that's why Commissioner Gordon left Gotham City. And he knew Batman was going to be behind to help keep Gotham safe. So he left a letter with very, very vague, like he didn't even say like what he was doing in the letter. He just said he was gone. So he leaves Gotham, and as he leaves Gotham, he walks past his doppelganger, but he doesn't see the doppelganger. The doppelganger is like hiding behind a wall, and he's like, and so we skip ahead. So that's like the little prologue, and we skip ahead to after Millennium 4. Batman has just left the Green Lantern Citadel, and remember how like in Millennium 4, Batman said that he was going to go to Louisiana and like search for like the search for Mark Shaw. Well, it turns out he did that already. Like he went to the swamp, looked for Mark Shaw, gave up, and decided, oh, go and look for him another time. Like I'll try again. Like, so that happened off screen. What we saw at the end of Millennium 4 was that, like, he went to the swamp, and apparently he's already been there. He already looked for Mark Shaw, and he's come back, and he's like, I'm gonna go again later. So he's talking to Robin on his computer, and he's talking about the fact that, Commissioner Gordon was last seen, like by tapping into the fake Commissioner Gordon's head, they were able to figure out that Commissioner Gordon is in Louisiana, so Batman's going to go to Louisiana to find Commissioner Gordon. And meanwhile, Commissioner Gordon meets up with Lou, where Lou explains the situation to him. He explains exactly what's happened, which I've already explained. He goes through how Garibaldi's dead and that Rosenfeld is in trouble. And while they're driving, Commissioner Gordon sees a car. He's like, thinking to himself, he's like, I could swear that car has been following us for a while now. Or at least I thought it was, until it speeded ahead of us and overtook us. And then they get to a motel, and Commissioner Gordon realizes that the same car that you saw before is there. So he goes to check into the hotel, and while he's there, a man who just goes by the name Mr. Morrison shows up. And it's Bruce. It's Bruce Wayne in disguise, or it's Batman in disguise, because Commissioner Gordon doesn't know that Batman is Bruce Wayne. But, like, it's Batman in disguise. He walks up to Commissioner Gordon, and he's like, hey, Commish, like, I've just come to let you know that, like, I found your letter, and I'm gonna help you any way you know, like, any way you need. Like, I know that you're kind of doing your own thing right now, but if you need any help, just call on me, and I'll come and help you. And Commissioner Gordon, like, figures out that it's Batman that's talking to him. He's got, like, Bruce has got, like, a red wig on and glasses and stuff. Also, Batman tells Commissioner Gordon that, like, while he was away, a Manhunter pretended to be him. And Commissioner Gordon's just like, oh shit, really? Wow. Well, good thing you took care of him. Man, that's awful. And so Bruce leaves to allow Commissioner Gordon to continue his own mission, which he does. He goes and he finds Rosenfeld's house. And Rosenfeld is, like, really, like, hysterical at the moment. He's kind of like, come in, hurry, they're after us. Oh no, they're here. And then, like, a laser beam shoots past Commissioner Gordon, and, like, he's like, Rosenfeld's like, duck! And, like, knocks him over. And it's a Manhunter who has showed up to kill them. And as the Manhunter is about to try and kill them with a laser gun, Batman comes out of nowhere and is like, "Hah!" and, like, punches the Manhunter. And then he's just like, I learned from my last fight with Commissioner Gordon that punching them doesn't do anything, so
lasers, mate.
And like he pulls out a laser and decides to shoot the Manhunter, and he manages to shoot the Manhunter's hand off, but the Manhunter's like, that's not gonna do anything to me, like that's not gonna stop me. And so he just starts shooting a laser out of like the stump of his hand, and he hits Rosenfeld with the laser. Commissioner Gordon's like, Rosenfeld! And then like Batman is just like, and like shoots a laser at the Manhunter and shoots his head off. And the Manhunter's like, doesn't matter if you kill me now, like I got my target, like I win, ha ha ha. And like he deactivates because he's dead. Bruce is like, I'll grab that head, you know, because the previous Manhunter head, I scanned the data from it to figure out stuff, so I can do that with this head too. And Rosenfeld is not in good shape. And so Batman leaves Commissioner Gordon to look after Rosenfeld and just hope that he survives. And he sets off and to get more information on the Manhunters, to figure out where their base is and stop them. And so he tracks a Manhunter which shortens out all by itself, which kind of confuses Batman. And meanwhile, somebody is actually following Batman, and it's Jim Corrigan. And so he and Batman meet in an alleyway, and they're like, hey, we're looking for the same thing, so let's team up. And then Jim Corrigan's friend, Kim, shows up and says that she, like, there's a guy at a restaurant that's been, like, ranting a bunch of stuff, a bunch of scary stuff. He's been talking about, like, robots and, like, a temple and, like, monsters in the swamps. And so Batman is like, alright, Jim, let's go to the swamps, find this temple. I think I know what they're talking about. Like, it must be the Manhunter's base. So they head off to the swamps to find the temple. And they find it. Like, we cut to them, they're in the swamp, they find the temple. All of the Manhunters have been knocked out by something. We don't know what it is, but they've all been deactivated, which is confusing to Batman and Jim, because they're like, what's going on? Like, why are the Manhunters all deactivated now? Like, that's weird. They go inside the base, and they decide to split to search the base and, you know, cover more of it and see if they can find any captives, any Manhunters that might still be alive as well. And eventually Jim does find a jail cell full of innocent people, and they're being guarded by a couple of Manhunters who haven't been deactivated yet, so they obviously attack Jim. And meanwhile, Batman comes across a character known as Corinne. And Corinne is a member of the Suicide Squad. She's an old friend of Colonel Flagg, an old love of him. And she's currently in the Suicide Squad's like little buggy. And she's got the bomb on her that's going to blow up the temple. And Batman's just like, alright then, put the bomb here and let's go. And she says like, no, I'm committing suicide, Batman, because I was controlled by the Manhunters. Like, I was a Manhunter. I'm not anymore, but I was a Manhunter, and I deserve this. You know, this is my revenge on them, and also I deserve to die. And Batman's just like, alright, I guess she's not gonna change her mind. And Jim shows up, and Batman and Jim decide to go and save the people from the jail cell and leave Corinne to do her thing, because Batman's just like, she's stubborn, she's not gonna change her mind. Let's go and save these people, Jim, while we can. Get them out of this temple, because it's gonna blow in 10 minutes. So they head off to the jail cell, they grab the guys, and as they're trying to, like, they grab the people... Sorry. That voice wrecks my throat. They grab the prisoners, and as they're trying to escape from the temple, a ton of Manhunters show up, but then the Manhunters get shorted out. Like that, they mysteriously just get deactivated like all the other Manhunters. And Jim's just like, oh wow, that's cool. Like, that helped us a lot. And as they escape from the temple, they're like, Batman is like, hey, like,
Jim, you use the hovercraft to get these people back to land and then come back and get me.
and Jim's like, he's making orders, but he knows that we don't have enough time to actually escape because the bomb is about to explode, and then, like, the bomb explodes just as before he finishes his sentence. It's kind of cool because there's a shot of Batman and he's, like, clearly trying to protect everyone with his cape and take the full brunt of the blast. But it doesn't matter because, as we know in Captain Atom, Firestorm turns the explosion into snow, and so that's just happened. So the explosion has been turned into snow. Batman's just like, snowing in autumn? Must be our lucky day. And Rosenfeld dies by Commissioner Gordon's side. But before he dies, he talks about how, like, the White House has been infiltrated by a Manhunter. And so those are, like, his last words. He's like, White House, Ronald Reagan, infiltration. And then he passes away. Commissioner Gordon's really sad. He's like, what was he talking about? Like, the White House is infiltrated by, like, a Manhunter? We gotta warn the president. Meanwhile, Ronald Reagan is on the phone, and he's like, were we okay? Like, I don't know what Ronald Reagan sounds like. Were we okay? Nancy is, Nancy won't mind if there's anything upward going on in Belle Reve. We both want to be kept informed of it. And, Nancy is a Manhunter. And that's the end of the issue. To be continued. Probably in Millennium 5. And, so the next tie-in that we're going to be covering now is the Suicide Squad tie-in. I actually need to grab a drink real quick. I need to get a drink of water. My throat is... I haven't drunk any water in a hot sec. So I'm just going to grab a quick drink. Stay hydrated. I think that's partly the reason why I wasn't able to do why the Batman voice was, like, really hurting my throat, was because my throat was dry from not drinking any water. So the next time that we're doing is Suicide Squad, written by John Ostrander, with art by Luke McDonnell. So, the Suicide Squad, this one's actually, I think, a pretty well-known issue because of one particular thing that happens in this issue, and you'll know what I mean when we get to it. The Suicide Squad are at the Temple of the Manhunters, like, they're there. We're just starting off straight there, they're at the temple. The members are Captain Boomerang, Deadshot, Colonel Flag, Bronze Tiger, Corinne, Mark Shaw, and who used to be the Manhunter, and Slipknot. Slipknot and Captain Boomerang have exploding bracelets on, if you remember, because they're the two members that can't be trusted. Because back then, it wasn't a case of, like, everyone wears an explosive. No, it's the people that they don't trust have to wear an explosive bomb. Which I like that more. It makes more sense, you know? Why would they put a bomb in someone that they can trust? Like Deadshot. So they're at the temple, and they're talking about how, like, they gotta go into the temple, they gotta drop off the bomb, and get out. And while they're talking, like, while Colonel Flag is talking about, like, their plan, first of all, he, like, talks about the fact that, like, he constantly talks about the fact that he just doesn't trust Mark Shaw because Mark Shaw used to be the Manhunter. Like, he just talks about that. He's just like, Mark Shaw, you suck. I hate you, Mark Shaw. Like, you were a Manhunter. I don't trust you. Now let's do our mission. And Slipknot and Captain Boomerang are having a little conversation to themselves, in which Captain Boomerang says, like, Slipknot, I don't believe that the bracelets that we have on our arms are actually explosive. Like, I believe that they won't actually explode if we run away. Like, at least that's my that's my theory. That's my theory. Slipknot. And Slipknot's just like, oh, okay. Like, well, I'll believe what you say, Captain Boomerang. Like, that's good to know. It's good to know that we're not in danger of actually dying. Like Captain Boomerang, you would think Captain Boomerang is tricking him. Like, in the movie, because obviously we know that the 2016 Suicide Squad movie harkens back to this moment and does a reference to it, where we have Captain Boomerang and Slipknot, and Captain Boomerang tricks Slipknot into thinking that the explosive isn't an actual explosive. And in that, it's pretty obvious that Captain Boomerang knows that it really is an explosive and that he's tricking Slipknot into, like, dying. But in this, it's genuinely like Captain Boomerang doesn't know it's actually an explosive, because they've never actually had a moment where an explosive has been set off yet, so nobody knows if they're real or not. You know? Like, they've been wearing them, but no one's ever died from one yet, so they don't even know if they're real. So this is genuine curiosity from Captain Boomerang. But Slipknot believes him and agrees. So they head off to search for, but they're gonna head off to search, they're gonna head off into the temple, but then Captain Atom shows up, and that's when the timeline of this really does not sync well at all. Like, reading this, I was like, what? Did the writers not even talk to one another while they were writing these tie-ins? I don't think so, because we know that in Captain Atom, Suicide Squad and Captain Atom did not cross paths. We know for a fact that they did not. Captain Atom did not meet the Suicide Squad right before he fought Firestorm, because you would think, like, oh, maybe this is before he fights Firestorm, so, like, he meets with the Suicide Squad and then he finds Firestorm, and it's like, no, like it is before that, but it still doesn't sync up with the rest of, like, with the Captain Atom issue, and you'll see why. So Captain Atom shows up, and Suicide Squad, they tell him what they're doing. You know, who cares? It doesn't even sync up. Like, we're already breaking continuity right now. Captain Atom, like, this is how Captain Atom knows about the bomb. Which I guess it does explain why he knows about the bomb in the Captain Atom issue. But also, I think, like, whatever. This is how he knows about the bomb, but it still doesn't make sense as to, like, what happens later. So the Suicide Squad tell him about the bomb. Captain Atom's just like, alright, I'll go with you in order to help you set the bomb in the temple. And so he heads off with the Suicide Squad. So he's, like, flying alongside them. And then all of a sudden the wall of fire appears before them, and it's Firestorm. Firestorm shows up. Remember in Captain Atom when, like, Captain Atom and, like, comes across Firestorm and the Suicide Squad were right there? And then they just decided to leave because they wanted to let Captain Atom fight Firestorm. Remember when that didn't happen? Well, it happened in this. It didn't happen in the Captain Atom issue. There were no Suicide Squad. Captain Atom was just flying through the bayous, and then he came across Firestorm. But apparently, according to Suicide Squad, he must be hysterical because, like, he was with the Suicide Squad, apparently, when he came across Firestorm. Like, this is what I'm talking about when I'm like, they did not talk to one another when they wrote these. Because I'm pretty sure I would have remembered seeing the Suicide Squad in the Captain Atom issue if they were there, but they were not there. But whatever. That happened. So the Captain Atom issue is happening right now. Meanwhile, Amanda Waller and Amanda Waller and John Economos. That's his name. I almost said John Ostrander. That's the writer. John Economos are having a conversation about like what's been going on, about the current status of the situation. Economos tells Waller about how Batman came to visit him, and that he was able to keep Batman busy a bit and like keep him occupied by telling him, like he didn't tell him the whole plan. Like he just told him that like Mark Shaw was in the swamps, and that Batman went searching for him. But like he was like, I didn't tell him about the bomb. Like he doesn't know about the bomb, so don't be mad at me. So, meanwhile, the Suicide Squad, Captain Boomerang throws, like, his explosive boomerang to blow up a massive hole in the temple, and upon blowing it up, the Manhunters all come out and attack the Suicide Squad, so they start fighting the Manhunters. But most of them are melee-based, so they can't really do much to them. Like, Bronze Tiger can't really beat the Manhunters, because he's just a melee dude, and they're robots. Slipknot is struggling against them as well, and so he's just kind of like, screw this, and decides to just run away. He's just like, ah, and like runs away from them. He's like, I'm out of here. And Captain Boomerang runs out of boomerangs. He's like fighting boomerangs, and then he runs out of them. And Deadshot's regular bullets aren't doing anything to the Manhunters, but he switches them out for explosive ones, and they work anyway. He's just like, switch to some armor piercing and high explosives, see what happens, and it works. They all blow up. Not all of them, but one of them does. But then he gets covered in like the shrapnel. He's just like, shrapnel, no. Bronze Tiger ends up just getting his leg broken because a Manhunter just cross chops his leg, and so Bronze Tiger's out of commission now. Just gets beaten in one hit. Just like, because he's just a regular guy. Like, Bronze Tiger is just a regular dude. He's got no powers. So he just gets his leg broken by this robot hitting his leg, which just would make sense. If a metal arm hit you in the leg, your leg would be shattered. So I do like I appreciate the realism here. Meanwhile, Colonel Flag and Corinne are like charging through Manhunters in their little hovercraft. Also, like, Colonel Flag sees Ben get his leg broken, and so he's just like, Ben! Because they're friends, you know? Like, Ben's supposed to be, like, Ben's not only his, bodyguard, but is also, like, one of his closest friends. So he's really upset to see Ben get, you know, his leg broken. So, he stops the hovercraft so that they can pick up Ben and put him inside the hovercraft. But then Corinne gets grabbed and kidnapped by a Manhunter. Colonel Flag's just like, Corinne, hang on, I'll get you. And Mark Shaw's like, no, that's just what the Manhunters want. They prey on human frailty. Remember the mission, get going. And Colonel Flag's just like, alright, damn. And so he continues on with the mission. And meanwhile, Slipknot is running through the swamps. And somebody's watching him as he runs. And Slipknot's just like, the bracelet's, like, beeping. Good thing it's not actually an explosive. And, like, his arm just, like, gets blown up. He's just like... he's just like, man, good thing this bracelet isn't going to explode. His arm just gets blown up. He screams. He's just like, ah! And then, like, and then Captain Boomerang, like, just hears that, ah! Like, in the forest, and he's just like, well, I guess it did explode, and that's good for me to know. You know, I wasn't even sure, but now that I know it explodes, I guess I'm going to follow my orders, because I don't want my arm blown up. And so Colonel Flag is like, we're gonna go find Corinne, because she's been kidnapped. We're also gonna take the bomb, like, Corinne has the bomb with her, I'm pretty sure, at the moment. So she's been kidnapped, so they're like, we gotta find Corinne so that we can find the bomb. you guys do whatever you want. Like, Deadshot, the Captain Boomerang, just stay here and kill Manhunters. You know, we're gonna go do our thing. And meanwhile, Slipknot's still alive, because unlike in the movie, he does survive the explosion because it's only on his arm in this. So he's lost his arm, but he's still alive. He's just like, somebody please help me. And a woman approaches him. He's like, I don't want to die here. And she's like, where do you want to die? So he gets saved by this mysterious woman. And we won't see the resolution to this plot thread unless we were reading Suicide Squad, because it happens in the next issue of Suicide Squad, I'm pretty sure. Which, you know, we're obviously not going to see, because we're not covering that. Captain Boomerang, runs out of boomerangs, and he asks for Deadshot, like, if he can join Deadshot, because Deadshot has his guns, and Deadshot's like, yeah, sure, but it's probably not a great idea, because I just run out of bullets. Captain Boomerang's just like, what? And so Mark just jumps into the hovercraft and he's like, floor it, Colonel, we gotta get moving. You know, the Manhunters are crowding in. And so they floor it with their like little buggy. It's not even a hovercraft, or it is a hovercraft, but it can have wheels too. So they drive away in their like little hover buggy and enter the temple. And upon entering the temple, they come across Corinne, who is hanging off of a big, like off of a wall, like hanging to her death. And like she's like, help me. And Colonel Flag is obviously like, Corinne, like, I'll help you because I love you. And Mark is just like, no, don't. It's obviously a trick by the Manhunters. Corinne's just like, I broke free. I was trying to make my way back, but I slipped. Rick, help me. Mark's like, don't. You know, the Manhunters, like, rely on human weakness to trick you. And Colonel Flag's like, sorry, but I love her, so I'm gonna save her. He punches Mark in the face, and then he drives under where Corinne is and tells Corinne to drop off of the wall. And Corinne drops off of the wall, and he grabs her as she falls and like catches her. And as he catches her, he's like, easy, I got you. And then she's like, fool, I was a manhunter the entire time. Mark was right. You shouldn't have punched him in the face. And she pulls out a gun and she's like, got him. She's like, how could you? How long have you been part of the Manhunters? Like, remember that time, like, the debacle in Cambodia, which happened in Secret Origins 14? Well, you know, Brighton Evans died and I became ill. You never visited me in the hospital or afterwards. Orders, you said. Duty. After I was released, I still felt lost, confused, empty. That's when I met Mark Shaw. And she talks about the fact that she fell in love with Mark Shaw, and Mark introduced her to the Manhunters, and that was when she became a Manhunter. And then she said, like, for the Manhunters, I infiltrated the squad when it reformed, and I made no attempt to contact you when you joined. Mark, as you instructed. Like, basically, she, like, said, like, she didn't contact Mark at all, because she didn't want to make it seem like her and Mark had a history, because it was important that that didn't get, that they didn't have, like, she didn't want them to know that Mark and her had a history, because it would ruin the plan. And Mark is like, I don't know what you're talking about, Corinne, but you must be lying, because I was in prison during that time, so there's no way you would have met and fell in love with me. And that's when a Manhunter shows up and claims to be the real Mark Shaw. He's got, like, the Mark Shaw Manhunter costume on. It's like, I'm the real Mark Shaw. That Mark Shaw is an android that the Manhunters created that to think it was me, and so that it could spend time in prison in my place. And so the privateer, like, who is the Mark Shaw that is being accused of being the fake Mark Shaw, is like, no, I'm not the android. You're the android. I'm the real Mark Shaw. and Colonel Flag gets attacked by the Mark Shaw that claims to be the real Mark Shaw, like the one that looks like a Manhunter. And he gets attacked by the Manhunter. I'll just call him the Manhunter because the Mark Shaw that just showed up that's claiming to be the real one, he isn't the real one. I'm just going to say it now. He's not the real Mark Shaw. The Mark Shaw that we've been with this whole time is the real one. So the Manhunter shoots Rick Flag and then shoots Mark Shaw, and then he gives Corinne the laser and tells her to kill Colonel Flag, and she's like, "I will do it for you, darling." And then she can't come to terms with it, and she can't kill Colonel Flag because she's still, like, part of her still loves him. And that's when the Manhunter fritzes out and falls apart. And that's when Corinne realizes that the Mark Shaw that she was listening to really wasn't the real Mark Shaw, the one that she thought was the real one. And all of the Manhunters start shorting out like they did in the Detective Comics issue. And Corinne and the real Mark Shaw have a bit of a moment. And that's when Corinne says the fact that she, like, wants to be the one that sets off the bomb, and she wants to do it herself. She wants to sacrifice herself. And Colonel Flag has been knocked out, so he can't stop her from doing it. So it's just Mark Shaw. Mark Shaw's the only one there that can stop her from doing it, and Mark Shaw allows her to do it because he knows that this is what she wants to do. She wants to sacrifice herself. So he's like, okay, I know what you want, so I'm going to let you do that. She's like, thank you. And Corinne goes off. She has her little meeting with the Dark Knight off screen, like with Batman off screen. And so she's, like, driving the hover buggy through the temple, smashing into Manhunters until she flips the car and gets pinned underneath it. And the Suicide Squad managed to escape from the temple with Colonel Flag. And they get far enough away from the temple so that they would be out of the blast radius. Or not out of the blast radius, but like they know that they're probably going to die in the explosion. And they're kind of expecting that. But also, I think they're waiting for... Because Captain Adam said that he's going to try and stop the explosion from killing them. So they're hoping that he succeeds in doing that. But Corinne gets ready to die in the explosion. She's just lying there, ready to die. And Colonel Flag wakes up, and he's like, "Where's Corinne?" And Captain Boomerang's like, "Taking the bomb in." And Flag is like, "Corinne!" And then, like, the temple explodes, and then it turns into snow, just like we've seen multiple times before. And we kind of get this moment of, like, Colonel Flag just doesn't say anything. He just looks disappointed. And, Captain Boomerang, I think it's Captain Boomerang, is like, "Snow, huh? So, I guess we won, eh?" And that's it. That's the end of the tie-in. Yeah. It was pretty good. Like, for a tie-in, I would say it's pretty good. I would feel like this is... I can only imagine that this is probably one of the weaker Suicide Squad issues, just because it is a tie-in to an event, and it's always really hard to tell a really good story when you're having to tie it in, especially when you're writing the Suicide Squad, and the Suicide Squad were made to be major players during the event, so you're kind of forced to... John was kind of forced to include them, like, tie them in heavily into the event. He wasn't really allowed to do his own thing, but at least he was able to tell a somewhat compelling story for, like, Corinne and Mark Shaw and Colonel Flag, like the love triangle between them and the sacrifice that Corinne made. And And obviously it has that very memorable moment of Slipknot's arm being blown up. Which, it's crazy to think that that happened in a tie-in. Like, I wonder how many people even know that it happened in a tie-in for Millennium of all things. But yeah, that's the end of that tie-in. And the next tie-in that we're going to be covering is the Spectre, because it turns out that the Spectre did have a series going on at this time. I thought he didn't, because he was in the Action Comics storyline, but it turns out that that was just because it was a guest starring Spectre story. Like, it was a Superman story guest starring Spectre, so that makes sense. But yeah, so the next time we're going to be covering is Spectre, so let's get straight into that and see what our Angel of Vengeance is up to right now. Right, so the Spectre tie-in, written by Doug Mensch and with art by Gray Morrow. This is probably my favorite tie-in so far, not just because it ties heavily into the Millennium event, but also it's just really weird, but in a good way, and I really like it, and I can see why people really love this Spectre run, like the run in the 80s. People really like that run, and I can see why, because it's pretty good. So, without further ado, let's get straight into it. We start off during like one of, I think it was Millennium 4, where the Spectre and Jim Corrigan go to a Madame Xanadu's like little session, like little tarot card session, and Spectre figures out that like they need to go to New Orleans, and so he enters the body of Jim Corrigan, and they head to New Orleans, and it's been, and like the closest town to them is Belle Reve. So Jim and Kim, who are driving through Louisiana, decide to head to Belle Reve to see if they can figure out where this Manhunter temple is. And as they're about to head into like a diner to have something to eat, the Spectre comes out of Jim, and is like, I sense that what we're dealing with is supernatural, and I'm the one that deals with the supernatural stuff, so I'm gonna go off and do my own thing, and you and Kim can just do whatever you want. And Jim's just like, we can handle it. Like, we can help you. And Spectre's like, no! It's mine, and mine alone. And then he leaves. He's like, stay here. And Jim and Kim are like, oh, fuck him, I guess. And so they decide to just go and eat at the local diner while Spectre searches the swamps for the Manhunters. He searches the entirety of the swamps. And while Jim and Kim are at the diner, this guy barges in, and he's like, aliens! Weird creatures in the swamp! One of them's after me! Ah! And they're like, oh, that sounds suspicious. It's basically what Jim mentioned when he met Batman in that other issue. Like, this guy came in and was talking about monsters and stuff. Spectre eventually finds the Manhunters, and he sees that they're like communicating with something, and so he's like, alright, I guess I'm going to follow one of these Manhunters. And so he starts following it just to see where it's going and what it's doing. Jim decides to head off from the diner because that guy's weirding him out. He's like, this guy's been weird, I'm just gonna go for a stroll and see if I find anything, you know, because there's nothing else I can do. Meanwhile, the Spectre continues tailing this Manhunter, and eventually finds that the Manhunter was heading off to a tree where he's been keeping a bunch of hostages, and these are going to be the same people that we will see in the jail cell later on that Batman saved. Like, remember when that happened? These people in this tree. He's kind of monologuing what the Manhunter's doing. He's just like, wow, this Manhunter's really strong. He's ripping open the tree. He's grabbing, like, he's getting the hostages. And so, Spectre is like, I'm able to possess inanimate things. The only living thing I'm able to possess is Jim Corrigan because I am tied to him. But I can possess any inanimate things. And, but I sense that the Manhunter isn't entirely inanimate. There's something animate about it. But I can't figure out what it is. So I'm going to try and possess it, because maybe I'll be able to force my way in. And he tries to possess the Manhunter, and he ends up, like, falling, like, he can't possess it, and he ends up falling through the Manhunter's, like, world inside his body, like this other dimension that's inside the Manhunter. It's like this dimension that Spectre goes to when he possesses people, but, like, usually he can grab a hold of it and then take possession, but at the moment Spectre can't grab a hold of anything, and he's just plummeting through this endless abyss of, like, this endless dimension. And as he's falling through this other dimension, the Manhunter starts, like, freaking out. And so the hostages are like, oh, he's freaking out. Let's get out of here. Like, this is our opportunity. And eventually, Spectre lands in, like, this other world. He finds some footing, and he finds a giant key. And he's like, wow, I don't think this key is just a this key is probably a figurative message. It might be, like, the key to me getting out of here. Like, it's probably going to unlock the way so I can hopefully take control of this Manhunter. And so he grabs the key and he tries using it, but he ends up falling further. And it's because the Manhunter that he's in has been completely knocked out. So Spectre ends up falling further in until he reaches another key, and he discovers that he's actually possessed another Manhunter. Like, he's inside another Manhunter. So he's gone from that first Manhunter, fallen through the dimension into another Manhunter, and this is how he discovers that the Manhunters are all linked. They all have the same hive mind. And so he uses the key, and the Manhunter that he's in is currently in an alleyway, and so when he uses the key, it starts fritzing out, and eventually falls over, and that's the Manhunter that Jim Corrigan and Batman find in the alleyway in the Detective Comics issue. Remember that? That's how that happened. That's why that Manhunter was fritzing out, and why it ended up falling over. So Jim Corrigan and Batman meet like they did in that issue, and Spectre continues to fall through dimensions, and he goes from one Manhunter to the next, and is, like, shutting them down one by one as he travels through them. And he ends up shutting down, like, a lot of them. And he decides that, like, it's possible that, like, he could end up getting to, like, the final Manhunter and shutting that one down. But he decides that it's very possible that if he does get to the last Manhunter and shut it down by using the key, that he's just going to end up back at the first Manhunter again, and it's just going to be a never-ending loop. So he decides that instead of using the key, he'll possess the key and become the key. So he possesses the key, and upon possessing the key, he ends up in another dimension where and he finds himself and upon traversing this dimension, he finds himself inside this giant, like, machine-like room. And he decides that he must be in, like, the, like, it's like the place that controls all Manhunters. It's like where the, like, radio signal that, like, they're all connected to is, that controls all of them. So he decides that, like, because it's inanimate, he can possess this, like, beacon signal that the Manhunters are all connected to, and upon possessing it, he can destroy it. And if he destroys it, he might be able to destroy all the Manhunters. But he also says that if he destroys it, he's like, if I destroy it, I'm probably going to destroy myself too. And if I destroy myself, Jim is going to die too. So I'm sorry, Jim, that you had to lose your life thanks to my valiant sacrifice, but I'm willing to do it for the greater good. So he possesses the machine. He works on destroying it. Because he knows that, like, the bomb is going to blow up and it will blow him up with it. Because he's inside, like, all the Manhunters. But yeah, he does it. And, like, he cuts the feed to all the Manhunters, which shortens them all out. The explosion happens and all of the Manhunters are destroyed. And, but the Spectre isn't destroyed. He survives. And the only reason he survives is because Firestorm, as we know, turned the bomb into snow. So the explosion didn't destroy the Manhunters' bodies. Instead, they all got shorted out, but their bodies didn't get destroyed, and so Spectre was spared, and he was able to survive. So he travels through another dimension. He comes out of the Manhunter's body, and realizes what's happened. He's like, oh, it's snowing. Well, that means that things must be okay now. And that's the end of the tie-in. Like, that's how it ends. Yeah, he even says, like, something must have happened. Like, something awesome. Through the heat and the silence of the stilled swamp, it began to snow. And yeah, that's where we end with the Spectre time. I really like it because there's a lot of dialogue of a lot of Spectre just like doing it's a lot of like very like quizzical dialogue, like a lot of whimsical poetry and stuff. Long drawn out like explanations of what's going on, which is great to read, but like not important. It's not important for me to say everything that the Spectre is thinking to himself, you know. But it's really good tie-in. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed like seeing Spectre just like traverse through all the minds of the Manhunters, and we finally discovered why they all shorted out. It's pretty obvious it was the Spectre who was responsible, but it was cool to see it play out. And so that's the end of the Spectre tie-in. I'm gonna take a quick drink of water, and then we'll get on straight to the next book. And the next book is Millennium issue 5. Now, a lot doesn't happen in Millennium issue 5, so I don't think it's going to take me very long to explain exactly what happens, because not a lot happens. But with Millennium issue 5, Harupa and Nadia are explaining to the New Guardians how the universe is created. And they spend the entire issue talking to the New Guardians about how the universe was created. And they basically just, like, somehow they make it super overly complicated about how to talk about life and death and immortality. And how, like, the universe begins with life and ends with death. That's basically literally all they are explaining to the New Guardians, but just in a very long, drawn-out way that just is really confusing to read, and also just not enjoyable to read, because it's just way too on the nose. But that's what they do the entire issue. The stuff that we're mostly going to be talking about is what is happening in between that, because throughout the whole issue, they're kind of like giving this monologue alongside what the actual heroes and superheroes are doing. You know? So, while they're explaining all of their shit and how the universe was created and stuff to the New Guardians, Superman shows up to the Green Lantern Citadel. he talks about what's happened. A lot of this issue is basically a lot of the characters are just talking about what's happened in their own tie-ins, so I'm going to skip over that. Like, whenever a character mentions what happened in their tie-in, I'm just going to skip over it, because that's a lot of the dialogue in this. So Superman shows up, he talks about what's happened to him in his tie-ins, and then he heads into the Green Lantern Citadel, where he finds that everyone's cheering for Batman. They're all like, way to go, Batman, yeah! And it's a great panel. It's a full-page panel of Superman's. From Superman's point of view, you can see Batman, he's just standing there, giving a little smirk, and everyone in the background is just like, woo! It's pretty great. And Superman's like, hey, what's going on? Why is everyone cheering? And Batman's like,
well, I found the base that the Manhunters were all at, and I helped destroy it. So almost all of the Manhunters are on Earth are dead, thanks to me and some other people, but mostly me.
And he even thinks to himself, and I really love it. He's like,
I only had a hand in it.
And then to himself, he's like,
but I can't deny that I'm glad that you had none.
Because this version of Batman and Superman aren't friends, I don't think. Not yet, anyway. They haven't developed their friendship. So there's a bit of a rivalry between them. But I just love Batman just being like,
man, I'm so glad that Superman had nothing to do with the Manhunters' destruction.
And so he recollects what happened in his tie-in. And so does everyone else. Captain Atom talks about what happened in his tie-in. The Outsiders and like the Green Lantern Corps all talk about what happened in their tie-ins. And then they all decide that they're going to just have a big party and get to know each other and just eat some food and stuff. They're just going to have a big superhero party. And Wally West is just like talking about how like depressed he is about his dad. He's like, man, my dad sucks. He's a manhunter. But at least like he didn't actually kill my mom. So, you know, silver linings. Meanwhile, Ronald Reagan is told that the Manhunters have been dealt a serious blow. And he's like, oh yes, I'm very pleased that they have finally failed. And the reporter is like, but isn't that precisely the opposite of your previous position? And Ronald Reagan's just like, no, some of you misinterpreted my position. Like, he literally gaslights them. He's just like, no, you just misheard what I said. I was never on their side. You misheard me. And, he even mentions to himself, he's just like, Mother, like, I know you told me that the Manhunters fellows are gone, but still. So, like, his mum is lying to him. Like, his mum, who is a Manhunter, which was revealed in the previous issue, has told him that all the Manhunters are gone, but they haven't. We know that they haven't. The New Guardians continue their lesson on, like, the universe and what makes up the universe, and, like, what the nature of nature is and shit like that. And there's a funny moment that I'm going to mention because I just find it funny how, like, they're all talking about how, like, what the nature of nature is. And, you know, they're talking about, like, the nature of nature is love, or the nature of nature is, like, demands creation. And, Floronic Man is like, the nature of nature is green. And I just thought that was funny. He's just, like, in a little panel at the bottom, just like, the nature of nature is green. I love the green. And then the racist guy is just kind of, like, watching all this happening. He's just like, He doesn't say anything. But yeah, everyone has their, like, little party. And then Luca, who is a character, she's a member of the Outsiders, starts to, like, her head starts hurting, and she's like, you know, her hometown of her home of Abyssia, have just sent her a telepathic message saying that they're in trouble. So the Outsiders decide that they need to go and help Abyssia. So that's probably what they're going to do in their tie-in that we will read later. They do talk about, like, possibly getting Batman's help, but Black Lightning is like, he's got better things to do than help us. Like, we don't need Batman anymore. Like, we're fine on our own, you know. And so the Outsiders head off, and there's this funny moment where Mr. Miracle is talking to Batman, and Mr. Miracle has the ability to escape from anything. And so when his conversation with Batman is he's talking about his favorite escapists. He's just like, sure, Houdini was great, but for sheer extravagance, Dunninger was the master. I mean, he has this harness that and Batman's just like, excuse me, I'll be right back. And Mr. Miracle goes out and he's like, what's the matter, Batman? And Batman's just like,
it's hard to say, but I put the Outsiders together, but just now I suddenly felt... And he's like, what? And Batman's just like, no, if I start jumping at shadows, I'll lose my edge. My world goes a little crazy sometimes, but I don't.
It's just like, I love how Steve Englehart, he writes Batman to be so edgy, and I kind of love it. And there's a couple of moments between characters as they are conversing. Like Blue Beetle's laughing at the fact that Green Arrow is hitting on Katma or Katma Stewart as she's known at this point in time, which is funny because obviously she's a married woman, and so he's laughing his head off. And Aricia is having a conversation with Wonder Woman, and then Wonder Woman just disappears. Because Wonder Woman is interested in talking to the Zambrons because she wonders if they have any relation to the Amazons. And then she just disappears, and Aricia is like, whoa, where'd she go? That was weird. And then Aquaman and Aqualad show up after their tie-in. They show up, and they're just like, hey guys, sorry we didn't communicate with you earlier. But we were busy dealing with something really weird that we found in the ocean, and we want to show you guys what it is. So they grab all the heroes to come out with them, and they show them the massive ship that they found at the bottom of the ocean, because apparently Aquaman and Aqualad carried it all the way to the shore, to the Green Lantern Citadel. They crossed the entire ocean with it and carried it. I knew Aquaman had super strength, but it's a pretty damn big ship. So at this point in time, it's assumed that Aquaman's super strength is on the same level as or not that far from Superman's, especially because this Superman is a lot weaker than the Silver Age Superman. He can't pull planets and shit like that. But this is a big ass ship, so I would assume that Aquaman has around about the same level of super strength that Superman has. But they explain how they found the ship, and then Superman talks about how the Manhunters come from there's a world that they come from, but the world is hidden. You can't see it, so they got to figure out how to find this world, because they've been thinking about protecting Earth, but what they don't realize is that the Manhunters aren't just on Earth; they're on other planets too. Possibly. So they need to hit them where it hurts, which is their planet. But they're kind of how are we even going to find the planet? The Guardians are busy at the moment. We can't communicate to them. They're busy doing their little lecture. How are we going to find this other world? And Green Lantern's well, I've been there before, and so have the JLA, so that will at least give us a little bit of a chance of possibly finding it. What we need to do is we need to just do what most crossovers do and create a band of heroes who will go off and search for this world. That's the plan. They're let's just choose a bunch of us, whoever's popular at this point in time, and then send them off to this other world. Because originally Superman is just it's going to be me and the Green Lantern Corps, we'll go and do it, but then the Green Lanterns are well, we don't want all the Green Lanterns to go, some of us should stay behind and protect Earth. We're really powerful, so we should keep some of us here. Meanwhile, Harbinger is stuck in her machine, and then a Green Lantern, whose name is Drick from Crick, shows up to help her. And Drick from Crick is a very peculiar Green Lantern because He used to be alive, but technically he's dead. He's a corpse that is possessed by his ring. So back when he was alive, he fought Sinestro and was killed by Sinestro, but the ring didn't let him die and instead has forced his body to keep going as a corpse and as a Green Lantern. It's pretty fucked up, but it's goofy at the same time. Like, he's basically like this rotting corpse of a Green Lantern. Closest thing we got to a Black Lantern before Blackest Night even happened. But he comes to help Harbinger, and Harbinger gets to discover his origin. And as they're about to escape, the Grandmaster shows up and is just like, no man escapes the Manhunters. Oh, also, before that happened, I think it's Steel, I think his name is, was like, or like Captain Steel or whatever his name is, was like, oh yeah, by the way, let's call Hawkwoman and Hawkman because they're not in the event, so let's call them. Like, that's literally what he does. He's just like, oh, let's call Hawkman and Hawkwoman because, like, or Hawkgirl, because they said that they would help us if we called them, so let's call them so that they're in the event. And so they show up, and they've put together a group that are going to go to this other world, and it consists of, like, to the Manhunters world, and it consists of Superman, Arisia, Katmatui, Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, Martian Manhunter, Captain Atom, and Firestorm. Oh, and Hawkman and Hawkgirl are going with them too. And they're just kind of like, how are we even going to get there? Like, how are we going to travel there? Like, we don't have a lot of time. And Dr. Fate shows up and he's like, I can solve that problem. I'll teleport you there. And he teleports them away. And after they've teleported away, Blue Beetle is like looking at the giant Aquaman, like Aquaman's, the ship that Aquaman found. And he's kind of like, there's something about this ship that seems kind of sinister and I don't like it. I'm not a fan of sinister things, and I sense something sinister about that ship. And then the Guardian and Zamaron finish their lecture. Nadia and Harupa finish their lecture for the new Guardians. They said a whole bunch of nothing. They're just like, and that's how the universe was created. The end. And that's the end of Millennium issue 5. We get left off on that thrilling cliffhanger of Harupa and Nadia finishing their lecture. It was the whole bunch of bullshit. I enjoyed, like this is definitely the worst issue of Millennium so far, because most of it is just the characters being like, this is what happened in this tie-in, this is what happened in this tie-in, and then like the Harupa and Nadia are just like, and the universe is a universe, and it's full of life and death, and the universe is the beginning and the end of all, and the universe is, it starts and then it ends, and it comes around again, and it goes up and down and left and right, and like, it just doesn't, it's just like a bunch of like just gobbledygook of just Steve Englehart being like, how it's like when you write an essay and you just like, and it just goes on and on and on. Like, everyone had that point in time when they were like, 12 years old, they had to write an essay, and they would literally just keep going just to have more, like, as many words as possible, even if it didn't make sense. That's exactly what reading this felt like. But yeah, that's issue 6 of issue 5 of Millennium, and the next tie-in that we're going to be covering after that, hopefully it's better than that was, is Firestorm, the Nuclear Man, issue 68. And as you know, as you would probably guess, I'm not looking forward to reading this. I hope it's good, because the last Firestorm tie-in was complete shit. I hated it because it just had nothing to do with the event, or like almost nothing to do with the event, and it was just way too overly confusing for someone that wasn't reading Firestorm at the time. Like, it just was not a good entry point for Firestorm, which these tie-ins are supposed to be entry points for people. That's why you read the tie-ins. You're supposed to pull a reader in and be like, hey, look at this series. You like this? Why don't you keep reading? You know? And Firestorm did not do that. But enough about that issue. We're past that. Let's get on to this Firestorm issue and see if it's any good. And it probably will be, because it's all about Firestorm teaming up with the other heroes, looking for the Manhunters world, because he's a part of their group. So at least we got that. At least there's going to be other heroes in this story. Unless John Ostrander decides that he just wants to start becoming all philosophical and stuff all over again. But yeah, let's get straight into it. So the the Firestorm tie-in, definitely better than the first Firestorm tie-in. I think I'm just not a fan of Firestorm during this period. Not in general. I like Firestorm. I just don't like this Firestorm, because this was a period of time where, like, Firestorm didn't have any kind of human personality controlling him, and he was just controlling him himself. And that would be fine if he had a fucking personality. But no, he's just an emotionless being, and that's not fun to read. Like, I'm not reading... Like, I don't want to read a Firestorm comic where Firestorm doesn't crack a joke or, you know, have, like, be a fun, lively character. Instead, he's, like, just emotionless and boring. And I think that's why I'm not gelling with these comics. And I don't even know why John Ostrander even thought of doing that, taking away what made Firestorm likable in the first place. Because that's literally what he did. He was like, people really like the fact that Firestorm is like kind of a jokester and is a bit like DC Spider-Man. Oh, well then I'm going to take that all away and just make him really boring and have no personality. Yay. That's my opinion on, like, this Firestorm. But this issue is better than the last one. I'd still say it's low on my tie-in issues, just because I just don't like how this version of Firestorm is characterized. But the other characters being there definitely help save the issue. We get some Drick in this, and you know, you always want Drick from Crick. It always makes it more enjoyable. And Captain Atom also plays a role in this issue. He's kind of one that carries the role that Firestorm usually has, which is to be the wisecracking character. But yeah, it's written by John Ostrander and with art by Richard Howell, who is a guest penciler this time. So he's not usually he's not usually drawing the book, but he is this time. So we start off where the last Millennium issue left us off, where we've got like this new team that's been formed, consisting of like Martian Manhunter, Superman, Dr. Fate, Firestorm, Captain Atom, Hawkgirl, Hawkman, Aricia, Hal Jordan, and Katmatui. And I think that's everyone. And so they've all traveled to a Manhunter planet, because I think there's multiple now, and the goal is to destroy all of them. So they've come to a Martian Manhunter planet, or the Martian Manhunter planet. Not Martian Manhunter, just Manhunter. The fact that they're called the Manhunters, it's really easy to accidentally get them mixed up with Martian Manhunter. Mr. Miracle even made a joke about it, like, earlier, where, like, he realized that Martian Manhunter and the Manhunters had the same last name. And Manhunter had to be like, no, I'm not one of them. But yeah, they've come to the Manhunter planet, and Captain Atom realizes that, like, well, he already realized it before, but he's realizing it again. We have to gloss over it again. That Firestorm is acting weird, so he's asking Firestorm, he's like, what's going on with you? And Firestorm's like, not even talking to him, and in his own head, Firestorm is thinking, I sense danger on this planet. I gotta go help them. So he flies off to go help this person, and Captain Atom's like, what the fuck, man? Like, where you going? Superman's like, you gotta go get him, Captain Atom. Like, we can't just let him fly off and do whatever he wants. We come here for a reason. So Captain Atom's like, alright, I'll handle this. I'll see you guys in a sec. And he heads off after Firestorm. Meanwhile, Harbinger somehow escaped the Grandmaster. I don't know, like, did John Ostrander forget that, like, when she tried to escape the base, the Grandmaster literally got in her way, and Drick? Somehow she eluded him. We don't see how, but she's, you know, on a different part of the planet now, still escaping. You would assume that, like, there was going to be a confrontation. There probably was supposed to be a confrontation. Like, that's what Steve Englehart clearly set up, where, like, there was going to be a confrontation between the Grandmaster and Harbinger, but John Ostrander just skipped right over that, and so she's already escaped the Grandmaster, and this giant wheel-like... she's in, like, this hell-like area where there's, like, magma and lava. She's, like, running on this, like, winding pathway, and this giant wheel-like construction, like, it's like a giant wheel mechanism. It's kind of like, if you think of, like, Big Wheel from, like, Marvel, that character, like, that really lame Spider-Man character, it's like him, but a smaller version comes, like, at her. And so she duplicates herself in order to try and destroy the wheel, and eventually ends up just destroying the pathway that it's, like, rolling on, which sends it falling into the lava. And then another one comes along, and she's like, ah, crap. But then it gets destroyed by Drick. Drick shows up. And if you remember, Drick is a dead Green Lantern who is being forced by his power ring to keep fighting. And so Drick's come, and she's like, Drick, thank heavens you showed up. And then Drick just gets blasted by Firestorm, because Drick is the reason Firestorm sensed Harbinger in trouble and thought Drick was trying to kill her. So he blasted him. And she's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, why did you blast him? And Firestorm's like, he was a bad guy. Like, wasn't he trying to hurt you? And Captain Atom's like, Firestorm, like, going off of his appearance, that guy was a Green Lantern, and they're the good guys. You shouldn't just blast people just because they look a little bit weird. And that's when Harbinger explains to him that, like, he's like, yeah, he saved my life. Like, you know, you better get away from me, or I'll do something to you. You know, like, how dare you blast my friend? And so, like, while Captain Atom and Harbinger are conversing, Firestorm, like, creates an extinguisher to put out Drick. Because Drick's still alive. Well, he's not alive, but he's still functioning. Firestorm and Drick actually have, like, start to get along with each other. Firestorm asks Drick what being dead is like, but Drick obviously can't talk because he's not even alive. Captain Atom's like, what are you doing? And Firestorm's like, I'm talking to Drick. Captain Atom's like, he's dead. Stop it. Like, stop talking to him. Like, he's a dead person. And Firestorm's like, so? That doesn't mean he's not a nice person. But obviously he's saying it. I'm adding some personality to Firestorm, but he probably did not say it like that. He probably said it more like, so? That doesn't mean he is not a nice person. And Captain Atom's just like, like slapping his forehead. Then all of a sudden, 4 more of those wheel things come to attack them. And so they all work together in order to destroy them. They all fight these, like, wheel-like mechanisms. But their powers are so strong, because these are, like, 4 really powerful characters in the DC universe, that they start, the planet starts, like, crumbling around them. And, like, rocks start falling down, and Firestorm gets knocked out, and he wakes up in, like, pitch blackness, and then like gets woken up by somebody, and that's when he realizes that he's back in the Louisiana swamps, and Dr. Ferguson is there. If you remember, Dr. Ferguson is a Firestorm character who turned out to be a Manhunter, and he's the reason why Firestorm ended up under the control of the Manhunters. So basically, he decides to try to lie to Firestorm again, because this isn't actually happening. This is all like a fabrication created by the Manhunters to make Firestorm think that none of that stuff happened. So Ferguson's like, yeah, you never went to the Manhunter planet with the Justice League. You've been here this entire time. The temple is still here. It never blew up. And you've brought Captain Atom to us because Captain Atom has decided to join us. So good job. And Firestorm obviously does not believe him. He's like, I don't believe you. Like, this is all lies. And Ferguson's like, no, I'm not lying. Like, this is all real. And Captain Atom, like, the fake Captain Atom, tries to convince Firestorm to, like, help them kill all the humans. And Firestorm's like, I am Firestorm. And killing is not the answer. And then he's like, you are not the Captain Atom. The true Captain Atom told me to look past appearances. The true Captain Atom would not speak as you do. Therefore, you are a lie. Therefore, this is all is a lie. Because as we remember, and that's literally the way he says it. That's the dialogue. Because as we remember, Captain Atom was like, don't judge people based on their appearances. And here, this Captain Atom is telling Firestorm to kill humans because they look different. And it's upon this realization that the fabrication is destroyed, and Firestorm realizes that he's still on the Manhunter planet and that he's surrounded by Manhunters, and so he starts fighting them, obviously. Starts fighting all the Manhunters, and Dr. Ferguson tries one more time to bring him over to their side, because he's like, the planet is being destroyed, like, this is your last chance to join us, and if you join us, I'll tell you how, like, I'll reveal all the mysteries to you, Like, he's like, I'm sure you realize that, like, you are two other beings fused together, right? Like, I'll tell you exactly what happened. And Firestorm's like, I don't need you to tell me. I can figure it out myself. Fuck you. And so he destroys the Ferguson Manhunter. And then after that, he speaks to Ronnie Raymond and the other guy that is inside his body, whose name I can't remember, but it's not Martin Stein. I can't remember his name though, because they don't mention his name in this, and he's not a memorable Firestorm character. I'm pretty sure he only appears in this run, and then after that, like, he probably only ever comes back as, like, whenever an artist is like, hey, I remember that guy, let's bring him back for an issue or something like that. But he talks to he talks to them. They're currently inside Firestorm still, bound and unable to speak or take control. Firestorm's like, do you agree to help me? And in return, I will, after we've done this, I will give you full control of Firestorm again, and I will lay dormant myself. And they agree. I'm going to assume it's, one of them agrees. I'm going to assume it's Ronnie, because he's, the popular one. But he agrees, and Firestorm breaks their bounding so that they can all finally start working together again, all three personalities. And after he does this, that's when Captain Atom, Harbinger, and Drickle show up, and they're like, hey, we found you. We've been searching you for this entire time. Like, what happened? And Firestorm's like, doesn't matter. Like, planet's about to explode. Let's get out of here. And so they escape through the roof just as the planet starts exploding, the Manhunter planet, and they land on the little rock that Superman and Martian Manhunter and Dr. Fate and stuff were sitting on. And it's assumed that, like, they didn't even do anything. That, like, Superman and Green Lantern and Hawkman and Hawkgirl and all that were, like, not on the planet, that weren't with Captain Atom and Harbinger and all that, it's assumed they didn't do anything, which is kind of weird. They like went to the planet and didn't end up doing anything. Yeah, and then that's it. Like that's what happens, and I would say what these characters are going to do next, but I don't know what they're going to do next, and John Ostrander doesn't know what they're going to do next either, so he kind of just leaves it hanging for whoever is going to continue that for, I'm guessing, Steve Englehart to keep doing it, or like the next Superman issue or something, if there is one. Will tie into this and continue this storyline and just be like, and this is what they're doing next. But yeah, that's the Firestorm tie-in, and this is the end of this episode of the podcast. We're ending it here because I'm reading these as volumes that like fan-made archival volumes of this event. You can find them online at like Read Comics. It's the easiest way to be able to read all of Millennium without having to collect everything singly, because not only is the trade paperback of Millennium almost impossible to find now, but it doesn't include any of the tie-ins, which you kind of need if you want to understand the whole story. So yeah, definitely go to like Read Comics Online or something like that to find this whole collection if you want to read everything like I have. But yeah, that's going to be it for this episode of the Marvel and DC retrospective podcast. And I'll see you all next Sunday where we continue Millennium. There's only 2 parts left after this. Part 4 and Part 5, and then that's it. We'll be done with Millennium. So we're over halfway through. Like, this is awesome. I think there's like 16 issues worth left of like content or like something like that. And then we're all done. So I hope you enjoyed this. I enjoyed these last few tie-ins. Millennium issue 5 wasn't that great, but everything else was pretty alright. This tie-in was a lot better than the last Firestorm tie-in. But yeah, I think the Spectre tie-in was my favorite one. Not only this time, but I think it's my favorite one in general. I really like that tie-in because it's just so fun and weird, but in a good way, not in a bad way, not in a like this hurts my head reading it kind of way, you know. But yeah, I'll see you next time, and yeah, bye. Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Marvel and DC retrospective podcast. This is a new episode of Midlife Crisis. Millennium, the Millennium event that we've been covering over the last few weeks. This is part 4 of the Millennium event, and there will be one more part after this, and then we'll be all done. And this part, we are starting off with 2 tie-ins. We got the second Flash tie-in and the second Wonder Woman tie-in. Both of them don't tie heavily into the event. They pretty much end with stuff tying into the event and start with things tying into the event. But, like, it's still there and it's still present. It just kind of, like, you know, the writers focus more on their own story and then tie it in to allow Steve Englehart to continue what he needs to do in Millennium. And it's okay because the stories are pretty enjoyable. I would say the Wonder Woman one is definitely better than the Flash one, but that's because the Flash one hasn't aged very well at all. And even I think back when it came out, it probably didn't age well at all. But let's get started with Flash issue 9. So continuing off from where we last left off, as we know, Wally recently found out that his dad is a Manhunter and that his mum is actually alive. Like, he believed that his mum was dead, but it turns out she was alive. And they don't actually show it, but it will be revealed later that Wally took his mum from the hospital and took her back to his mansion. So she's currently living at his mansion. But at the moment, Wally isn't there. He's gone to see a psychiatrist. because a lot of shit's going on in his life, and he needs to talk it out with a professional. So he's talking to the psychiatrist about everything that's going on, and he tells Wally that he needs to, like, he's talking about, like, his dad, and Wally actually talks about, like, the fact that he considers himself to have two dads. He has Rudy, and he has Barry, and he sees Barry as, like, another father, and he doesn't hate Rudy, and he always saw Rudy as, like, a guy that was, like, always trying to be a good father. And, like, he even talks about, he's like, I remember one time he took me camping, and yeah, so he's talking about just personal stuff to the psychiatrist, and then Tina comes in, who is Wally's current girlfriend, and says that there is a massive robbing at the Diamond Exchange across the hall. And so Wally, hearing this, she also mentions that, like, there's people have seen, like, a man, like a huge man, which is a bit weird. So Wally obviously heads off to go and check it out. And so he heads over to the Diamond Exchange. He, like, whips into his Flash costume, and when he gets there, he finds this character that we will know as the Chunk. The Chunk is just a really big guy who wears glasses. He's got a big green suit on and a bow tie. Like, he just looks like a stereotypical nerd, but he's really fat, and there's a lot of, like his whole character is, like, I'm fat, and, like, everyone's mean to me because of it, and because of that, I'm gonna, like, hurt people. And so, Wally shows up to stop him, and he's like, leave me alone, like, I'm hungry. You know, I need to eat. You don't know the feeling. Which is funny because Wally does, because, like, he has this thing where, like, he has to keep eating in order to, like, get his energy back. And I didn't realize that reading it, but, like, yeah, there's a parallel between them when it comes to, like, needing energy and food and stuff. So he fights the Chunk and finds that, like, his punches aren't really doing a lot to him. And when he punches a Chunk in the throat, he spits a diamond out at Wally. So he's been eating the diamonds. And he doesn't just spit one diamond, he spits a lot of diamonds at Wally and knocks him out. And then he disappears. Wally gets up and he's like, I gotta go after him. He's gone. So he talks to the police about what was going on, and he mentions to them about, like, a possible earthquake happening, because, like, there was an earthquake. And they're like, what? There's no earthquake. Like, what are you talking about? Maybe you should come and talk with us. And, like, what were you even doing here? And Wally's like, that's personal. And the police are like, well, you should probably come with us and give us a statement. And Wally's like, whoop, see ya, and, like, zips off, and he's like, clowns. And so he heads back to his mansion to visit his mom, and talks to her about how his session went and how he had to go and stop this Chunk guy who was robbing a diamond store. And he talks about how, like, Tina's gonna be coming over for dinner, and his mom is just like, oh, that Tina, like, I don't like the sound of her. Like, don't you realize that she's obviously a gold digger? Like, she's 15 years older than you. And Wally's like, she's 12 years older than me, and, like, stop it, Mom. I just want the two of you to get along. And I think especially if you're reading this as, like, a Flash reader, you would kind of not like Wally's mum, because we know what Tina's gone through. Like, she's just gotten out of an incredibly physically abusive and emotionally abusive relationship with an asshole. And so to have Wally's mum be, like, trash talking Tina when Tina is, like, a legitimate good person is really hard to listen to and read. And as we'll know, and as we've already previously been told, Wally's parents are just not good people. Like, Rudy was an abusive father to his wife, and Mary is an alcoholic and an asshole. Like, she's just not a very nice person. But Wally loves her, and when you love someone, you just gotta kind of like put up with their attitude and stuff. And so he just wants her to get along with Tina. So Tina shows up, and they just don't get along. And just as tensions run high between Tina and Wally's mum, the cops come knocking on the door and give Wally a summoning to go to talk to the council because they want him out of the town because he's a danger to their town and he's going to ruin their image because his house recently got attacked by a supervillain and he's fighting like crimes all over the place and causing all sorts of destruction through his heroics. And so they just want him to voluntarily leave. And obviously Wally is pissed off about this. And Tina's pissed off too. She says, and she's like, you don't have to go. And Wally's like, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna talk to them. And Tina's like, you should get a lawyer. And Wally's like, no, I'm gonna go talk to them. I feel like I could probably talk my way out of this. It's at this point that, like, when they have dinner, apparently Wally has always had an appetite and that he didn't gain it from his powers. It's just something that he had, always, which is weird. But, okay, you're just gonna make that a part of his character forever? Alright. Like he was always like that? Okay. So he has dinner with his mom, and and Tina, and it's not very enjoyable for any of them, because his mum is just being the worst towards Tina, and Tina's not just taking it, though. She calls his mum out for being a bitch, and for, like, treating her like shit. Yeah, Wally and Tina, after dinner, they have a nice swim in the pool where they talk about how, like, Wally's mom has just been getting in the way of, like, their housework and stuff, and Wally's just like, look, Tina, it won't be long, she'll be gone eventually, she's just here for now because she's been through a very traumatic experience, and, once she's recuperated, like, she'll be out. And so they decide to head to bed, and Tina asks Wally what the psychologist, like, if the psychologist said anything about his mum, and Wally just ignores her and goes to sleep. He just falls asleep instantly. And she's just like, ugh, whatever. And so, Chunk, like, there's, like, a van that's got, like, these two criminals in it who are planning on going and stealing some stuff. They're just like, oh, yeah, let's go pull off a crime. And they see Chunk walking across the road, and they accidentally crash into him because they can't stop. They're like, oh, my God, where'd that guy come from? He came out of nowhere. And they smash into him. But the force of Chunk actually, like, destroys the front of their van, and then Chunk just rips the door open, throws them out, gets in the truck, and then just vanishes. He just goes boop, and like and the van and Chunk disappear. They're like, what the hell? Where did he go? Meanwhile, Flash heads back to the diamond place and to talk to the owner, and he says about the fact that, like, he's not going to be able to get insurance. Like, he thinks he's not going to be able to get insurance because the, like, supervillain cause is not a very good one, and they don't really cover that. And he's like, man, that's, like, this sucks. Like, I'm not even be able to get, like, this covered or anything. And obviously Wally is there to ask him about the mysterious man that stole the diamonds, but this guy that owns the diamond place, his name is actually Mr. Stein, nothing to do with Martin Stein, just same last name. He knows nothing about Chunk, and so he tells Wally, like, sorry, I don't know anything. So, Wally ends up meeting with Dr. Slade, who is the psychiatrist, and, Dr. Slade just happens to be there, which is very, which is very lucky for Wally. And he happens to have heard about what's recently happened to that van. He's like, a van just got taken away by, like, this guy that you might be looking for. So they watch, like, a news report that reports what recently happened with Chunk stealing the van. And so Wally asks Dr. Slade if he knows who this guy is. And Dr. Slade is like, I don't know his name, but, like, I know a few things about him. Like, a colleague of mine was treating this boy. He was fascinated with gold, diamonds, quite a brilliant boy. Actually could have gone on to MIT on a full scholarship. And that's when Wally's like, what was the boy's name? And he's like, I don't know, but he lived in a rich fantasy world, you know. And, yeah, that's when he's like, that could be the guy, like, this boy that was treated by my colleague could be the guy you're looking for. So that's your biggest lead at the moment, Wally. So Wally decides to head to Titan's Tower in order to get help from Cyborg, because Mike Baron really likes using Cyborg, I guess. I guess he really likes Cyborg. I mean, not complaining. I like Cyborg. Wally goes to visit Cyborg to try and track down Chunk. At first, he decides to run affiliations with Fred Parker Huntington, who is currently dead. And Cyborg can't find anything in his files. So Wally is like, how about, like, MIT scholarship application records? You know, we can narrow it down to applicants from Long Island of a certain age and certain years. And that's when Cyborg finds the name Chester Runk. He's like, Chester Runk, he would be 24 now, looking at this special science project. Wally's like, a matter transmitting machine? And Cyborg is like, folks deceased, no living relatives. Whoa, this kid was some kind of egghead. This is cosmology. And Cyborg's like, but I don't really understand it. Like even it's beyond me. And Wally is like, okay, give me a printout, would ya? And so Wally heads off with this new information and visits Tina at a local, like, restaurant to have something to eat. And that's when he decides that he's going to be going to the council meeting to try and talk to them that night. But before he goes there, he decides to head to, like, a local museum, like a platinum museum. And then they head to the council where he has the meeting with them. And he tries to convince them that, like, for him to stay, like, to let him stay. And they're just like, no. You know, we'll happily settle a deal with you to get you out of here, but we want you out, Wally. You know? And Wally's just like, can't you think about the fact that, like, the kind of good that I'm bringing to this town is being a superhero? And they're like, we don't care. You know, you're giving our town a bad name. We want you out of here. And so Wally's like, well, I guess I am going to have to get a lawyer then. And just as he says that, they a cop comes in and is like, hey, we got trouble at the art center. And so Wally zips off, gets into his Flash costume, and arrives at the art center where a cop is like, there's a big guy in there and he's got hostages. But, like, don't go in there, Flash. Like, you better stay out here. And obviously he's the Flash, so he zooms in anyway. And he finds Chunk, who has a couple of people held hostage. And he tries to literally knock some sense into Chunk by punching him in the head, and which allows the hostages to escape. And then he tries to talk Chunk down. He's like, Chet, like, let's talk. And Chunk's like, that's not my name, or at least that's not what they call me. I'm Chunk now. Like, you leave me alone. Like, you don't understand why I'm doing this. And he explains, like, everything that's wrong with him. Where, like, he talks about how, like, he was bullied in school. Like, he was bullied his entire life. And in order to show the bullies, like, what kind of person he could be, he created a matter-transmitting machine to send himself across the city and be like, hey, look at me, I made this machine. But when he did, he accidentally ate it? I don't know how you accidentally eat a transmitting machine, but he had his mouth open and he ate it by accident, and it became a part of his body. And so now he's got, like, antimatter inside of him, and it's why he eats everything, because he knows that he needs to eat enough in order to settle the... Because every time he gets really hungry, he ends up, like, teleporting against his own will. And in order to stop that from happening, he needs to eat. And that's why he eats. But then he's like, but it's never enough. Like, no matter how much I eat, like, it's never enough. And Wally is, like, trying to talk him down. He's like, come on, like, I'll help you. Like, I know you don't want to do this. Like, I know you're a good guy deep down. Like, you haven't hurt anyone yet. And, like, Chester's like, you lie! And Wally's like, how about it, Chunk? I'll trade you the bag for the gun. And honestly, speaking from this point of view, feels like it's a bad idea for Wally to continue calling him Chunk. Like, you would think that at this point he would just keep calling him Chester, because maybe that would help. Like, if Wally insists on calling Chunk Chester, maybe that would lower Chester's guard, you know? Because he realizes that Wally is continuing to use his actual name and isn't just calling him the bully name that everyone called him. You know? So Wally tries to, like, grab the bag in order to exchange it, and Chunk gets the wrong idea from this because he thinks Wally is trying to take the bag. And so he's like, nobody takes that! Nobody takes the thing that I need to keep the void at bay. I'll bring you back! And that's when, like, Wally gets pulled in by this mysterious gravitational force. He gets pulled into Chunk, who is, like, pulling him in with, like, this gravity, and then, like, he ends up in, like, this massive bear hug of Chunk, and he's like, I'll take you to, like, I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'll take you to my world. And, like, Chunk disappears. Like, he, like, teleports away with Wally. And they appear in this other world that is inside Chunk's body. He's like, welcome to my home. Now it is your home. And as Wally looks out, he's alongside Chunk. He not only can you see the anti-transmatter machine, which is like a black hole or like a pole sitting in the middle of this world, but it's like a desolate wasteland, and there are people in here. So there are people that, like, Chunk has, like, absorbed into his body, and they're all trapped in this apocalyptic world asking for help. And that's where we end the issue, with Wally being stuck in this anti-transmatter world inside Chunk. Good issue. Really enjoy it. Doesn't tie into the Manhunter stuff very much outside of, like, just talking about how, like, it's affecting Wally's life. And I think the Chunk stuff definitely just hasn't aged very well, and Chunk is not a very deep character at all. He's very, very, very surface level. It's literally like, he's fat, and he has gravity powers because he's fat. And that's it. But I know that throughout the history of the Flash, Chunk will eventually be developed as an actual character as the years go on. It will take a long time, but we'll get there eventually. But for now, we'll save that for another time when we read more Flash. And we'll get straight into the Wonder Woman tie-in, which, much like the Flash one, doesn't tie into Millennium very much, but I would say it's better than the Flash one. We're continuing off from where we last left off in the last issue of Wonder Woman, where Hippolyta is currently following Diana, hoping to find her. Diana is going through her trials, and she's recently discovered the origin of her name and her destiny. And Hippolyta had recently come across the body of Heracles, who has been like he's got like this kind of, he's become like this stone form, and he's being attacked by harpies, and he's like howling in pain. So Hippolyta is like, what has happened to you? You know, I've got to figure out what happened to Heracles and try and free him from this torment, but at the same time I need to go and find my daughter as well and figure out like where she is. And as she travels through and leaves Heracles behind, planning on coming back to try and help him later, she's got to find Diana first, she finds a Cyclops. The Cyclops is currently asleep, and so she's like kind of like walking her way around him, trying to be quiet, and she finds like the skull of Pan, and as we know, Pan is a Manhunter, and this skull is the real Pan, and Pan is the son of Hermes, the god of speed, I think is what he is. So she finds Pan's skull, and at the same time, Zeus, and speaking of Hermes is there as well, and the Greek gods, Zeus also discovers Pan's skull, and is like, oh my god! Pan! He's dead? Well, then that means the other Pan must not be the real Pan. And he's going all crazy. He's like, oh my god, Pan's dead, what the heck? And that's when Hera, another god, is like, she's just like, we've had enough of you, Zeus. Like, your incompetence is the reason, like, you fell for this, like, fake Pan. Like, you were on his side, and because of that, we are now all in danger. So we're done following your leadership, and it's time for us to do things ourselves. And they decide that, like, Diana is the one that is, like, supposed to deal with this, not Zeus. Like, they can't trust Zeus to deal with this, so they send Hermes to go and get Diana so that she can, because they believe that this is her destiny to fix this. So, they send Hermes to go and get Diana, and we discover that Hermes is the reason why Diana was teleported away from the Green Lantern Corps Citadel. Remember that? When she just, like, disappeared while speaking to Aricia? That's because Hermes came and grabbed her. So he comes, he explains everything to Diana, you know? He explains that, like, Diana needs to go and help her mum because otherwise she will perish. So he's like, I'm gonna send you there so that you can help your mother. And so he teleports her away, and to go and to be sent to Hippolyta to fight alongside her. And so Hippolyta is fighting this Cyclops. Like, she gets attacked by him because he wakes up and attacks her with his giant club. And this Cyclops is Polyphemus. You know, and he's the thing with the thing with Polyphemus, because they explain it after this, but I'll explain it now. He is like cursed with hunger, like intense hunger, because of, I think it was because of the fake Pan. Or just by the gods, yeah. Pan probably had a hand in it. But it was the gods sent him and his like brothers to like banish them to this place without any food, and then they were forced to like eat each other until only one was left, and it was him. So he like ate all of his brothers, but then he was like still hungry, obviously, because he's been banished to this place, no food. And then the dead body of Pan showed up, the real Pan, and he ate him. And then after eating Pan, he was cursed with like starvation forever. Like he's gonna just be, he's never gonna die from starvation. He's just gonna be starving forever. And so that's why he's fighting Hippolyta. He's fighting it. He's in a rage because he's just like, I'm starving, and so I'm like uncontrollable and angry, and I just want to smash everything because like my life sucks. And so he fights Hippolyta, and Wonder Woman comes to save her and punches him. And that's when he explains everything to them, and he pleads for them to kill him. He's like, just kill me, please. Like, I'd rather be dead than be starving for the rest of eternity. And they don't kill him. They contemplate it. Wonder Woman is like, I can't do that. Like, I've sworn against killing. Like, it goes against, like, my code. And it goes against what I believe and what I believe the Amazons should believe, which is not killing in general, but killing an innocent being who doesn't deserve to die. That's what she's talking about. She's like, I'm fine with killing bad people, but this guy isn't a bad guy, and so I can't, in good conscience, kill him. And Hippolyta considers it, but they end up just kind of leaving it for now. She's like, maybe we'll kill him later, but for now, let's focus on saving Heracles from these harpies. And so Hippolyta runs off to like try and free Heracles because she was like, I feel like it's my destiny to free him. So she starts running up to him, and she gets blasted by like this blast of fire. She manages to block the fire with her axe a little bit, but it still gravely injures her. And Wonder Woman flies in to try and save Hippolyta, but gets smacked by something. And it turns out she was smacked by a minotaur. And there's like 3 of these like beasts dwelling in this area. Minotaur, a chimera, and a demoness. And the minotaur has Hippolyta by the throat and is essentially declaring that like they are gonna kill Hippolyta because like, and they're not gonna just kill Hippolyta, they're also going to kill Heracles. Like, they're gonna watch Heracles die, because upon his death they will be freed to roam the lands and just cause chaos and murder people and all sorts of shit, like all sorts of horrible shit. Diana's like, no way I'm letting that happen, and so she flies in and smashes the Minotaur to like get Hippolyta out of his grip, and then she fights the Minotaur, but she ends up becoming like overwhelmed by the Chimera and the Demoness, who like, the Chimera blasts her, and then the Demoness like tangles her in her like snake-like body. But then Hippolyta is like, stop, Demoness, you have committed sins beyond imagining. And then she cuts the Demoness's head off. It's pretty badass. She just comes in with her axe and is just like cuts this Demoness's head off. But then she gets headbutted by the Minotaur. Minotaur just comes out of nowhere and just goes BAM! And that's when Wonder Woman's like, enough! And the Minotaur is like, alright, that's it. I've had enough. I'm gonna charge at you now and hopefully kill you. And so he starts like charging at Wonder Woman, and that's when a hand comes out and grabs him by the head, and it's Polyphemus. And obviously Polyphemus is still starving, so he's like, I'm gonna eat this Minotaur because I need food. And so he picks up Polyphemus. Not Polyphemus. He picks up the Minotaur and goes to eat him, but the Minotaur breaks his jaw, which causes the Cyclops to stumble. And as he stumbles, the ground beneath them starts to shake and crumble, and the Minotaur and Polyphemus fall, presumably to their death. We don't see them die, but it's presumed that they both fall to their death. So Polyphemus got what he wanted. One final snack and then death right afterward. And so, like, after watching that, Diana is like, oh shit, like, Mom, are you okay? And Hippolyta's okay. She's survived with, like, just some grazes and stuff, but they're all good. And that's when Harmonia is revealed. And Harmonia is a character who, remember the Vulture from that other Wonder Woman tie-in? Like the one that came before this? Where there was like a vulture that was guiding Hippolyta. That's who Harmonia was. And Harmonia basically was watching Diana and was hoping that she would prove herself worthy of this amulet that she has. Which, it's like a talisman that can only be used by someone of pure essence that can capture the demons within this crypt. So there's like these demons that are currently inside Heracles, and eventually they will be set free from his body. And so the hope is that once they're set free, Diana will use the amulet to absorb them, to stop them from getting to the surface and, like, killing all the gods or whatever, or just causing havoc and mayhem. And Diana has proven herself worthy of using this amulet. The amulet was also, like this whole thing was staged by Ares. Like, Harmonia was sent by Ares to deliver the amulet to Diana when she was worthy. So it's kind of like he's been watching from the shadows and has been expecting all of this to happen, and has been, like, you know, making sure everything goes as planned. So Diana agrees to use the amulet, or at least try and use the amulet, and she takes Hippolyta up to where Heracles is and decides that the trick to freeing Heracles from his torment is to, like, meld the torment of both Hippolyta and Heracles together by tying Hippolyta to Heracles, like, tying them both together with her lasso of truth, because the truth will reveal, like, the truths of, like, their torment. So by being tied together, their torment, like, their separate, like, tortures will, like, meld together, and they will both be freed from their torment by the lasso of truth. That's as much as I can gather from that. And it works. She ties Hippolyta to Heracles, and the lasso of truth does its work, and they are both, like, cleansed of all of their, like, demons and torture and torment. And Heracles' like stone skin, like, bursts apart, and all of the demons that were inside him are unleashed. So Wonder Woman with the amulet is like, alright, gotta stop the demons from getting through the gate and escaping. And from, like, they're on their way to Doom's Door, which is, like, their gateway to getting out and causing havoc. And so she flies in front of Doom's Door and uses the amulet to absorb, like, to try and absorb them. And it takes a lot of strength and determination to do so. And eventually she succeeds. But, like, as she's absorbing these demons, the world outside is, like, crumbling and shit. Like, the apocalypse is happening outside. But eventually she succeeds in absorbing the amulets, absorbing the demons. And then upon doing so, the amulet kind of, like, shines brightly and envelops her in, like, a bright light. And Wonder Woman is shot through into another dimension. where she comes face to face with Ares. And Ares is like, hey, like, you've done well. Give me that amulet, it's mine. Power is mine, you know? Ares is like, before I would have destroyed myself had I possessed it, but because of you, I am at last ready to receive it. Release the amulet. And she's like, no, I cannot. Such power is not for such as you. And Ares is like, you are said to possess great wisdom, child. Use Athena's gift, and you shall know this is the only way. Hand me the amulet. And Wonder Woman's like, okay, I can't really tell if you're telling the truth, but deep within, I feel like I should give you the amulet. So, okay, here you go. And she gives him the amulet, and he's like, yes, you fool! Ha ha ha! I have all the power now! And he, like, disappears. Wonder Woman's like, what have I done? Thou hast just lost the balance of power, princess. And that's when Harmonia shows up and is like, the mission for the gods is at last at an end, and now has proven thyself the greatest of warriors. And Wonder Woman's like, oh, then it's over? And Harmonia's like, yeah, never truly over, child. Now, new challenges await thee, and the consequences of what transpired here today shall forever shape the future. And, that's when Harmonia is like, your journey isn't over yet, and your next trial is about to begin, and the one who is going to give you your next trial is this guy. Come on in. And she, like, points upward, and Hermes appears from the sky and teleports in, and is like, Diana, like, I need your help. Like, you've proven yourself worthy enough to help me. I need your help to go after the one responsible for killing my son Pan, the Manhunter, responsible for killing him. Like, you must slay him. And that's where the Wonder Woman tie-in ends off, with Hermes recruiting Diana to go and find the Manhunter that killed his son, so that they can kill this Manhunter. But yeah, I really enjoyed that, like, tie-in. It's really, really good. Very good. Pretty satisfying conclusion to, like, the previous issue. Again, like, I get why people really like George Perez's Wonder Woman run, because it is deeply rooted in, like, Greek mythology, and a lot of people really like that. Especially if you like the really weird mythological stuff. Like, he goes real weird with it. Very accurate. But yeah, it was good. Definitely going to, at some point I will read the entire George Perez run. It's just, you know, finding the time to do so, you know, since I am busy with reading. I'm currently reading all of The Flash, and in my own time I'm reading Green Lantern. So it's like, don't even have time at the moment, but eventually I'll get around to reading it. But yeah, that's it for the Wonder Woman tie-in, and the next tie-in that we're going to be covering is the second Justice League International tie-in. So without further ado, let's read that and see what the JLI are getting up to now. So the next tie-in that we're going to be talking about is the second Justice League International tie-in, which happens concurrently with the Firestorm tie-in that we had previously read. So without further ado, let's get straight into it. It's written by Keith Giffen and J.M. DeMatteis, with art by Kevin Maguire. And we start off the way that the Firestorm starts off. Firestorm feels danger near the like the Justice League are at the Manhunter planet. Firestorm feels like he can feel danger. He flies off to go check it out. Captain Atom goes after him, and the Justice League are left behind, the remaining members of this group. Kat Matui, Hal Jordan, Superman, Martian Manhunter, Hawkman and Hawkgirl, Arisia, and Dr. Fate are all remaining behind. And they decide to go to the Manhunter planet to figure out what to do. Like, basically, their goal is to destroy the planet. And in order to figure out how to do that, they got to go to the planet and see what it's like first, you know? So they decide to fly to the planet, where they find that it's like a barren wasteland, like desert, and Hal can't use his power ring because, like, and none of the Green Lanterns can use their power rings because the desert is yellow and power rings are weak against yellow. And Martian Manhunter considers the fact that, like, this barren wasteland may have just been made by the Manhunters on purpose. Like, it's not natural. And Superman's like, yeah, like, it's definitely not natural. Look. And he uses his powers to fly up into the sky and smash into the ground, where he smashes straight through it. And they realize that, like, the surface that they're on is fake and that the Manhunter base is underneath. So they head inside the Manhunter base, which happens to also be yellow, so I don't think Hal can use his ring. Same with the Green Lanterns, and they deduce that it's because the Manhunters know the Green Lantern's weakness, which makes sense because they were created by the Guardians, and so they made their whole base yellow so the Green Lanterns can't do anything. And so Superman's like, alright, we gotta check out this base. And as they were about to start checking out the base, there's like a yellow pot, and it opens up and a hand comes out, and Hal Jordan recognizes the hand. And he's like, oh shit, no, it can't be, not him. And it's this character called Gnort. Or Gnort, however you want to pronounce it. I think it's supposed to be Gnort. As far as I know, this is his official debut, because I've read Green Lantern, and he does not appear in Green Lantern. Maybe he appeared in an issue of Green Lantern Corps, I don't know, I did read that too. But I'm pretty sure this is his official debut, and yet Hal Jordan knows who he is, because I'm pretty sure he was created by Keith Giffen and J.M. DeMatteis, and, his history in this is actually retconned later on. Hal Jordan explains who Gnort is at this point in time. He says that Gnort's uncle has it in with the Guardians, like with the Green Lanterns, and so the Guardians let Gnort become a Green Lantern because of his uncle, but because Gnort is so stupid, they gave him a sector where nothing bad happens, like the easiest sector to look after, so that he would just stay out of the way. And this is eventually retconned to be a fact that, like, Gnort wasn't actually recruited by the Guardians, and his uncle wasn't friends with the Guardians at all. And in fact, his uncle had met some fake Guardians who were these clown guys that were handing they're supposed to be like fake Green Lantern rings, but they were straight up real Green Lantern rings that they were just handing out to random people. And Gnort was one of the people that was given one of these rings, and that you were allowed to just use the rings however you wanted, and so most of them were using them for personal gain. And Guy Gardner met Gnort and found out about this, and then stopped these fake Guardians. And eventually Gnort had a meeting with the real Guardians, and the Guardians allowed him to continue being an actual Green Lantern. So that was his retconned origin. But in this, he is still supposed to be connected to the actual Guardians. I do prefer his new origin. I think it's a lot better. I don't like his design in this issue. He looks way more human than he will eventually look. Eventually he'll be established as kind of like a member of this alien dog race, where he looks a lot more like Goofy from like Disney's Goofy, and less like Alf. Like, he looks like Alf. That's how I can best describe how he looks. But yeah, Gnort is here, and he's like, man, like, I've just been in this base, just doing whatever, and I can't even find a toilet. Like, he doesn't even really say why he's in here. He's just in the base. He just happens to be here. And Hal's just like, and Superman's like, man, we might be able to use Gnort's help. And Hal's like, no, we don't. Like, I know who Gnort, like, what Gnort is like. We do not need his help. And so, Dr. Fate senses the power of the Manhunters somewhere nearby down a hallway. So he's like, we gotta go down there because I sense power coming from down there. So let's go that way and take a look. And as they all head off, Martian Manhunter is like, oh, Gnort, why don't you stay here and look for that John that you were looking for? Like, look for that toilet. And Gnort's like, I already told you, I can't find it. And so they just leave Gnort behind to go search for this power source that Dr. Fate is talking about. Aricia early on also talked about the fact that, like, she asks Dr. Fate, like, she's just like, can't you just destroy, like, this whole planet? Like, can't you just, like, destroy all the Manhunters because you're super powerful? And Dr. Fate is like, that was the other Dr. Fate. I'm a different Dr. Fate. Because at this point in time, Kent Nelson isn't Dr. Fate anymore. I don't know who is Dr. Fate at this point in time, but it's not Kent Nelson. It's somebody else, and they're just not as strong as Kent Nelson's Dr. Fate. I have a feeling the reason why they changed it is so that he could be a member of the Justice League, because you can't really have the real Dr. Fate be a member, because he's just way too overpowered. He'd just be able to sort out everything. But yeah, they follow this power source, and they find that the Manhunters are actually waiting for them and expecting them to show up. And so they've got their entire army of Manhunters waiting for them. And the Justice League come knocking. They, Superman, like, smashes through the entrance, and he's like, your slaughtering days are over, robots. The Justice League come in, and they start fighting all the Manhunters together, and they're powerful enough to destroy hundreds of them. They destroy every single Manhunter that's in the room. And, however, Dr. Fate senses something as they're fighting. He's like, there! Like, I sense more power. And so he heads off. And so Superman's like, hey, has anyone seen Dr. Fate? Like, does anyone know where he went? And Hawkgirl's like, he went that way. I've always wanted to say that. And then Hawkman kind of plays this meta role in the comic where he's like, Hawkgirl, why are you making jokes all of a sudden? Like, you don't make jokes. Stop it. Stop joking around. And Superman's like, I like the fact that she's making jokes. I think it's a good thing to make jokes in dire situations. And she's like, thank you, Superman. And Hawkman, who's all jealous, is like, thank you, Superman. Like, he's thinking that to himself. Because Hawkman's a problematic person at times when it comes to how overprotective he is over Hawkgirl. But they follow where Dr. Fate has gone. I keep almost calling him Doctor Strange because they are like two sides of the same coin. They follow Dr. Fate, and they find the birthing chamber of all of the Manhunters. And in the same birthing chamber is what they decide to call the mother of the Manhunters. It eventually reveals itself to be called the High Master. It's like this big Manhunter, and they sense the fact that, like, these Manhunters are about to be born, and so Dr. Fate is like, Superman, you have to destroy them all. They may seem like they're alive, but they're not. They are machines. So destroy them all. You're not killing anything. And so Superman uses heat vision to destroy all of these unborn Manhunters, which wakes up the High Master, and the High Master is like, I could fight you, but instead I'm just gonna leave. And as I leave, I'm going to I'm gonna destroy the planet. So the planet is going to self-destruct with you in it while I escape, because it's better than fighting you. And so the High Master legs it out, and the planet starts getting destroyed. And so Superman blasts through the roof, allowing everyone to have a little hole for them to all escape through. And they escape through the hole into space, and the entire planet explodes. And they question the fact of whether or not Gnort is safe, and Hal says his ring will protect him. His ring will just make a force field for him, so he's probably fine. And then Martian Manhunter is but what about Firestorm and Captain Atom? Are they okay? And that's when Firestorm, Captain Atom, Harbinger, and Drick from Crick show up, and they all have their little resolution that happened at the end of the Firestorm issue where they all reunite, and they got to figure out what they're gonna do next now that this Manhunter planet has been destroyed. I would say that that's the end of the Justice League International tie-in, but it's not. We actually have a backup story, which is also important. So while they're away, Blue Beetle and Mr. Miracle are at the Green Lantern Corps Citadel, where obviously Blue Beetle has been looking over this giant ship that Aquaman brought back from under the ocean. It was a ship that the Manhunters were trying to take control of. And while investigating the ship with Mr. Miracle, a part of the ship pops open, and this little flying ball pops out of it. It's a little silver robotic ball. And so Blue Beetle's hey, Mr. Miracle, why don't you deal with that? You're the one who has, you're stronger than me. You can probably handle it. Mr. Miracle's fine, I'll go check it out. And he goes up to the bowl to see, if it's dangerous in any way. And he determines that it's more dangerous than they considered, because it starts, bouncing around, hitting him in the face. So he's Blue Beetle, come on, give me a hand. And Blue Beetle's you can handle it, can't you? Those stingers don't look like they can hurt you. And he's Beetle! Blue Beetle's okay. But as he goes to help Mr. Miracle, the ball then flies away. And so Mr. Miracle's oh no, it's heading for the Zamaron and the Guardian and the racist guy. That white race, the South African racist guy that nobody likes. And it attaches to his head. And it's gonna burn his head off if they don't get it off. Blue Beetle's it's heating up right now, and it will probably melt through his face if we don't get this off of him. Not that we wouldn't want that, because I kind of was hoping that this is where he dies. They just kill off the racist guy. So they're trying to figure out how to take it off, and Kilowog comes in to save the day. And he's what do you guys tried? And they're we tried everything. We tried pulling it off. We tried, it's too hot for us to touch. For us to grab it and pull it off. What do we do? I think he's gonna die. Kilowog's did you try pressing the off switch? And Mr. Miracle's what? Kilowog's the off switch. And he presses a button on the ball, and it pops off, saving him. The off switch was right in front of the face. Just a simple Grillian mind probe. And Mr. Miracle's but the smoke. And Kilowog's it's harmless. It's just a sedative. That ball was at no risk of killing him. It wasn't a weapon. Blue Beetle's oh shit. Well, at least that's over. What a fun little adventure that we had, eh, Mr. Miracle? Mr. Miracle's shut up. And it ends there. It literally ends with him being shut up. And that's the end of the Justice League International tie-in. So we had that main story, and then we had a fun little side story with Blue Beetle and Mr. Miracle and Kilowog. Kilowog's there because he's actually a member of Justice League International. Surprisingly, Guy Gardner was not a part of this tie-in, and I don't know why. He wasn't busy doing something in, he wasn't in Millennium, like the last issue of Millennium. But anyway, the next tie-in that we're going to be talking about is the Outsiders tie-in, the second one. So, if we remember in Millennium issue 5, or issue 4, Looker received a message from the Arisians, who are the people that gave her powers, telling them to come to Arisia because they're in danger. And so she transported the rest of the Outsiders to Arisia to go and help these people. So they head to Arisia, and Geoforce is being like a real dick because Katana is like, because Looker wants to do it. It's not Arisia. That's not the name of the place. Is it? I'm still thinking of the character Arisia. Abyssia, not the Abyssians and Abyssia. You can see why I got the names mixed up, because you have a character called Arisia, and then you have a place called Abyssia, and I'm reading two separate comics that have two things that sound almost the same. Okay, they go to Abyssia to help the Abyssians, and while they're there, Looker wants to do it by herself, but Katana is like, we're the Outsiders, we stick together, we look out for our own, and Geoforce is like, that's bullshit. We care for our own. We haven't done such a good job of that thus far, have we? Our headquarters are destroyed. I'm a fugitive from my own country. Dr. Jace and Metamorpho are both dead. I wonder if we have anything left to fight for. That's when Black Lightning's like, our self-respect, Brion and our friends. You told me that often enough. And after that, Looker decides that, because they're kind of like, why do you care so much about like this place? Why do you feel so strongly about having to save these people in Arisia? And Looker is like, it's because like they're responsible for me to be being Looker in the first place. And so she reveals her origin story. She was originally named Emily Briggs. She had like no self-respect for herself. She hated herself. She hated her name. She hated the way that she looked. She also had a husband named Greg Dealey. And she was depressed because she was never able to be the wife that he wanted. And she was prepared to live a life with him like that. You know, just a miserable life with him, until she was kidnapped by the priests of an underworld civilization called Abyssia. And that's when they tell her that she was the granddaughter of their long-lost ruler, and so they transformed her into the woman of the same name. Like, they transformed her into Looker. And they actually used, like, a meteor to do that. It's like, they used Halley's Comet to transform her. It's like a shard of Halley's Comet to transform her into Looker. And then as Looker, she became a member of the Outsiders. And the price that she paid for becoming Looker is that Greg didn't even want to touch her anymore. She came back to Greg as Looker, and Greg was like, "You're not the woman that I married, so like, fuck you." And so that whole marriage fell apart, and so she ended up just becoming Outsider full time. She became Looker full time because she's not Emily anymore. She's completely discarded her life as Emily. And so after telling her origin story, that's when the Outsiders are like, alright, that means we definitely have to help you save these people, since you care about them so much. So they blast their way through like a cliff to find an entrance into Abyssia. And when they travel their way through, Looker is reunited with a couple of old friends. Their names are Oral and Janelle. And it's when they are talking, it's when she's talking to Janelle that she realizes through her, because she's got like telepathy, so she realizes that Janelle is under control of something else, because she secretly uses her telepathy to speak to Janelle, and Janelle speaks to Looker with her mind to tell Looker that it's a trap and that they need to get out. And Looker's like, she's told me it's a trap, we gotta get out of here. And they're like, a trap? Whoa! And then something is like, you're too late. Like, it's too late already. You've already fallen into our trap. And so the outsiders get blasted by Manhunters. An army of Manhunters show up. And they're like, once again, it's proved no man escapes the Manhunters. And all of the outsiders have been knocked unconscious. So the Manhunters walk up to the outsiders to take them hostage, and they grab Geoforce, but it turns out Geoforce was pretending to be knocked out. The Manhunters are like, what, they weren't knocked out? How? And Looker was like, because I planned this, like, I planned your attack, like, I knew that you were probably going to attack us, so I put force fields around all my friends, so that when you did attack us, it wasn't going to do anything. Like this, and she uses the force field against the Manhunters to destroy some of them. The outsiders then fight the Manhunters, destroying a bunch of them. And upon destroying them, that's when Looker is like, how long have the Manhunters been here? And Janelle explains everything that happened. The Manhunters showed up one day, and they took over everything, and some of their people defected over to the Manhunters and were traitors. And the Manhunters forced us to call you to get you to come here so that they could trap you. So that's basically everything that's happened. And so Looker is like, alright, let's play along with them and let's trick them. So Looker, using her powers, actually takes control of two of the Manhunters, and they pretend to be hostages of the Manhunters. So, as pretend hostages, they get captured and brought in to see, to come face to face with the leader of Abyssia, like the tyrant of Abyssia. So Looker comes face to face with Queen Tamira the First, who is the current queen tyrant of Abyssia. And it was previously established that Looker had, like, it was thought that Looker had killed Tamira by dropping a statue on her. But then it turns out that Tamira had, like, used the same shard from Halley's Comet that gave Looker, like, Emily her powers, to then gain her own powers, like the same powers as Emily. So she also has mind powers. And she decides that she doesn't have to fight Looker, and that she can just, like, kill her on the spot. She's like, I don't even have to fight you, I can kill you on the spot. And Looker's like, is it because you don't think you can beat me in a battle? You know? Like, I bet you couldn't beat me in a battle. And Tamira's like, alright, then let's actually have a real fight in an arena then. We'll have a fight amongst everyone, and they can watch you die at my hands. So, and then Looker is kind of like winking at the outsiders, like, I got this handled, like, it's all good. It's all part of my plan. Like, I'm gonna beat her. So, Looker and Tamira head to the arena where they have their grand fight. They have a massive fight with their mind powers. And meanwhile, the Manhunters have taken Gardner's armor, like, because Gardner is the Atomic Knight. And what they don't know is that Gardner can control his armor from his mouth, like with his mouth. So using like sound, he controls his armor to fight the like Manhunters. But they overpower him, and one of the Manhunters manages to grab Gardner, who is currently not in his armor, and tries to kill Gardner. But Geoforce has been working on breaking out of like his constraints, and he finally breaks free and kills the Manhunter that has Gardner held, and then Black Lightning kills another Manhunter. And so the Outsiders are free to escape and help Looker. Looker and Tamira are still fighting, and Looker uses her mind powers on Tamira to reveal Tamira's true form, to like take away her like fake appearance that she has. And it's revealed that Tamira is horrifically disfigured. Like, her arm is like all crushed and her leg is like all mangled and shit. And she was like, yeah, when you dropped that statue on me, like, it completely ruined my appearance. And it seems like, you know, using Halley's Comet Shard did fix my appearance temporarily. But as you can see, it was just a facade. But it doesn't matter if you revealed my true power, like my true appearance, because I'm still more powerful than you. And she overpowers Looker and uses her powers to take away Looker's powers. Like, she zaps Looker, and Looker transforms back into Emily, and she's not Looker anymore, and she doesn't have her powers anymore. Because apparently Tamira can do that. But upon doing so, Tamira uses up all of her power. So she's like, it took all of my power to get rid of your power. And the people of Abyssia rebel against the Manhunters and destroy all of the Manhunters. And Tamira tries to throw Emily into the flames below because Emily can't do anything about it because she's just a human now. And Tamira gets like Emily manages to smack Tamira in the face as she struggles, which causes Tamira to drop her so that Emily can grab onto the ledge, and Tamira falls into the flames below and dies. And then Halo shows up and is like, are you okay? And Katana is there too. She's like, are you alright? And Emily's like, no, like, that was awful. And then a Manhunter comes up and just shoots Halo with a laser. Just out of nowhere, just shoots her. And Halo straight up, like, ends up in a coma. Katana's like, oh shit, Gabrielle, like, she might die. What the fuck? So the Outsiders leave Abyssia and they're like, we saved Abyssia, but like, at what cost? Like, we've possibly lost another friend. You know, we just lost Metamorpho. Now we might lose Halo. And Looker doesn't have any powers anymore, so we've lost Looker. Like, Emily is no longer going to be a part of our team because she's just a regular person now. And so now that she's regular Emily again, she returns to Greg, and her and Greg make up again because she's not Looker anymore. She's just Emily again. So Greg is like, hey, you're Emily again. Like, I'll take you back. He's not that inconsiderate. He's like, Emily, what happened? She's like, doesn't matter. I'm not Looker anymore. But I'll understand if you found someone else. And Greg's like, someone else? There's only been one woman in my life, honey. There'll only be one. And so they hug. And they head back to the Outsiders base, where Emily is just a regular human member of the Outsiders now. And yeah, they've got Halo in like a little coma test tube. And they're basically like, what are we gonna do now? Like, we've succeeded in stopping the Manhunters, but Halo is in a critical condition. And Geoforce is like, I think this is it. I think this was the final straw for the Outsiders. I think this is where we call it quits. You know, I cannot believe it. Our saga is truly over. But for now, at least our story has reached an end. So, whether or not the Outsiders are going to keep going is kind of up in the air. I don't know if the series was cancelled during this issue. I think it's not long after this that the series would eventually get cancelled, but right now the Outsiders are really struggling with whether or not they're going to continue being a team. Which is understandable. I mean, they've had 2 party members die within 2 issues. Like, 2 of their friends. And one of their friends has lost their superpowers. So they're, like, losing people left and right. And Geoforce lost his sister Terra not that long ago. But yeah, that's the end of the Outsiders tie-in. I think it was better than the first one. I did enjoy the first one because it was cool learning about the Atomic Knights and stuff, but I enjoyed this one a lot more because the whole stuff with on Abyssea was just fun. The stuff with Tamira was fun. And there's some really good art in this, especially with Tamira's true form, where you get to see just how horrific it is. I recommend looking up what I was talking about because I could only describe it so much. She looks horrific. It's pretty great. But yeah. Now that those tie-ins are done with, we're going to be moving on to Millennium Issue 6. Which means after we finish Millennium Issue 6, there's only 2 more issues of Millennium and then we're done. But a whole bunch of tie-ins in between. But yeah, let's, without further ado, move on to Millennium Issue 6. Alright, so the next issue that we're going to be covering is Millennium Issue 6, Week 6. So, let's get straight into it. As we know, it's written by Steve Englehart with art by Joe Staton. And we continue from where we left off in the last tie-in, which was the it wasn't the last tie-in, that was the Outsiders one. It was the JLI tie-in is where we continue from. So the JLI and like Superman and some of the other characters that are with him, like Hawkman and Hawkgirl, are chasing after the High Master, who has escaped from the Manhunter planet that just blew up. So they're chasing after him to go and fight him. He's really powerful and like almost blasts them with like this energy beam that almost kills all of them. But Captain Atom and Firestorm are like, it's okay, we transmuted the energy blast, so we survived. And that's when like the High Master stops running away and decides to take them full head on to try and kill them. And the Green Lantern Corps, like Kat Matui and Aracia, are like, I don't think we can destroy him. Like, I don't think we're powerful enough to destroy him. So what we should do is we should at least try to contain him. So they all go in on him using their powers to, like, try and encase the High Master in rocks. And High Master is like, you don't realize how powerful I am because I can just turn this back on you. And, like, he just turns it back on them and encases them in rocks. So most of the characters are out of commission now. He encases everyone except for Superman and Martian Manhunter. And so Superman's like, we're the only ones left. I guess we've got no choice but to take him on. Like, I think we can do it. We're the 2 strongest members. I know I'm strong enough, but I don't know if Martian Manhunter is strong enough. So Superman and Martian Manhunter try and, like, they take on the High Master, but they don't even get a punch in. High Master pulls out like these two like blasters from the bottom of his arms and just blasts both Superman and Martian Manhunter, knocking them out completely. And Superman is so thrown back that he's like, he might kill us. Like, he might have the power to kill me. So the High Master knocks him out and then disappears. And Dr. Fate deduces that the High Master has traveled to another dimension, most likely the one that the Guardians and the Zamorans have traveled to. And so, like, because he wants to go and kill the Guardians and the Zamorans, so he decides to try and teleport them there. And as of this moment, this Dr. Fate is not Kent Nelson. It's somebody else. They mentioned the name Linda, so maybe it's Linda Park, who is the current Dr. Fate. Linda Park was Dr. Light, introduced in Crisis on Infinite Earths. So I think she's the current Dr. Fate. But her connection with, like, their connection, the new Dr. Fate's connection with Kent Nelson is very stringy at the moment and isn't entirely, like, it isn't very strong. So this Dr. Fate doesn't know how to, like, cast magic to transport to other dimensions very well. And so when he tries to do it, he accidentally transfers everyone in between dimensions. They end up in, like, this hell dimension, and they're all gonna die. And so Dr. Fate uses the last of his powers to transfer the lives of all of the other characters into Superman and Green Lantern so that they can leave this hell dimension and go and find the High Master. So at the moment, everyone's dead, and all of their souls, all of their life energy are inside Superman and Green Lantern. So yeah, most of the characters are stuck inside this hell dimension, and Superman and Green Lantern are heading after the High Master. Meanwhile, Harupa and is it Nadira? I think that's her name. Are waiting for the new Guardians to wake up from, like, their little trance that they're in. The new Guardians are currently in, like, this outerworldly, like, otherworldly sleep, where they are learning of their, like, true purpose, and once they wake up, they will become what they are supposed to be, and they will align themselves with what alignment they should be, like destiny has chosen for them. It's also assumed that, like, they're probably going to get their powers now, but we don't get to see their powers yet. But yeah, they're witnessing their destinies, and they take note that the racist guy is, like, having trouble, like, he's, like, moving around a lot while he's sleeping, and they deduce that he's going to be the traitor. Which isn't surprising, because he's the worst character. Wonder Woman shows up to talk to Batman, and she's like, "Hey, Batman, I'm sorry, like, I just got back. One of the guards happened to be a Manhunter, but I dealt with that." And Batman's like, "I don't care. I don't care about what you're saying right now. Just, like, shut up." She's like, "Why? Like, what's wrong?" And Batman's like, "The Outsiders, like, I've just learnt the Outsiders have been crushed by Manhunters. So I'm pissed. I gotta help them. Like, I'm pissed that I wasn't there to help them." And then he turns to Gardner and he's like, "Gardner, you and I, we're going off, we're gonna find Booster Gold, and we're gonna beat the shit out of him and, like, knock some sense into him. So let's go, right now." Like, Batman is just pissed. Guy Gardner's just like, Batman, like, you gotta learn to relax. Booster Gold's a nice guy, he's probably just pretending." And Batman's just like, "I said now." And so they head off to Booster Gold International, where Booster is waiting for them. And he just breaks in, and he's like, "Give yourself up, Gold. Booster's like, gosh, Batman, I'd love to really, but I got big bucks tied up in this, so I guess we'll just have to fight. And he shoots at Batman with, like, his energy beams. And Batman's just like, don't just stand there, Gardner, fight him. And Gardner's like, come on, Batman, like, there's no way that he's a bad guy. Like, I'll just talk to him. Hey, Booster, like, you know, you can drop the act now. You don't have to keep pretending that you're working for the Manhunters. Like, we know that you're still a good guy. And Booster just punches him in the face. And he's like, wow, you're really sticking to this, aren't you, Booster? Like, you can drop the facade. Booster's like, it's not a facade, guy. Like, I'm surprised that you're just acting so plain stupid right now. And Guy actually tries to hit Booster just to, like, keep him away from him. And Booster's like, you're stupid, Guy. Like, your powers can't do anything to me. You underestimate my absorbing field. Like, what it can do with it. And he just blasts Batman and Guy Gardner with his absorbing field and then leaves. And Batman is pissed at Guy for not helping him fight Gardner. He's like,
Every time you think you have them nailed, they prove you wrong. Gardner, I hate to admit it, but I liked you better brutal.
Gardner's just like, gosh, Batman, it's almost like Booster really is bad. Meanwhile, the New Guardians all wake up from their little trance, and they have become, like, they're not themselves, like, they're not who they were before now. They've got, like, different personalities and stuff. They've realized their true purposes. They're about to become superheroes. And Tom Kalmaku is reunited with his family, and his family realizes that he's acting differently. And they're like, why is this taking you away from us? Like, why are you acting so different, Dad? He's just like, this is just my destiny. Like, I've got to go do this. And it's like, but it's drawing you away from us. Like, why? So they're kind of struggling with the fact that their dad is kind of like being pulled away from them because he's now going to be a superhero. He's not the same Tom Kalmaku that they knew before. And then the racist guy is like, whoa, like, I've just learned through my experience that, like, what we're doing is incredibly wrong, and I demand that you stop it right now. And obviously the Guardian and, like, Harupa and Nadira are like, no, like, we're not gonna stop. And he's like, you better stop right now or I'm gonna leave. And so everyone's like, go ahead. He's like, you'll regret making this decision. All of you will. All of you stupid. He throws out a couple of slurs as he, like, leaves. And Jon Stewart is just like, you know, I've put up with you this entire time, and I've had enough. I've had enough of hearing your stupid fucking slurs. And he knocks him out. It's like, if you want to leave, I'll give you a hand. He's like, I'll destroy you. I'll destroy these chosen people. I'll make it my personal business to destroy you all. And meanwhile, Floronic Man, who was there the whole time, if you forgot, he is a new Guardian. He is also woken up and he's like, it's time for me to make my move. So he goes back to the guy that was in an earlier issue of Millennium to talk to him, because it was assumed that Floronic Man was going to be working for the Manhunters. And he goes to this guy, and the guy is like, it's time for you to make your move. What the Manhunters want you to do is to kill one of the New Guardians. Just murder one of them. Floronic Man is like, originally I was planning on doing that, but I've changed my mind because I've learned that, like, I was always about the green. You know, I was always about, like, becoming one with the green and having everything be the green, which in his terms is just killing all the humans and having the world be ran by, like, just be plants and him. And then he's like, but I've discovered that, like, the green can't survive without the red. And the red that he refers to is humans and animals and things like that, which would eventually become a real concept. I think in New 52, the red would be created as its own dimension, but right now it's just a thing that Floronic Man talks about to sound kind of crazy. He's like, I can't live with without the red, and the green and red were just too well tied together. So I'm not gonna be following the Manhunter's orders anymore. I am a new guardian. So it turns out Floronic Man has decided to shift allegiances, and he's a good guy now, which I really like this reveal. I think it's a great plot twist because you think oh, Floronic Man is gonna betray them, and it's like, no, he was just the red herring, or the green herring, if you. So yeah, he turns against this guy, and wraps him up in all these all these plants, and leaves him for the new Guardians to deal with, because he's decided to be a new Guardian, which is pretty great. And Batman tries to interrogate the guy. He's like, this man and his friends corrupted and killed our friends, so he's going to tell us where every remaining Manhunter can be found. And he's just like, bugger off. He's like, it's not open debate. You're going to tell us, or I'm going to kill you. And everyone's kind of like, he's not serious, is he? Batman doesn't kill people. He's like, nah, it's just a scare tactic. And someone's like, I'm scared of the idea of it not being a scare tactic. And then Blue Beetle comes in, he's like, Batman! Mr. Miracle and I were dealing with that ship that Aquaman brought in, and this weird thing flew out of it. We dealt with that. But then we went inside the ship, and we found out that the Manhunters are still on Earth. They're just not where we thought they would be. They're inside the Earth's core, which is the last place we would check. And they're all like, oh my god. They've been inside the Earth's core the entire time. They knew we would never think of that. And so, the heroes determine that they gotta find a way into the Earth's core to take down the Manhunters once and for all. And that's where we leave off on Millennium 6, where we discovered that the Manhunters are inside the Earth's core the entire time. Now we're going to move on to the next tie-in. Keep things going. The next tie-in is a Superman tie-in. It's the official Superman series, written by John Byrne, with art by John Byrne. And this one is a Superman and Green Lantern team up, because as we know, in Millennium 6, Superman and Green Lantern were the only ones left that could go after the High Master, so we continue off from that moment. Superman and Green Lantern are traveling through this other dimension. It's supposedly the same dimension. Like I said, it's the same dimension that the Guardians and the Zamarons went to have sex and reproduce. So they're flying through this dimension, and it's like a dimensional minefield that they end up in. They're kind of talking about everything that's happened. They're talking about this dimension and stuff, and what it looks like, and that. It's not interesting. It's not very interesting dialogue. But they travel to this other dimension where there's these giant space mines, interdimensional mines, that they have to kind of navigate their way through. They accidentally set one off. Green Lantern's like, oh shit, and it blows up, and he uses the power of his ring to be able to absorb the explosion and keep him and Superman from dying. Because it's assumed that these mines can kill Superman because they're from another dimension, so his body can't... they will kill him. Superman can die in this place. Plus, I don't even know if he has his powers, because there's no yellow sun, so he's just a regular guy at the moment. Or I think, there is a sun in this dimension. That's how they explain that he still has his powers, is that, there's a sun here. So they start making their way through these interdimensional minefields, and Superman discovers that if he uses his X-ray vision to zero in on these mines, he can cut them open with his, he can use an incision of, heat vision to cut them open cleanly and allow them to pass through without setting off the mines. I don't know how cutting open a mine doesn't stops it from blowing up, but apparently that's how it works with interdimensional mines. So Superman does that. He cuts through the mines as they fly through the dimension, and eventually Green Lantern is like, hey, we're running out of interdimensional mines. That means we might be making our way to where we're going. Oh, look, there it is. And they come across the giant ship, it's like a giant ship with land on it. And that's where the Guardians and the Zamorons went to have sex. So they land on this giant plane of existence. And when Hal gets there, he realizes that, he's, really hungry for some reason, and he sees these otherworldly watermelons, and he's like, ooh, these look good, I'll have one of these. And Superman's like, wait a minute, isn't it a bit suspicious that you just happened to get hungry and then you found these melons? Maybe you should check them out first, just in case they're not poisoned or something. And so Hal checks them, because Superman just has intuition like that, I guess. And Hal is like, okay, I'll check it out. I'll use my Green Lantern ring to check it out. And he does, and he discovers that the fruit is laced in poison. So he's like, man, the High Master must have put these here hoping that you were going to eat them and die. And then the floor around them starts shaking, and all of a sudden, rocks and a massive explosion just blasts out of the ground, and a massive wall rises in between Superman and Green Lantern, separating them from each other. Superman's like, alright, I guess I'm gonna have to blast my way through this wall in order to get to Green Lantern. So he starts blasting through the wall, and he's inside the wall trying to blast through to the other side, and he realizes that it's closing in from behind him. It's closing up and fixing itself. And meanwhile, Green Lantern's on the other side, and he realizes that his ring has run out of power, and he's like, but I haven't been here for 24 hours. It hasn't been 24 hours since I charged it, so why is my ring run out of power? And then the High Master shows up. He's like, are you sure? As sure as I am that your time has come to die. So the High Master tries to destroy Green Lantern. He has a massive fight with him. Or it's not really a fight. It's just the High Master blasting Green Lantern and Green Lantern dodging out of the way because Green Lantern doesn't have any power, so he can't fight him. And meanwhile, Superman finds that he's not getting anywhere punching through this wall. It seems like it's going on forever. So he tries changing directions that he's punching. Instead of punching forward, he starts punching upward. Or at a 90-degree angle. And Green Lantern has no choice, but Hal has no choice but to hide from the High Master. And when he hides under a rock, and the High Master can't find him. And while he's hiding under the rock, he finds the helmet of a Zamoron and the clothes of a Guardian. And then he sees all of the clothes of the Guardians and the Zamorons scattered around, and he's like, man, did the High Masters kill all of the Guardians? Or did the Guardians teleport themselves away from the High Master? I guess there's only one way to find out. And so in his head, he calls out to the Guardians. He's like, Guardians, I know you can hear me, please, give me a sign that, you're still alive. The Guardians are like, yes, Hal, we are still alive. We hear you, Green Lantern of Earth. And the Zamorons and the Guardians all appear in the sky. They're all hands locked. They're basically currently in the middle of a massive orgy. Literally, this is a Guardian and Zamoron orgy. They're all naked. They're all, holding hands and floating in the sky. It's the first and probably the only time that you'll ever see a naked Guardian in a comic book. It's pretty weird, and Hal has just walked in on them, technically. But Hal was like, why are you intervening on, us getting busy, Green Lantern? And Hal's just like, they were invisible the whole time, intangible. And that's why they haven't acted against the High Master. In their present state, they don't have the necessary power. And that's when the High Master is like, there, my ruse worked! And he blasts all the Guardians and these Amarons. Because it turns out that he wanted Hal to call... Like, basically, he created, like, this, like, machine on this, like, plane of existence that, like, in this dimension that Hal and Superman traveled to, that would sap Hal of all of his Green Lantern energy, so that he would be forced to call on the Guardians as Amarons for help, therefore revealing them so that he could attack them off guard. That's basically the entire plan of the High Master. The Superman still isn't getting anywhere, and he realizes that, like, maybe I should just stop punching, like, forward. He's like, the High Master somehow has me going in circles. It's a 50-50 chance that I might have been cutting across the circle instead of away from it. But there's a strong possibility this means something else. Something even more devious than a simple circle. And so the High Master is about to destroy Green Lantern, and then Superman just blasts out of the ground and smacks him in the face and punches him, like, around and just, like, straight up smashes him. And Hal is like, Guardians, like, you gotta help me, like, I don't have any power left. And the Guardians are like, Green Lantern, like, our power is heavily depleted due to the current situation that we're in, but we're still Owens, so we can give you enough power to fight the High Master right now. And so they imbue Hal Jordan with enough power to power his ring. And Superman is like, hey, Hal, because Hal is like, I can't even fight the High Master anyway because he's yellow. So my ring power wouldn't even work on him. And then Superman's like, well, good thing I was blasting him with enough heat vision to, like, make his body super hot so that the High Master would be more of a red color. And the Green Lantern's like, and Hal is like, oh, that's great. Like, now that he's red from all of the heat vision that you've been shooting at him, I can shoot this Green Lantern torpedo at him and blow him up, which is exactly what he does. He shoots a construct missile at the High Master and blasts the High Master apart. And Hal was like, wow, that was easier than I thought. I'm guessing that the High Master was pretending to be stronger than he actually was, and that he was a lot more damaged than he was letting on. The Superman was like, yep, that's right. He was really badly damaged, which is why when he came here, he decided to create all of these tricks to try and catch us off guard, because he knew that he couldn't actually fight us head on with our powers, because he knew we would destroy him very easily in the state that he's currently in. Superman reveals that there was, like, this kind of weird black hole thing that was underground, and that the entire time he was digging through this wall, he was actually underground going in circles because the gravitational pull of this black hole was pulling him towards it. So instead of going around in circles, he decided to just try punching upwards, and that worked. That's as well as I can explain it. And the Guardians are like, we can't really celebrate right now because destroying the High Master means that the Manhunters have no one controlling them anymore, and so now they're going to go into a suicide overdrive, which is the worst possible situation that we could possibly fathom. Like, now that they're in suicide overdrive, we gotta do whatever we can to stop them, because we don't know what they're gonna do now. And that's where the tie-in ends. I would say that it's not as good as the other Superman tie-ins that we've been dealing with, but I did enjoy reading a tie-in that involved Superman and Green Lantern teaming up together, because you don't see that very often. In fact, this may actually be the first time Superman and Green Lantern have teamed up with just them. Like, it's just those two characters teaming up together. I think this might have been the first time it's ever happened, because usually they're with other Green Lantern members or something. You know, like other Green Lanterns or Justice League members. But yeah, it was cool. And Millennium 6 was a lot better than Millennium 5. Now, the next tie-in that we're going to be covering is Blue Beetle issue 21, which is the second Blue Beetle tie-in, written by Len Wein with art by Ross Andrew. Right, so the next tie-in that we're going to be covering is the Blue Beetle tie-in. The Blue Beetle tie-in continues right from where we left off with Blue Beetle and Mr. Miracle, who had investigated the ship and discovered that the base, the home base of the Manhunters, is in the Earth's core, and they told Batman and everyone, and so now their goal is to find a way into the Earth's core. So they head back to the Green Lantern Corps Citadel. They have a conversation with Batman and the crew, and they're kind of trying to figure out, how are we going to get into the Earth's core? That's insane. We can't dig into the Earth's core because it's way too hot, and so we die. And Blue Beetle is like, well, I have an idea. Why don't we melt our way through? And Batman's just like,
melt? What the hell are you talking about?
And Blue Beetle's like, well, Cord Industries have this thing that we call the Sunspore. It's essentially this, device that we can send out to the sun that can resist the sun's, it can, absorb the sun's, rays, and it, resists the sun's heat. And it's in order to, get solar energy or some shit. And he's like, we could reverse the technology of the solar spore so that instead of absorbing heat, it disperses it. And so we can use it to melt through to the core of the Earth, and we'd be inside it. So not only would it prevent us from being harmed by the heat, but it would also use the heat to melt the Earth so that we can burrow our way down to the core. And Batman's just like,
well, that's the best lead that we got, so go ahead. You and Mr. Miracle can go deal with that.
And so Blue Beetle and Mr. Miracle head into the Beetle, or head into the Bug, which is the name of Blue Beetle's ship, where they head to Ted Kord's underground beetle nest, which is his bat cave. And Blue Beetle is like, Mr. Miracle, you're gonna have to stay behind in the Bug for now, because I gotta go do some Ted Kord stuff. I'll be back later. Alright? And there's cable. You can watch that while you're waiting. So Blue Beetle takes off his armor and becomes Ted Kord again. And a couple of his friends walk in while he's on the phone. It's Melody and another character named Randy, I think his name is. And they're about to go out on a date with each other. And Melody is Ted Kord's love interest. And so she's gonna go out on a date with Randy, but then Randy realizes that he's busy. And so Ted Kord's like, oh, well, I guess you can't go on a date with Randy anymore. And so, I'm still free. And Melody's like, I'm sure Randy will make it up to me for dinner. It's all good, Ted. And so she leaves. And Ted gets back to what he's doing in the meantime. Working on getting the solar spore for him and Mr. Miracle. And while he's doing that, the villain known as Overthrow, who is revealed to be a Manhunter, is talking to the Grandmaster, and the Grandmaster orders him to go after Blue Beetle and Mr. Miracle and stop them from burrowing into the Earth's core, because they're the Manhunters, and of course they know what Blue Beetle, what the heroes are planning. They know everything. So Overthrow agrees to go and stop them. So Blue Beetle and Mr. Miracle find the Sunspore, and Blue Beetle gets to work on it to alter it so that it will, shoot out the heat instead of absorbing it. And as he's working on tinkering the machine, Mr. Miracle is there with him. Overthrow and a bunch of Manhunters show up to kill them. And to stop them and to kill them. So they show up and we're just like, his name's Overthrow, in case you couldn't tell. He's my Manhunter. And Overthrow's like, not to mention your executioner. Because obviously Mr. Miracle doesn't know who Overthrow is, so when Overthrow shows up, he's like, who's that guy? And that's when Blue Beetle's like, he's my Manhunter. There's some stuff going on with Dome in this. Remember when I spoke about Dome? It's not important. It has nothing to do with Millennium, as far as I can tell. Basically, there's stuff going on around the world that that Dome is trying to deal with, related to that one character, Cornelius or whatever his name was, the villain. And Ronald Reagan is creating like this initiative that he calls like the Star Wars, where he creates a bunch of satellites that are out in space. And one of the satellites in France was destroyed, and so they're trying to figure out that. So that's what's going on in the background. It's not important. So Blue Beetle and Mr. Miracle fight Overthrow and the Manhunters. They have a big fight with them, and Blue Beetle actually tries to get on top of a catwalk on the ceiling, but a Manhunter shoots it down, which causes him to fall. But then Mr. Miracle grabs him and is like, hey, gotcha. Good thing I've got my floating discs that I can fly on. But then his floating discs get hit by Overthrow's like bouncing balls, because he has the ability to throw like projectiles, hence the name. They hit Mr. Miracle's little floating discs, which cause Blue Beetle and Mr. Miracle to fall to the ground and get knocked out. They're like, ah! And then they get knocked out. More Dome stuff. And, meanwhile, Dome is doing their Dome thing. And back to the interesting part of the story. Overthrow decides to place Mr. Miracle and Blue Beetle inside the Sunspore. And he plans on, like, sending the Sunspore into the Earth's core. He's also like tinkered the Sunspore so that like it'll be like a living oven inside, so that it will slowly roast Blue Beetle and Mr. Miracle alive. And so he's decided that he's going to send them into the Earth's core so that if they somehow do manage to escape, they'll be in the Earth's core and they'll die anyway. So it's supposed to be an inescapable trap. He's like, Mr. Miracle, like, why don't you show us how good your escape skills really are by escaping this trap? And they do it. They turn on the Sunspore and it burrows into the ground. And after they've, put Blue Beetle and Martian Manhunter 20,000 feet underground, Overthrow and the Manhunters decide to get away in their own jet. But the jet gets attacked by the bug. The bug shows up and grabs it. And so Overthrow's like, shit, the bug's got us. And we can't get out of its grasp. Quick. Last resort. Let's jump out of the plane and I'll blow it up. And we'll use our jet boots to get ourselves to safety. So they do that. They jump out, plane self-destructs. And as they land on the ground, they realize that the bug survived the explosion, and Blue Beetle and Martian Manhunter come out of the bug and they're like, hey, we're still alive. And Overthrow's like, that's impossible, how are you still alive? And while they fight the Manhunters and Overthrow, that's when Mr. Miracle reveals how he escaped. He did his Mr. Miracle thing. He has a mother box, which essentially allows him to teleport anything to him, or like do almost anything. So he asked the mother box to whip up a protective force field to insulate himself from the heat, and then he grabbed his handy dandy multi-cube, which has multiple allows him to do multiple things. It's one of the main reasons he's able to escape from stuff. It's like this extremely futuristic tech. He uses the multi-cube to shoot like a corrosive spray that melts a hole in the Sunspore, and then he used his like laser boots to then, like, push the hole out. And then he just jumped out nice and clean. And then Blue Beetle explains that the way that he got out is that he used a new laser in his BB gun to cut into its inner sphere, which had been redesigned to protect any human occupants from the heat. And then he called the bug to come along and rip the roof off of the building, and then grab the sphere and pull it out of the Earth's core, so that Blue Beetle could then jump out of the hole where Mr. Miracle was waiting for him, and they reunited and were like, hurrah, we escaped. Let's go beat the shit out of Overthrow. And Overthrow's like, damn it! You suck! And Blue Beetle punches him in the face, and he's like, oh yeah, because Overthrow's like, impossible, no man escapes the man, and he gets hit in the face, and Blue Beetle's like, I'm sick of people saying that. Just like I am, him having read all these tie-ins and hearing that fucking phrase 100 times over. Blue Beetle then unmasks Overthrow. Mr. Miracle is like, why are you so eager to unmask him? And Blue Beetle's like, I have a feeling I know who it is. It's Randy! Oh. Because he thought it was Randy. But it turns out it's not Randy. It's Arnold Beck. He's like, my name is Arnold Beck. I work on the Cord Inc. loading dock. And you haven't heard the last of me. No man escapes the... And Blue Beetle's just like, oh, shut up. So it's like the ultimate version of, like, this guy didn't exist until now, and the Overthrow's identity was just some random background character, which I find to be really funny. And then, meanwhile, Melody and Randy are having dinner, and Ted Cord is seeing it from a distance in the bug, and Mr. Miracle's just like, hey, what's up, Ted? Like, you're all good? Blue Beetle's just like, just thinking about personal stuff, you know? Like, hey, what about that Millennium thing? Like, who knows what may happen? Mr. Miracle, like, trying to change the conversation. Mr. Miracle's just like, well, whatever it is, I hope we're ready for it. And that's the end of the tie-in. I mean, there is a little bit more. It ends with Kronos putting on his costume and being like, I'm the villain of the next issue, but it's not related to Millennium. He literally puts his costume on and he looks at the reader and is like, well, what the devil are you staring at? But yeah, that was the Blue Beetle tie-in. And I think that's the final tie-in for Blue Beetle. So we're going to see how this leads into Millennium 7. But obviously, before we get to Millennium 7, we got more tie-ins to go through. And the next tie-in is the Legion of Superheroes tie-in, the second one. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that the Blue Beetle tie-in was written by Len Wein. I don't want to forget that. It's written by Len Wein with art by Ross Andrews. Same duo that, you know, wrote the previous Blue Beetle tie-in, because they were on Blue Beetle together at this moment. The Legion of Superheroes tie-in is written by Paul Levitz with art by Greg LaRocque and Mike DiCarlo. It continues right after where the last tie-in left off, the last issue of Legion of Superheroes, where Laurel Kent, I think is her name. It's been a while. Her name is Laurel Kent. She was posing as the ancestor of, like, or an ancestor of Clark Kent, but she was actually a Manhunter the entire time, and she ended up going to this temple to try and discover where the new Guardians were located, and she then, after getting the data that she needed to try and find them, blew up the temple with the Legion of Superheroes inside it. And that's where we start off. The temple has been blown up, it caves in, and the Legion of Superheroes are trying to make their way out of the temple. Sunboy, being one of the strongest members of the Legion of Superheroes, is able to blast his way out with his sun powers, which allows the Legion to escape from the temple rubble. after escaping, they decide that they obviously have to go after Laurel Kent and try to figure out where she is. But obviously they don't know where she's went, so they're going to have a meeting about that. So they communicate to Polar Boy, who is at the headquarters, that they're going to come to the headquarters and have a meeting. I also discovered that, like, because I know nothing about the Legion of Superheroes, I had no idea what Polar Boy's powers were, and I assumed that he was just like the communications one, and he was able to just figure out where everyone else is because he's always the one that's talking to everyone on the comms. But no, he's the ice one. He's got ice powers. You never see him use those powers, and I was only able to figure that out because he has like ice designs on his boots. But like, yeah, he's called Polar Boy because he has ice powers. I thought he was called Polar Boy because it was supposed to be based on like the like, I don't know, like the magnets in like the North and South Pole or something to like, I don't know. I thought that was related to him being able to like know where all the legions were or something. Like it was like a connection that he had with all of them. I don't know. I'm dumb. But yeah, he's the ice one. So they organize to have a meeting with Polar Boy and the rest of the Legion. Timberwolf and Dreamgirl are there. So they have a meeting, and they decide that like they realize that there aren't very many of them left on Earth. Polar Boy sums up the fact that like a lot of their members are out on different missions. Chameleon Boy is like out doing his own thing. There's a couple of characters that have been locked up in their rooms for a long time now, and they don't even know like they don't even know what they're up to. I can't remember his name. What was his name? There are so many different members of the Legion of Superhero. Oh yeah, Quizlet. So it's Quizlet and Wildfire have been held up in Quizlet's quarters, and they haven't been out for a while. And so Timberwolf decides that he's going to go check out on them and see what's going on. Chameleon Boy communicates his way in and says that he's busy doing his own thing and that they don't need to wait up for him. And they're all like, "Oh, Chameleon Boy, like, you're always doing something." And so the remaining Legion members, Brainiac 5 and Sunboy and Violet and Invisible Kid, etc., they decide that they're gonna have to go after Laurel Kent. And they deduce that she's most likely gone to an island in the Amazon. Like, they deduce that is the place where the Immortals are most likely going to be, like the New Guardians. So they decide to go to the Amazon island because they think that's where Laurel is going to be. But we know the New Guardians are not on Earth. They are in space. They're like in another dimension. So it's funny reading this, knowing where they are, and knowing that the Legion of Superheroes are so far off from knowing where they are. And that, like, their search is essentially pointless. This whole issue is pretty much pointless in terms of, like, actual effect on the overall story of Millennium. They're on a wild goose chase. Timberwolf goes to Quizlet's room, and upon opening the door, discovers that there is a black hole in their room that Quizlet and Wildfire have been sucked into. And so he's just like, "Oh shit, what the hell? That's not good." Meanwhile, Legion of Superheroes head to the Amazon island, where and when they arrive, Element Lad gets hit by a laser beam because they're all being shot at by someone in the jungle. So obviously they fight back, and that's when they realize it's just a bunch of guys that are like, hey, stop shooting us, please. Like, we mean you no harm. Like, we're not trying to hurt you. Please don't hurt us. Talos is like, we only shot at you because you shot at us. And that's when they realize that they're the Legion of Superheroes, and they know the legend of the Legion, so they're like, oh my god, you're the Legion of Superheroes, that's amazing. And the Legion discover that these guys that they've met on the island are not the immortals that they were thinking of. They're just a bunch of natives on this island. And so they decide that they're in the wrong location, and they know they need to go search somewhere else. Because that, like, Laurel Kent clearly is not here. And meanwhile, at the Science Police headquarters in Metropolis, the Chief Zendak, who is the chief of the Science Police, discovers that the Grand Canyon is being attacked by something. He's just like, what? Who? And it's Laurel Kent. She's attacking the Grand Canyon because she believes that the Immortals are in the Grand Canyon. Legion of Superheroes show up to fight her because they deduce that she's gone to the Grand Canyon. So they find her there and they all fight her. Visible Kid breaks his hand trying to punch her. She's like, you idiot. Don't you remember? I'm a Manhunter. I'm a fucking robot. You can't punch me. I mean, you can, but it hurts. Some boy tries to talk some sense into Laurel. He's like, you don't have to be a Manhunter. You have human choice more than you think you do. You know? You're Laurel Kent. And Laurel's like, that's who I was, but that's not who I am. I follow the Manhunters to a T, and nothing you can say will change my mind. And she just, like, beats the shit out of some boy. She's just like, you're a mere human. Like, I don't give a shit about you. I know you got all lovey-dovey with your stupid feelings, but, like, I don't share those feelings. And I don't care about humans. Ugh, and she, like, punches the shit out of him. And then, Brainiac 5 pulls out a little device that he can use to sense the energy of the Guardians and the Green Lanterns, and he deduces that he can't find any Green Lantern or Guardian energy in the Grand Canyon, which means the Immortals must not be here. And he stupidly does it right in front of Laurel Kent. So Laurel Kent sees him using the device, and is like, oh, cool, I'll take that. And she takes it from him, and it's just like, oh, thank you for giving me the thing that's actually going to help me find the Immortals. So she takes the device and flies away. And Brainiac 5, who was supposed to be one of the smartest people in the galaxy, is just dumbfounded of like, what? It's so stupid. Like, why did he do that? Why did he pull out the one thing Laurel Kent needed and use it right in front of her? So using this device, Laurel Kent heads to the Himalayas because it brought her there. And she finds this ancient city that she deduces is finally, like, this is the location where the Immortals are. And we know that they're not here. So she shows up at this ancient city, and then all of a sudden, she gets zapped by Element Lad, who creates a giant rock and just, like, squashes her. Because, like, he's Element Lad, so he can create pretty much anything. Like, any element. So he creates a giant rock to squash her with it, but it doesn't do anything. She thinks it's a trap by the Guardians, but the Legion of Superheroes are like, no, it's a trap by us. They don't explain how the Legion found the city alongside Laurel, but it's assumed that, like, Brainiac 5 just knew where they were going to need to go next, so they just went there because they knew that's where Laurel was going to be. So they all fight Laurel, and some boy's like, look, you might be a robot, but, like, that also means that our code of not killing life doesn't apply to you. So that gives me full reign to melt the shit out of you. And so some boy just decides to, like, full blast her with his powers alongside the other Legion members. But Laurel is pretty damn strong. And so she actually beats most of the Legion members, and Sunboy, like, just goes full, like, Nova Blast on her in order to finally defeat her. He, like, blasts her... Well, he doesn't actually defeat her, but he blasts her into another room that essentially ends the battle. Because the room that she wakes up in is a room that is, like, incredibly old and ancient. And that's when she realizes that the Guardians created this place many, many years ago. But it's been... like, no one's been there for years. Which means that the Guardians up and left. Like, and the Immortals up and left, like, years ago. And that they're, like, obviously not on Earth anymore. And so Laura was like, I failed the Manhunters. There's no reason for me to fight anymore. And so she just surrenders. She gives in. Well, she doesn't surrender. She just stops fighting. They think that she's surrendered. Violet goes in to, like, capture her. And Laura was like, I didn't surrender. I just said I failed. Because it's true, I failed my duty as a Manhunter. And when a Manhunter fails their duty, they must sacrifice themselves for the greater good. And she tells the Legion, she's like, you should probably leave this building because Laurel Kent wouldn't want you to die. And so the Legion decide to escape the building, and Laurel Kent decides to blow herself up and kill herself. That's exactly what she does. She self-destructs. And outside the ancient city, the Legion of Superheroes build a burial with a headstone that Sunboy scorches her name, the name of Laurel Kent in order to remember her, because Sunboy says, like, she may not have actually been a real person, but she lived as Laurel Kent long enough that she deserves to have her own headstone. And so, Brainiac 5 has a little bit of a hard time coming to terms with, like, why Laurel killed herself. Because Sunboy's just like, she lived and died what she wanted to do, and, you know, she did what meant most to her. And Brainiac is just like, that's stupid. Like, I can't comprehend that. That's so stupid. Why would somebody kill themselves like this? And that's where we're left. At that moment, they just kind of, the Legion come together and they mourn the loss of Laurel Kent. And that's the end of the Legion of Superheroes tie-in. Now, there is a Secret Origins tie-in next, but I'm skipping it because it's the origin of the Guardians. And it's not important. I'm not going over that. I've already gone over the origin of the Guardians and a bunch of stuff that's covered in it multiple times. So instead of that tie-in, the next tie-in that we're going to be covering is wait, what is it? Is it Batman? No, it's not Batman. What's the next tie-in? I can't tell. I didn't say the name of it. Oh. That was also Secret Origins. Apparently the Secret Origins was the Guardians, and then they did Floronic Man as well. Who gives a shit? I don't want to go through Floronic Man's origin. What's the next tie-in that we're going to be dealing with? Sorry, I've got to go on to the next volume because I've ended I finished that volume. The next thing that we are going to be covering is the Young All-Stars tie-in. That is the next tie-in that we are going to be covering on the next episode of this podcast, because that's it. That's actually the end of this episode. I was planning on possibly doing another tie-in, but it turns out that the Secret Origins was the final tie-in of that volume, and as we know, I do these podcast episodes based off of each of these volumes. It's 5 in total. So that means that we've only got 1 episode left. Sorry to have the podcast feel like it's been cut short. I thought that there was more tie-ins to cover for this episode, but it turns out that was the last one. Yeah, so if you enjoy the podcast, feel free to follow it. There will be another episode next Sunday where we conclude Millennium. It'll be the final episode of Millennium. Really exciting to see the conclusion of this Millennium event. Definitely check out Millennium if you want to. It's quite fun. It's nothing groundbreaking like Crossroads and Infinite Earths, but it's good. I enjoy it, especially if you like, robots trying to take over the Earth and taking over people's identities, like Invasion of the Body Snatchers kind of thing. But yeah, that's going to be it. That's going to be the end of this episode of the Marvel and DC Retrospective podcast. I am Kay Chamberlain, and I'll see you next week. Have a good one. Hey everyone, and welcome to a new episode of the Marvel and DC Retrospective podcast. This is another episode of Midlife Crisis, the show where I talk about DC events in order. Because I'm currently reading The Flash, and as these events happen, I will be covering them. Most of them I'll be covering the tie-ins, really depends on what mood I'm in. We are currently covering Millennium, and this is the 5th and final part of the Millennium event. It's the final episode, so after this podcast episode, Millennium will be finished. We got a few tie-ins and 2 issues left of Millennium to cover. So, without further ado, let's get started. The first 2 tie-ins that we're going to be covering today are the Young All-Stars, the second tie-in, and Millennium issue 7. Now, the Young All-Stars tie-in, just like the last one, it doesn't really tie into Millennium very much at all, and the story is not that great. It's better than the last issue's story, but not great. And also a little bit confusing, because I originally thought that the Young All-Stars series took place in the present, and that, the All-Star Squadron were dead, and that this was the next generation, because, or they were really old, and some of them were dead. Because the All-Star Squadron are basically the Justice Society of America before they started calling themselves that. And the Young All-Stars are, the next generation. But it turns out that Young All-Stars actually takes place in the past, back when the All-Star Squadron was still around. And I didn't know that, because the first issue does not give it away at all. And they make it seem like it's a surprise that Green Lantern is back, because he's supposed to be dead, so I just assumed it took place in the present, and that Green Lantern was supposed to be dead. But nope. And I'm talking about the Alan Scott version of Green Lantern, the one that doesn't have anything to do with the Guardians, or not really. But yeah, it takes place in the past. And some things actually made sense as soon as I discovered that. But let's get into it. So, we follow this Jamaican woman named Maria. She's not the Jamaican woman who is a new Guardian. She's not. It's not her. At first, you're supposed to believe that it is her, but it's not her. It's Maria. It's this woman called Maria. She goes for a swimming in a cove. She goes to swim in a cove where she comes across this weird dude with a scar on his eye. and like she's afraid of him at first. And he's like, "Hey, don't be afraid. Like, I'm just swimming just like you." And she's like, "Oh, sorry. Like, I always come to my cove, to like have a bit of a swim." And he's like, "Your cove?" And she's like, "Oh, sorry. I mean, like, I don't own this cove. This is just where I choose to swim." He's like, "Hey, let's go swim together." And so she swims with this stranger with blonde hair who just happens to be swimming in this cove. And then he's like, "Hey, why don't we get out? Like, sorry, I've got no pants on. So would you be able to turn around while I jump out of the water?" And she's like, "Oh, sure." And she turns around and doesn't look at him. She gets out. He gets out. And then she's like, "My name's Maria. I'm not supposed to be here. Maybe you're the same?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm not worried, Maria. Because you see, I happen to know that you won't tell anyone anything ever again." And it reveals that the guy that she's talking to is this villain called Baron Blitzkrieg. Now, Baron Blitzkrieg is basically DC's version of, like, the Red Skull or Baron Strucker. He's a Nazi, but unlike them, he has, like, Superman's powers. Not all of them, but he has super strength, he has flight, and he has heat vision. And he literally calls it heat vision. He doesn't call it laser eyes, he says heat vision. He wears, like, a armor on, but the armor isn't what protects him. Like, he's got, like, bulletproof skin and shit. So yeah, he reveals himself and he's like, yeah, we're gonna kidnap you. Because we're evil. We're Nazis. And, some of the soldiers go to grab her, and then Baron Blitzkrieg is like, "Let's just shoot her." You know? Like, I've got a far better idea than just taking her away. Let's just shoot her on the spot. And then Alan Scott comes in, he's like, "Don't even try it." And Alan Scott flies in and fights the bad guys. He blasts Baron Blitzkrieg away and then fights the Nazis. And then Baron Blitzkrieg uses, like, his heat vision against Alan Scott's ring, which burns his ring's energy down enough so that he can punch Alan real hard. Alan manages to get one final blast in on Blitzkrieg, which sends him flying into a rock, but Blitzkrieg just throws a wooden rifle at him and knocks Alan Scott out, because Alan Scott is weak to wood. That's part of his thing. So he literally just throws a rifle at him and knocks him out. It's ridiculous. He just hits him in the head and he's like, and just falls over. Baron Blitzkrieg is then like, "If the mighty Green Lantern came to find you, then that means you must be important for some reason." It's like, "Are you a spy, little Maria?" And she's like, "You get away from me, you Nazi pig." And Blitzkrieg just, like, slaps her. He's like, "Shut up. Shut your mouth, slut." He's like, "Take them to the camp while we repair on the U-52, not to get mixed up with the New 52. It's a different thing. This isn't an initiative by DC." He plans on questioning her and then executing her. Both of them. Green Lantern and Maria. And so, we're left off with them taking Maria and Alan Scott away to question and execute them. Meanwhile, the other young All-Stars, some of the members of the young All-Stars, are in a jet heading to Jamaica because they heard that that's where Alan Scott has headed to, so they're heading there to go find him. In the last issue, there were these three members, Tsunami, Fox, and Dynamite. I won't tell you who they are because it doesn't matter. They went to the snowy mountains where the Eskimos are, where they fought Green Lantern because he was fighting against them. Like, he was being controlled by something, and he fought them, and they all got knocked out. But these members don't know that that's happened. And the members that we're currently dealing with at the moment of the Young All-Stars are Frenzy, who is a character, Neptune. Frenzy, from what I can tell, she's like just real fast and nimble. Neptune, who is exactly the same as Tsunami, except I think he can control fish while Tsunami cannot. Tsunami's just really good at swimming and maybe controls water. We didn't get to see if he could do that. While Neptune is literally just Aqualad. He is literally a carbon copy of Aqualad. Like, exactly the same. I don't know who came first. I'm guessing he came first, and so Aqualad is technically the copy. But yeah, Neptune is just Aqualad. And then we got the final one, whose name is An. And An is like, he has like super speed powers. Or like not even super speed, he's just faster than regular people. So they're talking to each other about what's going on. And then they hear like a noise coming from the back of the plane. So Fury goes to check it out. She sees someone running away and she grabs them and pulls their cape off. And they reveal themselves to be Tigress. Paula Brooks, Tigress. And this is what the first time where I was like a bit confused as like what this timeline was. Because they discover that, you know, Paula Brooks is 18 at the moment. And as you know, in the comics, Paula Brooks is a much older woman. She's not old. She's just much older. She's old enough to have a teenage daughter in most continuities. And she's often depicted as being married to the sportsmaster. But this version is 18 years old. So I was like, oh, is she younger post-crisis for a while? Or did they age her up? But no, this takes place in the past. So this is young Paula Brooks, who is just starting out as Tigress. So she holds the Young All-Stars at crossbow point. She shoots Neptune in his toe webbing. But then not Appa. What was his name again? I'm already forgetting the names. An runs in and grabs her crossbow. And that's when she reveals herself. And she reveals that she just wants to join the Young All-Stars. She's a big fan of Paul Kirk, who is the Manhunter. By the way, he's here too. They're with him. If you want to learn more about Paul Kirk, I talk about him in earlier episodes of this podcast, of this Millennium podcast. So you can go back and listen to those. I'm pretty sure I explain it in the other Young All-Stars tie-in that I explained. But yeah, she explains that she wants to join the Young All-Stars because she's a massive fan of Paul Kirk. Like, she has a massive crush on him. She was taught jujitsu, and like she talks about how like she trained with her Japanese gardener to learn how to use jujitsu and stuff. She trained herself to shoot a bow and arrow and crossbow and shit like that. And so she tags along with the Young All-Stars to go to Jamaica. They land on the Jamaican island, and they meet a priest who tells them that his daughter, Maria, is in trouble, and that they need to go and find her. Or I don't know if she's his daughter. I think that they're just like... She's a friend. Oh no, she's a young girl from the orphanage that he runs. So technically, he's kind of like a adopted daughter of hers, because he obviously plays the role of her father, because you know he owns the orphanage, but he's not her father. But yeah, he says that Maria's gone missing, and so they need to go search for her because he believes that like she's in trouble. So they head off to the cove that she was last seen in. And meanwhile, Baron Blitzkrieg and his crew are like rowing a boat back to their ship with Green Lantern and Maria on it. And like they ask Maria again, like, who is she and like why was she in the cove? And she was just like, I was just swimming with my friends, the dolphins. And he's like, oh, maybe your dolphin friends can come save you then. And then that literally happens. The dolphins upturn the rowboat. Like, they knock it over. Baron Blitzkrieg is like, whoa, what the heck? Like, why are the dolphins attacking the rowboat? And it turns out that it is Neptune. He's taken control. Like, he orders the dolphins to, he controls them, to help them. And one of these guys tries to shoot the dolphins. He's like, I'll kill the dolphins too. And then Neptune orders the dolphin to, like, steal his gun. And then the dolphin starts laughing at him, which is kind of funny. And then the Young All-Stars just, like, beat up a bunch of Nazis. They start fighting the Nazis. Half of them are on the boat where Green Lantern is. And so, like, they're fighting those Nazis, and then the other ones are fighting Nazis in, like, the jungle. And then Baron Blitzkrieg comes in, and he's like, alright, I've got to put an end to this. And so he flies in, and he knocks the shit out of Ahn, and, like, beats the shit out of him to the point where blood is, like, splattering all over his face. But then Ahn manages to punch off Blitzkrieg's helmet, which really overthrows him and really angers him. But then Green Lantern comes in and decides to attack Blitzkrieg, and he's like, there's nowhere to go, Blitzkrieg. Like, you're gonna lose. Like, what do you think you're gonna do now? And Blitzkrieg is like, I'm gonna use my heat vision to blow up the boat from underneath us. And he does that. He shoots the boat with his heat vision, blows it up, but Green Lantern manages to get everyone to safety, including himself, by using his powers. And Blitzkrieg is assumed to have died in the explosion, having killed himself. And so Maria is safe, and she reunites with the priest, and he asks Green Lantern why he was even here and why he was looking for Maria. And Green Lantern's like, I don't know why I'm here. I've forgotten. Like, I don't know. So as the Young All-Stars decide to head back to the All-Star Squadron's base, the priest stops Ahn for a second and gives him something. He's like, I got something important for you. You can look at it later. And Ahn's like, oh, okay. Thanks, Father. And so Green Lantern and the Young All-Stars leave, and they take all the Nazis away to put them in prison. They head back to the All-Star Squadron's base, where they all reunite with the Green Lantern. And they talk about the fact that, like, Green Lantern is probably going to have to go to, like, he's going to answer for what he did to, like, the Japanese, like, when he was helping the Japanese and stuff, and, like, the Nazis, and that he's going to have to answer for that. And Green Lantern's like, you're right. And so Alan takes off his ring, and he's like, you can have the ring from now on, so that there's no chance of me ever going bad again. I don't deserve to wear this ring right now. And as he takes it off, the ring starts talking, and it's the green flame that's within the ring. It's like this magical flame. And he's like, I am the green flame. I was the one that was controlling Green Lantern and making him do this. Alan Scott recalls so little of his recent actions because I was guiding his hand toward an end which even I but partly comprehend. And so the ring basically says that it knew that, like, and this is where the big reveal is, all those people that they were saving, like Maria and the Eskimos and the Japanese people, they were the fathers and mothers of the New Guardians. So Maria is the mother of Celia Windward, and Katie Kalmaku is the mother of Thomas Kalmaku, etc., etc. So the ring was tasked with finding these people and keeping them safe so the New Guardians could be born in the future. And that's all it has to tie in with Millennium. And so they're all like, oh my god, like, it's hard for me to wrap my head around that. That's really confusing. And, yeah. That's it. Like, Tigress joins the Young All-Stars, and Ahn discovers that the thing that was given to him was a journal from his father because he's got father issues. Because his dad died, and he's trying to find out more about his dad. So yeah, he got the journal from his dad, and that's it. That's the tie-in. That's literally, like, they just congratulate each other, and, like, they congratulate Tigress for joining, and all that shit. It doesn't matter. That's it. It's the end of the tie-in. Not terrible. Not great. just bang in the middle. Like, I just don't care. Like, it's just one of those things where I don't care. It has nothing to do with Millennium, really, until the very end. And the story is okay. You know, seeing Baron Blitzkrieg is fun. Not that he's a very well-known villain outside of, like... I mean, the most notoriety he ever got was he was in a season of Arrow as a flashback villain. Season 4, but he's a completely different character in that show. But yeah, enough about Young All-Stars. Let's talk about Millennium Issue 7, which is a much better thing for me to talk about, because there's a lot more that I could actually talk about. And by that I mean, there still isn't a lot to talk about, because not a lot happens in this issue. I mean, a lot happens, but, like, there's a lot of action, so a lot of the issue is them fighting, but it's still much more interesting than what we just read in Young All-Stars. Oh, yeah, and I forgot to mention, Young All-Stars was, I forgot to mention to credit the writers and artists of Young All-Stars, which I like to do. Where is it? Yeah, Young All-Stars was written by Roy and Dan Thomas, with art by Brian Murray and Malcolm Jones III. Sorry about that, just had to make sure I gave credit where credit is due. But yeah, on to Millennium Week 7. Obviously, it's written by Steve Englehart and Joe Staton. They've been writing the whole thing. So, we start off where the last issue left off, or the last tie-ins left off. Superman's crew, like Superman, Martian Manhunter, Harbinger, Green Lantern, Arisia, Hawkgirl, Hawkwoman, like Hawkgirl, Hawkman, Captain Atom, Firestorm, Drick from Crick, like they're all in space with Dr. Fate, and they discovered that Dr. Fate can't take them back to Earth, and they're like, why can't you take us back to Earth? Like, what's wrong? Like, why can't you get back to Earth? That's when this Dr. Fate reveals that he is not the all-powerful Dr. Fate that they knew in the past. He is a new Dr. Fate, and therefore he just isn't as powerful. And so he can't travel all the way to Earth. It's too far for him to travel to. He needs to get closer to the old Dr. Fate before, like Kent Nelson, before he can teleport them to Earth. Because the closer he is to Kent Nelson, the more power he has. And so the heroes decide that they're just going to have to fly towards Earth and get close enough so that Fate can transport them there. So that's what they plan on doing. They plan on just flying through space and getting close enough to Earth that Dr. Fate can just teleport them to where the other heroes are, because they all want to reunite with like Batman and Blue Beetle and all them. So that's what they do. Harbinger is very insistent on getting back to Earth and actually doing something herself, because she's like, I was born on Earth and I spent 20 years monitoring Earth, but I barely spent any time on it, and I feel like it's not over, because these heroes in space think that it's all over because they've destroyed the Manhunters planet. Harbinger's like, I can sense it's not over. I have this connection with Earth now that is suddenly coming up, but I have this psychic connection with Earth itself, and I can sense that it's still in danger. So I'm gonna head back to Earth. I gotta help them. Like, I gotta help my world that I was born in. And she disappears. She teleports away, and Arisia's like, nobody told me Harbinger could do that. And Dr. Fate is like, the Millennium is a time of evolution for many, Arisia. And so Superman's like, alright, let's believe her, people. Let's go. Like, come on. Like, I believe her, so let's go. The Earth's in danger. We gotta go save it. Meanwhile, Batman's crew, Blue Beetle, Batman, Mr. Miracle, Infinity Inc., Guy Gardner, Jon Stewart, Aquaman, Aqualad, like, they're all, the whole gang is Kilowog. They're all in the Sunspore from the last issue and the Blue Beetle tie-in, which is this device that can burrow through the Earth they're inside it because they discovered that the Manhunter base is inside the core of the Earth, and so they're currently making their way through to the core of the Earth. You know, they go through the oceans. They're talking about like what they're gonna do once they get to the Manhunter's base. They're preparing for it, and Mr. Bones, who is this member of the Infinity Inc., is like, how do we know, like why are we assuming that this is the last amount of Manhunters? Like, this is where the last Manhunters are. Like, we've dealt with Manhunters in the swamp, we've dealt with Manhunters beyond the sun. Like, who says that these are the last ones? And Batman is like, it's only logical that these are the last ones left. Because we've weakened their cult, and like we've taken care of like a lot of like these guys, and so it's only logical that like there might be a few remaining in the world, but like Brainwave has already told us that there aren't very many left, and so it's assumed that like this is where they are. So once we take care of this base in the core, that should be it. That should be all of them. So they continue melting through the core of the Earth, and eventually they get to where the Manhunter's base is. They get to the part of the core where it's not hot anymore, where people can walk around and shit. Flash, who is also there, you don't see him in any... Oh, you see him in like one shot, but the Flash is there too, and so is Wonder Woman and Green Arrow. It's a lot of people. Flash is like... Wally runs around... It's Wally West. He runs around and like eventually finds a hatch just by running around. He's like, "Hey, I ran around enough that I found the entrance hatch." And then this character called Nuke, who has like super strength, pulls open the hatch, allowing them to enter. And before they're about to enter, Harbinger shows up. She's like, "I'm here," and Nuke's like, "How'd you get here?" And Harbinger's like, "I was with the others, Superman." And stuff, and they're all like, "Oh, did they win?" And she's like, "Yeah, they won. And they're gonna be on their way. I just knew I had to be here, and so I'm here. You know, my real parents are dead, but the way the Monitor raised me, he was my father, and my mother, his love was this world. So I've come to help save it." And so they jump in through the hatch to enter the Manhunter's base to take down the Manhunters. Meanwhile, the New Guardians are learning Tai Chi, and they finish their training. The Guardians are like, the Guardian is like, "You are more than we ever could have imagined. Like, we're so proud of you and how you have completed your training. Like, this is awesome." Thomas Kalmaku is still having family issues because his wife hates the fact that he's becoming a hero, like a superhero. She's like, "I married a normal man. You're not a normal man anymore, Thomas. You're not Thomas Kalmaku. Thomas Kalmaku was a normal man, and you're not him." So she runs away. She's like, "Stupid, filthy superhero." Tom's just like, "Wait." So Harbinger and Batman and that, they all land inside the Manhunter's base, and they find a room with like all the Manhunters in it. You got like Booster Gold, Pan is there as well because they're working with the Manhunters because Booster Gold turned on everyone and joined them. And they're listening in on what the Manhunters are talking about, which is just the same thing. That they're gonna destroy Earth now. They were originally gonna take over Earth, but now that there's only so many of them left, they've decided to destroy it. So they built a big device that is an explosive. It's kind of a last resort. Just destroy the Earth. And then they've got satellites that they can get into and escape in case they need to get away. The heroes get attacked by Manhunters. They get found by them, and so they start fighting the Manhunters. The Manhunter that looks like Pan appears and goads Wonder Woman on to fight, and Wonder Woman's like, this one's mine. You know, Zeus sent me to stop this Manhunter, so I will fight him. So Wonder Woman fights Pan. And Pan is, like, goading her and saying, like, you're gonna have to, like, the only way you can stop me is by killing me, and I know that you don't kill people because you're a stupid woman. And he's, like, being very misogynistic and stuff. And Wonder Woman's like, I can stop you with my lasso of truth. And Pan is like, yeah, but the power of your lasso is too strong, and eventually it's going to destroy, like, it's going to kill me. Like, how are you going to be able to deal with killing me? And Wonder Woman is like, I don't care. Like, I'll still be able to, like, obviously I care about killing you, but I'm still intent on restraining you with the lasso of truth. And she, like, pulls really hard on the lasso, and it splits Pan in half. It kills him. But because he's a Manhunter and he's an android, Jade is like, don't worry, like, he's an android, it's fine, it's not the same thing. And Wonder Woman is like, what have I done? I killed him. But she'll be fine, because, you know, he was just a robot, you know? And so the other characters continue fighting the Manhunters, and, like, the Green Lanterns that are here, like Guy Gardner and Kilowog and stuff, attack the satellites and destroy the satellites so that the Manhunters can't get away. And so, they kind of go for a last resort where the Grandmaster is like, the bomb! Turn it on. Like, we can't get away anymore, so turn on the bomb and we'll go in a blaze of glory. We'll kill all of the heroes and ourselves. So the Manhunters go straight for the bomb to try and turn it on. And, you know, the heroes are trying to stop them. And then a Manhunter gets to the button to turn the bomb on, and he's about to press it, and then a hand comes out and stops him, and it's Booster Gold. He's like, you forgot, no man escapes the Manhunters, and I'm a Manhunter, right? And they're like, Gold, you traitor! Ah, he's betraying us, just like he betrayed the heroes. And Booster Gold is like, no, I never betrayed them, this was my plan the whole time, I was always on their side. But the heroes don't want to hear any of it. You know, like, you stupid traitor, Booster. Like, how could you betray us? Like, we don't believe you. Booster's like, come on, guys. Like, this whole time I was always on your side. I just played with the Manhunters to, like, you know, catch them off guard. Blue Beetle's like, well, you can say that to Wonder Woman when she has the lasso of truth around you to see if you're actually telling the truth. Also, the Harley Quinn, not that Harley Quinn, a different Harley Quinn, who was revealed to be a Manhunter in a past issue, she gets away. She, like, pulls off a Manhunter mask and gets away. But, yeah, the heroes beat all the Manhunters, and then take Booster Gold away for questioning. And then Superman and Firestorm and that crew of heroes burst through the ceiling and reunite with the other heroes. And that's when the Guardian and that's when Harupa and is it Nadira show up to tell them to come to the Guardians and, like, reunite with them. And also, she's really old for some reason now. That lady Zamaron, she's drawn as, like, really old here. Maybe she got really old training the Guardians because they were training them for a really long time. And so the Guardian and her just got really old because they've been training these Immortals for years. I think that's what's supposed to be. They don't really tell you that, but yeah, they've aged a lot. So they're, like, really frail now. So the heroes all head back to the Green Lantern Citadel to reunite with the new Guardians. And the Guardians tell the new Guardians that before they give them their powers, they want the new Guardians to explore the world and see it for all it is in its glory, the world that they're going to be protecting. And once they've come to terms with how great the world is, then they'll get their powers. Then Booster Gold kidnaps Xiang, one of the new Guardians, and is like, I'm gonna show Xiang just how rotten the world really is. And everyone's just like, no! And that's where the issue ends. Literally ends like that. The heroes all get to the Green Lantern Citadel, and then Booster Gold just grabs Xiang and is like, see ya, I'm gonna go fly off with her. Where is he going? I guess we'll find out in the Booster Gold tie-in. This is honestly, like, probably the worst ending of a Millennium issue. It tries to, I guess, be a cliffhanger, but it doesn't feel like a cliffhanger because it's just so fucking random. Where Booster Gold's just like, bye, adios. I'm just gonna steal this woman. Like, Superman's right fucking there. Can't he just, like, plow him? Just like, bam, gone. Like, in an instant, he'd just, like, take Booster down. I guess we'll find out if that happens. But yeah, that was Millennium issue 7. Much better than the Young All-Stars tie-in. I enjoyed it. Like, it was good. It was fun seeing, like, like, all the heroes fighting the Manhunters, and, you know, seeing Booster Gold betray the Manhunters was fun, but it seems like he's betraying the heroes again. Like, Booster Gold flip-flopping more than a fish. But yeah, that's it for Millennium issue 7, and that means there's only one more issue of Millennium, and then we're done with the story. But until we get to Millennium issue 8, we gotta go through some more tie-ins. The last tie-ins of the event. And I hope they're the most important ones because they're leading up to the final issue. It seems so. Just looking at, like, Adventures of Superman, which the next time we're going to talk about, seems to be following some of the new Guardians as they explore the Earth and take it in, you know. So yeah, the next tie-in that we're going to be covering is The Adventures of Superman, written by John Byrne and Jerry Ordway. And with art by John Byrne as well. So it's written by John Byrne and Jerry Ordway, and then John Byrne also does the art of it as well. So, The Adventures of Superman tie-in, the second one, this one's interesting because unlike the last one, this one, like, Superman isn't even really the main character. He is in, like, narrate, like, in terms of, like, events that happen, but this whole issue takes place from the points of view of Lois Lane, who narrates most of this issue, and Lex Luthor, who narrates the other half of this issue. So it's narrated by Lex Luthor and Lois Lane at the same time, and I'll explain why. So, Celia Winwood, who is one of the new Guardians, she's the Jamaican British character. At the end of Millennium issue 7, I forgot to mention this, but she saw a limo in the distance, and she was like, oh, a limo, that's interesting. I sense someone is in there that I should go talk to. Like, that's literally what happens. And so she walks off. Like, the end of Millennium issue 7 was literally just like, let's set up all the tie-ins. Booster Gold's gonna fly away with Xiang. Celia Winwood is gonna see a limo that she wants to go over to. So, she goes to check out this limo. And meanwhile, there's this guy waiting for a date. And it's being narrated by Lois Lane. And so she's talking about how she's going on a date with this guy who she later discovered was a hero. And you're thinking, oh my god, it's Clark Kent. It's not Clark Kent. Her and Clark are not dating at this time. She's kind of known as Superman's girlfriend at this point in time. It's a bit of a ribbing that people give her, but her and Clark are entirely platonic and they're just workmates. Work friends. Or they might not even be work friends, they just work together at this point. So she's going on a date with this other guy. And meanwhile, Celia is, she goes to the limo and she finds out that the owner of the limo is Lex Luthor. And Lex Luthor is like, hello, like, Celia, like, I know of you because I'm Lex Luthor and I know everything. I also know about the situation that we're currently in with the Manhunters, so I would love to get dinner with you and just talk to you and tell you something that I know that I want to talk to you about. Celia is like, I don't know. I know who you are. I know you're Lex Luthor. I know that you're a very untrustworthy person. Like, I don't know how I feel. And Lex Luthor's just like, what's one dinner gonna do? Like, just come on. Like, come to dinner, and after that, it's over. It's very important that I talk to you about this. And she eventually, through his nagging, she gives in. He kind of like forces her into the limo. He's essentially kidnapping her in a nice way. And they go off to dinner together. Lex Luthor straight up looks like this is clearly what like the Superman the Animated Series Lex Luthor was based on, because he looks exactly the same as how this Lex Luthor is drawn by John Byrne. Except the only difference is that this Lex Luthor's kind of fat compared to like how Lex Luthor is normally drawn now. He's got like a double chin. He kind of looks like the Fat Controller from. He's not even called the Fat Controller anymore, but they call him the Controller now from Thomas the Tank Engine. That's what he looks like in this at this point in time in DC history. Lois Lane goes on this date with this other guy who's we don't actually know his real name, and I think that adds to the narrative of like she's dating this guy who's a hero, but they never actually reveal his real name because he's supposed to be an analogy of like Clark and Lois's relationship. But they go and watch a movie together, and Lex Luthor and Celia have dinner together, and Lex Luthor is like, I want to tell you a story about a supervillain. Because I'm Lex Luthor and I like going on long drabblings about things that I'm interested in. So let me tell you a supervillain story related to Superman. Because I want to make you think the way I do. And at the same time that he tells this story, Lois Lane is narrating her story with this other guy, and I'm gonna cut things short because it's gonna get a bit confusing me explaining this, but like they're both telling parallels of the same story. So Lex Luthor is telling a fake story that it skews it more in his image, while Lois Lane is narrating what's actually going on at this point in time. So Lex Luthor talks about this villain called Combator, or Combator. And he talks about how, like, Combator kidnaps this little girl. Like, he attacks a whole crowd of people. He kidnaps the little girl in order to get the attention of Superman. He wants Superman to come and save this little girl because he wants to fight Superman. What's actually happening, that Lois is narrating, is that she was on a date with this guy and Combator attacked them in the cinema. And the guy that she's on a date with disappears during the ruckus, and Combator grabs her, not a little girl, grabs her and holds her hostage to try and get Superman's attention, because Combator knows that Lois Lane and Superman are connected. And so he thinks that if he holds Lois Lane hostage, Superman will come and save her. So it's kind of fun, like, seeing the parallels of this story, where in Lex Luthor's story, Superman comes to save this little girl, while in Lois Lane's rendition of the story, which is real, this character known as Gangbuster shows up, who is very clearly the guy that she was on a date with. But this Gangbuster guy shows up. He looks almost exactly like Combator, or Combator. It's really hard not to call him Combator. I think it's just Combator. He kind of looks like Daredevil, but without the horns. Like Daredevil's original costume with the yellow and red. But without, you take away the horns and you add some goggles, and that's what Gangbuster looks like. And Combator just looks like a regular guy in like golden armor. Like, think of the most generic golden armor that a supervillain can have, and that's what Combator looks like. So, Gangbuster shows up to save Lois Lane, and Superman shows up to save this girl in Lex Luthor's story. And the parallels are like, Superman fights Combator in Lex's story, while Gangbuster fights Combator in Lois Lane's narration of the events. And in Lex Luthor's side of the story, when he's narrating how he believed Superman would fight Combator, he says it in a very opinionated way, and he kind of makes it out like Superman is trying to kill Combator, because that's what Lex Luthor thinks of Superman. It's kind of cool. I like it. I like how like Lex Luthor is kind of like demonizing Superman, where he's just like, and Superman, with this relentless hatred in his eyes, grabbed Combator by the throat and tried to strangle the life out of him, because that's what Superman would do. Or, like, Superman thrusts Combator into a wall and, like, hard enough to, like, try and shatter his spine, and, like, all these different descriptions to try and make Superman seem like he's some kind of monster. He's like, he threw the tire at Combator in an attempt to shatter his skull, and shit like that, which I love how Lex Luthor is trying to do that. Like, he's twisting the story to make it sound like Superman's evil. But yeah, so Gangbuster fights Combator, and eventually the fights have two different endings, obviously, depending on, Lex Luthor's story, Lois Lane's story. Lex Luthor's story ends with Superman killing Combator, fatally shocking him. Obviously, a lot more happens in their fight, but it's mainly just like, they fight. There's a big fight. At one point, they like throw a taxi at Combator. Or like Superman throws a taxi at Combator, but what actually happens is that Gangbuster drives a taxi towards Combator and jumps out the door, and it hits him. And so these parallels between the story are kind of cool. But what happens is, in Lex Luthor's story, Superman, electrocutes Combator by pulling cables out of the ground, electrocuting him to death. While Gangbuster just uses like a taser to zap Combator, and then Combator falls over, but he falls on top of Gangbuster, and the weight of Combator falling on him causes Gangbuster's back to like snap, and like his spine breaks, and he loses all feeling in his legs, and Combator becomes a paraplegic. And then, according to Lex Luthor, Superman, after killing Combator, flies away. While in Lois Lane's story, she goes over to Gangbuster, and she finds him, and she takes off his helmet, realizes that he's the guy that she was on a date with, and he's like, I can't feel my legs. I can't feel my legs. And Lois Lane is like, I went on a date with a hero who sacrificed himself. Like, he sacrificed himself for Metropolis. He didn't die, but like his doctors say he's never going to walk again. He gave up his ability to walk to save me and to save Metropolis. And Celia is very like, I'm not sure if I believe your story, Luthor. Sounds like a bit of a tall tale. Like Luthor's like, believe what you want, but I'm just giving you what I believe are the facts of this story. You should be careful about Superman. And so, eventually, after, Lex Luthor and Celia just end their dinner date there, after he's told her the story, he heads back to his home, Luthor Building, I guess, Luthor Corp, and when he shows up there, Superman is in his office, and he's got Gangbuster's helmet. He's like, come in, Luthor, I've been waiting for you. And Lex Luthor's like, Superman, this is my private office, how dare you? And Superman's just like, save it, Luthor. Your lackeys aren't here to appreciate it. But your message, Luthor. Lex Luthor's like, what message? Superman's like, throws Gangbuster's helmet at him. He's like, you're being unusually cryptic, Superman. The helmet means nothing to me. Superman's like, no? Like, it should. It should mean a great deal to you, Luthor. That helmet is part of the uniform of a hero, Luthor. Maybe that's a concept you have difficulty understanding. But while you played your mind games with Celia Windward, oh yes, Lex, I know all about that. This hero stood alone against your agent. I know Combator came from you, Luthor. I can smell it. And Lex is just like, I don't know what you mean, Superman. And I repeat myself, this helmet means nothing to me. And he throws it in a trash can. Superman and Lex is like, now leave, Superman, before I call my security team and have you arrested for trespassing. Superman's like, one last word, Luthor. Remember I said I know all about your dinner with Celia? She told us what you said. You presented a pretty You presented a pretty convincing argument for the shallowness of humankind, for all accounts. Unfortunately for your little scheme, the eyewitness reports of Gangbuster's battle with Combator present a much more compelling argument for the other side. I suggest you pay particular attention to Lois Lane's piece in the Planet. Good night, Lex. And he leaves Lex a bunch of newspapers with the story headlines. Lex is just like, blast it. He's right. I hadn't anticipated some interloper surviving a battle with Combator long enough for his bioengine energizing to burn him out. So he confirms that, the reason why Combator just fell over from the electrics is because, his energy ran out. So he stopped fighting and was beaten. And then he pulls Gangbuster's helmet out of the trash and he's like, Gangbuster, Superman said. I know that name. Before this day is out, I'll know more. Much, much more. And he holds the helmet in front of him and he's like, yes. And that's where the Adventures of Superman tie-in ends. I like that tie-in. It's good. I liked it. It was an interesting form of storytelling of having these two stories going on at the same time, two different points of view of the same story, a fake version and the real events. And I really love that final encounter with, I feel like every time, love or hate John Byrne's Superman, but you gotta admit that, the relationship that he had built between Lex and Superman is the iconic one. Of, Superman just showing up at Lex's building and just being like, hey, Lex, I know what you did, you piece of shit, and I'm just here to say, stop it. And give him a slap on the wrist. John Byrne, created the what that would be, what their relationship would be from then going forward, and I just... The conversations between them, the interactions, it's always good, and I really enjoy it. But enough about that tie-in, because we got another tie-in to talk about. We got Booster Gold, the second tie-in, written by Dan Jurgens, with art by Dan Jurgens, creator of Booster Gold, and co-creator of the Justice League International. So this tie-in continues right after Millennium issue 7, where Booster took, is her name Jiang? I think that's what her name was, right? So I'm just going a little bit forward just to figure out what her name was. She's one of the new Guardians. They mentioned her, Jiang. I was right. I thought it was Jiang. So, Brewster took Jiang from the Green Lantern Corps Citadel, and he's like, I'm going to show Jiang how shitty the world really is. And where he takes her is his mansion. He's like, this mansion was booby-trapped by the Manhunters, and it turned against me. So it's really shitty, and it reminds me of everything that's wrong with my life. So I'm going to destroy it. Like, I hate this place. And so Booster Gold, like, destroys his own mansion. And Skeets is like, Booster, what in the world are you doing? And Booster's just like, simple, Skeets. From now on, Booster Gold no longer exists. And he shuts off Skeets. He's like, sorry I had to deactivate you, but it's over, you know? Despite everything I've done, the world still considers me to be a villain and a traitor. So I'm just gonna stop being Booster Gold. Because the world doesn't like Booster Gold, so Booster Gold doesn't exist anymore. And he, like, takes off his armor and he gets rid of it. And he puts on regular clothes. He's like, I'm not Booster anymore. Now I'm just Michael. And Trixie finds him. Trixie is, like, Booster Gold's, like, friend, maybe love interest. They never really actually get that far. But she's, like, one of his his, like, only friend left in Metropolis. And she comes and realizes that he's taken his armor off. It's like, no, you can't. You can't just because... And Booster's just like, Trix, it's over. It's finished. And it turns out that Trix is actually telling this to the Justice League International, this encounter that she had with Booster and Jiang. She mentions that Booster just grabbed Jiang and he flew off. Without his armor, he doesn't have most of his powers, but he still has the Legion ring that allows him to fly, so he's still able to fly. But yeah, she explains to the JLI, and she asks, like, Martian Manhunter why she's looking for Booster Gold, like, when they probably think he's a traitor. And Martian Manhunter is like, we don't think he's a traitor, Trixie. Like, Harbinger came and explained everything to us, and she told me that Booster Gold is a chosen representative. Like, he is crucial to us stopping the Manhunters, and him remaining in this time is crucial to his survival in the future. So we must find him and stop him from traveling back to the future, because they deduced the fact that, like, since he's given up being Booster Gold, chances are Michael's gonna want to go back to the future where he isn't as hated. You know? So Martian Manhunter decides to head back to the JLI so that they can go search for Booster Gold. And meanwhile, Michael and Jiang head to Metropolis so that he can just show her around and show her how cool Metropolis is. She's like, I'm starting to see why you like this place. Like, it's cool. Like, I like how bustling it is. I like all the people. And Michael's just like, well, you haven't seen anything yet unless you've never witnessed fast food before. So let's go to Burger Queen instead of Burger King, and get something to eat. And so they go to Burger Queen, and Booster's like, alright, I'll go order something. And as he goes to order something, he gets tapped on the back by someone, and they straight up suck him in the face. They're like, hey, you're that Booster Gold guy. I recognize you. You were on TV, you fucking traitor. And just punches him in the face. He's like, boy, is that who I think it is? And so Booster starts getting surrounded by a bunch of people. He's like, whoa, calm down, guys. Like, you don't want to do this. Like, I just, I want to have something to eat. That's all I'm doing. And he straight up picks up this guy and threatens him. He's like, okay, guys, you want in on this action? Take your shots now. Otherwise, stay put. And they're all kind of like, whoa, why am I getting involved in this? One guy there has, like, a Superman shirt on. He's like, you mean you even betrayed Superman, my favorite hero? And so Booster's is like, good. You two win the Good Citizen Awards of the month. And so Michael and Jiang decide to leave Burger Queen. And Michael's just like, I can't even be in Metropolis anymore because everyone hates me. So I'm going to leave Metropolis. She's like, how are you going to do that? I'm going to go get my plane. Like, I have a plane. Let's go. So they head off to Metropolis International Airport. And Michael gets stopped by a security guard. He's like, hey, yo, what are you doing? Michael's like, I'm getting my plane. He's like, no, you ain't. Booster Gold International sold the plane to Lex Luthor. So he owns it. It was sold like 3 weeks ago. Booster's like, damn it, Davis must have done it. That means I gotta take matters into my own hands. And he swift kicks this cop and goes and finds the plane, which now has LexCorp on it. And he's like, wow, LexCorp got to work real quick. Like, getting my plane. And so, they steal the plane. Booster's just like, you know what? He's an evil business dick. So, I'm gonna steal this plane because he deserves it. And, it's not long. Like, Booster also, like, he plans on going and visiting Rip Hunter in his plane because he wants to go back to the future. So, he starts to make his way there, but a LexCorp chase jet catches up to them, and they're like, whoa, that was fast. Like, how do they even know where we were? And the LexCorp chase jet blasts them out of the sky, and Michael and Jiang crash into a mountain and seemingly die in an explosion. They're like, oh shit! Ah! And meanwhile, the Bug, which is Blue Beetle's ship, is searching around Metropolis looking for Booster. And Ted is like, I used Ted God Industries technology to bring Skeets back online, and Skeets can tell us where Booster is. Like, he knows where Booster is. Because, you know, he's a part of Booster, I guess, or like he just has a lock on Booster at all times. So he's gonna help us find him. Martian Manhunter's like, cool. I hope we find him because we need to stop him from leaving. And so Booster and Jiang manage to get out of the plane explosion in time thanks to Booster's flying powers. So Michael takes her to Rip Hunter and he asks Rip Hunter to send him to the future. He's like, hey, can you send me to the year 2480? And Rip's just like, that's further than the year that you live, you know, and then Booster's like, yeah, but, like, everyone hates me in 2462, so, I'm sure, like, in the 80s, they'll probably be over me being a criminal, you know? And Rip's like, I'm sorry, like, the last time we used a time machine, it, like, broke it, and so it's gonna be a long time before we ever figure out how to, like, time travel again, so I won't be able to send you to the future. Booster's just like, I see. Things are a screwed up mess here, that's why. And Zhang tries to talk Michael into not giving up. She's like, you're a hero, like, you can be a hero. You've proven to me that you can be a hero, that you're a good guy. And Michael's just like, nah, this isn't for me. And then Martian Manhunter is just like, don't be too sure of that, Booster. And he shows up and he's like, we have chose you at last, Booster. It is time for us to speak and find a solution to our conflict. And Booster's just like, get the fuck out of here. You're the last people I want to see. Like, you think I'm a traitor? And Martian Manhunter's like, we never thought you were a traitor. And he's like, are you sure? Because the way you treated me says otherwise. The way you've always treated me. How I've always been, like, lower than all of you. Not as low as you treat Guy Gardner, but, like, just above him. You know, I'm the one who gets treated the worst in JLI. You know, you're better off without me. Especially because you think I'm some kind of jerk. Piss off. And he, like, storms off. And Black Canary's just like, that's enough. We've come here to mend fences. You know, we don't care about what you've done in the past. We just know that you belong on the JLI. You know, the JLI look out for our own. Blue Beetle's like... So, like, Black Canary's like, so if you kindly calm down... And Booster's just like, calm down? My entire life has fallen apart. And you expect me to calm down? And Blue Beetle's just like, oh, so the big superhero has a couple of problems, huh? Well, big deal. You know what I see here? I see an immature kid who's found out that life isn't all a party. And rather than face up to it, he's decided to run away. Newsflash. We're here to stop you from doing that. Booster, there is a place for you in the Justice League. You're a member of the Justice League. Take care, and a member of the. You're a member, and the League takes care of its own. Since you'll need a place to live, you can just hang out at the JLI embassy for a bit. Martian Manhunter's like, the Beetle speaks the truth, Booster. And as an added enticement, we've brought you this. And he pulls out Booster's costume. And Michael grabs it. And Skeets is like, your future seems clear, Booster. That uniform is your destiny. And Michael's like, maybe it is, Skeets. Maybe it is at that. And so Michael puts the costume on and he becomes Booster Gold again. And he heads off to find Trixie, who is currently working out in her apartment. She's got a couple of cats. There's a bit of a problematic moment for Booster where the first thing he does is he just straight up looks at Trixie's ass as she's doing a yoga pose. He's like, oh, nice you. She's like, wow, you're Booster Gold again, are you? And he's like, yeah. And she's like, so I guess you're going back to protecting Metropolis, right? And Booster's like, not exactly. I'm leaving Metropolis. She's like, why? And he's like, because it's not the right place for me. I gotta find a new place. She's like, so you are giving up? And he's like, not giving up. Just starting over. I need to find a place where I belong. And she like and he's like, I'm gonna miss you. They're like, this is probably the last time we're gonna see each other for a while. And she like gives him a hug. She's like, what's next for you then? He's like, first, I'm going to find a place I want to be. And then that's it. The tie-in ends there. And a new chapter in Booster Gold's career begins. And I think this is the turning point for Booster Gold's character. He's been going through this character development, and I think this is the turning point until DC decides that they want to undo all of that character development, which I don't think they do for a long time. Like, I don't even know if New 52 undoes everything, because... Wait, no, I feel like I remember people saying New 52 ruined Booster Gold's character, even though... Or maybe Booster Gold was one of the few things in New 52 that people still liked. Because I'm pretty sure he's the same Booster in that. Like, they didn't reboot him. He's one of the characters that was safe from the timeline being reset, because he lives out of time. He wasn't affected by Flashpoint or anything. But yeah, that was the Booster Gold tie-in. I really enjoyed it. I think it's really good. I think it does a great job at, like, going deeper into Booster Gold as a character, you know, and Michael. He's one of those few characters where, like, not a lot of people know his real name, like, within the comic book fan community and stuff. Like, a lot of people don't know what his real name is because he is Booster Gold. Like, he wears the costume all the time, and, like, he's just a superhero 24/7. So it's very easy to forget who he is. So to get to see him in his regular civilian clothes, giving up the title, and kind of figuring out what he wants and what kind of person he is very interesting and very enjoyable to read. And I enjoy seeing Booster Gold's development just in this event alone. He went through a whole character arc. And out of all the characters, this event has definitely affected him the most in terms of, like, his story. Like, if you're going to read Booster Gold, I highly recommend reading, like, all of Millennium plus his tie-ins, because they're very important to his character arc. But enough about Booster Gold, because the next tie-in that we're going to be covering is the Green Lantern Corps' second tie-in, which is Green Lantern Corps issue 221. Written by Steve Englehart with art by Joe Staton, I think? Yeah, with art by Joe Staton. Same writer and artist who do Millennium, so you know that the Green Lantern Corps issues are going to tie the most into Millennium, because they're written and drawn by the same guys that are doing Millennium. Right, so the Green Lantern Corps tie-in continues after Millennium issue 7, where the Green Lantern Corps, and I'm talking about, like, the little team consisting of Hal Jordan, Kat Matui, John Stewart, Kilowog and Arisia, and Drick from Crick, And usually they're like Salak and Chip are here as well, but they're off doing their own thing on like their own planets, so that's why they're not here at the moment. So the Green Lantern Corps grabs a couple of the new Guardians. We got Takeo, we got Gregorio, we've got who is the guy from Peru, we've got Floronic Man, and we got Thomas Kamaku. And so they decide to head off and show them different parts of the world, and they each decide to like take a different person. Like they split up into groups and take a different person. So Kilowog and Arisia take Gregorio to the moon to see Sinestro, because Gregorio wants to go and see Sinestro. Takeo goes with John Stewart and Kat Matui, and because he just wants to look at Green Lantern stuff, and Floronic Man goes with Hal Jordan because he wants to meet Hal Jordan's like family, or like he wants to see what America looks like. Like he just wants to see America, and so Hal's just like, all right, I'll just take you to suburban. Like I'll take you to meet my family, but you gotta promise to behave. Thomas is gonna, like, they obviously want Thomas to come with them and go somewhere, but Thomas is like, I gotta stay behind and stay with my family because my relationship with my family is already straining, so could you please leave me here? And Hal is like, alright, fine, like, if that's what you want, you can stay at the Green Lantern Citadel. And so they leave Thomas at the Citadel and then leave everyone else. So Arisia, Kilowog, and Gregorio go to see Sinestro, who is currently being held on the moon. And as we know, in the last issue of Green Lantern Corps, Kilowog almost killed Sinestro, but then decided not to. And when he goes and sees Sinestro, he's like, "Oh, you motherfucker! Like, I'm this close. Like, you're lucky I'm even constrained right now because, like, I would fucking kill you right now. Like, I really want to, but Arisia doesn't want me to. And Kilowog is secretly in love with Arisia, which is why he is listening to her. I don't know how old Kilowog is supposed to be, but Arisia is supposed to be like 16, or she is like, or like whatever alien years is. Like, she's 16 in human years. And I'm guessing Kilowog has to be in, like, at least his late 30s. Either that or he's, like, he looks way older than his age is. But he always came across as kind of, like, the dad of, like, the Green Lanterns. Even though Hal Jordan is also quite old. Like, he and Hal kind of, like, play, like, the kind of, like, dad roles to, like, all of the younger Green Lanterns, you know? That's what I always thought. I always thought Kilowog was, like, one of the older ones. So it'd be a bit problematic if he's in love with Arisia, who is canonically around 16 years old at this point. But yeah, they go and see Sinestro, and they hang out with Sinestro, who is just being held on the moon. And Hal Jordan takes Floronic Man, and Drick's there too. So Hal and Drick and Floronic Man go to Hal's... they go to Jack's house. Jack is one of Hal's brothers. He's got two brothers. He's got Jack Jordan and Jim Jordan. And there's this whole thing with Jim Jordan where, like, because I've been reading Green Lantern, there's this whole thing where, like, people think Jim Jordan's wife thinks that he's Green Lantern. And it's funny because, like, Hal is Green Lantern. But then she's always like, there's no way Hal could be Green Lantern. He looks nothing like him, but he looks like you. And it was always kind of like a parallel of like... It was like a parody of, like, Clark Kent, Superman, and Lois Lane kind of situation. It was like a Green Lantern version of that, which I think was on purpose. This issue of Green Lantern would actually be retconned eventually with Emerald Dawn. Because Emerald Dawn, which I think came out in 1990 or 1989, was a reboot of Hal Jordan's origin. And in that reboot... when Hal became Green Lantern, one of the first things he did was he went to his brother Jim. I think it was Jim. It wasn't Jack, it was Jim. He went to his brother Jim and revealed that he was Green Lantern. He went to him as Green Lantern and was like, "Hey Jim, it's me, Hal. I'm this superhero called Green Lantern. I got powers now." And Jim was like, "What the fuck?" But yeah, but obviously Hal at this point in this issue says that Jim and Jack don't know that he's Green Lantern, so obviously that's gonna get retconned, but this is supposed to take place after Crisis on Infinite Earths, which means the Emerald Dawn origin is supposed to be canon at this moment, so it's just DC kind of being all over the place with their continuity. You would think they would have planned out Emerald Dawn at this point, because this is 1987 or 88, and Emerald Dawn was coming out in a year or two. So you'd think they would have already known about it and were planning it. But nope, apparently Emerald Dawn must have been a last minute thing, because Steve Englehart didn't know that Jim canonically at this point should know that Hal is Green Lantern. But enough about that. While they're at Jack's house, some shit starts going down. A tornado appears out of nowhere, and they're like, "What the fuck? Why is there a tornado appearing in the suburban areas? That makes no sense." But Hal stops it with the help of Drake. And then, meanwhile, John Stewart and Kat Matui go with Takeo to meet John's family. And I feel like this is the first time we ever meet John's mum. Or any members of his family. And John and Katma, I think, are married at this point. So his mum's like, "Oh, Katma, it's lovely to see you, dear." And they just have a nice time with John's mum. But then all of a sudden, a massive earthquake starts, and everything outside just starts falling apart. And so John and Katma are like, "Ah, shit, we gotta go out and help everyone." And so they leave and use their Green Lantern powers to stop these buildings from falling apart, which they succeed in doing because they're Green Lanterns and they're very overpowered. Meanwhile, Gregorio, back on the moon, said that he had enough of talking to Sinestro. He was getting sick of it because Sinestro is an asshole, because he's all like, "Oh, good to see you again, Kilowog. You couldn't kill me last time. Are you going to kill me this time? Oh no, because you're a big baby. Wah wah." And so Gregorio's like, "Can I just go see a baseball game?" And so they decide to go to a baseball stadium, and when they get there, fire starts raining from the sky. And so in order to protect Gregorio, Arisia creates a Green Lantern, an umbrella construct around him. And that's when it's revealed, the one responsible for doing this is then revealed. Not to them, but to the reader. Because on Oa, a villain known as Muirden escapes from his cell, and Muirden is... The easiest way to explain Muirden is he is literally Mr. Mxyzptlk, but Green Lantern's version. He looks almost exactly the same, he just doesn't have a little hat. He has the same kind of powers where he can literally do anything. The only difference is that Muirden's powers are different. He doesn't come from the fifth dimension, he just comes from a magic world. It's probably retconned in the future for him to be a member of the same race as a fifth dimension person. They probably do retcon that eventually. I don't see why they wouldn't. But right now he comes from Magic World. He gets his power called Magic from Green Lantern power, because Green Lantern power was originally made of magic, with this thing called Magic, and he would use that to do anything that he wants. But then the Guardians took the magic out of the Green Lantern power and put it into the Emerald Star, or whatever it was called, which eventually became Alan Scott's ring was eventually forged from the magic. But it turns out Muradin somehow has more magic, which is impossible, because there's no way that any green power could have gotten to him on Oa, because none of the Green Lanterns are on Oa, they're on Earth, and the Green Lantern power can't reach that far. So, Hal Jordan, Drick from Crick, and Floronic Man actually come face to face with Muradin because he teleports to them, and he starts using his powers to make all the trees come to life and attack them. And Floronic Man's like, these trees answer to the green, they're a part of the green, therefore they're a part of me, so I can control them. And he uses his powers to control the trees and get them to like turn against themselves and constrain themselves. And so Muradin just creates a bunch of giant lizards to attack them instead. One of them almost eats Floronic Man, but Hal just manages to save him in time. And Muradin then teleports away because he's done playing around with Hal and Floronic Man. And so it's revealed that he's gone to find John and Katma, where he's ginormous. He teleports there and he's just huge. And he tries to squash John, but John uses like his Green Lantern ring to like blast Muradin's foot, and then Katma creates a giant boxing glove to punch Muradin in the face, and so he vanishes after that. He's like, ah, shit, gotta get out of here, boop, and disappears. And he appears in the baseball stadium that Gregorio, Aricia, and Kilowog are supposed to be in, but he realizes that they're not there, and he's like, where did they go? And it turns out that Kilowog and Aricia have gone to Oa, where they've discovered that Muradin, because Hal had sent them a transmission using his powers to tell them that Muradin had escaped. So they went to Oa to find out how, and they asked the prisoners on Oa, the other villains, like, how did he escape? And even they don't know how he escaped. So that it's a mystery. So they try to figure out how they escaped, and they talk about like what magic is and how it came from green power, everything I just explained. And it's like somebody used green power to get him out, and Kilowog suddenly realizes that he thinks he might know who sent Muradin green power to give him power back. And it was Sinestro. Sinestro has been communicating with Muradin from the moon, because Sinestro has enough ties to Green Lantern power that he still has a little bit, like, control over it a little bit. And he has already proven in the past that he can use, like, green power to, like, use mind control. So he was using using mind control and, like, talking through his mind. So he used, like, his mind powers to talk to Muradin, so that Muradin could come and set him free, and like sent the green power to him to give Muradin the power to come and set him free. So Muradin comes to the moon, sets Sinestro free, and then the Green Lantern Corps come to stop him. And even though Sinestro is 3, he doesn't have a yellow ring. Like, his yellow ring is not here, so he has no way of fighting them. So Muradin decides to try and keep them busy so that Sinestro can get away. And as he gets away, Aricia just grabs him and is like, oh, no you don't. And then Kilowog comes in and he's like, Gregorio's like, no, don't kill him. Like, you don't want to. And Kilowog's like, last time I didn't kill him, this happened. I'm not going to make that same mistake again. And he goes over to kill Sinestro, and Takeo's like, no, I'll take care of this. And Takeo just beats the crap out of Sinestro. He's like, I don't have my powers yet because I'm not fully awakened, but I can still beat the shit out of you. And he uses like karate, or like he uses like some kind of like martial arts against Sinestro and knocks him out. Because Takeo wants to actually be a Green Lantern. He's talked about that in the past. So he kind of sees it as doing his duty. He's like, I'm not a Green Lantern yet, but like, even if I'm not a Green Lantern, I can still beat the shit out of Sinestro. So they take Sinestro away to take him back to Oa so they can question him. And then the Green Lantern Corps decide to head off because they've got to go be a part of Millennium issue 8. Like, it literally ends with Hal being like, it's not over yet, we got some preparing to do for the Millennium because it's finally here. So let's go. And they fly off to Millennium issue 8. Which we're not talking about yet. Because we got another tie-in. And this tie-in is an Infinity Inc. tie-in. And after this, we've got Millennium issue 8. As you know, Infinity Inc. last issue. Quick refresher on what happened. Todd, aka Obsidian, found out that his girlfriend, Marcy, was the new Harley Quinn. She became the new Harley Quinn, and then she revealed that she was a Manhunter. And so she went off and went to be with the Manhunters. And as we saw in Millennium issue 7, she defected from the Manhunters again and ran off as they were all being destroyed. She's still a Manhunter, but she ran away from the base as it was being destroyed, and all the Manhunters were being destroyed. At the end of the last issue of Infinity Inc., Dan Richards and Molly, who was the original Harley Quinn, they ended up in a car crash, and we thought that they had died back then, but they didn't die. So Molly's in hospital, Dan managed to get out with minor injuries, and Infinity Inc. has brought Betty Clawman, who is the new Guardian from Australia. She's the Aborigine woman. They've all come to the hospital to see Molly and help her get better. One of her nurses is actually Beth, who is the current Dr. Midnight. You'd probably know her if you've seen the Stargirl show. There is a younger version of her character in that show. She becomes the new Dr. Midnight. So she's the one looking after Molly. So Infinity Inc. are visiting Molly, and Betty says that she might be able to help Molly with her, she's currently got a headache. She's like, I wish this headache could go away. And Betty's like, let me see if I can help. Because I should have, powers that have started to come from, what the Guardians have, from my rebirth. So, she puts her head on, Molly's hand, and it, she kind of heals Molly. It's unknown what Betty's powers are. Later on, we get an idea on, what Betty's powers are going to be as they manifest, because they do manifest in this. But I guess at the same time, she can heal. But that's not her main power. But she heals Molly's headache, and they talk about Harley Quinn, and Todd's just like, I'm so pissed off. I hate the fact that, Harley Quinn turned out to be a Manhunter, and Dan's like, and I'm the one responsible for what happened. My dog was an android the whole time, because his dog friend, his dog companion, turned out to be a Manhunter android. It's he was an android the whole time, and I'm the reason she became the new Harley Quinn. Man, I suck. It's all my fault. So, Infinity Inc. decide that, they're gonna leave Molly to, recuperate, because the nurses come in and they're like, hey, Molly needs to rest, so get out of here. And so, Infinity Inc. are like, alright, let's go. And they decide that they're going to take Betty back to Australia, because she needs to go and become reaccustomed with, the world, and, where she grew up, because she's basically been reborn, so she isn't really accustomed to Australia anymore. So they're going to take her back to Australia so that she can, become one with her country again. And the members of Infinity Inc. that are actually going to be taking her to Australia are Yolanda, who is the new Wildcat, and then you've got, I think his name's Nuklon, who is this character who has like the ability to like change his body and stuff. Like he can grow really big. He can like change the density of his body to go through objects. That's as much as I know about him. He's got like super strength, stuff like that. He can just do different things with his body. And then you got Mr. Bones, who, as far as I know, he can't do anything except look like a skeleton and rhyme. He's kind of lame, in a good, like, in a fun way. He's a fun character. And then you got Owlman. And Owlman, if you've seen Stargirl, you know who Owlman is. And if you've seen, like, Legends of Tomorrow, he's this character who, he gets his powers, like, 1 hour at a time. So he has, like, powers for an hour, and then when it runs out, he doesn't have powers anymore. And his powers are just, like, super strength and agility, and that's it. He's not that great. He's probably one of the weakest of DC's heroes. And so they decide to take Betty to Australia. And meanwhile, like, Jade is actually, because in the last issue, Solomon Grundy, like, went crazy and tried to kill Floronic Man. And so Jade has shackled Solomon Grundy up. He's like, why are you shackling me up? Jade is like, because, like, it's not that I want to, it's just that, like, it's the only way to, like, stop you from going crazy again. Solomon Grundy talks about how, like, the green has been calling to him, that, like, this green was calling to him. Like, he doesn't know what the green is, but he said that something green has been calling to him, so this is kind of our hint that Solomon Grundy is connected to the green, just like Floronic Man is, and that I think this is the beginning of kind of a retcon, possibly, where Solomon Grundy's original origin was that he ended up being thrown in a swamp with toxic waste, and that made him Solomon Grundy. But I think this idea is that they're retconning that in the fact that, like, he still went into a swamp with toxic waste, but the toxic waste isn't what made him Solomon Grundy. It was that plus, like, he became a part of the green, and that's what made him Solomon Grundy, you know? Because he's connected to the green. Which makes sense. I think that's where I think that's where they're going. I don't know if they're actually going to get there. You never know with comic books. They retcon all the time, but I'm guessing he does become, like, connected to the green. It just makes so much sense for his character, because he's literally just, like, he's so similar. He's very similar to Swamp Thing. Like, he doesn't control plants and stuff, but, like, they have a lot of similarities in terms of, like, their character, you know? Like, Solomon Grundy is just a really stupid version of Swamp Thing. Like, he's just really dumb. That's, like, the main difference. So, Betty and her little crew head off to Australia. And when they get there, they find, like, this saloon. They go to, like, a town in the outback, and there are towns that are like this out there, but they don't look western. Like, the town they go to is, like, cowboy western town. Maybe they did back in the 80s? I don't know. They didn't look like that. They would have been, like, tin houses and stuff. Like, houses made out of, like, tin and stuff, like metal. But yeah, they go to a saloon. There probably are saloons out there. I don't know. I've never been out in the outback. I've just seen a lot of stuff of, like, you know, photos and things that people have shown me of when they've gone out there. But they head to this saloon, and while they're in there, Yolanda just starts, like, macking some guy. And Nucleon, who has kind of a thing with her, is like, hey, what the heck are you doing, Yolanda? Why are you kissing some random dude? And it's not just any random dude. It's this character called Tasmanian Devil. Because, of course, he's the Australian superhero, so he has to be based around an Australian thing. Kangaroo is already taken, so this guy's the Tasmanian Devil. And the best way to explain the Tasmanian Devil is that he is literally Wolverine if Wolverine was born in Australia. So it's like, this is literally just Hugh Jackman if Hugh Jackman just decided to put on a costume and be a superhero. And so, we don't actually get to ever see Tasmanian Devil's face. He doesn't have claws like Wolverine does. He has super strength, and that's as far as his powers are shown in this. But he has a thing with Yolanda. And they decide that, like, the Tasmanian Devil is going to be able to help them with finding and getting along with the Aborigines when they reunite Betty with them. So Tasmanian Devil's like, sure, I'll help you become acquainted with the Aborigines, especially because, I live here, so I get along with them. So they head out to Uluru, or some people know it as Ayers Rock, but Uluru is the name of the rock. It's funny because, like, at this point in time, you would have been allowed to, like, walk around and walk on Uluru, back in, like, the 80s, but now it's illegal. Like, you can't. You can go to Uluru and, like, look at it from a distance, but you're not allowed on it anymore because it's sacred, and walking on it has, like, eroded it, and they don't want people destroying it, and people were, like, littering and shit. It was really, it was awful because people suck. So yeah, you're not allowed to, like, go on Uluru anymore. You just have to. They have, like, tours that, like, guide you around it, and so you can look at it, but you can't go on it. But they head to Uluru, where they meet all the Aborigines, and they just spend a lot of time with them. And Tasmanian Devil decides to try and put a show on for them, so he shows his powers. He can grow really big, and he, like, picks up a rock and then throws it at Nuklon, and Nuklon catches it, and then grows really big too. And then Owlman uses his power to pick up a rock and is like, hey, and they're, like, chucking it to each other and, like, putting on a show. And then Tasmanian Devil's like, hey, you like that? Then watch this. And he picks up an even bigger rock, and Nuklon's like, hey, chuck it at me, I'll catch it. And Tasmanian Devil's like, are you sure? Alright. And he throws it at Nuklon, and it crushes him. He's like, oh my god, I didn't mean to kill him. And then Nuklon, like, reaches through the rock, and that's when we find out that he has, like, density powers. And he comes through the rock, and he's like, I'm fine, but man, that was a close one. And so they turn back to their normal size, and they shake hands, and they're like, alright, it's enough messing around. That was fun. And then Yolanda shows up and is like, hey, if you're all putting on a show, why didn't you call me? I'll give him a show. Because I'm Wildcat. And they're not really interested in watching her put on a show, because the Aborigines are, like, they have, like, customs, and so, like, their whole thing is, like, there's, like, gender-specific stuff, so, like, they see Yolanda as, like, a woman who is good for, like, farming and digging, and, like, digging up, like, vegetables and things, and doing, like, farm work, because she's a woman. And Yolanda's just like, psh, whatever. And it's revealed that the Aborigines actually have a secret ceremony going on that they've invited Infinity Inc. to go to. And so most of them decide to go to the secret ceremony, but Yolanda's a little bit ignorant, and she's like, it's stupid. All that Hojo Mojo, I don't believe in any of that shit. So Betty's like, alright, if you don't want to go to the secret ceremony, why don't you come with me and we can have a look at Uluru and look at the paintings that are on Uluru. So Yolanda agrees, and she goes with Betty to Uluru to check out the special paintings, the special cave paintings and the rock paintings. And when they go to see them, and these paintings, like, represent Dreamtime, which is a it's not something I can explain, because I feel like I wouldn't be able to explain it very well, but it's deeply seated in, like, Aboriginal history, and it is, like, it's like, Aboriginals are a big part of their culture is storytelling. and Dreamtime is like a form of storytelling. And it's very it's like a very sacred thing and a very important thing to their culture. Of like passing stories from generation to generation is very important to them. That's kind of like, that's obviously not what Dreamtime is in a nutshell, but that's as far as I understand it, or like that kind of stuff in general. I just know that like it's a huge part of their culture, and they like pass stories from generation to generation, try to preserve these stories throughout generations. You know, it's very important. So they go to see these Dreamtime paintings, and while they're looking at them, Yolanda starts to think like, these paintings are starting to move, like these drawings are all coming at me, oh my god. And the drawings come to life and they all surround her, and then like she's like, ah, you're alive, and she's like screaming, and then Betty comes in and is like, no, it's okay, I've sent the paintings away. It seems I have control over Dreamtime drawings, like some kind of Dreamtime powers, because I'm the Aboriginal character, and of course my powers are related to my culture, because they couldn't come up with like something else. Like, it's fine to like have a character with powers related to their culture, but like at the same time it's like, did you really have to be like, oh, because Betty's the Aboriginal one, she has to have Dreamtime powers? She's the first Aboriginal superhero, she needs to have Dreamtime powers? Like, come on. Like, what's Takeo gonna have? He better not be a samurai. I think he's gonna become a Green Lantern. I don't know. It just seems like they're trying to do... Steve Englehart is trying to be good, but like, it doesn't age very well when it comes to this kind of stuff, because it's just very stereotypical, you know? But Betty saves Yolanda from the drawings, and they reunite with Infinity Inc., where they decide to allow Betty to remain, like, to continue mingling with the other Aborigines, and before they go back to the Green Lantern Citadel. Meanwhile, Todd, who is Obsidian, is sleeping, and Jade comes in on him, because Jade is actually Todd's twin sister. She comes in, she's like, are you awake? He's like, I'm trying to sleep. He's like, I just wanted to talk to you about, like, you know, what's been going on. You know, just want to make sure you weren't too depressed, you know, about Marcy. Todd's like, nah, in fact, since I met Raven, you know, and it's revealed, like, this is the point where it's revealed that, like, Todd and Raven are kind of, like, seeing each other, you know, which happened in a Teen Titans issue. So he's starting to move on from Marcy. He's like, can we talk about this in the morning? Like, I gotta sleep. And then Jade really weirdly comes onto him and, like, tries to make out with him. And she's like, whoa, what the fuck are you doing? You're my sister. This is disgusting. And it turns out that it's not Jade. It's actually Marcy disguising as herself as Jade. So Marcy is there, and Obsidian's just like, what the fuck? Like, get out of here. Go. And he, like, slaps Harley Quinn. He's like, get out of here, you freak. What the fuck are you doing? You know, I'm gonna, I hate you so much that I'm going to torture you using my powers. And, like, he turns into Obsidian, and, like, he uses his powers of Obsidian to, like, use Marcy's fears against her to, like, torture her mind. But then he realizes that he's not actually holding onto Marcy, he's holding onto a pillow, because this is another trick from Marcy. She, like, created a hologram of herself that was actually a pillow. She pulls out a laser blaster and starts blasting Obsidian with, like, this light laser, because I guess because Obsidian is made out of shadows, light is his weakness. So she's blasted him, and Jade comes in and is like, what the fuck are you doing? Get away from my brother. She punches Harley Quinn out, which allows, like, her to, like, drop the gun. And so Obsidian kind of, like, has an like an escape, you know. But Obsidian is like knocked out at the moment because he's weakened by this light. Harlequin straight up smacks Jade over the side of the head with like a with a lute, and then which knocks her out. And then she goes to like shoot them with the gun, and then Dan comes in with his gun and he's like, "No, I did this. I caused this, and if there's only one way to stop you, I'm willing to do it." She's like, "You can't stop me. You know, I'm a manhunter." He's like, "Marcy, stop. Stop what you're doing. If the only thing that's gonna make you stop is killing me, then go ahead, do it. Like, kill me." And so she shoots him. She shoots Dan. Shoots him in the chest. And then it's after shooting him that Jade manages to like push Marcy over with her like Green Lantern hand power, and she creates like a hand construct to push her over, and she knocks her head on the side of a table, which then knocks the Harlequin glasses off, and Dan smashes them, and he's like, "These stupid glasses, they've ruined everything." So Marcy's been knocked out, and then Dan passes out and dies from the gun wound. He's like, "Jade promised me, once Marcy works up, promise me that you'll tell her that it's all my fault and that it's not her fault. Like, tell her I'm sorry. Tell her it's my fault. Please." And then he dies. And then, like, it just ends with Dan's dead body. Marcy's been knocked out. Jade is just in the middle of them, crying her eyes out. And Todd is there keeping her company. And that's where it ends. That's the end of the Infinity Inc. tie-in. It's rough. Pretty depressing towards the end. Yeah. I wouldn't say I would go and actually like definitely read all of Infinity Inc., but I definitely think that like it's one of those series that I would consider checking out just because I have enjoyed these past 2 issues of Infinity Inc. They've both been pretty good, and I kind of enjoy the characters. I enjoy reading about them, and I like how deep they get into it and stuff. And it's pretty dark. It's a pretty dark series as well, especially considering that most of the characters are pretty like colorful and jovial and stuff. But enough about that, because we're moving on to Millennium issue 8, the final issue of Millennium. It's been a long time coming, and we're here. But funny enough, it's not actually like the end of the Millennium event, because there's a couple of like tie-ins after Millennium issue 8 that tie up the Millennium story. So it's important for us to read those too, but for now we're going to read Millennium issue 8, and then we'll cover the final 2 tie-ins. There's only 2 left after that. So obviously Millennium issue 8 is written by Steve Englehart with art by Joe Staton. Without further ado, let's get straight into Millennium Week 8. Alright, so we're going to get into the final issue of Millennium Week 8. What I didn't realize until I read this was that Week 7 was technically like the final issue when it came to like the Manhunters being defeated, because like that was it. The fight that they did in the Manhunters base in the core of the Earth, that was the final battle, and there are no battles with Manhunters in this issue. This issue is just like the creation of the new Guardians, and they finally get their powers, and that's this entire issue. So I don't think it's going to take us very long to get through this one. And then there are a couple of tie-ins that I'm going to go over pretty quickly because they don't tie into the event all that much, and they just wrap up a couple of things. So I'll talk about that. So yeah, we're probably going to get done with this in like 20 minutes tops. So starting off Millennium Week 8, all of the heroes and new Guardians are gathered at the Green Lantern Corps Citadel, and Kilowog's like, alright, new Guardians, Harupa and Nadia are ready for you to give you your powers. And so the new Guardians, which are Betty, Takeo, Jiang, Celia, Gregorio, Tom, and Floronic Man, which is always weird, pointing out that he's a part of the team, are gonna get their powers. Guardian Harupa and Nadia give a bit of their speech, and they're like, for a millennia we've been going against restriction. 3 billion years ago, or like 5 billion years ago, or like 3.5 billion years ago, we went against restriction when we created the Manhunters. And we did it wrong. 3 billion years ago, we went against restriction again when we created the Green Lantern Corps. And that time it succeeded. And now, for the third and final time, I should do this in like a Guardian voice. For the third and final time, we will go against restriction again. By creating you, the new Guardians. And so, the Harupa is like, alright, who's going to come up first and get your powers? Jiang? Hey, why don't you come over and I'll give you your powers? And Jiang is like, okay, I'll take the lead. I'll be the first one. So Jiang comes up, and Harupa and Nadia are like, put their hands on them, and they're like, this won't sting a bit. They're both really old at this point. Like, even Nadia originally, like, the Guardians always looked old, but, like, the Zamorans have always looked like women that I would say would be in, like, their prime, So, like, their 30s. Or, like, maybe perhaps even older than that, It's really hard to tell when it comes to comic art, but if I was to guess, like, what the age of a Zamoran would look like, it would be in, like, their mid-30s. And just really, really strong and powerful. So Jiang comes up, and they touch her, and their minds all meld together, and Jiang transforms completely and becomes a completely different person. She becomes Gloss. That is her superhero name. And Gloss, because they're introducing these new superheroes, they introduce, like, how they look, and then right afterward, the character then goes, and these are my powers, so that people reading know what they can do. So she becomes Gloss, and Gloss has control over Feng Shui, like the Feng Shui energy. That's as much as I can tell. She has control over, like, energy. Feng Shui. That's how she explains it. Like, clarity. I don't know. That's her power. And everyone's like, oh my god, she looks completely different. And Betty points out that she speaks of the Chinese as something separate. So she's like, oh, Gloss is no longer a part of their world. She's a part of, like, everything now. Different parts of the world can sense, like, throughout this issue, there are, like, different parts of the world all reacting to, like, these new heroes being created. Like, the people in Olympus are seeing it happen. These, like, it's like the Parliament of Trees, which are, like, the overseers of the Green who like create order and stuff in the Green within the Green. They recognize Floronic Man as being like one of them, or like they recognize him, and Floronic Man's like, "Oh my god! Like the Parliament of Trees have recognized me." So the Guardian's like, "Takeo, you are next." And Takeo comes up, and this is where you imagine, oh, like are they gonna go the stereotypical route? Like, are they gonna tie it to like his like his culture or something, which isn't a bad thing. Like, it's not that you can't do that. It's just like it's predictable. I guess back in the 80s it wasn't, but like it's starting to become predictable now. Of like, you don't want these characters to be typecasted into their like races and like their cultures, you know. But that's kind of what happens with all of these characters. It's like all of them become like their powers are all related to their culture, which again isn't a bad thing. It's just kind of like, yeah, but couldn't like one of them have like a power that wasn't, you know? Like, can't one of them just have cool powers? But luckily Takeo doesn't become like a samurai or a ninja or anything. Instead he becomes Ram, who is a guy that's made out of computers. And he has control over computers. His computers are one with his mind. And at first I was like, oh, like they didn't go the stereotypical route. But then, like, it is a stereotype that, like, Japanese people are really smart and really good with computers. And I was like, I hope that's not why they made him the guy that controls computers. Like, I really hope so. Like, I hope that this was just them being like, let's give him a cool power, he has control over computers, and not the other thing, because, again, but people have said, like, Millennium hasn't aged very well, and so I'm starting to think, like, maybe this is what they were referring to, where, like, all of their powers are like, oh, okay, that's a bit of a stereotype, but whatever. So Darkseid senses this, like, all of the people in the fourth world can sense this, these transformations. And then the Guardian is like, okay, Gregorio, you come up next. And Gregorio's transformation is, I'm gonna call this out because this is bullshit. Gregorio's transformation is, he literally just becomes Doctor Strange. Except he's called Extrano, which in Spanish means strange. Like, they straight up were just like, he's just gonna be Doctor Strange. What are his powers? He's a witch. Specifically a witch. He describes himself as a witch, not a wizard, a witch. But he's literally just Doctor Strange. He's even got a cape that looks a lot like Doctor Strange's. And I was like, really? You're just gonna blatantly, like, rip off Marvel and not even, like, try to make it not a clear rip-off? Like, you're even gonna call them Strange? It's like, it's not copying because it's the Spanish way of spelling strange, but it's still Strange. Not Doctor Strange, just Strange. But, like, I was like, really? You're just gonna do that to this guy? Instead of making him, like, a unique hero, he's just gonna be a rip-off of Doctor Strange? Like, come on. There is one funny thing that comes out of this, and it's Phantom Stranger. He senses Extrano's creation and is like, oh, another guy called Strange. Or, like, Strange in his last name. That's awesome. I was the only strange being in the universe, and now I'm not alone. At this point, the Guardian and Nadia, like Harupa and Nadia, are like almost dying because every single time that they give somebody powers, they become more and more, like, they become older and older, and they like become all decrepit and they're about to die. They call forth Betty, and like, you think Gregorio got like the bad end of the stick, but like, at least he gets to become a superhero. God, I hate what they did to Betty. Because I like Betty. Out of all the characters, she's probably the one that's just, like, the nicest, you know? The easiest to like. And she gets the bad end of the stick. Like, I feel so bad for this character. It's like they just did not give a shit about this character because of the power that they gave her. Everyone else gets to become a superhero. What does Betty get to become? She just gets to become a part of Extrano. She gets sucked into the ground and becomes a part of the Earth. But, like, she's within Extrano's body and she is his connection to the Earth. That's literally what happens to Betty. It's so fucking stupid. I'm like, can't she be her own hero? Why does she have to be inside him? And why do they have to say it that way? Why did they have to have Gregorio be like, she's inside me? Like, come on. You can't be that stupid while writing this, of being like, not realizing how weird this is. The way it's written, of being like, oh, Betty, who looks like a young girl, by the way. She looks younger than Extrano, like Gregorio, and Gregorio's like, oh yeah, this girl is inside me. It's like, come on. Like, bro. There's this panel of her being sucked into the ground, and it's like nightmare fuel. I hate it. I just hate how Betty looks after she transforms. She becomes this weird sun-looking thing. I fucking hate it. Nightmare fuel. God damn it. Rip Betty. You were the best character, and you got... Seriously, like, you got fucked over by the Guardians. She would have been better off just not being a new Guardian, in my opinion. They really gave her the short end of the stick. Next up, we got Celia Winward. And they were like, oh yeah, we made Betty a part of the Earth. But she's stuck inside Gregorio, I guess. But you get to be a superhero. You know, fuck Betty, you get to be a hero, Celia. We're gonna give you powers, you get to be your own hero. And they transform her into Jet, who has the ability to fly using electromagnetism, and she can use, like, sound. She can, like, create sound blasts. And she kind of looks like, when I first saw her design, I thought that she was originally Jinx, because she kind of looks like Jinx. Not the cartoon version, the actual comic version. She looks like Jinx, except she's got, like, flames coming out of her head. Like, I even thought, like, her costume kind of looks like something Jinx would wear. You know? But she's not Jinx. She's Jet. And yeah, that's it. Like, that's all the transformations of the characters. She becomes Jet, and then Harupa and Nadia are going to give Floronic Man powers, but Floronic Man's just like, hey yo, like, I already have my own powers. Like, I'm a part of the green. I've got plant powers. You don't need to give me plant powers. Don't waste your power on me. Because I guess the writers were like, oh shit, like, Floronic Man does have powers. Like, what is he even gonna become? He's already gone through a transformation. And so they turn to Thomas Kalmaku, and they're like, it's your turn, Tom. And Tom's like, I'm sorry, but the editors really screwed me over, and I don't get to be a character in this new in this new series that they're making, because I'm Thomas Kalmaku and no one gives a shit about me, even though, like, I'm a cool character. And, you know, like, I like Thomas Kalmaku, and I was really upset when they decided to have Thomas just be like, sorry, I don't want to be a member. I don't want powers. I'm like, really? Come on. Like, throw him a bone. Like, I swear the editors do not like Thomas Kalmaku at this point. Because after this, we don't see him again for a long time. Like, maybe he shows up in New Guardians as, like, a guest character, but he sure as fuck doesn't show up in Green Lantern, because I'm reading the 90s Green Lantern, like, I'm reading Volume 3, and he hasn't showed up once. I think he's been referenced once. But like Gerard Jones hasn't used them at all. And it just pisses me off that they're just like, and Thomas Kalmaku is not gonna be a member of the New Guardians. He's not gonna get powers. He's still just gonna be Thomas. He's gonna be a regular dude. He's gonna stay with his family. And it's like, bullshit. You can't have me follow this character for like 30 years worth of history and then have him be one of the main characters in this miniseries, this giant event, and then not have it end with him getting powers and actually being something more than just a regular dude. Like, come on, he deserves it. He deserves to have superpowers. It just pisses me off that they really, like, dropped the ball on this one. But yeah, Thomas is like, no thank you, I'm not going to be a member of the New Guardians. And Hal's like, really? We talked about this. Like, come on, Thomas, I'm going to make you feel real bad for not joining the New Guardians because I'm a dick. I like Hal, but like he can be a real dick sometimes. And they're like, "Come on, Hal! Like, eased off him. He made his decision. He doesn't want to be a New Guardian." And Hal's like, "All right, whatever, cool." He even tries to like. This tries to be a bit of a moment with Hal, where Hal's just like, "Thomas, like you've been my friend for a really long time. I love you. Like, you're my best friend, so whatever you want, I'm gonna stand by you, and, you know, like, you'll always be a hero in my eyes." And that would have been great. That would have been really good. That would have been a great little speech. But I don't know why he had to do it, but Steve Englehart had Hal refer to Thomas as Pie Face again. Like, why? Why would you have him refer to Thomas as his racist nickname that he had, because racism was very, like, even a lot more prominent back in the 50s or the 60s when Thomas was created, so it was normal to just give them characters racist nicknames. Like, why would you do that? It takes that just makes Hal seem like a fucking dick of just being like, hey, I'm gonna use the slur of a nickname that you had all those years ago that you've been trying to get away from. It's why, you got rid of the nickname. You literally said how, like, I called you Pie Face once, and you were literally like, don't call me Pie Face anymore. I'm Thomas. I'm better than that nickname. And now I'm calling you that because I'm a dick, or because Steve Englehart is a dick and just doesn't care, or doesn't know that it's racist. I don't know. It's like, really? It pissed me off when I read that. It pissed me off when Hal called him Pie Face. I was like, first of all, Hal would not have called him that. Because Thomas is his best friend. Thomas asked him not to. And Hal would have listened to him. It's like, bro. Why? But yeah, that's my little rant. That's my little rant. I just got so pissed off. I was like, really? We're doing that? You're gonna call him the racist? You're gonna call him Pie Face? Like, come on. Leave it in the past. And so, Thomas just decides not to become a member of the New Guardians. And so the New Guardians turn to Harbinger and they're like, well, we've got a place for you. Since Thomas doesn't want to join us, do you want to become a member? And Harbinger's like, I'm sorry, but like, I just don't think I can be a member of the New Guardians because, first of all, I feel like I've betrayed you all. Second of all, I feel like I still don't even really know what my purpose is. I just don't think it is being a member of the New Guardians. I've got to go off and I've got to do my own thing for a bit and figure out what my true purpose is, what I'm going to do. And so she flies away. And then the Guardian and Nadia are literally like, Harupa and Nadia are like, oh shit, well, since she didn't join, hey Thomas, fuck you. I know you said you didn't want to be a superhero with superpowers, but like, here you go. We gave you powers, but the readers aren't gonna see what your powers are, and it's up to you if you decide to want to use your powers. Like, they're within you, and they'll come out if you need them. But like, it depends on whether or not whoever's writing Green Lantern wants to do anything with that. So like, Thomas, he has powers. He's got powers, but like, it just depends on whether or not the editors want him to have powers. So yeah, he's got powers, but fuck, no, he doesn't have powers. Or maybe he does. I swear, if he actually shows up later on and he actually uses his powers, I will be shocked. Because I don't think that's going to happen. I think they just did this to make readers be like, okay, he's got powers. Cool. So yeah, Thomas and his invisible powers are like, okay, cool. Alright, I'll, if the new Guardians ever need my help, let me know. And I'll help with these powers that I have. We don't even know what his powers are. But he's got powers. Because he said so. And meanwhile, in South Africa, they call it Darkest Africa. Because this is the evil part of Africa where that racist, the evil part of South Africa where that racist white guy, South African dude, he's there and he's like, I'm gonna get revenge against the new Guardians for trying to change everything because I'm against change, so it's time for war, the war against change. And so he announces that he's going to be the main villain of the New Guardians comic. That's basically what he's just done. He's like, I'm going to be the main villain of the New Guardians spin-off, and no one can stop me. And so after that, after they gave Thomas his secret powers, Harupa and Nadia die of old age. They just say, and they die. And Hal's just like, no! No! It's kind of sad, because, like, Hal is, like, been around these Guardians for, like, years. You know. And this is the first time he's ever seen one, like, just die, I think. I think this is the first time he's seen one die. Probably, like this. So it's very heart-wrenching for him. Especially because, like, yeah, they became friends. They've known each other for the entirety of this Millennium event. Arisia's a bit cold about it. She's like, they served their purpose, Hal. And they died. Like, that's just what was going to happen. So, move on. Let's move on, alright? Chop chop. Enough crying. No time to cry. I have no soul. And, so the heroes of Earth, after Nadia and Harupa have died, bid farewell to the new Guardians and wish them luck in their journey to becoming heroes. And then all the heroes of Earth, I'm not going to name them all because that would take forever, but they all fly off to go and do their thing and go back to their separate lives and announce that the Millennium event is over. Except it's not, because there's a couple of things we gotta wrap up. Whoa. And then that's it. That's the end of Millennium Week 8. Probably the weakest issue of all of them, because it's literally just like a, hey, here's all the new heroes, these are their powers. Some are good, some are okay. I don't think any of them are that great. In my honest opinion, I don't think that any of the new Guardians seem that interesting in terms of their powers. I think they really dropped the ball on their powers, especially when it came to Betty, which was bullshit. And then giving Thomas secret powers, which is also fucking bullshit. I hate that. And then also just, like, having Floronic Man be there, and, like, at least that was kind of funny, of, like, Floronic Man just being like, I already have powers, so you don't have to worry about me. But yeah, that was Millennium Week 8. And I would say that was the end of the Millennium event, but it's not. There's a bit of a wrapping up in another tie-in. There's actually 2 tie-ins after this, but I'm only going to go over one of them, because I read one of them, and I was like, how has this got anything to do with Millennium? Like, who approved this list of tie-ins for this event? Because this issue of Spectre, it's a good issue, but it has nothing to do with Millennium at all, and so I'm not going to go over it. I think they mention like the Manhunters having been in the swamp at the very beginning of the story, and then that's it. That's the only reference to the Manhunters. So instead, we're going to talk about the Teen Titans Spotlight Starfire issue. We're not going to talk about the whole thing. We're just going to talk about all of the things that are that tie into Millennium and tie it up. This whole issue is about like Starfire fawning over Nightwing, because that was her entire character back then, was that she's just like, I'm in love with Nightwing, and that's just who I am, and that's my whole thing. And I care about my home planet, and I got like an evil sister and stuff like that. But like, yeah, I'm all about that dick. So she's flying around the city being like, wee, I feel great, I love dick so much. And she's like flying through the sky, and meanwhile Harbinger, like, she's like flying around the city like, wee, like, yay, I love being a superhero. And meanwhile Harbinger is meeting with the New Guardians, and she's saying for the final time that she just doesn't think that she can be a member of them. She's like, I appreciate the invitation, but I've got to figure it. Like, I just feel like I betrayed you, and so I feel like I don't even deserve a spot on the New Guardians, and that's why I decided not to join you. That's why I decided against it. And so the New Guardians are like, okay, like, there's always going to be a spot on here for you, but if that's what you want, then that's fine. Like, we'll stop bothering you. And so Harbinger then decides to leave, and the New Guardians go their separate ways as well. Or they go off as a group, but Harbinger is like, I'm happy being on my own, and I just don't deserve to be a member of the New Guardians. She talks about how she kind of just wants to live a normal life. She wants to give up being the Harbinger and just go back to living a normal life, because she feels like that's just what she wants, you know? But she questions the fact of, like, how am I going to do that? Like, I was made for one purpose, which was to protect the Earth. How am I going to do that if what I want is to just be normal? You know, I don't even know if I can be normal. And so while she's contemplating her own existence, the last group of Manhunters on Earth that survived somehow, they find her because they've tracked her down, and they attack Harbinger. They try to kill her. Well, they try to capture her, like recapture her. But she fights back, and Starfire sees her and realizes that the Manhunters are oh, that's right. No, she doesn't see Harbinger. She sees a copy of Harbinger. Sorry. Harbinger created a copy of herself and sent it off to see if somebody would see the copy and know that she's in trouble. So Starfire sees the copy flying through the sky and deduces that something's off about it, and realizes that it might be a copy of Harbinger and that she should follow it, because she reckons it might be taking her back to the real Harbinger. So she follows the copy and finds Harbinger fighting the Manhunters. And so she joins in on the fight, fights the Manhunters alongside Harbinger. They have a massive fight, and they come out on top. And they beat the Manhunters. And that's when Starfire and Harbinger have a bit of a chat. And Starfire convinces Harbinger to reconsider joining the New Guardians and, like, being a hero of Earth. Because since she has no given purpose anymore, her purpose can be whatever she wants it to be. And that she shouldn't let her fear of, like, the betrayal that she caused stop her from becoming a hero and doing what she feels like, doing what she deserves to be able to do. Like, she deserves to be a hero. She's allowed to be a hero. And so she basically gives Harbinger the confidence that she needs in herself to become a hero of Earth and a member of the New Guardians. But their little happy conversation doesn't last very long because a Manhunter shows up, the final one, shows up and attacks them, but Harbinger manages to blast it enough to cause it to explode, therefore destroying all of the Manhunters forever, or until, someone decides to bring them back. Probably Jeff Johns, maybe, or Gerard Jones. I don't know, I haven't gotten far enough in Volume 3 of Green Lantern, but I'm guessing that the Manhunters will probably come back soon. But until then, they are dead forever. And so Starfire and Harbinger bid farewell. Harbinger thanks Starfire for helping her decide what she wants to do with her life. Starfire is like, that's what I do. I just like helping people. And so Harbinger heads off and reunites with the New Guardians, where she becomes a member of the New Guardians. And I think she becomes their leader. And the New Guardians are all like, yay, Harbinger joined us, yeah, grab the popcorn, screw Thomas, he's not a member, screw him, but yay, Harbinger, woo! And then Starfire heads back home and grabs a picture of Dick and hugs it. She loves hugging that picture of Dick. But yeah, she's literally like, oh, Dick, I love you so much. Can't wait to find out how you spent your day. Like, she's obsessed with him, and it's kind of sad. Like, why was she written this way back then? And why did people I'm guessing people liked it because, like, New Titans and New Teen Titans was really popular. I guess it was just different times back then where people didn't really question how, like, female characters were written. They didn't expect a lot out of them, which is sad, But whatever. I'm sure she probably goes through, like, a lot of character development. But yeah, that was, I'm sure somebody comes along and goes like, alright, she's not obsessed with Dick anymore. She loves him, but, like, she's also an actual character now. But yeah, that was it. And with that, that is the end of Millennium. We've done the whole thing. It was a long journey, a lot of tie-ins, a lot of ups and downs, mostly ups, surprisingly. I would love to say that there were more downs than ups, but I would say overall the series had more highs than it did lows. There was only a couple of tie-ins that I despised, probably like 3 tie-ins. I don't know if I despised the Young All-Star ones. They were just kind of boring, but I did not like the Firestorm ones very much at all. But yeah, like, it wasn't bad. Like, it was alright. I would say, like, all of the interesting stuff happened in the tie-ins. I would say out of all of this, the main Millennium series was probably the worst part overall in terms of story, because they didn't really serve as like a vehicle for story. They were just kind of like the bridges between the actual parts of the story, which were in the tie-ins, except for issue 7 of Millennium, which was the final battle. But even that didn't feel like super grandiose. So I'd say overall, if I was to give Millennium a rating in terms of like how I think it is, I would say 6.5 out of 10 over the whole thing, which isn't bad. I'd say that's just like it's all right. It's nothing crazy, but not terrible. Not bad, not amazing, just like all right. But yeah, that's going to be it for this episode of the Marvel and DC Retrospective Podcast. Next week, we're going to be going through some Flash issues. And then I think after that, because there's another event coming up, which is Invasion, and there is a Flash tie-in to that, a couple of Flash tie-ins. And obviously I will be covering all of Invasion plus its tie-ins because they are important to the overall story. Lana! Sorry, my cat is fucking around with stuff that it shouldn't be. So we'll be doing all of Invasion because it's another one of those events where, like Millennium, a lot of stuff happens in the tie-ins, and if you don't read them, you miss out on a lot of the story, including the ending. And because it's a massive event, and it's not going to be long before we have to do that, I might take I might do the Flash up until the Invasion tie-in, and then after that maybe I'll take a week, like a break, like for a week, just so I can rest, because I feel like if I do another like 45 issue event, I might get really burnt out reading comics, and I don't want that to happen because I love reading comic books. I love talking about this shit. But I feel like even I could get burnt out on this kind of stuff. Like, I'm surprised I didn't get burnt out doing Millennium. I'm surprised I didn't take like any kind of break. I've been reading it every day. But yeah, that's gonna be it for this episode, and I'll see you next week, where we'll start reading the Flash again and doing more Flash stuff. So I'm Kay Chamberlain, and this has been Millennium. Have a good one.